The Science of Attraction, Mackenzie Country Book 3. Written by J. Hogan. Narrated by Gary Furlong. Chapter 1. Jules. Awesome lunch, Norma. Thank you. Tennyson scraped his chair back across the smooth, worn flagstone floor and headed for the dishwasher. You're more than welcome. My mother blushed prettily. But you boys really don't need to clean up. I can manage. Not a chance. Tennyson signalled for Stuart and Brent to get their butts over to the sink, and the two shepherds leaped to their feet like someone lit a fire under their asses. The cook never clears. It's a law when I was growing up, and I doubt it's changed. I cast a sideways look at my father, who was staring at the 80-year-old Coldy tabletop, busy avoiding my mother's gaze. Paddy Lane hadn't cleared a plate in my living memory, and very likely hadn't since Noah looked across the rising waters and declared it was a good day for a boat trip. "Kitchen's no place for men," Marty muttered from the far end of the table with his usual charming misogyny. At 70-something, Marty was my father's #1 fan, and Lane Station's oldest long-standing resident shepherd. He was living out his retirement to one of the station cottages, helping out when his Parkinson's allowed, and generally getting up my nose with his red-necked commentary. As a kid, I worshipped the ground the curmudgeonly man walked on, but when Zach came out, I'd glimpsed a seriously nasty homophobic side to the Marty I'd loved like a father, and I wasn't such a fan anymore. The revelation was still screwing with my head. Not that my father would hear a word said against Marty, mostly since they shared similar world views, which was another problem. Well, I'm not going to fight you boys on it. My mother took a sip of her steaming tea and settled back in her chair. My hands are a bit achy today anyway. My father shot her a concerned look, but she waved him off. I'm fine, Paddy. It was a heavy frost last night, that's all. September weather is always so unpredictable. Took a while to keep them moving. I lifted my hand so Stuart could take my empty plate, then smiled at our head shepherd. Damn, Ten, I wish we could inspire the same enthusiasm for these two when the pens need mucking out. Tennyson snorted. Brent flipped me off, and our youngest shepherd Stuart blushed to the roots of his hair. All in all, a 1-second summation of their relative personalities. My father threw a scowl Tennyson's way, most likely for having the audacity to show him up in front of my mother. But when he looked about to open his mouth and shove his foot right in it as well, I caught his eye and narrowed my gaze. Don't you fucking dare. He gritted his teeth and went back to staring at the table, running his fingertips appreciatively over its silky, aged patina. Paddy Lane hated any and all change, but he particularly hated the changes I'd instituted in the months he'd been away recovering from a major stroke. And of all of the changes I'd made, and, okay, there'd been a few, my new policy of gathering all the shepherds around the kitchen table for lunch whenever we could manage it seemed to piss him off the most. And I knew exactly why. It was because I'd adopted the idea from our next-door neighbour, Miller Station, Dad's nemesis. And for no other reason than the couple running it were gay, along with my brother who'd left home and moved over there when Dad had been less than welcoming at Zach's coming out. Go figure. But I'd spent a lot of time on Miller Station while Dad had been in Christchurch, first in hospital and then at a rehab facility, and I'd admired the warm camaraderie. I wanted that same feel for Lane Station as well, a sharp turnaround from my father's autocratic style where everyone knew their place and initiative was a dirty word. I'd grown up being told that needing or asking for help was a weakness. I'd had it drummed into me all my life. Step up, show up, don't be a pussy. All that shit. At times I still found it hard to open up to my team, to let them see I didn't have all the answers on the tip of my tongue, to ask for their opinions. It wasn't easy to change a lifetime of criticism, and I wondered if that's why my father was like he was. His father, my grandfather, had been a hard man as well, one of the toughest. I'd never really known him that well. He died when I was still a child. But I'd heard enough stories to have zero regrets about him not being around. My father hadn't had it easy. But unlike back in the day when shepherds often lived and died loyal to one station, in modern times good shepherds were like gold dust to find and even harder to hold on to. Station life was a tough, isolated and at times excruciatingly lonely experience. But it could also be fun and supportive. And when you were mustering the mob high in the Southern Alps, it was the most exhilarating job in the world. I wanted our station to feel more like a team, like my team. Like we were in this together. Like we were family. But switching things up involved 4 men descending on my mother's kitchen on a daily basis, so I needed to have her on board. She'd been surprisingly all for it. And 3 months later I could see the difference. My mother even confessed that the change had made her feel part of the station for the first time in years. "Right, you lot." Tennyson waved the other shepherds toward the mudroom. "Lunchtime is over. Back to work." The crew, including Marty, started to make their way out. Ten's gaze lingered on mine just long enough to give me warning before he turned to Paddy. "I can deliver those feed and stock numbers you wanted later this afternoon, if that suits." I put back a groan, knowing Ten was referring to our aborted lunch discussion about the feed crop rotation. He'd unwittingly mentioned the plan we'd been developing, not realizing I hadn't brought my father up to speed. My father shot me a pissy look, and there was a gleam in his eyes as he worked on getting his answer out clearly. "Make sure you do." I sighed. "There's no need for Ten to take time out of his day, Dad. I can walk you through them." My father gave a sharp shake of his head. "Ten, head stock man, not you." Like bullshit he was. I'd been running the station for over 5 months, but my father could never resist a jab. Tennyson shot me an apologetic look. "Will I see you back in the shed before you head to the south pasture?" I nodded. "I want to check the morning's fleeces and see what the classer thinks. Do they still reckon they'll be done shearing by the end of the week?" Ten nodded. "They have to be. They're expected at Cumberland the day after." I blew out a sigh. It's going to be close. I watched him go and took a long, slow breath, steeling myself for what I knew was coming. Sure enough, the minute the mudroom door closed, Dad launched in. "Not your land." He stabbed his finger on the table. "My land. My decision." I counted to 5. Losing my shit wasn't going to get me anywhere. Although, damn, I was getting heartily sick of my father's arseholery. "We've already got the seed. I ordered it months ago when you were still in hospital. Should have asked." "You just had a stroke, Dad. You weren't allowed to do anything except focus on getting better. No stress, remember? Not to mention you didn't know what damn day it was, and some days you still don't." "Don't care. My father's cheeks blew an angry red, and his left fist clenched as he stumbled over his answer. He slammed his fist on the table. He thumped it again, harder this time. "I can do it." He finally squeezed the right words out of his head and into his mouth. Months of intensive speech therapy was finally starting to reap benefits. A huge win considering the depth of his aphasia at the start. But getting even a modicum of communication back had done nothing for my father's attitude. Pig-headed, controlling, unappreciative arsehole still pretty much covered it. Home for barely a week and he was already making everyone's life difficult, which was rich of him, considering he was damned lucky to even be alive. My father couldn't help the stroke. But the rest had been a shit show, easily avoided if only he'd heeded my advice and not headed up the hill alone that day. But as usual, he did exactly what he wanted to, right to the top of Halifax Beat. A steep and treacherous track, just to check on a mob of merinos who could have waited another day. On the way down, he'd suffered a devastating stroke. And when he didn't turn up, I had to go after him. I'd found him in bad shape halfway down a scree slope. If it wasn't for Luke, Zach's boyfriend, risking life and limb to chopper my brother and his dogs up the mountain to find us before the temperatures hit freezing, one or both of us might have lost our lives that night. Not that my father saw it that way. "Paddy," my mother gripped Dad's shoulder, "you need to calm down. We talked about this." My father shrugged her off. My land, not his. He shot me a disdainful look, and I was suddenly done with this bullshit. Here you go, then, I said bluntly, throwing the ute keys on the honey-coloured table. Take them. My mother's gaze jerked to mine, her fine-boned features pale with shock. I winced, but it didn't stop me finishing what needed to be said. I'd been swallowing my father's tantrums and making allowances for his recovery for too long. He didn't get a free pass to shit on people forever. I'm sorry, Mum, but I can't keep doing this dance with him. I looked back to my father, who was still glaring at the keys resting against his knuckles. Go on, then. I leaned back and stretched my legs out in front like I was settling in for the afternoon. I was going to check in on the shearing gang in the wool shed, and then head down to look at the ewes in the south pasture. After that we can come back and go through the books, and you can stab your finger at the price I paid for the extra winter feed we needed. Of course, I wouldn't have had to pay that price if he'd let me buy what I wanted much earlier. My father's mouth set in a thin line, but he said nothing. I studied him and shook my head. But maybe what we should really talk about is the final eye-watering cost for that new wool shed extension that you insisted we needed. The one I fought you on, because it could have waited another few years. The one which went way over budget and drained our accounts to practically zip. Then again, I'm sure you'll find a way to make that my fault as well. Jules, please, my mother tried again. I threw up my hands. What, Mum? He's done nothing but criticise everything we've done, or more specifically, everything I've done to keep this place going while he's been away. My gaze jerked back to my father. I'm not to blame for what happened to you, Dad. None of us are. Everyone's gutted about what you've been through. And I know it sucks to have to step back from the station and reconsider your role. But you can't just keep beating on us and making everyone's life miserable. Something will give, and you won't like the results. My father's gaze grew flinty, but there was a slight tremor to his jaw that I recognized as fear. The revelation gave me pause. It wasn't that I didn't feel for him, or that I didn't get the incredible frustration he had to be feeling watching his life's passion slip from his control. But every one of us had worked our butts off to make sure Lane Station kept humming along in his absence. And we'd done a damned good job. I could take the easy route and tell him everything would be okay, that he'd be back running the place in no time, but it simply wasn't true. And everyone in that kitchen knew that, including my father. And him taking his frustration out on people who'd done nothing but make sure the place hadn't crumbled while he'd been gone was just plain ignorant. Not to mention hurtful to our team, along with all the other locals who'd pitched in to help, especially Zach and the guys from Miller Station, who ensured the autumn muster and crutching and preparations for winter went ahead as planned just a week after Dad's stroke. That we'd gotten there in the end was a goddamn miracle, considering I'd spent those first couple of months driving back and forth to Christchurch 2 or 3 times a week. But regardless of everything that had been done to safeguard his legacy, my father had done little but complain from the minute he'd crossed back onto the station the week before. I was so fucking over it. You've got no business talking to your dad like that. I spun to find Marty standing in the open doorway, leading from the kitchen onto the covered veranda. It was just around the corner from the mudroom and a great spot for a bit of eavesdropping. His hand trembled at his thigh. This is still his land, not yours, son. I was about to tell Marty to keep his damn nose out of it, as well as remind him the land was actually held in a family trust, of which I was a part. But one look in those rheumy eyes stayed my petty tongue. His recent decline tugged at that child's heart still beating somewhere inside me, and I couldn't do it. Parkinson's disease was a fucker. Instead, I softened my tone. Marty, this really doesn't concern you, although I'm pretty sure even you can see everyone's patience is running thin. This isn't just about me. He's right, my mother gently reproved the old shepherd. You can take a seat if you want, but this is not your argument. Marty grunted and stepped inside, but rather than sit, he stood with his back to the gleaming cream granite worktop that ran the length of the back wall to the scullery, and was currently groaning under the weight of about 2 million jars of preserves. When my mother was stressed, she bottled everything in sight. Enough said. Chip gave a soft whimper, reflecting the tension in the room, and my father immediately dropped his good hand to scratch the border collie's ears, like he was seeking comfort himself. The realization gave me pause, and I took a few seconds to calm the fuck down. There were many things about my father that had changed since the stroke, but this new vulnerability, albeit cloaked in pissy, stubborn anger, was the hardest to get my head around. Paddy Lane had never shown any weakness, ever. I sighed and lowered my voice. You can't continue criticising people and expect them to keep taking it. You've got Stuart applying for jobs down Queenstown way, and I've never seen Tennyson so upset as he was after he left that meeting with you yesterday, which I never even knew about, by the way. I eyeballed him. He showed me the note and all the instructions you gave him. What note? My mother's gaze shot to my father, who refused to meet it. Paddy, you're not supposed to be... She trailed off with a sigh. What have you been doing? I shook my head. What in the hell were you thinking? Telling Ten you wanted the Western mob moved because the stock looked poorly? Tennyson is the best stock manager around these parts, and the mob are in first-class condition. He brought you that fleece you wanted yesterday, so you know damn well how good it is. And why. That extra feed I bought wasn't a luxury spend, and you know it. It did exactly what it was meant to. But did you tell Ten how good the wool was? No. You complained it could have been better, and insinuated it was because of Ten's management and his inability to keep me in check. I chanced to look at Marty, who was openly staring at my father, confusion written on his face. The wool is good, Paddy. Real good. So the old man wasn't a complete lost cause after all. My father had the grace to blush and look away, but he said nothing. I pressed, wanting him to understand. There isn't a station around these parts that wouldn't give their right arm to employ 10, you know that. My father's hand froze on Chip's head. He wouldn't. He frowned and didn't finish. I don't know, Dad. He hasn't said anything yet, but I can tell he's not happy. I can't run this place on my own, and right now I can't run it with you like we did before either. Not yet. Maybe not ever, and you know that. I'll let that sink in. But if you want the station to continue being successful, you need to let me run it my way. You have to start trusting me. I'm not cutting you out. You know everything we're doing. We talk every day, and I listen, Dad. I really do listen. But the doctors were super clear. If you don't make big changes to reduce your stress and hand over a lot of the station responsibility, you're heading for another stroke. Maybe worse. The kitchen fell silent. 100 years of history, 100 years of family arguments and laughter and celebration and grief, all waiting on another installment. My father ground his teeth and wiped at the fine line of drool making its way down his chin. The drum of rain on the skylight above the table grew louder, and I sighed. Just what I needed. I'd be soaked to my skin before I made it home that night. What Jules is saying is true, Paddy. My mother took my father's good hand in hers, and I was surprised he didn't fight it. You still get episodes. She winced. Remember this morning? You had no idea what day it was, or even if it was winter or summer until after breakfast. My father shot her a furious glare like she'd betrayed him. She stiffened, eyeballing him in a way I'd never seen before. Don't you give me any of that. She poked him in the chest, and I almost fell off my chair. The people at this table know you better than anyone else. Whether you like it or not, Jules is running the station. He needs to know. So does Marty. You've tried to convince everyone you'll find that it's only getting around that's the problem, but it's not true. You can't just pick up the reins again, Paddy. She looked to where Marty stood with his mouth hanging open, my father's ongoing episodes of confusion clearly news to him. He can't, Marty, and that's all there is to it. I blinked. It was the first time I'd ever heard her speak to Marty like that about my father, and it shocked the hell out of me. My father's gaze immediately dropped to the floor, his jaw set in anger. No one's saying you can't be involved, she spoke more quietly. But it has to be in the background. You're in no position to take any responsibility for this place right now. She smiled and leaned into him. "And I'm not ready to lose you yet, you old goat." He glanced up, and I could have sworn there was a glint of tenderness somewhere in his eyes, although I wouldn't have bet on it. Still, my mother must have seen it because her expression softened. "Right now we need to focus on reducing your stress, managing your diet, and getting on with your rehab, just like the doctor said." My mother's expression remained unrelenting, and my father eventually sighed and pushed the keys back across the table. There was reluctant resignation and an element of defeat in his eyes, but he said nothing. I took the keys and held his gaze. "And can you try being, if not nice, then at least a tiny bit grateful to the people who are trying to help keep things on track for you? For us? And that includes Zach and Holden and the rest of the Miller crew." His expression soured, and he grunted something that may or may not have been agreement. Most likely not. Still, I pressed my luck. "And no more notes to 10, okay? Any instructions go through me. So remember that when you see him this afternoon." I stared him down, knowing full well he wanted to fight me on it. He glared a moment longer, then reluctantly nodded. "Fine." It was a small win, but I took it. There were few enough to be had when it came to my father. Hello? Sorry to interrupt, but I did try the front door." All eyes turned to the man standing in the open veranda doorway, water dripping from his soaked hair down his face. "When no one came, I followed the voices. I hope that's okay." Warm hazel eyes tracked the room, lingering on mine for just long enough to set a curious buzz running under my skin. If I hadn't just been checked out, I'd eat my fucking hat. Chapter 2. Jules. The guy standing in the doorway was in his mid to late 30s. He wore snug, stone-washed jeans, torn artfully at the knees, and a damp button-down shirt whose rolled sleeves exposed a myriad of tattoos over lean, muscled forearms. A pair of heavy biker boots and stylish round sunglasses with a light blue-grey tint completed the edgy style that had an almost dangerous bend. He appeared not the slightest bit uncomfortable, having walked in on an obviously heated discussion, merely amused. "I'm Liam Skelton." He addressed the silence as if his name explained everything. "I can wait in the car if you need some time." The name tickled something in my brain, but I couldn't put the pieces together. "Liam, of course!" My mother sprang to her feet. "Loose Goose Rehab, right?" Shit. This was my father's private rehab guru. That's right. Liam added a devastating smile and... Oh, lordy. My mother rounded the table, wiping her hands down her apron before grasping one of Liam's. Come in. We weren't expecting you until later." Liam shook her hand, apologising. "I wasn't sure I could find you, so I gave myself plenty of time." As they exchanged pleasantries, I took the opportunity to study him a little closer. He was certainly eye-catching, striking rather than stereotypically hot, and intriguing, especially with that hipster-style moustache and beard with its decidedly Van Dyke leanings, framing a very nice pair of lips. Then there was all that damp, glossy blonde hair, the earrings, a silver stud in one, and a long drop of polished jade in the other, a rainbow friendship band around his wrist, and a large animal tooth of some description on a black leather cord around his neck. The man looked like he'd taken a wrong turn on his way to an impossibly hip rock concert, sending my normally dormant bisexual libido into overdrive along the way. I took another look at that rainbow friendship band, added it to the rest of the puzzle, and mentally groaned, just fucking great. My father cast a critical eye over his new therapist, undoubtedly saw what I saw, rainbow friendship band included, and gave an audible grunt of disapproval. He'd been less than excited about paying for 7 weeks with a private rehabilitation specialist, but my mother had overruled him. It was either that or drive to Christchurch and back every week. Faced with those two options, my father grudgingly relented, but as I watched him now, I could see those redneck flags rallying in his bigoted brain. I could only hope that he treated Liam the same as he did our out and proud vet. Spencer was the best there was, and my father wasn't stupid. He knew Spencer was bi. He just pretended he wasn't. I shot him a warning glare. then stood to shake Liam's hand. "I'm Julian, but everyone calls me Jules. I should have recognised your name, sorry." Liam clasped my hand in a firm grip, his eyes locking on mine. "No problem. I did a bit of research before I came. You've got an impressive property here. Must keep you busy." "Thanks. And yeah, it certainly does." I stumbled, feeling my cheeks heat once again under that relentless hazel scrutiny. Liam's mouth quirked up at the corners like he found me amusing, and it was enough to snap the embarrassing hold he had on my attention. My father's stern expression conveyed he wasn't even remotely mollified by Liam's compliment, so I let him be and introduced Marty next, who also made no attempt to hide the fact he was equally unimpressed. "You apparently come highly recommended." Marty looked Liam up and down like he didn't believe it for a second. "I just hope you can live up to the hype." "Ooh, boy." My father grumbled something in his slurred speech that sounded like he didn't need any scrappy city boy telling him nothing. And I was about to apologise to Liam for his rudeness when my mother fired a sharp elbow into her husband's side. "Ignore him, Liam. Paddy will behave." Liam turned to my father, his expression softening. "I get it, Mr. Lane. Recovering from a big stroke like yours is a tough assignment. No one who hasn't experienced it will ever truly understand, including me. Our work together is going to push you to your limits. I won't sugarcoat it. But you seem like a strong-willed, independent man, and those are precisely the traits you're going to need. A little or a lot of frustration is part of the deal. I won't judge you on that." My mother nodded approvingly. "His medical team said you were the best, and that's exactly what we need. I just hope those skills of yours come with a truckload of patience." Liam's mouth turned up in a killer smile. "Well, I haven't been arrested. Yet." She burst into laughter, the clear sound of it made more startling by months of absence. Even my father shot her a surprised look, the thin set to his lips just getting thinner. Liam took it all in stride, like he was maybe used to a tough crowd. I was kind of impressed. "Jules?" Mum's voice snapped me out of my fugue. Liam's lips twitched in amusement, which I knew because I was stupidly gawping at them. Again. "Yes, Mum?" My mother gave a put-upon sigh that took me back to my teenage years. "I asked if you would show Liam his cottage before you head back to the woolshed." She turned to Liam. "Feel free to take a look around. Usual farm rules apply. If you open a gate, close it. Don't stray too far until you get your bearings. And the river is cold enough to freeze your nuts off, or so I've heard it said." She grinned cheekily. Liam snorted. Duly noted. "Good. Now take this with you." She handed him a covered plate of muffins and glanced up at the skylight as the rain eased to a gentle patter. "Better get going while you have a chance. Come back around 5 and we'll have a drink before dinner and get to know each other. You can tell us what you have planned for Paddy. Jules has his own studio flat at the back of the house, but he'll eat with us tonight, won't you, Jules?" "Apparently I am." I grabbed the keys from the table and gestured for Liam to follow. "Come on, before it starts pissing down again." Liam let me pass, and I caught a whiff of something spicy and citrusy that I had no clue about other than I liked it. We walked in silence back along the covered veranda to the front door until I was sure we couldn't be heard, and at the bottom of the steps, I paused and turned to face him. I apologise for Dad's less than warm welcome back there. At the rate he's been pissing people off this last week, there'll be no shortage of offers to help you bury the body if you need it. That includes me, by the way. Liam snorted and gave my shoulder a brief squeeze, the unexpected touch shooting warmth through my body. "Thanks. But honestly, it's fine. It's not my first rodeo. I couldn't begin to tell you all the names I've been called, or things I've had thrown at me, or how many times I've been fired and then rehired. I don't take on the easy cases. They don't need me. A little client grumpiness comes with the territory as your dad and I are learning about each other's boundaries. That said, you should know that I won't tolerate any personal attacks from anybody, client or otherwise. I made that clear with your mother when we spoke. This is my business, and the respect has to go both ways. I have a long waiting list of people who want to work with me. Besides, I'm too old for that shit." "You'll get no argument from me on that," I agreed. "And I'll back you 100% if it's needed. But while we're on the subject of warnings, my father can be an abrasive, unenlightened arsehole on a lot of issues. I tapped the rainbow band around Liam's wrist. He might simply be an ally, but I had a feeling. You can just ask, you know. And there was that killer smile again. I won't be offended. Your mother already warned me that your father might not like my gay ass in charge of his rehab. I blinked. She did. Well, okay then. I'm sorry, but I wasn't sure how to ask without looking like a total dick. I didn't want you going in unprepared. Liam tilted his head and studied me. I'm pretty sure that you looking like a dick isn't even remotely within the realm of possibility. He shot me a wink, but thanks for the warning. Now, lead on. It's finally stopped raining and I'm dying to see my home for the next little while. Never stayed on a sheep farm before. He made his way down the steps, leaving me standing like an idiot watching him go. Had he just flirted with me? Station, I corrected, hurrying after him. Liam shot me a confused glance. It's a station, not a farm. I explained, my feet crunching on the wet gravel as we skirted what had to be Liam's car, an older model 4-door Mercedes. It's rule number 1 for not pissing off my dad, and most of the Mackenzie leaseholders with a single word. Liam looked askance. Oops. Thanks for the heads up. Nice car. I indicated the old Merc. He followed my gaze and smiled. Yeah, it was my mum's. She died a few years ago, but there are days I swear I can still smell her perfume, or hear her giving me a bollocking. I shot him a look. Good memories? He nodded. Mostly. She had her faults, like all parents. I snorted. Yeah, tell me about it. He laughed, a warm, rich sound that circled in the damp air. The car was actually making a few noises on the drive up. Is there a good mechanic around these parts? Lyle Covington in Oakwood. He services all the fancy brands. Tell him I sent you. I led Liam past the pump and machinery sheds and then down the drive until we came to a grass track on the right, leading to a small cottage tucked away at the far end of my mother's vegetable plot. Liam looked around the fallow garden and shook his head. Wow, you guys really do supersize everything. I chuckled. Big gardens are a staple in these parts. Saves a lot of trips into town. And don't even ask about preserving. What you saw in the kitchen barely scratches the surface. He grinned, and those warm hazel eyes heated my skin. I didn't realize people still did that kind of thing in such quantities. I raised a brow. Don't tell my mother that. Liam laughed and stepped up onto the covered deck that ran along the front of the house. That's 2 Adirondack chairs positioned to make the most of the spectacular view. He turned, rested that lean body of his against the veranda upright, and gave a lengthy, contented sigh. Wow, Jules. Just fucking wow. I should be paying you guys for the privilege of waking up to this every day. I followed Liam's gaze and tried to see my home through his eyes. I might have lived here all my life, but it never got old. The view from the little cottage all the way down the U-shaped glacial valley to where the crystal blue waters of Lake Tekapo, somewhere in the distance, was one of my all-time favourites. The station's river flats quickly rolled up on both sides into steep slopes, craggy cliffs, and jagged alpine peaks, peppered by treacherous scree and deep ravines. Tiny pockets of snow snuggled in the shadows of the tussock mounds and thorny Matagauri, which carpeted the lower altitudes, but they wouldn't last long. And in the still air, heavy with the promise of more rain, the tumbling waters of the swollen Macaulay River thundered through the land like a heartbeat. Tough country for a tough breed, sheep and shepherd alike. Merino country. And it ran like oxygen through my veins. A broad smile stole over Liam's face. Not too shabby for a front yard. I snorted. Yeah, it's pretty all right. I just hope you don't get bored. It's hardly party central around here. I unlatched the door to the cottage and let it swing open. When I turned back, Liam was wearing an amused smile. I can assure you that I don't bore easily, and I'm a bit long in the tooth for partying hard. My recovery rate isn't what it used to be. The glint in his eye settled somewhere south of my belly. I parried hard. Do you mind if I ask how old you are? Not at all. 39. You? 35 going on 65 some days. I nodded toward the big house. Or so lately. Liam laughed, and I liked the sound of it far too much. If you give me a few weeks to get your dad moving more independently, things will hopefully improve. He walked past me into the cottage, and I tried, and failed, not to notice the way those faded blue jeans hugged every centimetre of a nicely rounded arse. The compact two-bedroom cottage wasn't what you would call luxurious, but my mother had an eye for stylish comfort at a good price, and all the station accommodation was furnished with practical coziness in mind. I switched on the lights and set the heat pump to warm the place up. This is really nice. Liam strolled around the room, his hand trailing across the back of a moss-green oversized couch and matching armchair. They faced a large open fireplace and groaned under a mountain of cream and grey cushions. Floor-to-ceiling bookcases stocked with a variety of reading matter framed the riverstone hearth, while a door to one side led into the larger of the two bedrooms, which housed a king bed with red and green plaid furnishings. The door to the second bedroom lay on the opposite side of the living space alongside a large desk. Throw mats covered the polished honey-coloured wooden floors between, and a tidy functional kitchen ran along the back wall, together with a nicely renovated bathroom. A round dining table with 4 chairs completed the picture, but the best part of all were the stunning views to be had from every room. The valley might unfold in spectacular fashion out front of the cottage, but the back kitchen window laid claim to its own breathtaking vista. A towering cradle of mountains looming over the station buildings like watchful sentinels. Damn, how am I ever going to get any cooking done? Liam mused, staring through the kitchen window while I stared at his, well, let's just say equally impressive personal scenery. This used to be our manager's cottage, I explained, dragging my attention back above the man's waist. But when Tennyson's marriage broke up, he moved into the smaller of the 3 apartments we developed in the old shearers' quarters, freeing this 2-bedroom one for guests. But there are 3 other cottages on the property as well. My brother Zach used to live in one, but he and his boyfriend now rent a property on Miller Station where he works. Let's just say Z's coming out didn't go down well. Liam's brow arched. Well, that sucks. I shrugged. Yeah, it does. Cute nickname, though. I grinned. He grumbles that he's too old for it now, but I still find myself using it now and then. If it weren't for Zach and Luke, my father might have died on the hill that day, and Dad knows it. It's put him in a bit of a quandary and opened the door for them to start being around each other again, even if it's awkward as hell. But getting real conversation out of my father is like getting blood from a stone. Liam raised a brow. Point noted. I'll assume I'm in for some challenging times then. I winced. Yeah, I'm just going to apologize ahead of time. He smiled in that way that said he wasn't too worried. Well, I certainly appreciate the on-site accommodation. Bunking down in a bed and breakfast in between travelling back and forth to Dunedin for so many weeks would have gotten old pretty quickly. He pulled open a few kitchen cupboards, then moved on to the fridge, which my mother had stocked to within an inch of its life. He read the labels on a few of the jars and plastic containers and broke into a huge smile. Wow, I wasn't expecting all this. I shrugged. My mother can't help herself. You should have enough to cover you for the next few days until you can get to the Oakwood supermarket. But don't buy too much. She'll keep plying you with food regardless. It's a Mackenzie tradition. You won't catch me complaining. Liam closed the fridge door and made his way across to the desk where once again he ran his hand over the smooth wood. He clearly liked to touch things, and for a second of madness I imagined those same fingers trailing down my back. I swallowed hard, my dick liking the idea of that far too much. Well, everyone here is just thankful you had a cancellation in Covidicin. Your mum's call came in pretty much the perfect time. Liam lifted a book on the Mackenzie basin from the desk and flipped through the colour prints before putting it back. I had a client with a back injury booked for a month of rehab, but his medical team decided to keep him longer in the spinal unit. And then there's my doctoral thesis, which I hope to devote some solid time to with few distractions around. He glanced out the window. Or maybe not. His doctoral thesis? What's it on? He grimaced. You're gonna wish you didn't ask. It's dry as dust, but I'm studying the inequalities that exist for people trying to access rehabilitation services. And yes, I know it's kind of hypocritical considering I mostly serve people who have zero access issues and a ton of spare money. When I said nothing, he began to flush. See, I warned you it was a dry topic. No, I argued, not at all. It's just way out of my league. I mean, I did okay at uni, I guess, but research was never my thing. I suck at statistics. He huffed. I bet you use a ton of them in one form or another on this station. Lambing, breeding, pasture growth, dry feed planning. I thought about what he said and smiled. Yeah, I suppose I do. And I don't think what you're doing is hypocritical at all. All kinds of people need help. He poked his head into the spare bedroom and grinned. Is there any room that doesn't have $1 million view? Nope, sorry. You're just going to have to deal with it. He chuckled. It'll be a struggle. But I think I'm up for it. And you're right. Illness and injury happen across the board. And I do try and balance my work. Wealthier clients allow me to take others on at a reduced cost. But I still think I could do more. Anyway, I'm not sure what I imagined, but this place is amazing. Thanks for showing me around. You're welcome. I arched a brow. Did you think we'd bunk you down in the shearer's quarters? Throw some hay on the floor and sweep the sheep manure into the corner? His eyes danced. Maybe? I snorted. Well, I can certainly rustle you up a few dags if you're truly after the whole woolshed ambience. Liam grinned. Nah, I think this'll do just fine. His phone pinged in his pocket and he pulled it from his jeans. I'll wait outside. No, it's fine. He pocketed the phone. It's only my sister checking in. I'll call her back. Is your family in Dunedin too? He shook his head. Just my sister Bron and 16-year-old nephew, Connor. We grew up there, but a few years after my mother died, my father moved up Kaitaioe. We don't see a lot of him. He's a good guy, but when Mum died, he kind of pulled away, I guess. He occasionally calls Connor, which is good, but Bron and me, not so much. I'm sorry. He shrugged. It is what it is. Do you travel a lot? A fair bit. His bright hazel eyes fixed on mine. But the best thing about working for yourself is that I can pick and choose my contracts. He shot me a slightly wicked grin. And as you know, I'm not cheap, which means I can turn down work when I need a break. I barked out a laugh. Liam Skelton wasn't even in the same universe as cheap, something my father was keen to remind everyone about as often as possible. But knowing we could hand Dad over to a professional 5.5 days a week was worth every damn penny. I showed Liam how to troubleshoot the switchboard with its haunted breaker switches, where the firewood was stacked, how long you had to wait for the water to run hot in the kitchen, and the eccentricities of the satellite dish, which could somehow survive a hellish snowstorm and then mysteriously go on the blink after barely 2 millimeters of rain. Cell phone reception is good to the northern end of the valley. I made my way out onto the veranda and down the steps, and Liam followed. But the minute you start to climb the ranges either side, you're history. Don't bother asking why, no one's been able to work it out, and a new locally funded tower is on the wish list. But none of that should bother you unless you feel like exploring. If you do, pick up a sat phone from the big house first and make sure someone knows what your plans are. Never just head off on your own. The weather can change on a dime in these mountains. It's deceptively inviting, but don't be seduced. A smile tugged at Liam's lips. Sounds like an old boyfriend of mine. And okay, that conjured images I wasn't prepared for. A fat raindrop landed on my lashes, then another, and another, while I continued to stand there staring at him like an idiot. It was Liam who broke eye contact first, tipping his head back to frown at the burgeoning clouds. I think I should grab my car before this breaks. It was enough to jerk me back to reality, and I followed his gaze. Good luck with that. I'll keep going to the woolshed out back. We headed back up the drive at a jog, but halfway to the house the sky opened and rain began sheeting down. Liam pulled the back of his shirt up and over his head for some protection, and I absolutely didn't gulp at the strip of bare skin covered with intricate lines of ink that snaked around his waist. Nor did I wonder at what else he had hidden under those pesky clothes. Nope, not me. Drenched to the bone, Liam made it to his car, yanked the door open and dived inside. I did the same with my ute parked just in front of him, grabbing the towel from the passenger seat and drying my face as I watched him do a U-turn and head back to the cottage. The minute he was out of sight, I groaned and banged my forehead on the steering wheel. Twice. Then I did it a third time, just for good measure. You idiot! I scolded myself. What the hell are you doing? It wasn't like guys had never been on my radar. I'd known I was bisexual since forever. One or two had even caught my eye, but that's as far as it ever went. Guys never had a seat at my table. I'd never invited them. Guys were complicated. Women were easier. Women were fine. More than fine. Women did it for me way more than men. They absolutely did. I'd never found them wanting or lacking. The sex was great. What was there not to like? And when faced with the choice of dating perfectly acceptable women or coming out as bi to the inevitable shitshow like Zack had experienced, it was a no-brainer. Why poke the bear? It wasn't as if I was ever likely to end up with a guy, right? Right? I stared into the rear vision mirror even though Liam was long gone. Nope, the chances of something crazy like that happening were a fucking 1,000,000 to 1. Right? Chapter 3. Liam. Paddy's good knee shook alarmingly as he rose from the shower seat, and he started to topple. Shit. I reached out to steady him. Don't! He threw me a pissy look, and swatted my hovering hand aside, which only made him wobble more. My frustrated sigh pretty much summed up our morning, or our first week, come to think of it. If you don't want my help, then you need to hold the rail. I grabbed his hand and wrapped it firmly around the grip bar. It's too early in the day for me to wreck my back wrangling you up off the floor just because you're too damn stubborn to accept help. He glared at me as he fought to get his words out, both of us knowing that wasn't all there was to his reticence. Leave me alone. Good God, give me strength. Fine. I raised my hands and leaned back against the vanity, close enough to grab him if he showed signs of crumbling. We've been doing this don't touch me dance for 5 long days, and I was pretty much done with it. The time we spent working through his speech therapist directives, Paddy and I got along just fine. Well, mostly. He was stubborn for sure, and we butted heads regularly, but he wasn't the first or the hardest nut I'd had to crack. With his dense right-side hemiplegia taking its merry time to show signs of improvement, Paddy's speech was at least starting to make progress. It could have been a lot worse considering the size of his stroke. Not that Paddy saw it that way. He understood what was being said to him, no problem there. But he struggled to get his own words out in a timely manner and sometimes chose the wrong word, or left out an is, or a the, or said right when he meant left, or glass when he meant mug, or slurred due to his non-compliant tongue. Things like that. But when I compared his speech to the recordings taken of him a month before, there was a definite improvement. That was the good news. On the other side of the coin, when it came to working with his physical challenges, Paddy did everything he possibly could to keep my hands off him, even to the point of risking injury and a setback. The shower incident was simply one of many almost falls he'd been lucky to avoid. I'd given him the benefit of the doubt the first couple of days while we were getting to know each other, not sure if it was just his stubborn streak showing. But watching him let Norma and Jules and even Marty help him on occasion, I was all but certain that his issue with me was simply the fact I was gay, which meant he and I were about to have a come-to-Jesus moment very soon. It wasn't possible to get Paddy moving the way I wanted to, the way he was so desperate for, if he refused to let me fucking touch him. He almost tripped over the non-slip mat and I started forward, ready to grab him, but he waved me off. He did it again on the lip of the shower because he didn't lift his foot high enough, and I swallowed a sigh. Both times he recovered with the help of the new grip bars, but when he suddenly lurched toward the chair next to the vanity, I was forced to intervene before he ended up on the floor. He froze in my arms, then tried to push me away. I held tight. "Stop it, Paddy!" When I had him properly seated in the chair, I took a deep breath and counted to 5. Rule number 1, I reminded him. Take it slow. Give your body time to catch up with your brain. He yanked the towel from the heated rail and jammed it over his junk before firing me another glare. "I was fine." I eyed him pointedly. "You were not fine. You need to do everything. Slowly, Paddy, everything. Use the grip bars. Use your aids. Think about each and every step. Take a deep breath. Focus. And slow the hell down. Keep sick of slow," he grumbled. "Sick of you." He stared at the floor. No surprise there. I sighed and handed him another towel. Dry yourself off. He circled his hand until I turned away. For fuck's sake. I stared at the wall and listened to his grunts and grumbling as he dried himself. You know, Paddy, I seriously don't care what you think of me. I care that you learn how to manage your body, to get as much independence as possible without breaking your damn neck. I care about you getting your life back, or as much of it as you can. But I can't do that if you won't let me help you, and to help you I need to touch you. To correct your posture, to straighten your hips and back, to guard against you falling, and for a dozen other reasons, all meant to keep you safe and get you walking again and out of this house. He didn't say a word, and a minute later a damp towel landed over my shoulder. I bit back a petty retort, hung it on the heated rail, and turned to find Paddy sitting in a white singlet and struggling to get his boxers up his legs one-handed. Slowly, I went to help him, pull them up over his knees, but his elbow jutted out to stop me. Ah, shit! My hand flew to my nose and came away bloody. Ah, damn it, Paddy! I glared at him in the mirror, but he wasn't meeting my eye. His mouth set in a hard line, at odds with the high colour in his cheeks. I rinsed my bloody hand under running water and inspected my bleeding nose. It stung like a bitch, but didn't appear to be broken. Small mercies. I shoved the water toilet paper up to stem the flow and pinched the bridge. That done, I took a deep breath and turned back to face him. Happy now? He narrowed his eyes but said nothing. And for the first time since we'd met, he looked almost uncertain, his gaze sliding on and off mine like he didn't know where to put it. I stared at him a moment just to make my point about how very pissed I was. And then I pulled up Norma's vanity stool and took a seat directly in front of him. Okay, Paddy. That's it. I'm officially calling time on this nonsense. He frowned but didn't look away. I'm not going to make you say why you don't want me to touch you, but let's just say I can make an educated guess. I raised the rainbow wristband in front of his eyes. Am I on the right track? He grunted, his distaste palpable, and I almost called an end to our contract right then and there. Jesus, his poor bloody sons. Yeah, I thought so. I kept my gaze rock solid on his. So now we've got that out in the open, you can listen up. His gaze sharpened and he eyed me warily. You don't have to like the fact I take men to my bed rather than women. I let the statement hang there for a moment, watching his eyes widen almost comically. If Paddy thought I'd hold back just because he was paying me, he had another thing coming. But you will respect me professionally, or we will end this contract right now. Just as I might not like that you appear to be a homophobic bigot, but I will respect you as a client in need of my skills, and you'll get treated the same as all my other clients. Paddy huffed and muttered something I couldn't quite make out and didn't want to in case I felt obliged to respond. Instead, I pressed on. That means we both have to give a little for this contract to work. The truth is, I have the skills and experience you need, Paddy. I'm one of the best around at what I do, and that's why your medical team recommended me. And just so we're clear, I don't need this contract. You need me. I don't need you. You're not doing me any favours here. I have a waiting list of clients and a substantial number of air points, along with a desperate need for a holiday that I haven't had in years. Which was exactly what I had planned until I got Norma's call. She did a great job of convincing me to ditch the holiday and come here instead. She promised me that you wanted this, that you'd do the work. Paddy's eyes flickered, and his jaw worked like he'd just swallowed something sour. But I wasn't done. But let me be really clear on one thing. I won't be treated like I'm a second-rate citizen, or like I have the damn plague. I'm gay, Paddy. It's not catching, so get over it. I'm more than happy to walk away from this job today, and you can employ someone else you deem more acceptable, although I don't rate your chances of finding anyone as good or who is prepared to come all the way out here for such a long contract only to be barked at by you, homophobia aside. Now, are you going to sit there like a petulant child, Or are you going to get back to work so that you have a fighting chance of enjoying the rest of your life on this gorgeous land you have the undeniable privilege to live on? I folded my arms and waited, hoping he saw sense, but not too bothered if he didn't. If he wanted me gone, I'd happily go. Rehab work was a partnership. If he couldn't work with me, I wasn't doing him any good by staying. Silence filled the small room, and the walls pressed in, ratcheting up the tension. Paddy's gaze dropped to his knees, the fingers of his good hand rolling and unrolling the edge of his singlet, but still he said nothing. Neither did I. The ball was in his court. After what seemed like a lifetime, Paddy's gaze flicked back up to meet mine. "My son," he squeezed his eyes shut. "Zach is gay. My son, I know." Paddy looked up in surprise. "I also know he probably saved your life up on that mountain. Is that the first time you've said the word gay without throwing up in your mouth?" Paddy blinked, but one corner of his mouth twitched. "Okay," he began slowly nodding. "We keep doing this." His gaze dropped. "Have to get better. Please." The please part was barely audible, and I almost asked him to repeat it just to fuck with him. And I figured I should cut my losses and take it for the monumental admission that it was. "All right, then." I offered my hand and he stared at it for a few seconds before clasping it with his good one. "Hi, I'm Liam Skelton, your rehab specialist. Looking forward to working with you." Paddy managed to mask his lopsided grin, but not before I'd seen it. "Paddy, same, and—" He waved his good hand in the general direction of my face. "Sorry." I gingerly touched my nose, which had thankfully stopped bleeding, and rolled my eyes. And it was such a pretty face. Whatever will the boys think? His smile was too quick to hide that time, and I knew we'd be okay. I reached for his frame and set it in front of his chair. "Right, let's get you decent, and then you can finish dressing in the bedroom where there's more space. Is it safe to show you the best way to get those boxes up without fear of you taking out my other nostril?" Paddy rolled his eyes but nodded, and it was all I could do not to punch the air. 5 minutes later, I opened the bedroom door to find Norma sitting on the bed waiting for us, her silver-threaded hair pinned up in its usual chic bun. She'd have been a stunner in her younger days, and that fine bone structure and classic beauty had morphed into an elegant 50-something. Jules lurked in her kind eyes, and the way her mouth always seemed poised on the verge of a smile. It was hard to imagine this gentle woman falling for such a truculent man, when she no doubt had a choice of suitors. Then again, love rarely made sense. Norma's soft green eyes were full of apology, telling me she'd overheard enough of what had been said in the bathroom. But one glance at the wad of paper on my nose, and she aimed a look of dire warning at her husband. "You're a damn fool, Patrick Lane." Paddy grunted, flushing bright red, and found something enthralling to study on the floor. Norma shifted her attention to me, offering a quick apologetic smile. "Everything okay?" I nodded. "We just cleared the air a little, that's all." Paddy shot me a surprised look and I shrugged. Throwing him under the bus wasn't going to get us anywhere. "Lunch at 12, then, as usual?" Norma raised a brow, and we all knew what she was really asking. Was I staying or leaving? "We'll be there." I held her gaze. "Straight after Paddy gives me a tour of the wool shed." She cut a quick look to her husband, who appeared equally surprised. It would be his first foray on his walker in front of the other shepherds. He always made sure he was seated in the kitchen at lunch before anyone arrived. But Jules had told me the wool shed was Paddy's favourite place on the whole station, and I was banking on a visit to give him the motivation he needed to keep pushing. "I've been hankering to take a look at all those shearers I've heard so much about." I waggled my brows and Norma snorted, while Paddy grunted something that sounded like a resigned, "For fuck's sake." I grinned. Lightening the topic was a first move. "Your car is still at the mechanic's, right?" Norma checked. I nodded. "They had to order a few parts. Could be a week or so." "Then you can use mine," she offered. "Paddy slides in and out of that easier than the ute." And with that she left with a kiss to her husband's cheek and a wink directed at me. The warm sunny day was the first real break in a week of grey rain, and the valley was finally starting to come alive with the promise of spring. The smell of damp grass rising off the tussock that had crowded my senses during those early days was slowly evaporating, giving way to a crisp mineral scent that seemed to hang in the air between the snow-tipped ranges like a sheet of frosty glass. I parked Norma's Toyota alongside the newly built ramp I'd asked Jules to organise earlier in the week. "You ready?" I looked sideways at Paddy and he nodded. "Okay then. Let's do this." I opened the door and that clean, fresh bite of air I'd been enjoying was immediately drowned by the warm, cloying odour of sheep manure, lanolin, and damp wool. I pulled a face while beside me in the passenger seat Paddy sniffed the air and sighed with what sounded like utter contentment. The ramp followed the outside wall of the new woolshed extension and up to the door closest to the shearing board, the space where the shearers actually sheared the sheep, according to Jules. The construction was a hot topic of debate between him and his father, but I knew Paddy regarded it as his pride and joy. I circled the car and opened Paddy's door. Loud strains of Wonderwall by Oasis floated over what were surely thousands of merinos milling in the yards, waiting their turn on the board. Paddy's mouth turned down in disapproval. I elbowed him gently. "If it helps them work faster, that's good, right?" His frown deepened. I smiled to myself, grabbed the quad cane from the back seat, and set it beside him. We'd been working on moving from the bulky walking frame to the four-legged cane, but Paddy's right leg wasn't always cooperative. I had suggested bringing the frame for the day's excursion, but Paddy had insisted on trying the cane. I understood. He wanted to look his best in front of his men, but even with my help, it was going to be a big ask. Paddy's border collie, Chip, leaped out of the back seat and headed straight up the ramp to the woolshed door. The devoted dog rarely left Paddy's side. I'd almost fallen off my seat the first time I'd heard Paddy's patient, gentle tone with the collie. It was in stark contrast to what most everybody else on the planet had to endure. Go figure. I helped him turn in his seat and position his feet on the ground, but Paddy was still grumbling about the music. "Sheep don't like din." I looked across to the pens where the merinos were standing quietly and said, "They don't look too upset to me." Paddy followed my gaze and grunted. "Townie," which said everything there was to know about what he thought of my opinion. Maybe, I ceded. Then again, maybe it's just you who doesn't like it." His mouth quirked up at the corners so briefly, I almost missed it before that familiar scowl returned along with that characteristic grunt of dismissal. I tapped him on the shoulder and waited until he looked up and met my gaze. "Considering it's your first time back in the shed, and how hard everyone has worked while you've been away, maybe just this once you could think about shelving any negative commentary. There'll be plenty of time for that when you're back doing more about the place." The furrows on his brow tunneled deeper. "Don't need you telling me nothing." The tone was his usual piss and vinegar, but there was something about the way he was staring, half disgusted, half fearful at the ramp up to the shed that struck a chord. I leaned against the railing and studied him. "You don't believe you'll get back in there working again, do you?" Before Paddy could answer, Tennyson strode out of the woolshed, jumped down into a pen, and ushered another group of merinos up the ramp. When he caught sight of Paddy sitting in the car, he did a double take and a smile lit up his face. He gave a quick wave and then disappeared inside once again. I could see Paddy's mind working, already deciding that he would never again be that guy. And the truth was, there was a good chance he wouldn't, at least not in the exact same way. From listening to you lot talk at lunch over the last week, I take it there are a ton of rolls during shearing. Paddy nodded without looking up. I gently clasped her shoulder. "Baby steps, Paddy. Just because you won't be leaping fences in a single bound doesn't mean you won't have an important place and role. This is your land, your station. You'll find a way, a place. Jules says you're a wall classer, among other things, right?" Paddy shrugged, still not meeting my eyes. "Right?" He flicked me a glare, but nodded. "Okay, then. Well, I've been doing a bit of my own research, in case you're interested." Paddy's scowl said he absolutely wasn't, but I soldiered on. "And from what I can tell, wool classers spend their time at a classing table, right? Sorting the fleeces into categories and stuff." He sighed and held up his right hand as if to say, "I only have one hand, remember?" I tut-tutted and said, "I didn't take you for a quitter, Paddy." That earned me an epic eye roll, which I ignored. 5 months ago, you couldn't even move your arm. Now you can lift your shoulder, raise your hand, and we're building that strength in your grip. Who knows what you'll be able to accomplish in another 5 months. His jaw ticked as he chewed that over for a few seconds. But I didn't get to hear his response before my phone rang. When I pulled it from my pocket, Bron's name flashed on the screen. "Sorry, Paddy, but I need to answer this." I walked off a few steps and put the phone to my ear. "Make it quick, I'm at work." "Then you talk to him," my sister huffed, and the next second I had Connor on the line. "Hey." The surly notes of an adolescent's sulk dripped from my nephew's 16-year-old lips. "Hey, man, what have you done to get your mum's knickers in a twist this time?" "Nothing." I counted to 5. "I told her I was going to quit school after this year," he blurted. "I keep telling her I don't want to go to university. It's a waste of time." I sighed. "Yep, that would have done it." I glanced back at Paddy, who made no pretense that he wasn't eavesdropping. He showed me his watch as if to say, "Hurry up," and I rolled my eyes and put my back to him. "So, who was it this time?" Connor went silent for a moment, then answered much more softly, "Fucking Keegan and his dipshit mates." Fuck. My chin dropped to my chest. Bron and I had been battling Connor's school the last few months regarding that particular group of bullies, although they weren't the only ones. The school had come down heavily on the worst of those responsible and brought in their parents, but things had simply moved off campus, which made it harder to target. Connor was a great kid, smart and talented, but his popularity and even his prowess on the basketball court had offered zero protection when he stood up against the bullies of a nerdy gay kid a year below him. James had been caught kissing his older closeted boyfriend in a local park, and was then outed to the whole school on social media. The boyfriend was a well-liked senior who'd insisted the kiss had been uninvited. Yeah, right. I'd seen them talking alone together on more than one occasion in the vicinity of Bron's house. But once they were caught, the senior dropped James like the proverbial hot potato, leaving the poor guy to bear the brunt of the homophobic onslaught that followed, along with Connor, who'd later stood up for him and was thereby guilty by association. My nephew was as straight as they made them, and although he might drive Bron up the wall with his nebulous ideas about his future, no one could fault his hardcore sense of social justice or his courage. It'd make a great pit bull for a worthy cause. "So, what happened this time?" I pressed. He huffed. "The usual. God save me from teenagers." I waited him out. "Just name-calling and shit," he finally admitted. "But they fucked my bike up, ripped off the chain in the seat and wrecked the rims. Mum had to leave work and come pick me up. Jesus Christ. I'd bought him the damn bike so he wouldn't have to face a second group of wankers on his daily bus ride." "Were you in school? Was James with you?" Connor hesitated. "We were outside the shopping centre on Logan. When I saw them coming, I told James to run." Because of course he did. "Con, I get that you're mad and upset. You have every right to be. But we'll find a way to make this stop." "Why can't you come back?" "Shit. I'm working, Con. This is my job." "So?" His voice trembled and my heart fucking broke for him. "Just because you were brave didn't mean it wasn't scary as shit. Let me speak to you, Mum. Maybe we can get the school to let you finish these last couple of months at home. It's mostly exam study left, right? And a couple of assignments, but I'm almost done with those. That would be great, Liam." He hesitated, then sighed, and I could picture his shoulders slumping. "But she won't go for it. You know what she's like." He had a point. I love my sister to bits, but as a single mum juggling work and bringing up a teenager, Bron's manic schedule didn't offer much time to supervise any homeschooling. "You just put her on, will you?" I waited as the switch was made and then held the phone away from my ear in anticipation. "He's going to university, Liam!" I winced. "Yep, window-rattling volume." "He has to finish school," she continued without pause. "He's not going to end up like me. He can do better." Her voice broke. "Why the hell can't they just leave him alone?" "Liam!" Paddy said impatiently. I held up a hand to him and waited for Bron's sobs to ease. "I want you to talk to the school about the possibility of him finishing the year from home." "I don't have the time to watch." "Just do it, Bron. There are only the exams left anyway. When I'm back, I can keep an eye on him, and we'll have the summer holidays to come up with a plan for next year." "I'm not going back next year," Connor bellowed from wherever he was eavesdropping. "You are going back," Bron shouted in return. I sighed. "Come on, you guys. There'll be time for that later. Bron, I really think we have to try this for Connor's sake. We need to show we have his back. This is important. Maybe more important than whether he returns to school next year or not." She broke down, and I waited again until she gathered herself together. I know. Do you think I don't hate what's happening to him? Jesus, why are things always so hard? We deserve a break, don't you think?" She wasn't wrong about that. "I'm so damn tired, Liam." "I know you are. But I don't think either of us are as tired as Connor and James are." She sighed. "Yeah, I know. James' parents rang. They wanted to thank Connor again, and to say they're taking him out of school and switching next year." She went quiet for a long moment. "I'll go talk to the school." "Thank God." "Good. Let me know what they say, and tell Connor to call me tonight." "I will. And thanks, Liam. God knows what we'd do without you now Mum's gone." "You'd do fine. You're a good mum, Bron. Everyone gets overwhelmed." We said our goodbyes, and I retraced my steps back to Paddy, still waiting in the passenger seat. He eyeballed me. "You're done now?" "Yes," I answered mildly. "Thank you for waiting." He studied me for a second. "Problems? Family stuff?" It was all he was going to get. He grunted, but when I didn't offer any further explanation, he reached for the quad cane and used it to lever himself forward on the seat. He eyed the ramp with disgust. "Bloody thing." I raised a brow. "You'd rather I carried you in?" His gaze jerked up. "Well, there's no way you're climbing a flight of narrow steps on your own just yet." He took another look at the ramp, and his expression shifted to resignation. "Fine." "Yeah, that's what I thought." I repositioned his quad cane and helped him to his feet. Besides, when I asked Jules about the chances of getting something like this built, he and Zach got it done in just 2 days. A raised brow. "Zach?" "Yeah." I closed the car door and adjusted Paddy's posture. "He was here in a couple of hours." Paddy chewed on his lower lip, but said nothing. I let him think about that, and got myself into position to assist him up the ramp. "Are you ready?" He nodded. "Then let's do this. But, fair warning, I'm not letting you do this on your own the first time. And that means hands-on. Got it?" He nodded, and I moved close to his affected side, so I could guide his steps, take some weight if it was needed, or catch him if he stumbled. It took a while to get him safely up the ramp, his weaker right leg seemingly determined to get in his way. But we eventually made it. I opened the door and Chip burst through, no doubt on a mission to find the other dogs. Paddy and I followed at a much more leisurely pace. Paddy did a good job of hiding his nerves, but I knew him well enough by then to recognize the signs. A flickering eye, a constant licking of his lips, and a lowered head. But once inside, his whole demeanor changed, like he'd had a sudden injection of purpose. His back straightened, and he took in the clamour and the busyness of the space with a shrewd assessing eye, his disability momentarily forgotten. "Take a minute to rest," I told him, pulling back on his arm as the combined odour of sweat, lanolin, damp wool, old wood, new construction and sheep manure stormed my nostrils. That, along with the buzz of the electric shears, loud music and a dozen or so people shouting, singing and joking around, and I was quickly in sensory overload. That was mollified somewhat by the spectacle of 6 sweaty, singlet-clad men wielding clippers over the merinos sandwiched between their legs. There was an awful lot of raw muscle on display and more than a few interesting tattoos. If my mouth went a little dry, who could blame me? But the last thing I needed was Paddy clocking my less-than-PG interest in a shearing gang, so I reluctantly dragged my eyes away and guided him further into the shed. "Hey, boss!" Tennyson gave Paddy away from where he was standing, talking with one of the shearers. "Welcome back to your real home." Around 40 and taller than Jules by a few centimetres, Tennyson, or Ten as Jules called him, was a broad-shouldered man with keen blue eyes, a ready smile, and salt and pepper just beginning to show in his short blonde locks. Lane's stock manager had struck me from the first as one of life's eternal optimists, which was saying something considering he'd worked for Paddy for over 10 years. I added resilient to that list of character traits. At 10's booming welcome, a dozen sets of curious eyes turned our way, and someone began clapping. The mood caught on, until everyone in the woolshed had downed whatever they were doing to join in. The applause was heartwarming, and without an ounce of pity. I hoped Paddy saw that too, and when he unexpectedly flushed bright red to the roots of his hair, it told me a lot about how nervous he'd truly been. But there was also a tiny, pleased smile on his lips. He brushed the welcome aside with his usual grunt and a wave of his hand, but he wasn't fooling anyone in that shed. He'd been touched by the welcome, and that alone made the effort to get him there worthwhile. But he was also exhausted. I took his elbow and he shot me a grateful look. Well, maybe not grateful exactly, but as a step up from homicidal, I was counting it as a win. Dad? Jules scaled a holding pen in a single fluid move that did interesting things to my nether regions. He wore filthy jeans and a loose black singlet that showed way too much slick skin for my libido to handle before lunch. His tousled, shortish hair fell carelessly over his brow like he'd come straight from bed, his thick, dark scruff looking like it hadn't seen a blade in a day or so. And I wasn't complaining. A smudge of something greenish-black striped his brow, and although I was pretty sure I didn't want to know what it was, it made me want to shove him into a shower with a sponge and, well, me, naked and stuff. All in all, he looked fucking delicious. And I rushed to roll my tongue up from the floor and back in my mouth before anyone noticed. Wow, this is a surprise? A good surprise. His gaze switched to mine, and the sunshine and his smile knocked my heart flat on its back. Damn it. What was wrong with me? When it came to men, I'd worked hard to make nonchalant my middle name, and had been trying all week not to obsess about the sexy shepherd. And who knew those two words together were even a thing? I'd failed miserably, of course, and then wasted far too much shower time painting the walls and regretting my life's choices. Suspicions aside, I'd no idea which way the man swung, and I was old enough to know better than to lust after straight guys. Jules ran a critical eye over his father. "You're looking good, Dad." Before Paddy could answer, Stuart shouted from the pens, "Hey, Jules, which ones you want next?" Built like a rugby prop with tree-trunk thighs and shoulders to infinity, Stuart was the youngest and most extroverted of the team. Jules indicated to the right. "The one's in the far pen. And don't forget that you out back needs an ultrasound. Where's Brent?" "Here." Brent's head popped around the corner of the end shearing stand. "Can you make sure those ewes we talked about yesterday are ready for Spencer to take a look at tomorrow? And for Christ's sake, will you clean the crap out of your damn ute today? Half a machinery shed is on the back seat, along with enough fast food wrappers to give Greenpeace a panic attack." I had to laugh, and even Paddy snorted in amusement. Brent was the dark horse of the team, watchful and introverted. Older than Stuart at around 30, he had dark, wavy hair and quiet blue eyes. But I'd picked him early on as the animal whisperer of the lot. The stock seemed to accept him as one of their own, and I was betting he could walk through a mob and name every single one. But tidiness clearly wasn't one of his strengths. As Brent gave Jules a thumbs up and headed for the back of the shed, I took a minute to appreciate this new-to-me bossy side of Paddy's eldest son. It made perfect sense, of course. The station was under Jules's control, and the buck stopped with him. But since I'd only ever engaged with the quieter side of the man, I had never pictured him dishing out orders. Not that the experience wasn't without its hotness merit, but it also awakened me to the realization that running an operation this size was a huge and complex responsibility. And with Jules as father watching his every move, and his brother no longer at his side, it had to be a lonely fucking job. Jules raised his brows at his father's quad cane. "Man, you could knock a few heads together with that thing." Paddy actually chuckled, and the sound of it brought a smile to my face. And as he and Jules chatted about the goings-on in a somewhat stilted fashion due to Paddy's careful verbalizations, I used the opportunity to perv on Julian, under cover of polite interest. There was no denying the guy was easy on the eye. 6-foot-something of lean country muscle, a quietly handsome face with stylishly cut dark hair, albeit a bit of a mess at that moment, flint grey eyes, a little lighter than his dad's, that seemed to pierce straight through my bullshit, and a dark scruff that I wanted to feel in places I had no right even thinking about. Julian Lane unsettled me in a way not many men did, and it was troubling, to say the least. I'd had a couple of long-term relationships in my life, but I'd never lived with anyone or wanted more. Being a fairly self-contained person, I liked my own company. I spent most days working intimately with people's complex needs. It was intense, challenging work. And at the end of the day, or the finish of my contract, my home was my sanctuary, and I guarded it with my life. The idea of a man cluttering up that space with their things, inconvenient demands, or just the mere fact of their presence sent horrifying chills racing down my spine. I never got flustered by a man, at least not in the way Julian did, with his capable air, glittering grey eyes, and that profound sense of knowing his place in the world. Julian had the air of a man who knew who he was and where he belonged. You wouldn't need to jolly a man like Jules along to make him feel wanted, soothe an ego bent out of shape, or play down your success so as not to threaten his by comparison. Men like that were rare and held an intoxicating allure for someone like me. But Jules was also my client's son, and that alone should have made him forbidden fruit, even for a bit of harmless crushing. Should have. But there'd been something about his smile that first day, something about the way I'd caught him looking at me when he didn't think I was watching, and maybe the way I felt when he looked at me as well. The whole thing was fucking with my head. But, straight or not, common sense demanded I steer well clear of Jules. His dad was a prize homophobe, and I needed that bag of snakes like a hole in the head. Didn't stop a boy from wondering, though. It was about then that I cottoned on to the sudden silence between Paddy and Jules, and realised Jules was frowning at my nose. His questioning gaze flicked up to meet mine, but there was no way I was getting into any of that right then. "Is there a chair somewhere for your dad to rest?" I changed tack, and caught the relief in Paddy's eyes. Jules blinked, then his cheeks reddened. "Shit, of course, I should have thought about that." He raced off to find a chair, and I directed him to park it next to the classing table while I guided Paddy over. Then I suggested Paddy might like to take a look at some of the fleeces from that morning, and gave the classer a quiet nod of encouragement. "Come on, I know you're dying to get your hands dirty," I told Paddy. "Here you go." The classer threw a fleece Paddy's way. "Take a look and tell me what you think. I reckon they're better than last year." And when Paddy immediately began fingering the wool, using his weaker hand as an anchor to hold the fleece in place, she caught my eye and winked. I left them, talking about microns and density and stock objectives, and wandered over to Jules, who was chatting with 10. The stock manager nodded appreciatively at the tribal ink wrapped around my forearm. "Nice tattoo you got there. Got any more?" For some reason, I couldn't stop myself from glancing at Jules. "A few, here and there," Tennyson chuckled. "Keep your secrets, then. You've got more than one of them, by the look of it." He pointed to my nose. "But I'm thinking I don't want to know about that one. Anyway, I better go see what the boss thinks of this season's shear. It's been one of our best years, not that he'll agree." As Tennyson wandered over to Paddy, Jules lowered his voice. "You did well to get Dad here. He refused all my offers, even though shearing season is one of his favourite activities on the station." "I figured he could do with the motivation," I explained, following his gaze. "I also didn't exactly give him a choice." My admission came with a ridiculous smile in the face of those beautiful grey eyes watching me. "See the aforementioned note on flustering?" Jules huffed out a laugh. "That's an impressive bossy streak you have going if it can get my father to toe the line." He had no fucking idea. Did Dad have anything to do with that?" Jules indicated my nose, and I sighed. "Yes, although to be fair, he didn't mean it. My face was going down while his elbow was coming up. The rest is history. Let me see." And before I knew it, Jules was getting up close and personal, inspecting my nose with a surprisingly gentle touch while I tried and failed to avoid staring up into those light grey eyes. I'm wondering how the fuck I got myself into these messes. "Doesn't look broken," he concluded, stepping away so I could breathe again. "Yeah, I figured that out for myself," I said, maybe a little too bluntly, but the man was seriously messing with my brain. In my experience, straight men just didn't do that shit, right? If Jules noticed my discomfort, he didn't react. Is there more I should know about what happened? He glanced over my shoulder to where Paddy sat at the classing table. I hope he hasn't been behaving badly. I blew out a long sigh. Okay. I admit we might have had a little come-to-Jesus moment after this. I gently tapped the side of my nose. He's been a bit reticent about me touching him. So I gave him the choice of getting over it, letting me work the way I needed to, or I'd simply wave sayonara as I drove away. Jules's eyebrows hit his hairline, and all the ligaments in his neck corded in a way that made me want to sink my teeth into them. God damn it! He glared over my shoulder at his father. I'm going to kill him! Forget it, I soothed, absently resting a hand on his forearm. It was only meant to reassure, but the heat of his skin made my belly swoop. It wasn't anything I couldn't handle. Unlike you, apparently. Jules's gaze shot to mine, like he'd felt something too. And for a few seconds, neither of us said a word. A few seconds, when all those questions I had about him on that first day returned like bees to the hive, making my skin itch with questions I had no right even thinking about. Tennyson was right, Jules said, far too softly. It is a nice tattoo. His gaze dropped to my forearm. I instantly let go of his arm and took another step back, shoving my hands in my pockets to keep them out of trouble. Thanks, but getting back to your father, please, don't worry. Based on what you told me about his views, it was an unavoidable conversation at some point. Let's just say we've reached an understanding. He studied me for a moment, then grinned broadly. I do believe my father might have met his match in you. I returned his grin because I was an idiot like that. Yeah, it's been said before. Liam! I turned to find Paddy motioning me over, the strain of the outing clearly evident around his eyes. I need to get him back to the house, I told Jules. It's been a big morning for both of us. Thanks for getting that ramp done so quickly, by the way. My pleasure. Not too steep. I waggled my hand. Maybe a little, but we managed. He frowned and glanced toward the door leading outside. I'll see what I can do. Maybe lift the lower end and add an extra section to reduce the incline. Leave it with me. I want to make things as easy as I can for you. I almost rolled my eyes and pointed out that he was very much not making things easy for me in any way, shape, or form. Then again, it wasn't really his fault. I was doing just fine finding my way along that road all on my own. Chapter 4. Jules. We'd driven the last of the shorn mob to the south pasture, and the nippy breeze on my flushed skin was slowly bringing me back to life. I latched the gate and headed the quad back toward the big house with Hopper and Dad's dog Chip balanced on the carrier mat behind. I'd had Hopper from a pup. Zack and I trained him together. When Zack left the station to live on Millerland, Hopper felt like the closest thing to my brother I had left on a day-to-day basis. Some days he still did. As if he read my mind, Hopper's chin rested on my right shoulder, his doggy breath hot against my ear. In contrast, Chip remained focused on the gravel road unravelling behind us, keeping an eye on our six just in case a random merino might have any designs on catching a lift. I loved the energy of shearing time, the racket in the shed, the arrival of the shearing gang with its faces old and new, and a chance to see the end result of all our aspirations coming off the backs of the mob in clouds of brown and cream. The station's future hung in the quality of the fleeces. They were its lifeblood. But the crowded wool shed was an oven to work in, and it had been a crazy busy couple of weeks. Not doing the shearing ourselves didn't mean we sat twiddling our thumbs. Having the entire mob passing through the yards offered an opportunity for multitasking that couldn't be ignored, and we worked around the shearers to check off vet inspections, parasite control, drenching, and so on. And with lambing season barrelling up fast, we needed to check the pregnant ewes and split them into smaller mobs based on their birthing histories. First-timers, those with any concerns about, and our prize performers were kept close to the shed. The reliable old hands were sent down to the south pasture. Most years the station team celebrated the end of shearing with the gang by hosting a huge cookout, but this year the gang was booked end to end with their next contract starting the day after they finished ours, so they were leaving early. To compensate, I added a sizable bonus to our agreed terms and donated a small pub's worth of beer for them to take with them, both of which were greeted with huge smiles. As I drew closer to the big house, Liam's cottage came into view just off to the left. My stomach lurched, as I once again debated the idiocy of what I was about to do. To be fair, the idiocy part wasn't the problem. The debate was about why I seemed hell-bent on doing it anyway. And the answer to that was embarrassingly simple and currently busy doing something on the deck outside his front door. I blinked and looked again. What the hell was Liam up to? Puzzling over our new resident was hardly a novel concept. My brain had spent 5 days carving itself a lightning-fast shortcut to the subject at hand, while managing to bypass common sense and self-preservation. No need for unnecessary detours, right? In short, it had taken no time at all for the sexy man to burrow under my skin and itch away, shooting all my good intentions up the shower wall. I'd found enough reasons to drop by the house that my mother was starting to look sideways at me, and my usual 5-minute snatch-and-go visits to the kitchen had turned into leisurely 20-minute chat sessions if I happened to run into Liam. Tennyson had even asked if I was feeling okay. It was getting ridiculous, not to mention way too fucking risky. I was breaking every rule there was. Case in point, Liam arrived in the wool shed that morning with my father in tow, and 5 minutes later I was touching his damn face within spitting distance of the man who could end my future on the station in the blink of an eye. What the actual fuck was wrong with me? Who does that? Idiot, closeted bisexual messes whose dicks unexpectedly discovered an on button in the form of blonde, mouthy, tattooed and talented occupational therapists. That's who. After 35 years of relative indifference to the sexual potential of men in my bed, I'd suddenly found myself heading straight, go figure, to lust jail, do not pass go, do not collect any brain matter along the way. My father would be so proud. Not. My brother, on the other hand, would laugh himself stupid until he threw up and then start all over again, which was exactly why he would never know. He'd been pestering me for years to take the plunge and look behind that door, and that had only become worse since he'd found his unhappiness with Luke. With the turn-off to the cottage just 20 metres away, my last chance to simply drive on by was staring me in the face. Yeah, right. Like there was even a choice in my head. I steered the quad left onto the grass and up to Liam's front steps. Puzzle solved. Liam was, in fact, sitting on a yoga mat with his legs split in opposite directions in a way that made my balls shrink in sympathy. He looked up as I made the turn onto his front lawn, and damn if he didn't look pleased to see me. Squinting into the late afternoon sun, his shrewd hazel eyes raked over my filthy attire, while his blonde hair was swept back off his face in the grip of a shiny gold headband that would have given my father conniptions. "Hey," he shot me a broad smile. "Just give me a sec. I'm nearly done." He dropped his forehead back to his knee, and considering he wore a pair of thin cream leggings that hugged every swell and curve of his stretched arse, including the tempting bulge on display at the front, I'd pretty much zero issue with this instruction. He could take all damn day as far as I was concerned. I slid from the quad, and Chip and Hopper sailed off the back and straight up the steps, bouncing around Liam's mat in excited greeting. "Come away!" I scolded, and they instantly fell in behind. Liam chuckled, but kept doing whatever the hell he was doing. Yoga, I suppose. Give the man a balloon. I grabbed a seat on the steps and watched what had to be the best show in town. If sexy man doing bendy contortions were your thing. They definitely shot up the list of my favourite recreational pastimes. And as for the stolen glimpses of Tattoo when his shirt rode up, just damn. When Liam looked up and caught me staring, his lips curved up in a knowing smirk and my cheeks blew hot. Shit. I cleared my throat and turned my attention to the brilliant sky at my back. The sunset had lit the tussock in a golden fire, the tall, jagged peaks behind cast into dark silhouettes against the painted sky. And on the valley floor, long shadows stole across the river flats like a gang of thieves. Liam sank onto the step beside me, towel in hand, mopping his face and neck, the scent of clean, fresh sweat playing havoc with my senses. I fired off a pic of this to my yoga class back in Dunedin. He tried to wipe his face, but the dogs crowded him for attention. He scruffed both their necks and tolerated a couple of noses through his hair before pushing them good-naturedly aside. "They're jealous as hell." I sent the dogs to wait by the quad and followed Liam's gaze across the valley. Sunsets like this are one of the best things about living on the station. Along with early winter mornings, when the hoarfrost clings to the tussock and the dog's breath fogs as they work the mob. Sometimes the air sparkles like it's made up of stardust. When Liam didn't respond, I turned to find him studying me with a bemused look. "It's pretty damn romantic for a sheep farmer. Station owner," I corrected, and he grinned. "My apologies. But it still stands. And now you're blushing. Rubbish." I turned away so he couldn't see me smile. Then again, I think everyone who works this land has to have a bit of romance in their blood. It's hard not to when you're surrounded by this every day. I gestured to the shadowing valley. It must be part of why we stick around generation after generation. Lord knows it's not for the money. Even the fact that the Mackenzie is named after the region's most infamous sheep-wrangling outlaw/folk hero says a lot. I think maybe this country was built on romance. Liam shot me a wry smile. "Does that include your dad?" I groaned. "There's always an exception." He laughed, and the carefree sound made me smile, putting another chink in that armour of mine that was rapidly failing. Liam was an intriguing mix of no-nonsense, self-assured confidence, and a devil-may-care, laid-back manner that was so very easy to be around. He was also out and proud in everything I wasn't, and the whole package screamed freedom compared to the pressure cooker of my own life, my closeted bisexuality, my dysfunctional family, and the complex frustration of running the station with my father breathing down my fucking neck. Liam, by contrast, was a breath of fresh air when I hadn't even known I was suffocating. He drew me in like a moth to a bright flame, which left only one question. How badly did I want to get burned? Because if I crossed that line, if I opened that door, burn I surely would, in some form and in some way. I could sense it, like I was teetering on a cliff. I didn't know if Liam was free or even seriously interested. I was a pathetic mess. Sometimes I wondered if maybe all I truly wanted was someone to talk with, someone I could be me with, fully me. To have a man other than my brother know the real me. What if that was all my infatuation was about? And then I remembered my recent shower scene that morning and groaned. Okay, so it wasn't only talking I wanted to do with Liam. "Jules?" I blinked to find Liam watching me with a small smile in place. Sorry. I guess I zoned out for a bit. It's been a busy couple of weeks." I tapped my head toward the yoga mat. "I have to say, we don't see a lot of that in the high country, especially not on the front deck." He laughed and patted the mat. "I don't imagine. But I like yoga. It centers me, especially after a difficult day." He shot me a meaningful look, which needed no interpretation. "I intend to introduce your father to one or two positions." I choked on a laugh. "Holy crap! You can't be serious." He nodded. "Deadly. Only I won't be telling him what he's actually doing. I'll just teach him a few simple exercises and poses aimed at strength and balance. He'll never know." I snorted. "Yeah, good luck with that." I nodded to his leggings. "But I'd suggest you don't show up in those. I'm not sure his heart will cope." Liam laughed and ran both hands down his thighs, and my tongue fell somewhere down the back of my throat. "I take your point. Now, is there something you came to ask, or is this a social visit? I can grab us a beer if you want." "No beer, thanks. I've got some things to finish up in the shed before I call it a day. But I did have a question. An invite, to be specific." Liam's brows peaked. "Now I'm intrigued." I held up a hand. "Don't get too excited. I was just wondering if you'd like to join the team for a celebratory drink in Oakwood tonight. It would be a chance to get to know people a little more. Nothing big, just toasting the end of shearing and considering the morning you had with my father. I thought you might appreciate a break from the station. Hit the town, so to speak." Liam's eyes danced across my face. "Hit the town, huh? One pub and a couple of cafes, if I remember right?" I feigned dismay. "Ouch! You do realize that around 5,000 people call Oakwood home, so there are a few more social establishments than that. Not many, I grant you, but a few. But even if there wasn't, Meg's place pours the best coffee in the Mackenzie. The Fleece has the cheapest beer you can find on tap on a Friday night, and the barbecue pit will have you drooling on your yoga mat. What more does a man need?" Liam grinned. I admit you make a good case. Sounds like fun, right? All the guys are going, and Zach and Luke will be there as well. You're welcome to catch a ride with me, but Tennyson is also driving sober, so you can go with him if that suits you better. I'm happy to ride with you. Those hazel eyes locked on mine, and I felt myself blushing. Again. I broke eye contact and checked my watch. Okay then, I'll swing by in about an hour. We can grab dinner at the Fleece. Nola runs a good kitchen. Simple pub grub, but tasty. I better jump in the shower then. Liam got to his feet and waggled his brows. This much handsome doesn't come without cost. I laughed in that slightly strained way that shouted my brain had taken the imagery and run sideways with it over a cliff. Then I stood and absolutely didn't watch Liam's ass as he walked inside in those ought-to-be-illegal leggings and shut the door in my face. Damn it. I fucking knew this was going to be a bad idea. Bang on an hour later, I pulled up to Liam's cottage and hit the horn. Punctuality was simply how I rolled, and fuck anyone who thought fashionably late was a thing. It was an argument I'd had many times with past girlfriends, and was very likely the reason they remained in the past. What can I say? You have watches, phones, and alarms. Use them. It's not rocket science. I'd barely put the ute into park when the front door opened and Liam strode out with his jacket over his arm. He looked sexy as fuck. In painted-on black jeans, those ubiquitous black biker boots that made my dick sit up and take notice, and a black and white sweater in a geometric design. He trotted down the steps and jumped in the passenger seat, smelling of vanilla and coconut, and some beach under a hot sun that I'd planned a million vacations for and never gone. I threw the ute into gear barely 30 seconds past our agreed-upon time, and just... damn! My heart kicked up a notch. Punctuality was indeed a sexy thing. Bonus points right there. I looked Liam's way, trying my best not to ogle when, in all honesty, ogling was the bare minimum of appropriate responses. Ready to paint the town? He laughed. Absolutely. But considering its size, I'm thinking artist's paintbrush, not roller. Cheeky fucker. I headed down the lawn and then south along the gravel drive toward Tekapo. Liam looked my way. Just us, then? I nodded. The others left with Tennyson about 10 minutes ago. He looked me up and down. I don't think I've seen you in more than your work clothes. You scrub up nice, Mr. Lane. I hoped the dim evening light hid the rush of blood to my face. Oh, thanks. Yeah, you too. My grip on the wheel tightened as I remembered the number of identical pairs of jeans I'd considered, then discarded, before settling on a tight acid wash that I usually avoided due to their propensity for ball strangling, and a fitted long-sleeve black Henley that made my biceps look a lot more impressive than they actually were. I'd matched them with my black chuckers and got a good dose of mortification at my own ridiculousness. I didn't do that whatever will I wear shit, not even for women. I was very much a take-me-as-you-find-me type of guy. Except for when I wasn't. Like now, apparently. Liam frowned at my obvious discomfort. Sorry, did that make you uncomfortable? I kept my eyes on the road in front. Not at all. I'm just not used to getting opinions on how I look. I swallowed hard. At least not from guys. Except my brother, of course, since he can't keep his mouth shut and has an opinion about everything. Although his aren't usually compliments. More like a running commentary on the sad state of my wardrobe. Not that he's a clothes slut or anything, far from it. I knew I was rambling, but couldn't seem to stop myself. But he wears most things well and has an eye for creating something out of nothing by just adding a trendy belt buckle or some other titivation I would never have thought of. I missed that gene. Or most likely it's because he's the better-looking one of the two of us. Yeah, I think that's it. Jesus Christ. I snapped my mouth shut and focused on avoiding all the potholes that had multiplied over winter. Liam took my word vomit in stride and simply said, I think you underestimate yourself. And now I'm especially looking forward to meeting this brother of yours to ascertain the truth. Which was, of course, the perfect thing to say. And I blushed with the heat of 1,000 suns. Chapter 5. Jules. The 30-minute drive was spent in easy conversation. I answered Liam's questions about the history of the stations, which schools I attended, and how I'd found growing up in an isolated rural community. Then I turned the conversation to his loose-goose rehabilitation business and how he developed it from scratch after seeing a need for a private service available outside the bigger cities and for more complex work. Although I'd known Liam had to be good at what he did to deserve the glowing medical recommendations, I'd still been impressed. Under that laid-back vibe lurked the heart of a savvy businessman and a whip-smart brain. He not only had a master's degree in occupational therapy, but he had some physical therapy and pharmacology training as well. It was all a little intimidating for a back-block cocky like me. We pulled into the parking lot behind the pub, and I grabbed the vacant spot next to Girl's ute before we made our way to the Fleas Bar. I held the door open for Liam, and he gave me an odd look, as in, "What the hell are you doing?" before passing through with a tiny, pleased smile. I'd done it without even thinking, but it was just good manners, right? I ignored the uncertainty of my answer and followed him in, reminding myself not to stare at his ass with half the Mackenzie watching. Epic fail. "Jules!" Zach waves me over to the back corner where 2 tables had been sandwiched together to hold the shepherds of both stations. Holden, Luke, Gil, and Zach all sat around one, leaving a couple of empty chairs, while Charlie and Sam talked animatedly with Stuart and Brent at the other, along with Tom and Tennyson, who had their heads bent over a napkin, pencils in hand. Charlie reached over and touched Ten on the arm, pointed to us, and Ten turned and gave us a wave. The sight of the 2 teams socialising together made me smile. Prior to my father's stroke, both stations had kept their distance, mostly because they knew Paddy wouldn't look kindly on lane employees socialising with the enemy. And by enemy, he really meant gay. But after Dad's stroke, when Miller Station saved our proverbial bacon, I'd made it my mission to start mending the relationship, and I didn't give a shit what my father thought about it. Liam followed me through the half-full bar, and I swallowed a smile as Zach and Luke and the rest of the Miller team ran their curious eyes over him for the first time. With his startling blonde hair, tats, and edgy good looks, not to mention those skin-tight black jeans, Liam was a head-turner regardless of what cranked your shit. I recognised the appreciation in my brother's eyes as he leaned over and whispered something to Luke, who raked his gaze over Liam before answering, "Who the hell knew what?" Beside them, Gil took one look at Liam, glanced my way, and then smiled in that secretive way which irritated the fuck out of me, while Holden merely blew out a low whistle, which earned him a smirk and an elbow from Gil. And so it began. Just fucking wonderful. "Listen up, everyone," I banged on the table. "This is Liam Skelton. He's staying with us for another 6 weeks, while he works with Dad's rehab, providing he doesn't kill Dad first. Or I do. We're taking bets in case you want in." Everyone laughed, and there was a few sympathetic looks sent Liam's way. I added, "Be nice and introduce yourselves while I grab a beer. Liam?" He turned to me and nodded. "Something local, please." He cast a broad grin around the crowded table. "I need to find out if you Southerners can make a decent brew." As intended, the comment earned him a slew of cheeky retorts and promises to make him eat his words, and the kind of immediate acceptance in a fairly insular community that was pretty impressive. Mackenzie locals weren't easily won over. The guy certainly had some social skills. Comfortable that I could leave Liam in safe hands to complete the round of handshakes and introductions, I headed to the bar. When I returned, Liam had taken the empty chair closest to Tennyson, and the 2 men were busy chatting about something to do with frozen shoulders. I placed Liam's beer on the coaster in front of him and slid into the chair alongside. He turned and shot me a quick smile. "Thanks for that." And of course I grinned like a fucking idiot. "You're welcome." He returned to his conversation, which left me nowhere to look except across the table at Zach's and Luke's beaming faces. "Wonderful. You're looking rather dapper tonight, brother." Zach regarded me with a mischievous glint in his eye. "Nice to see you wearing tight jeans for once." Luke rolled his eyes at me in sympathy. "Just ignore him." "So..." Zach's gaze flicked to Liam, and then back to me, and he lowered his voice. "Interesting times ahead. Shut up." I mouthed the words so Liam couldn't hear. Zach waggled his brows and mouthed back, "He's fucking hot." Luke elbowed Zach none too gently and warned, "Behave." Holden gave a soft snort and looked about to add some no doubt equally inappropriate comment when Gil's hand clamped over his boyfriend's mouth. Not a word. I narrowed my eyes at Zach, but he merely batted his lashes innocently. I knew he'd told Luke I was bi because he'd asked if he could, and I also knew he would never out me. But Gil had an uncanny ability to read minds, and he was watching me with a thoughtful expression. Holden was clueless, of course. That went without saying. If it didn't have 4 legs and 17-micron wool, it barely registered on the man's radar. Not that I was averse to all of them knowing, a revelation that jolted me. It was more that the conversation had ever come up. Zach crooked his finger at me and then leaned across the table. I rolled my eyes and met him halfway. He whispered, "Is he gay? He looks gay. Tell me he's gay." I groaned and fell back in my chair, shaking my head and pointedly ignoring him. A foot tapped against mine, and I ignored that as well. It tapped again, harder, and I bugged my eyes at my brother in warning. He smiled demurely. Ah, yes, I was going to kill him. Very, very slowly. I kicked him in the shins and warned, "Z, will you shut—" "Yes, I'm gay." Liam turned, grinning at the five of us. Oh, God. My cheeks turned nuclear. "I'm so sorry. I apologize for these idiots." I turned my best shut the fuck up glare on Zach, but he was too busy staring at Liam. "Does Dad know?" Zach's expression assumed a stricken look, and my heart sank. Damn it. I'd meant to call Zach, but in the busyness of the week, I'd forgotten. Liam answered without any idea of the reason behind Zach's inquiry. "Yes, he knows. We've had a moment, I guess you'd call it. It was touch and go, but I'm still here." "You mean he—" Zach paused, his head slowly shaking. "He talked? With you? About being gay?" He sounded incredulous, but also deeply hurt. Zach had been waiting over a year for our father to show any interest in talking about what happened when Zach came out. Luke's arm slipped around Zach's shoulder. "Don't worry, baby. You'll get your chance." Liam's smile wavered as the puzzle pieces fell into place. "Hey, Zach, don't get me wrong. To say we talked would be stretching the truth by a long way. It was a little more than a brief exchange regarding him needing to shift his attitude about being touched by me, or I'd be on my way." He eyed Zach sympathetically. "You'd hardly call it a conversation, although he did tell me his son was gay." Zach's eyes blue-eyed. "He told you?" His gaze jerked to Luke, then back to Liam, and he shook his head. "Yeah, I can just imagine what he said." Liam stretched a hand across the table and covered Zach's. "It was nothing like that. It was actually very matter-of-fact. Just telling me that Zach, his son, was gay. Like he was offering it as some kind of bridge between us." Zach frowned and looked sideways to Luke, who leaned in and gently kissed his cheek. Then he slumped in his chair. "I have no idea what to do with that. But thanks for telling me. I know it's stupid, but I keep hoping, you know. Then I tell myself I'm crazy for thinking he'll ever change. And even though I've been back and forth to the station while Dad was in hospital, now that he's returned, I feel uncomfortable again. Unwelcome. That's almost worse than it was before because of what happened." "You're always welcome, Z," I interrupted, "and Mum would agree. Don't let the bastard scare you off. I don't give a damn what he thinks. I want my brother back." Zach's smile never reached his eyes. "It's not quite that easy, is it?" He blew out a long sigh. "After what we went through on the mountain to get him out safely? If it wasn't enough to make him rethink, then—" The pain on his face was so raw, I wanted to pull him into my arms. Luke beat me to it. And as Zach melted into his boyfriend's embrace, I felt a surge of gratitude that they'd found each other. And I wondered what that felt like, to have someone beside you to share your life, and at your back when you needed support, or love, or just a fucking hug at the end of a long day. What it felt like to not have to be the steady older son, the next in line, the reliable legacy. I knew Zach saw me as the strong one, but that was so far from the truth it wasn't even in the same universe. It was Zach who was the stronger one, not me. I'd been nothing but a coward most of my life, bound to my father's demands, while he'd been the one to field most of the criticism, and in the end, the one to state his truth and put his future on the line. The one with the courage to finally walk away and claim his life. That was real strength. "I'm sorry about what happened when you came out," Liam said softly when Zach finally wriggled free of Luke's bearish hold. "It sucks. I was 14 when I came out, and although my mum was okay with it, my dad didn't know what to make of it all. There were a lot of long silences, and he could barely look at me. He mellowed a lot over the next couple of years, and things went back to being okay. But we never really talked about what happened, which makes it hard to move on. When my mum died, he moved right up north, and he's kind of been on the fringes of my life ever since. He makes an effort with my nephew, but, yeah, it sucks. I'm sorry, Zach said quietly. Liam shrugged. Don't be. He was never going to win Father of the Year even when he thought I was straight. Silence fell, and I realised the conversation had carried around to the table. Tennyson slid his chair back, got to his feet, and gently squeezed Liam's shoulder. Right, I think it's time we got the celebration underway. The next round of drinks is on Lane Station. Right, boss? He raised an eyebrow my way, and I grinned. Absolutely. And likely the next few as well. Everybody cheered, and Ten threw a pen to Stuart, who snatched it mid-flight. You're on food orders, son. Shit. Stuart scrambled to catch all the orders immediately thrown his way. I pressed my thigh against Liam's, and he whirled around like I'd poked him with a cattle prod. Thanks for what you said. I tipped my head toward Zach, who was debating with Luke about which shots they should order. Liam's eyes grew soft. No worries. I'm going to help Tennyson carry the drink order back. I watched him all the way to the bar, or at least until a familiar boot connected with my shin, when I turned to find Zach grinning at me like a Cheshire cat. Will you please just give it a rest? Hell no! His grin grew wider as he once again leaned across the table and lowered his voice. The man is gorgeous. I can't believe he's been staying with you a week, and you never even sent me a pic. And exactly why would I do that? I protested. Because we're a little short on gay eye candy around this place, in case you haven't noticed. The rest of what he wasn't saying was plain in the intense stare he directed my way, that translated to, he's there, you're there, he's hot. The rest was self-explanatory. Jesus, see. I shook my head. Objectifying much? His secret little smile said it all. He's an employee of the station, for fuck's sake, I pointed out. No, he's an employee of our parents, not you. This is not station business. I had no answer. It was an argument I'd already used 1,000,000 times over the last week. Zach pressed. It's like a fucking sign, Jules. Jesus, take a chance. What have you got to lose? He's only here for a short time and he clearly likes you. Dip your toe in the water. He added another of those caterpillar-like eyebrow waggles that made me want to rip the things off his face. I snorted. You don't know that he likes me, and it's not a fucking sign. I only asked him to come tonight because he's had a difficult day with Dad. Now will you please? Shut up. The warning in my tone elicited a long, frustrated sigh from Zach, who then grumbled, It's not like anyone is paying the slightest bit of attention to us. But he made a zipping motion with his fingers across his lips and sat back with a grumpy look on his face anyway. A few seconds later, Holden leaned across the table, looking totally confused. What's a sign for what? Oh, God. I tried to drill Zach with an I told you so glare, but he wouldn't meet my eyes. Nothing. It came out sharper than I'd intended, and Gil patted Holden's arm. Drop it, babe. It's none of your business. My attention turned slowly to Gil, who was busy staring sightlessly at the menu in front of him. And that's when it hit me. Jesus Christ. Eyes up here, Gilbert. He snorted at his full name but lifted his gaze. How did you know? I asked as the other three at the table turned to watch. It wasn't me, Zach blurted. I swear. I already knew that, so I kept my eyes trained on Gil and arched a brow, waiting. His cheeks pinked. Jeez, okay. I surmised, that's all. But to be fair, I didn't know for sure. Not until tonight. Surmised, huh? I studied him. No, what? Holden demanded, his gaze ping-ponging between Gil and me. Gil ignored his boyfriend, keeping his eyes fixed on mine. Your call. I stewed on the decision for a moment before eventually nodding. There was no group of people in the world I trusted more than these four men. I checked over my shoulder, but the other table was engrossed in one of Tom's long-winded mustering stories. All right, fine, I conceded. You can tell him. Quietly. Zach reached across the table and squeezed my hand. I'm sorry if I inadvertently gave anything away. You didn't, Gil assured him. I returned Zach's squeeze. It's okay. Maybe it's time. Holden's cheeks fired bright red. Will somebody please tell me what you're talking about? Gil leaned sideways and kissed his boyfriend's cheek. God love you, baby. I certainly do. But some days you need a sat-nav just to find your asshole. Zach choked on a laugh. Oh my God, can I use that? No, you can't. Gil stroked Holden's cheek. We're talking about the fact that Jules happens to be part of our little group of alphabet friends. Alphabet? Holden took a second to run that through his brain before he turned his widening eyes on me. You're gay? Bi. He frowned and sat back with a stunned look on his face. But how did I not know this? I grinned. Maybe because I've spent all my life dating women, and you haven't answered my question, Gil, about how you knew. Just how fucking obvious had it been that a guy I'd known for only 18 months had seen right through me? Gil sighed. Don't look so worried. It was just a feeling. I'm a psychologist, for fuck's sake. Observing people and making deductions is what I do. And like I said, I wasn't sure until I saw you walk in tonight with Liam. He was staring at his ass like it was your favourite ice cream. Oh. Heat radiated up my face. Holden's eyes blew wide. How come I didn't see any of that? Am I really that fucking oblivious? There were snorts of laughter and Gil patted Holden's cheek. Yes, you are. But I happen to love that about you. You're 100% focused on what's really important, the things that matter to you, and the station, and us. Especially the me part of all that. The rest is background noise to you, and I wouldn't change that for the world. Zach's gaze turned slowly to mine, his brows up in his hairline. Like an ice cream, Jules? He smirked. Really? And you are so fucking blushing up a storm there, bro, just so you know. Oh my God, I'm going to kill you. Who's blushing? Liam appeared with a tray of drinks and the table fell silent. No comment, I grumbled, reaching for a light beer. I can take him home if you like, Luke offered, earning himself a glare from Zach. If I thought he'd go, I might take you up on it. I pushed an IPA Luke's way. But we both know you're putty in my brother's hands. Luke nodded slowly. This is unfortunately true. It's a crippling responsibility, but somebody has to love him, right? Ow! Zach retrieved his elbow from Luke's ribs. I'm fucking easy to love. The easiest thing in the world. You say it all the fucking time. Of course you are, my little cupcake. Luke slid a hand around Zach's neck and tried to pull him in for a kiss. But Zach resisted, narrowing his gaze on his boyfriend. You're fucking with me. Maybe. Luke leaned in. But how about you kiss me anyway? Zach sighed and did as he was asked, muttering, I want it noted that I am complying under duress. They kissed again, and then all four of them began arguing about whether to go with starters or save themselves room for dessert. A thigh joggled against mine, and I turned to find Liam's bright hazel eyes just inches away. They're pretty damn cute. I followed his gaze and smiled. Yeah, they are. He nudged me again. But I was right, in case you were wondering. About what? His mouth curved up in a slow, sexy smile, and my stomach did an embarrassing swoop. I was right that your brother might be cute and all, but he's definitely not the best-looking one in the family. What? I stared at him, lost for words. What the hell did you say to something like that? I fumbled around on my stunned brain, but nope, nothing came to mind. Liam smiled another of those devastating smiles that rattled my hormones, and his eyes dipped to my mouth for just long enough to set my heart a-thumping. You're blushing, Mr. Lane. And I so fucking was. Again, it had to be a record. Liam was still looking at me, the rest of the table fading into the background as he added, I think maybe you and I should have a conversation soon. He clinked the neck of his bottle against mine and winked. Maybe you should drink that before you break it. My gaze shot to the bottle I held in a white-knuckled grip. Hey, new guy! Charlie called to Liam from the far end of the table, shooting him a wicked grin. Come down here so we can interrogate and embarrass you. Liam laughed and headed for the far end of the joined tables, leaving me to ponder his words. I think maybe you and I should have a conversation soon. My heart galloped at the thought of what he might have meant. No, what I knew he meant. Oh, fuck. Oh, fucking fuck. I downed half the bottle of beer in a single guzzle and slammed it back on the table. Holy shit. I wasn't ready for this. Was I? I looked to Zach, feeling the panic start to rise, but he was frowning at something behind me. Hey, Jules. Fancy running into you tonight? A petite, fair-haired woman slid into the seat vacated by Liam and kissed me on the cheek. Years rolled back as familiar notes of rosehip and lavender overtook the sharp citrus tang of Liam's cologne. Laura? I stared into the pretty blue eyes of my ex-girlfriend from a few years back and slid a little further down the rabbit hole, synchronicity biting me on the butt. My past and present coming together in some weird game of whack-a-mole. Wow, what a surprise. Laura positively beamed. Isn't it just? Dressed in fitted jeans and a crisp white cotton button-down, she looked as lovely as always, her shrewd gaze scanning the group at the table, lingering on the new faces with obvious interest. Hey, Zach. She wiggled her fingers at my brother, then raised a curious brow at Luke, who was sitting with his arm around his boyfriend. Now you're definitely new. Zach introduced them, and Laura nodded happily. Nice to meet you, Luke. She looked back at Zach with a wicked gleam in her eye. So apparently the rumours are true. I did hear you had an interesting year. Well, good for you. Zach rolled his eyes. I should have figured everyone's second cousin twice removed would know by now. Laura grinned unapologetically. Mum called the day after you moved on to Miller Station. So, you had like 24 hours of privacy? Seems about right. She filled me in on your boyfriend a few months ago. Zach shook his head. Jesus fucking Christ. And this must be Gil. Laura beamed. I've heard a lot about you as well. Gil turned a fetching shade of dusty pink, and I let Holden make the introductions. While they were busy doing that, Zach nudged me under the table and flicked his head toward Laura in a don't you fucking dare look. I ignored him. He'd always thought of Laura as a sweet but boringly safe choice on my part, but right at the moment, with Liam sitting just a few meters away and royally fucking with my head, boringly safe seemed a pretty damn good option. Laura's gaze swept the four men. Jeez, you boys have sure been busy while I was away. I smiled because that was Laura all over. Open and friendly, and always seeing the best in people. Not a homophobic bone in her shapely body. The 6 months we'd spent together before she left for a job up north had been one of the few long-term relationships I'd ever had. And we'd made a good team. I saw Liam watching from the far end of the table. He caught my eye and quickly glanced away. So how long you home for? Holden asked. Well, I actually chucked in my job, Laura admitted cheerfully, meeting my gaze. So we should definitely catch up. And there was his boot connecting with mine again. I withdrew my leg and ignored him. Laura continued, her gaze still fixed on me. I got tired of the Auckland chaos, she explained. I'm going to have a go at developing my own underwear line. She tugged on the shoulder of her jersey, which had slipped to expose a pretty black bra strap. My gaze lingered for a moment, memories flooding back. Sex was something else Laura and I had done well together. Of course that means no money coming in for a while, hence the move back home. She laughed prettily, and the warm sound curled in my belly like hot cocoa. Well, I'm sure you'll be a hit. I ignored the tap-tap-tapping of Zach's fingers on the table and the way Luke was eyeing his boyfriend like he was 2 seconds away from marching him outside. Maybe, but either way, at least I'll have tried. She eyed me up and down. I have to say, you're looking good. Thanks. You too. And I meant it. She put a hand on my arm and squeezed. Oh, sorry to hear about your dad. He's home, right? Maybe I'll drop by and say hello. Jesus, George, that was the last thing I needed. When Laura headed north, my father berated me for letting the one get away. Thanks, and yeah, he is. But he's not quite ready for visitors yet. Maybe give him a few weeks. Okay. She studied me for a moment, then smiled. In the meantime, maybe we could get together for a drink or something, if you're not seeing anyone, that is. My gaze strayed inexplicably to Liam before I snapped it back. Nope, still single. And yes, I'd like that. She beamed. Excellent. I'll call you. Now, you gonna buy me a drink or what? Chapter 6. Liam. I stretched from the bed to the window and flipped the roller blind up. Too bright daylight poured into the bedroom, causing me to snap my eyelids closed and rest the back of my forearm over my eyes. "I think you and I should have a conversation soon." My groans circled the quiet room. "Really, Liam? What the hell were you thinking?" I couldn't even blame the alcohol since I'd only had one beer. Still, it certainly solved one issue and answered a burning question. After my suggestion, Jules couldn't have been more obvious in his mission to avoid me, spending the rest of the evening talking and laughing with the cute blonde who'd planted herself in my seat the moment I'd left. The easy intimacy they shared, touching and leaning in close, spoke to a lot more than friendship, and watching them dance together at the end of the evening, I'd found myself surprisingly disappointed and mortifyingly jealous. And as for the almost silent 30-minute drive back to the station, awkward didn't even begin to cover it. When Jules finally pulled up at the cottage, he was as skittish as a kitten, and I practically leaped out of the ute to end the mutual suffering as quickly as possible. Damn it! How'd I read things so wrong? I was usually pretty astute when it came to this shit. Jules's expression as he watched his brother kiss his boyfriend had seemed envious, maybe even hungry. And the way he'd looked at me when our faces had been so close, way too close for most straight guys to be comfortable with, in that moment I'd almost been positive. But I'd been wrong, and I'd broken the golden rule. Don't flirt with a guy until you see the rainbow stripes in their eyes. I sighed. Everyone has their off days, I guess. At least he was a nice guy, and hadn't gotten too pissed about it. Just awkward. I grabbed my phone from the bedside table and checked the time. 8 o'clock. I snuggled back under the covers to contemplate my plans for the day. My contract with Paddy stipulated a minimum of 6 hours a day, Monday through Friday. 2 to 3 hours on Saturday morning and Sundays off. But with it being our first week, I'd given Paddy the option of taking Saturday for himself, and he'd jumped at the chance. I didn't blame him. I ran a tough schedule, and it took some getting used to. By the end of the previous day, he'd looked positively exhausted. I was happy to let him sleep in and give us both a break. Through the blur of condensation on the window, a bluebird sky and a crisp, chilly morning beckoned, perfect for a spotty yoga on the deck. And yet I balked at the very idea. My brain felt too cluttered to do it justice, which should only have reinforced my need for a bit of meditative stretching, but I was feeling an urge for the wind in my face and the road under my feet. I counted to 3, flung the covers back, and ran my goosebumps as fast as I could to the bathroom. 10 minutes later, I was jogging down the gravel road with the Foo Fighters slamming in my ears. A crisp frost covered the tussock mounds, with only the grassy tips beginning to drip in the morning sun. Fence posts glistened in the sparkling light, and a cool valley air grazed my cheeks like ice-tipped fingernails, my feet pounding in time to the music. 15 minutes of running brought me to the river and out of sight of the big house and the rest of the station's patchwork of buildings. With music blaring in my ears, I never even heard the quad until it pulled alongside and slowed to keep pace. And I didn't need to look around to know who it was. Jules. I buried the petty urge to ignore him and slowed until I was running in place. Jules brought the quad to a stop. I turned and pulled my AirPods free, and Hopper immediately thrust his head over Jules's shoulder, his breath fogging in the icy air. "Hey, boy." I reached out and stroked him. "That's a cold nose you've got there." I finally looked at Jules and offered a very civilized, "Good morning." "Hey there." He still looked uncertain, and I hated that he did. Hated that my idiocy was responsible. He glanced at the crystalline scenery and added, "Not quite a hoarfrost, but pretty damn close. Should be a beautiful afternoon." I followed his gaze. "Yeah, it's pretty stunning. 1 out of the books." 1 out of the books? Was I my mother now? I mentally cringed, debating whether to continue the pretend-nothing-happened awkward conversation, and then thought, fuck it, and said wryly, "Are we doing small talk now?" Jules snorted and cut the engine. "Not if I can help it. I appreciate the bluntness, by the way, and I'm glad I ran into you. I want to apologize for last night." "What?" I stopped running in place and stared at him blankly. "You want to apologize? I think it's me who needs to apologize. I read things wrong and I crossed a line. I'm sorry. I don't make a habit out of hitting on straight guys, and I hope I didn't embarrass you. If it makes you feel any better, I embarrassed myself enough for both of us." A tiny crease formed between his brows, and those flint grey eyes grew serious. "There's nothing to be embarrassed about, and as it turns out, you didn't read things wrong. I'm not straight." I stared at him. "You're not straight." He smiled. I believe I just said that. I held up a finger. "Don't get smart with me." He swallowed a smile as I continued to stare. "Okay." I blew out a sigh. "Then I have to go with bye, judging by the slow dance with the cute blonde last night. It didn't look like that was any hardship for you." His cheeks flushed pink and he nodded. No hardship. Laura and I have a history. She's a lovely woman, and there was a time we were pretty serious." I studied him for a moment. "But you're obviously not out, or your father would have had something to say about it." He sighed. "No. And to be honest, I've never seriously considered coming out." I frowned. "Because of him?" He held my gaze. "Partly, sure. But mostly because I've always been a lot more attracted to women, and I guess I see my future there. So I poked the bear, right?" "Ouch. Well, I did ask." "Okay, I get that. I mean, I know the bide thing isn't always a 50-50 split, right? That you can have preferences and shit. I'm guessing this is a thanks but no thanks conversation then?" There was something wistful about his smile as he reached for my hand. I let him take it and stepped closer. Close enough to catch the fresh scent of his body wash and notice the frozen ends of his damp hair. His thumb grazed the back of my hand as I lost myself in those cool grey eyes. I've always appreciated men. Always known that I could go there, I suppose. But I've never met a guy who's made me want to take that step, especially knowing my dad's likely reaction. I thought about what he wasn't saying. "So you've never actually been with a guy?" His cheeks pinked. "A few stolen kisses and some inept fumbling on a school sports exchange with a kid from Christchurch Grammar once, but that's about it." I must have looked as gobsmacked as I felt, because his blush deepened. You have to remember that the entire Mackenzie Basin's like a small town, and for someone like me, on this station with my father, any guy I take a risk for had better be worth the possible cost. And I take it no one has. His expression was hard to read, but he said, "No." I let go of the breath I'd been holding, and it came out in a disappointed sigh. "Well, thanks for clearing that up. At least now I don't have to feel like an idiot for getting it wrong." I should have felt relieved. His rejection saved me a ton of soul-searching about whether I should or shouldn't take him to my bed. But all I felt was regret. Jules's thumb was still tracing circles on the back of my hand as I slid it free, and those stormy eyes drilled into mine as he said, "I do appreciate the interest, though, just so you know." Oh, fuck me, there it was again. That look, like he was holding on by a thread. Still, he'd been more than clear. I managed a smile and a small salute and replied, "I'll live to serve. And now I really need to get moving before my muscles seize up completely. Have a good day, Jules." He gave an enigmatic smile, wished me the same, and headed off down the road, with Hopper balanced on the back of the quad, barking like a crazy dog at absolutely nothing. I watched until they were little more than a distant flurry of dust, then stretched my cooling muscles and headed the same direction at a much more leisurely pace. Nothing like a solid kick to your ego to take the spring out of your step and hang a cloud over a perfectly lovely day. Exercised and breakfasted, I spent the remainder of Saturday morning catching up on laundry before Norma kindly lent me her car for a trip to the supermarket in Oakwood, along with a general stock-up of my favourite snacks and goodies, some beer and a few bottles of wine. I was seduced by a packet of frozen pan-fried dumplings, which I threw in my trolley for dinner. I was home by mid-afternoon and immediately set about making a soy-orange dipping sauce to have later with the dumplings. With dinner sorted, I grabbed a warm jacket and headed for the woolshed, indulging in a bit of exploring along the way. I slowed my steps as I passed Jules's flat at the back of the big house, so I could take a closer, completely non-nosy look. The flat shared a wall with the kitchen that must have been closed off at one point and had its own covered porch and entry. A pair of boots sat next to the door, and I wondered if Jules was home, and if he was, what he was doing. Then I mentally slapped myself and picked up my pace. At the wool shed, I wasted an hour chatting with Tennyson and Brent as they passed a mob of unimpressed merinos through the sorting yard. I was inducted into the intricacies of mustering the special properties of merino wool and how the government and environmental groups were tying up these massive leasehold properties with so much red tape that they could barely breathe. And then it was back to the cottage. By 8, I was stuffed full of dumplings, tucked up in bed with a mediocre book that I hadn't been able to finish for months, and fighting a disturbing propensity to go off track and find my brain pondering Jules Lane instead of reading. Something I really needed to stop doing. By 10, I was regretting the fact I'd bothered to finish the book at all. I snapped off the light in the churlish manner of an unsatisfied reader who'd wasted far too many hours of their life on a story whose unimpressive flame had sputtered and died somewhere around the 60% mark. Convinced my pissy mood would keep me awake into the wee hours, I swore at the moonlight spilling through the gap in my curtains, pulled a pillow over my head, and was asleep in minutes. Chapter 7. Jules. "Was that the best you can do?" Marty mocked from his seat on the tractor. He was critiquing my effort to try and roll a 400-kilo water trough on its side, just a smidge to the right so the tractor could manoeuvre it through the gate and into our larger stockyard, without making mincemeat of my toes. "Put your back into it, son!" I whipped off my hat, wiped the sweat from my brow, and glared up at him. "Yeah, you want to get down here and lend a hand?" He chuckled. "Now, you know I'd love to, but the doc says I can't lift heavy weights no more." Yeah. I shoved my hat back on my head. 72 years will do that to you. Not to mention Parkinson's disease, which we never did. Funny how quickly you seem to forget about your age when it comes to driving through a midwinter storm to do the dirty with your girlfriend. Marty snorted and backed the tractor up a little. "Can't deny an old man his pleasures, son." "Hers too, I hope. How old is she, by the way?" He barked out a laugh. "Old enough." "Like 80, give or take." I smiled to myself. "Now don't you worry about that. Pamela is more than happy with this old bird's performance. Maybe I should give you some pointers." He shot me a rheumy-eyed wink. Holy Mother of God. "No, absolutely not." The less I thought about Marty getting his rocks off, in any way, shape or form, the better for everyone. He laughed and slapped his thigh. "You don't know what you're missing." I figured I did. I wanted to keep it that way. Besides, the man would have had a coronary if he had a clue who was currently featuring in my sex fantasies. Next to Marty, my father was positively woke when it came to man-on-man love, as evidenced by the fact he'd had nothing good to say about Liam since he'd arrived. So much so that I'd had to don my boss hat, something I really did with Marty, who'd forgotten more about merinos than I'd ever know, and told him to quit the shit talk. Needless to say, he hadn't been impressed. But Tennyson had come and thanked me after, which made it easy to endure Marty's cold shoulder for the 3 days it took for him to start talking to me again. He hadn't said a bad word since, at least not in my hearing. As for Liam himself, I'd mostly managed to avoid running into the sexy man since our chat on the road 3 days before, but there was no escaping lunchtimes in the big kitchen, which were proving to be a kicker to any hope I had of evicting him from that corner of my brain he called home. Most days he sat across from me, although God only knew how that had come about. The spot usually belonged to Brent, but for some reason the quiet shepherd had recently decided to sit next to Stuart, and it wasn't like I could get all pissy and obvious about it, was it? End result, I couldn't avoid catching Liam's pretty hazel eyes more times than was entirely necessary in the space of 45 minutes, but who's counting? And with every question he fired my direction regarding what worms we treated, did the mustering huts have toilets, could he watch Spencer, the vet, the next time he came? Like that wasn't going to sit sourly in my stomach. And where the current price of merino wool sat. There was a quirk to his lips and a twinkle in his eye that let me know he was absolutely fucking with me. And I deserved every bit of it. "I need more leverage," I grumbled to Marty, wedging myself with my back against the trough and my feet on the wool-shed wall. From that position, I managed another couple of centimetres in the right direction before I had to stop, gasping for breath. "For fuck's sake! Whatever idiot unloaded this thing here is going to be forever on my shit list." I cast a questioning look Marty's way, but he pointedly zipped his lips. "I'll remember that," I grumbled, getting myself back into position. "If this next push doesn't do it, it can sit here for another month for all I care. My back's killing me." Marty looked up and nodded. The winter's coming in anyway. I can always have another go at shooting that pig we lost sight of last week." I glanced at the burgeoning clouds above Yellow Tarn and grimaced. Shit. Tenant Stewart headed up the back of Widow's Walk, poor sods. They're going to get drenched. I eyeballed Marty. "And I thought we agreed you weren't to hunt anymore." I sent a pointed look to the Parkinson's tremor evident in his right hand. It made it almost impossible for him to take a good shot, and I'd gotten tired of finding rabbits and stoats who'd taken too long to die. He huffed. "Your father has no issue as long as I'm careful." Damn it. Trust my father to undermine me. I bit back a blistering response and settled for, "I wish you hadn't gone behind my back, Marty. Right now I'm running the place, and I'm not happy about you carrying a gun. It's too dangerous." Marty's gaze narrowed in anger. "I'm not dead yet, son. I've been hunting for almost twice as long as you've been alive. And it's still your father's station, even if you're managing it temporarily. Now, come on. I can't believe you're letting this thing get the better of you." I let loose a weighty sigh. With my father backing Marty, there wasn't much I could do to stop the old man, other than warn people to keep an eye on him. I drew a deep breath and pushed hard against the woolshed wall, praying to the concrete gods that the damn trough would just move already. And it did. Almost there, just a couple more centimetres. I repositioned my feet and tried again. "That's it!" Marty started up the tractor again. "I can move it from there!" But the trough was still rolling, ever so slowly, but enough to leave me suddenly without purchase, my feet slipping down the wall until... Ah! Pain sliced through my calf, and the next thing I knew I was on the ground with my legs still up in the air, my jeans hooked on a jagged edge of corrugated iron siding. Fuck! I tugged at my jeans, but the leg was caught fast. "Julian, don't move!" Marty killed the tractor's motor and scrambled down to help. But before he could get to me, the weight of my leg pulled the sharp iron edge through the hem of my jeans, and my leg fell free to the ground, blood streaming in rivulets down my calf and into my boot. A lot of blood. Fuck! I reached for my leg, but Marty got there first. "Let me see." He probed the wound and winced. "It's a neat little slice, long but shallow. You'll survive." "Oh, well, that's all right then," I grumbled. "Maybe I'll just get a neat little dose of tetanus." Marty rolled his eyes. "Don't be so dramatic. You're up to date with your shots, aren't you?" I nodded. "I'm overwhelmed by your concern, by the way. Oh, Jesus, what the hell?" I jerked my leg out of his grasp. He shrugged. "Just checking there isn't any metal or shit inside." "Yeah, well, thanks, Florence. But I think I'll take it from here." He sat back on his heels. "You're gonna need antibiotics." "I know," I muttered, gingerly investigating the 4 to 5 centimetre gash that felt a lot worse than it looked. "But there has to be something in that pharmacy of a bathroom cupboard we have without me needing to go into town. I'll call the doc and see what he says. If you can give me a lift back to the house, I'll get Mum to clean it up." "Yes, sir," Marty saluted. Jesus Christ, everyone's a comedian. "Sit still, will you?" Liam ran the antiseptic-soaked pad over the wound, and I let fly another string of curses. "Oh, you're enjoying this." I glared back at him, ruining my bad luck because of course my mother was off at a rural community meeting in Oakwood, and there'd been no one but Liam to step into the breach. On the bright side, Marty skedaddled the minute Liam walked in, and my father took one look at my leg, declared the injury nothing but a scratch, and disappeared back to his afternoon nap, which left me and Liam, and an ambulance-worthy arsenal of first-aid equipment that the station kept on hand, just in case Armageddon struck. To be fair, he was doing a good job, although when I found out what school he'd learned his bedside manner from, I was going to tank their Yelp reviews. "I'll bet you don't treat my father so cavalierly," I griped, hissing as Liam took another swipe along the wound. "Fucking hell, that stings! What is it, sulfuric acid?" Liam regarded me through some of the longest lashes I'd ever seen and shook his head despairingly. "Boiled water? You do realise I'm going to have to ditch that tough, manly image I've been nurturing about all you high countrymen? Underneath the strong, silent bullshit you all like to cultivate, you're actually a bunch of babies." I narrowed my eyes. I refuse to respond to such a blatantly erroneous statement. Right. Liam took a clean piece of gauze and folded it in half. Also, that was 3 big words in a row. I'm impressed. I rolled my eyes. "You're not as funny as you think you are. And I'll have you know a doctor once told me I have a very high pain threshold." Liam pressed the gauze pad gently to the wound, and I almost leaped out of my chair. Jesus fucking Christ! He shot me an amused glance. You were saying? I cut him a glare. Shut up and just get on with it. He smirked and set about drying the rest of the wound, while I channeled my yelps into exceedingly manly growls. One positive to come from the pain was it distracted me from the fact that Liam had his hands on me. A little lower than I'd fantasized, but beggars can't be choosers. And this close to each other. There was no escaping the familiar citrus scent of his cologne, the brush of his hot body as he bent over my leg, or the way the muscles in his forearms flexed, putting all that colourful ink on display. Not that I was paying any attention, of course. Another press of the gauze and another rumbling whine, masked as a growl, escaped from my lips. Liam laughed and glanced my way. Those ridiculous sounds you're making aren't fooling anyone. He threw the instrument of torture in the bin and reached for my phone. I doubt it needs stitches, but we should check with the professionals. He took a photo of the cleaned wound, and I sent it through to my doctor in Oakwood, who immediately rang back. Happy enough for Liam to apply steri-strips and bandage the wound. Then he listed a heap of instructions about keeping it clean and rested and yada yada yada. He finished by saying he didn't trust any of our squirreled-away antibiotics and that he'd ring a script through to the pharmacy in Oakwood that my mother could pick up on the way home. When I finally hung up, Liam was smoothing the last of the steri-strips in place. There, done. I turned my leg to get a better look, and I had to admit, he'd done a bang-up job. Not too shabby at all. He threw me an amused look and reached for the dressing and bandage. While he tended to that, I focused on him, and the way his concentration showed in the cute line cutting between his brows and that hint of a tongue that kept popping out between his lips. Not to mention that tidy goatee, which really was a thing of beauty. If I reached out just a little, I'd be able to run my fingers over its soft edges or through all those silky blonde tresses. I imagined them trailing over my skin in the dark, the soft press of his lips, the slide of his body, and Jesus Christ, I was getting hard. I breathed myself down from the ledge and put a hand on his shoulder, waiting for him to turn around. I'm sorry I gave you a hard time. You did a great job. Thank you. His cheeks took on a rosy glow, and those pretty hazel eyes softened into a smile. You're welcome. His hand covered mine, which refused to move from his shoulder, like it was glued in place. And the kitchen fell silent, all except for the soft tick of the grandfather clock, standing in the corner. Tick, tick, tick. Neither of us moved. Tick, tick, tick. Hell, I could barely breathe, my heart lurching into my throat, as our eyes locked in a question that I couldn't find the courage to answer. Tick, tick, tick. It would only take the smallest of stretches to put my lips on his, the brush of his goatee, my tongue sliding into his mouth, to finally know what he tasted like. Tick, tick, tick. His gaze sharpened, darkened, pupils black as coals in a disappearing hazel pool. I wanted him. And he knew it. The clock ticked on. And on. Liam squeezed my hand and let go. The moment gone. The clock silent. My arm snapped back to my side and heat exploded in my cheeks. Liam got to his feet and began tidying up. You need to keep off it like the doctor said, at least for today. He didn't look at me. It'll give the edges a chance to knit a little. I nodded to the back of his head. I will. I've got some bookwork to get done that will keep me busy enough. That's good then. He glanced at the closed hallway door. I should really get going. I'm taking your dad for a slow walk to my cottage and back, and then it's a lesson in the kitchen. My brows peaked. My father? In the kitchen? Doing what exactly? He finally grinned and looked my way. Making coffee, packing the dishwasher, putting a sandwich together. Basic stuff like that. I can't deal with helpless men. Gives us all a bad name. I told your mother that she has to stand back and let him learn. And I told Paddy that it's perfect practice for coordinating his fine motor movement. I laughed. You're a terrible person. On the other hand, my mother may love you forever. Liam smiled that curious smile he always wore when something amused him. Right, well, I'll leave you to it. Look after your leg, and take it easy. He held my gaze a second too long, like he might add something, But then he crossed the kitchen and disappeared into the back of the house without another word. I blew out a long sigh and glared at the damn clock, its incessant tick like a finger of accusation in the quiet kitchen. "Okay already," I grumbled. "I'm an idiot. Tell me something I don't know. Or better yet, make yourself useful and tell me what the hell I'm going to do about it." Tick, tick, tick. I sighed and glanced at the hallway door. Yeah, well, thanks for nothing. Chapter 8. Liam. The week after Jules' injury, spring arrived in the Mackenzie, like a debutante at a ball, sweeping in full of joy and beauty and promise, if only you could get past the icy stare of her chaperone still clinging to her skirts. On Monday morning, I woke to a ball-biting frost. One look at the beauty that beckoned me outside, and I couldn't get out of bed fast enough. Tussock crunched underfoot as I jogged across the lawn, my breath fogging in front of my face. And when I hit the gravel drive and turned south, the iced pools of water caught in the potholes shattered like glass with every thundering step. I hadn't been running long when Stuart and Brent cruised past on their quads, no doubt heading for the south pasture. They waved gloved hands in greeting, their jackets zipped to their chins, woolly hats pulled low over their ears, dogs barking excitedly into the chilly breeze. I scanned the valley as I ran, adrenaline coursing through my veins, my heart full of beauty. The tops of the ranges cut a crisp line against the sky, and although the peaks still bore a solid cap of snow on their slopes, only pockets remained in the shadowy crevices of the lower ranges. But best of all, the glacial headwater melt, full of freshly ground rock flour, had turned the Macaulay River a magical milky turquoise that would have stolen the breath from my lungs if the cold had left any to take. I returned from my run in high spirits and spent 15 minutes in the shower trying to warm my toes enough to feel them again. By late morning, the Arctic temperature had risen to a positively balmy 16 degrees Celsius, and I was wandering outside in just a t-shirt and jeans for the first time since my arrival. I'd never been a winter guy, but I was beginning to think that could change. Norma had driven Paddy into Oakwood for a late morning appointment with his doctor, followed by a barrage of tests that would take up most of the afternoon. Everyone agreed the excursion would drain most of Paddy's energy, and so I was using the free time to do a circuit of the station outbuildings and make a plan. I wanted to map a route to the wool shed and back which was suitable for Paddy and his quad cane. He'd managed the short trip to my cottage several times, and I wanted to up the ante. My intention was to break the course into small manageable sections before putting them together. The goal was to have Paddy complete the entire circuit on his own by the time I left. It was an ambitious goal, but achievable if he put his mind to it. Paddy's obstinate nature had come into its own. He didn't admit defeat easily, and my intense exercise regime during our first couple of weeks was finally starting to see results. His right-sided weakness was slowly improving, and although he'd likely always need an aid to help him walk, he was beginning to take more weight on that leg. His right hand still couldn't grasp a cup, but he had much better elbow and shoulder control, which made dressing himself easier, especially after I had Norma switch out as many buttons and dome snaps as she could for zips and Velcro. And Paddy had kept his side of our agreement. No bigoted comments, at least within my earshot, and no fighting my touch. He was still ornery as fuck, but I could give as good as I got, and he seemed to appreciate that sort of me. It was progress, but I was under no illusion he'd somehow miraculously changed his opinion of the gays. He still avoided any conversation about Zach, and I'd been privy to several failed attempts by Norma to get him to invite his youngest son for dinner. The man had a stubborn streak to rival his best Angus bull. Reaching the wool shed at last, I climbed the ramp and opened the door. I no longer found the sheep scent startling or pungent. It had somehow morphed into this homely familiarity that was almost welcoming. Probably because it wasn't limited to the shed. The aroma pervaded everything down to the pores of your skin. The wool shed simply offered it in its most concentrated form. And it wasn't just the smell. I'd noticed a slickness to my skin from the ever-present lanolin on every surface. A man could save a fortune on moisturizer, at least this man could. And if I closed my eyes, I was pretty sure I'd still be able to hear the ghostly clamour of the departed shearing gang and the dogs baying in the pens. Any day now I'd start wearing stubbies in the freezing cold, talking about the big snow of 2000, complaining about all the scarfies filling up the Tikapo campground in spring break, and looking forward to the annual field days event up north. Kill me now. Bolo, Tennyson's dog, and Hopper rushed to circle my legs, whining in an excited greeting. Yes, yes, I love you too. I reassured the hunterways, patting each one in turn. Well, look who the wind blew in. Tennyson grinned from behind a mountain of towels, waiting to be folded on the classing table. Hey, Jules, why don't you and Brent take Liam with you this afternoon? He turned back to me. You do like fishing, right? He eyed me speculatively, like my answer would determine my relative worth. Since it was clear that any answer other than yes was unthinkable, I sidestepped the question. Fishing on a Monday? Nice for some, I teased. Tennyson chuckled. Hey, none of that. There's little enough downtime around this place as it is, especially with lambing starting. And the weather is perfect. I'll be tagging along, but I have a ewe with an injured foot that Spencer wants to take another look at. The vet? I checked. Yes, sirree. Tennyson winked. And he's going to be super pissed that he missed an opportunity to meet you. Jules looked up from his own pile of towels, those cool grey eyes sparkling in the light spilling through the clear plastic roof. He huffed resignedly, explaining, Spencer is very, shall we say, socially active, with men and women. I snorted. Oh, I see. Tennyson's cheeks brightened as he looked my way. Shit. Did I fuck up telling him about you? I chuckled. No, it's fine. It will be nice to finally meet him. I avoided looking at Jules, who was watching me intently. And okay, I might be enjoying fucking with him just a little too much. Tennyson shrugged. Well, I'm sure you'll get your chance. Spencer will make sure of that. To be honest, I'm impressed you're still here, considering Paddy's attitude to all things LGBTQ. He must have earned his respect, which is no easy thing. I shrugged. I suspect it's more because he knows I'm good at what I do, and that I'm his best chance of getting moving quickly. Tennyson nodded sagely. This is also true. I love working this station, and Jules' dad is one of the best there is in the business, but he's not one of the most enlightened men on the planet. Jules laughed, putting it mildly. Tennyson's expression grew serious. We were all angry about what happened with Zach. Brent almost handed in his notice. He was accepted for 2 other positions. Jules's eyebrows hit his hairline. I knew about Stuart, but you never said anything about Brent. Tennyson shrugged. You were busy with your dad at the time. Shit. A frown cut deep across Jules's brow. If Brent had left, we'd have been screwed. Experienced shepherds are like hen's teeth. What changed his mind? Your dad went into hospital and you took over. Brent loves working for you, Julian. We all do. Well, all except for Marty, who thinks anyone other than your father is a babe in the woods. His eyes danced. You're a good boss, a natural. You were born to do this. Dare I say more than your father. Knowing a lot doesn't make a person a good leader. Jules stared at Ten, clearly taken aback. And I figured Ten wasn't given to offering pats on the back lightly. Jules's eyes crinkled at the corners. Thanks, man. Ten nodded. My pleasure. Now, how about you do as I suggested, and show our resident occupational therapist the delights of a Mackenzie country fishing excursion? What about your leg? I checked with Jules. The last thing I needed was to spend an afternoon with a guy currently filling my head with a whole lot of fantasies. It's not even a week. I wouldn't advise exposing it to river water just yet. Nah, it's fine. Take a look. He pulled up his jeans leg and I had to agree. The redness was gone, and the edges were healing nicely. I'll stick on a waterproof dressing under my waders just to be sure. I nodded. Okay, but don't overdo it or you'll open it up again. He rolled his eyes. Yes, Mum. Come and see me when you get back if there's a problem. Jules simply smiled. You mean you're not going? Ten looked aghast. You know, you really should tag along. The man was one determined son of a bitch. We've plenty of spare equipment, and though it pains me to admit it, Jules is pretty good on the end of a rod. Oh, I just bet he is. I glanced at Jules and swallowed a laugh at his look of abject horror. Really, Ten? The stock manager reran his words in his head and turned a bright crimson. I just meant... Oh, shut up. It's still a great idea. I've heard the spring browns are biting nicely, and Liam must be dying to get off the station. Jules shot me a slightly flustered look that didn't immediately scream that it was a great idea at all. I happened to enjoy hanging around the station. I rescued Jules from the need to make up some excuse, but then he surprised me. You didn't answer Ten's question about whether you liked to fish. He watched me closely. I stared at him like he'd lost his mind. Name one thing about this outfit that suggests a rugged outdoorsman lurks just under the surface, itching to be set free. I held my arms wide and he grinned at my trendy ripped jeans and white sweater. A man had to have standards even in the middle of nowhere. Jules pointed to my gumboots. That's a decent start. And seriously, Ten's right. We all need to get off this place on a regular basis. Come with us. You can fish or simply take a book and enjoy the scenery. I'll sort you out with some old clothes if you want. Did I? There were a lot of things I wanted that involved Jules, but fishing for trout wasn't high on that list. Then again, why the hell not? I'd come to the Mackenzie as much for a little adventure as for work, and a few hours in the company of a sexy man wasn't going to be a hardship, other than for my dick. And the presence of Brent would definitely keep a lid on things. Okay, why not? I returned Jules's grin. But if either of you catch anything, you're on your own. I like my fish to arrive crumbed with a side order of fries. I don't do scales or dead fish eyes. Jules laughed. Deal. Do you have a pair of polarized sunglasses? I narrowed my eyes. Why? Does the afternoon include a spot of sunbathing, perchance? He chuckled. You wish. They cut the glare so you can see the trap better. I tilted my head and considered him for a moment. I thought I was taking a book to read. That sounds a lot more hands-on than I'm anticipating. He smirked. Don't worry. I've got a spare pair. We'll pick you up about 1. Bring a warm jacket in case the wind gets up, and I'll throw in some old clothes. You might have to roll the legs up on the jeans, but the waders should fit. Waders? I couldn't mask the dismay in my voice, and they both laughed. Jules. What the hell was I thinking? In what universe was it ever going to be a good idea to watch a tattered-up Liam walking around in my oversized clothes and a pair of waders and looking far too fucking cute for words? The usually confident, capable man was standing on the stony riverbank, puzzling over his fly rod like it was some complex alien weapon that might go off at any moment. I made my way over. Would you like me to go through it again? Liam had refused to let me show him more than the rudimentary basics, insisting it couldn't be that difficult, and he was a PhD student after all. Brent had laughed so hard, I thought he was going to piss his pants before heading downriver and leaving us to it. I figured he was still laughing. Liam shot me a glare. Nope, I've got this. He so didn't. He tried a few more casts, almost hooking himself in the back of his leg, until I finally couldn't stand it any longer. Here. I ignored his feral growl and repositioned his grip, trying not to think of how good his bare skin felt against mine. Then I stood behind him and wrapped my hand lightly over his on the rod. I breathed in his cologne, which was mixed with the more familiar tone of my own rising from the clothes he wore. Heat pooled in my groin, and images of Liam lying across my sheets flooded through my head. But it was clear I wasn't the only one feeling off balance. The second I put my hands on Liam, he locked up. I quashed the curl of lust in my belly and tried to concentrate for both our sakes. Relax, I said over his shoulder. A firm but light grip. Don't strangle it. Wrist straight, elbow close to your body like this. Use your bicep and shoulders to generate the cast. Uh-huh, was all he said. I glanced downriver to where Brent stood, thigh-deep in water, casting into his favourite pool with his back to us, thank God. You're not relaxed, I pointed out, jiggling his rod arm to loosen his iron grip. No kidding, Liam huffed. But his shoulder line softened a smidge. Better. Now feel the weight of the rod in your hands. The casting stroke should be a fluid motion rather than a jerk, so the loaded rod transfers the energy to the line smoothly. But the stop should be abrupt with the rod tip still high. He snorted and turned his head just enough to catch my eye over his shoulder. Is that right? And here I've been doing it wrong all these years. I repeated in my mind what I'd said, and heat bloomed in my cheeks. Okay, smartass. How about you focus on what you're doing? He smirked. Oh, I am. I definitely am. Hold the rod lighter. Feel the weight of it in my hands. Keep the stroke fluid so it transfers energy smoothly. He waggled his brows. Does that about cover it? I stared at him, face flaming, and thankful for the baggy rubber waders I was wearing, but I couldn't help but laugh. I hadn't been flirted with like this in years, and it was kind of fun. Behave. I turned his head back around to the front and stood off to the side. I have no idea what you're talking about, he answered drolly, adjusting his grip yet again. Lighter? I tapped his hand and he relaxed his fingers. Now how about you try again, and remember the rod is only an ignition point. He shot me a wicked look, then gathered himself and nodded sagely. Ignition point. Right. Got it. I laughed and lightly whacked him up the back of the head. Behave! What I mean is it's not the rod that's really throwing the fly. The energy from the casting stroke travels through the line like a whip, and it's that propulsion that carries the fly, not the rod itself. Casting stroke, propulsion, rod and whip. He shot me a sly look. Theoretically speaking, I should be good at this. I snorted and shook my head. Focus. He cleared his throat and wiggled his butt, digging his feet into the stones. Sorry, I am paying attention, I promise. Let me try again. I stood back and watched as he practiced a few more casts, tweaking his form and offering advice as needed. Surprisingly, he listened, and it wasn't long before he was doing a lot better. If he caught a fish, I'd be gobsmacked, but he could at least throw a decent-ish beginner's cast that wouldn't take an eye out, including his own. Not that I wasn't going to give him a wide berth anyway. He'd scare the fish. Bank practice done, Liam declared himself ready for the real deal and grumbled again at the waiters. I look like I'm dressed for a water sport convention, he griped, pulling distastefully at the bib front. I almost choked at the image and quickly waved him into the water. Come on, Aquaman. He brightened. Now there's an image I can get down with. He took a few steps into the shallows, and his gaze snapped back to mine. Holy shit! No way! No fucking way! When he began to back out, I put the rubber boot of my waders against his shapely ass. I did warn you that the water is glacial melt, remember? I nudged him forward again with my boot. He took another couple of steps and gasped. Holy Jesus, fuck! His eyes bulged and his mouth hung open for a few seconds. Oh, is it a bit cold? I grinned shamelessly. Cold? Liam glared back at me. Cold? No, Jules. A winter walk on a beach is cold. The ice hanging from my veranda roof is cold. Jesus, the Antarctic polar cap is cold. But this, Jules, he was practically shouting, this is stick your balls in a freezer until they're royal blue and ready to shatter into a million pieces. Cold. That's how cold this water is. And Europe had to see all of that come to fruition in the next few minutes. A laugh from downriver had Liam raising his middle finger Brent's way. And that's enough from you. Jesus Christ, you people are crazy. Come on, you're almost there, I encouraged, following him in. He took another few tentative steps, then gripped my arm. I can't fucking breathe, he gasped. If you want a hobby, what's wrong with a book grip and a nice coffee? I chuckled. It's not that bad. You get used to it. He cast me a dubious look. No, I fucking won't. I eyed him squarely. Well, there's no shame in calling it quits. You can go read that book of yours in the ute and stay warm. Those hazel eyes narrowed on mine, and his jaw ticked dangerously. Yeah, you'd like that, wouldn't you? The soft townie can't cut it with the real men. Not a chance in hell, mister. Now move over and give me room. Bingo. I swallowed a smile, waited a safe distance off to the side, and talked him through a few more casts. When I figured he was at least safe to leave on his own, I walked upriver until I found a deep pool to my own liking and began to cast. A warm spring day, a river to ourselves, the company of an intriguing man who set my blood on fire, and the stress of the station and my father a good 40 kilometres away. It didn't get much better than that. A teasing flash of colour skimmed just below the surface before disappearing into the depths. Then another. And another. Every one of them turning their noses up at my perfectly respectable fly. So maybe things could just get a little bit better? Trout, the fly fisherman's crack. Not that I really needed a catch to be enjoying myself. With every cast, glimpse, and teasing nibble, the numbing crystal waters lapped and swirled around my thighs, and my feet buried themselves deeper into the stony bed. A hush descended to blanket the river, only broken by the babbling chuckle of water through the shallows, and Liam's occasional grunt and expletive. And then, "Hey, guys, there's a fish in my pool," Liam shouted, sounding both surprised and delighted. And I couldn't stop the laugh that bubbled free as I turned to find him pointing excitedly toward the far side of the river like a little kid. "Then how about you drop your voice so you don't scare the poor thing away? Maybe try and catch it instead?" I sent another cast into my own pool and watched Liam run the idea through his head. He looked down at the rod in his hand and then back up at me, and it didn't take much to imagine the frown on his face. "How? Oh my God! You're serious, aren't you?" I retrieved my cast and waded back to the riverbank before heading downstream to where Liam stood with a huge smile on his face. The cutest, most kissable smile I'd ever seen. I waded out and talked him through the next few casts as a decent-sized rainbow trout darted between the patches of soft water and current, laughing at us from less than 10 meters away. It's all about presentation. I circled my hand around his on the rod to help him with the next cast. Liam glanced my way. "I'm not interviewing for a job on his damn team." "No?" I moved behind him and we cast again. "There, that's better. Presentation just means placing the cast without alerting the fish and then manipulating the fly in the current so it looks like food." Liam gave a huff of amusement. "Oh, so pretty much like cruising? Bait and hook? You should have just said." "Yes, Liam, it's exactly like cruising," I deadpanned. "Now move the rod a little, just like—" I jiggled it in his hand. "There, shit!" The line fell free and the trout skipped away to swim another day. "Wait, what happened?" Liam spun to face me, the shock of disappointment clear in his face. "He was right there! He took the damn fly! I felt the tug! How could he get away?" I clapped Liam on the back. "Welcome to the world of fly fishing." He stared at me, confused. I pulled a "what can you do" face. Liam looked outraged. "Did I miss the relaxing recreational part?" I snorted and steered him toward the bank. A question I ask myself on a regular basis. "Come on, let's get a hot drink and warm up." "But he was right there!" Liam continued to protest as we waded out of the water, crossed the stones, and then up over the flood embankment to the ute. "And that happens all the time?" I nodded and grabbed the chili bin from the bed of the ute. "I catch a trout on average maybe 30 to 40% of the time, if I'm lucky." His mouth fell open. "You're kidding me, right? Fucking hell. I hate this sport already." I laughed. It's as frustrating as golf, with the added bonus of standing in freezing water for hours on end. "You want to do it again?" Liam's face lit up. "Abso-fucking-lutely. I hate losing, especially to a damn fish." He put his rod aside and began helping me unpack the ute. "Hey, losers!" Brent appeared at the top of the embankment holding 2 sizable rainbow trout aloft. "It's not just hot drinks today." "Bastard," I growled as he made his way down to the ute and jiggled them in front of my face. "Easy as pissing." He looked between Liam and me. "I don't know what's wrong with you two. Guess it's all to do with skill." "Shut up and hand them over." I snapped my fingers at him. "Liam and I will clean them." "What?" Liam's horrified expression said it all. "Do you not remember the part where I told you I don't do dead fish?" I arched a brow. "Do you want to eat?" He considered the 2 fish, narrowed his eyes, and said nothing. I grinned. "Yeah, I thought so. Come on, grab us a drink and I'll show you the ropes. There's hot water in the thermos or beer in the chili bin. I'll take a beer." He chose a beer as well, grumbling all the way about bossy shepherds. But when I finally got him working alongside me on the dropped tailgate, what followed was lots of laughter and teasing and altogether too much rubbing of elbows and nudging of hips. Interacting so openly with a guy I was attracted to was a complete mindfuck and totally surreal. And yet it also felt weirdly normal. Strange, but nice. Really nice. Too nice. While Liam and I cleaned the fish, Brent set up the camp stove in our lunch spot by the river, and ferried the cooking and eating paraphernalia over the embankment. Each time he returned to the ute and found us joking around, he cast a curious look my way, like he couldn't quite figure me or us out. Well, get in line. Brent knew that fishing was my sacred time, and that I liked going with him because he was happy to go off and do his own thing. When Brent and I fished, we fished. That's it. Talking was optional but not encouraged. We certainly didn't chat or joke around. But as I ribbed Liam and laughed at the disgusted faces he pulled as he poked and prodded at his poor fish, I had to admit I was having a good time. A great time. And it almost had nothing to do with the fishing, and everything to do with the blonde-haired beauty I was sharing the river with. Chapter 9. Jules. We cooked the trout in nothing but butter and salt and pepper, and then ate the fillets sandwiched between slices of fresh bread under a lukewarm spring sun with the river at our feet, laughing and chatting about nothing in particular. Even Brent joined in, surprising me by telling Liam about his family's rafting business up north and promising to organise a trip for him any time he wanted. Then after we cleaned up, Brent headed back to his pool while Liam opted to read his book on the riverbank, and I took over Liam's earlier casting spot to have another go at that recalcitrant trout. I should have known better, and Liam watched on in amusement as I spent the next 30 fruitless minutes trying to snag the damn thing. He punctuated his reading with pithy comments about my casting style and general suggestions on how I might improve my chances until I finally lobbed a large stone into the shallows just in front of where he was sitting, dousing him in freezing water. "What the hell?" He sprang to his feet, arms flailing, and the book went sailing backwards through the air to land on the tackle box. His gaze shot to mine and a sly smile broke over his lips. "So that's how it's going to be, is it?" He wiped the river water from his face and slowly stalked toward me. "Now, just calm down." I grinned and began backing up, but the river dropped away quickly and I was soon up to my stomach. "It's an initiation ritual for first-timers. Everyone knows that. It would have been bad manners not to." "He's lying," Brent called from downriver. "And you're scaring the fish." "Bad manners, huh?" Liam reached the shallows and scanned the riverbed for available ammunition. "Oh, come on, it was a joke," I teased, teetering on the edge of a drop-off which would send water tipping into my waders. "Don't tell me you can't take a joke." "Oh, I can take a joke," he assured me, choosing one of the bigger stones that would have made a great cannonball. "And I'm going to find this one particularly funny." He lobbed the stone toward the deep pool behind me, and I watched it fly through the air as if in slow motion. "Shit!" I lunged to the side, but Liam had a great arm, and I had a snowball's chance in hell of avoiding the splash zone. The stone landed about half a metre away, shooting an arc of ice-cold water straight up into my face and drenching me down to my waders. "Oh, my God!" I shook my head and water droplets sprayed everywhere. Brent let out a whoop of delight, and when I blinked my eyes open, I saw Liam almost doubled over with laughter. I flipped Brent off, wiped the water from my eyes, and began hauling myself toward the bank. Too busy laughing, Liam missed my approach until it was almost too late. Then he took one look at my face, yelped, and began running for the ute, yelling over his shoulder, "Hey, it's all part of that initiation ritual. First time was revenge. Everyone knows that." I ditched my rod on the grass, scooped my empty coffee cup full of river water, and took off in hot pursuit. Reed awkwardly squelching my way across the stones in my waders. Liam checked over his shoulder, whooped and picked up speed, but I had the longer legs and possibly more determination. He hit the top of the flood bank and disappeared down the other side onto the dirt track, but I caught up with him about 5 metres from the ute. "Not so fast, funny guy." I made a grab for his arm, but he jerked it free, laughing. "In your dreams, sunshine." He sidestepped another of my attempts to grab hold, but overbalanced and stumbled sideways into the tussock, going down in a mass of flailing limbs and peals of laughter. I poured what was left of the icy water over his head, which only made him laugh louder, his hands shooting up to umbrella his face. Shaking my head, I sank to my knees and then sat back on my butt, the waders folding around me like a cheap rubber suit. When he finally stopped laughing, Liam levered himself up on his elbows, took one look at me sitting there in my waders and beamed. I'm damn impressed you caught me wearing those. I snorted. Me too. Then again, I had good incentive. His eyes locked with mine. Is that right? And there we were again. After a couple of beats of awkward silence, I scrambled to my feet and offered him my hand. He stared at it for a moment, then grasped it with his own, and let me help him to his feet. We stood just a few inches away from each other, out of sight of the river and hidden from Brent's view. Just the two of us, the distant mountains, and a million miles of bluebird sky. I couldn't take my eyes off him. A tiny smile lifted the corners of his mouth, and he pointedly glanced down. I followed his gaze and, shit, I was still holding his hand, my thumb tracing slow circles on the back. I needed to let him go. But I didn't. Couldn't. And his questioning gaze lifted back to mine. He said nothing, just stood there, waiting, eyes weary. He was so gorgeous, with those bright green gold eyes, all that cool, creamy skin, sharp cheekbones and closely trimmed goatee. Looking at him, I could barely catch my breath, and before I knew it, I'd taken that perilous step closer. Jules? Liam's gaze travelled my face, hot and curious, sending my belly into a fluttering mess. Shh. I let go of his hand and ran my fingers over the ink on his forearm. Sinew and hard muscle shifted seductively under my touch, and my heart thundered in my ears. You're so beautiful. I studied the fine lines that marked the corners of his full mouth. So perfect. His eyes widened, the pink tip of his tongue darting along the crease. Jules, Soft hair brushed my finger as I pressed it against his lips. Is this okay? I croaked, barely above a whisper because he felt so fucking good. He swallowed and nodded, his gaze flicking on and off my face like it couldn't find a place to rest. I traced the line of his jaw at the point where his barely there stubble blended into his beard, the sensation so very male, so sexy, so fucking right. God, I'd never dreamed this could feel so good with another man. Then again, this was Liam. Was it really that simple? I drank in his scent and knew that it was. This close, Liam smelled of citrus and pine, the mineral tang of glacial melt, the earthy bass notes of trout and smoke, and something uniquely him, distinctive and intoxicating. A stream of images bolted in my head as I ran my thumb over his mouth, first the top lip, then the bottom, both softer than I'd expected, lush and inviting. They parted, and I felt the tip of his hot, wet tongue, heat pooling low in my belly, my heart kicking up another notch. Liam drew a ragged breath, the raw, hungry sound, jerking my eyes back up to his. But they were closed, his chest rising and falling in shallow, stuttering breaths. His face flushed with arousal, and God, how I wanted him. I cupped his jaw and gently scratched my fingernails along its length, the rough feel of it sending a shiver of delight up my spine. He gave a soft groan of approval, his face sinking into my touch, and so I did it again. Christ, Jules. His eyes sprang wide to meet mine, black at their heart with just a thin band of hazel to mark the edges, and the thought occurred to me, I did that. I fucking did that. Liam wanted me, and just the knowing of it sparked a raw lust, the likes of which I'd never felt before, and yet still he didn't move, just watched me, weary, needy, hopeful. Emboldened, I pushed the curtains of silky blonde locks off his forehead and traced a finger over the shallow frown lines that cut his brow from side to side. His hair felt like a waterfall over my hand, and I imagined the soft brush of it on my chest and thighs. I caressed the sharp angle of his cheek, mapped the spangle of caramel freckles that painted the side of his nose, and Liam leaned into my touch like a cat, his lashes catching my knuckles, soft and fluttering, and I wanted to feel them against my face. "You fucking undo me," I whispered, tracing a final line down between his eyes. His face flushed, hot, all but the cool tip of his nose. Over his mouth, dragging that plump bottom lip open, my gaze fixed on all that moist pink flesh within. Then my hand slid around the swirling ink on his neck, and a tremble lit over his skin. His tongue swept his lower lip, and I was done for. I breached the distance between us, and then I kissed him. No more than a soft whisper against the corner of his mouth, on and off, but not too far. My nose resting against his, hot breath on my lips, the heat of his body just a heartbeat away, his mouth even closer, his hands finding their way around my waist, my skin lighting up like a firestorm. So good. So fucking good. I walked him back against the ute, placed my hands either side of his head, and leaned in to whisper, "I want to kiss you." He turned and put his lips to my cheek, then kissed me. Relief almost took my knees from under me. I pulled back and cradled his face, running my nose into his hair, inhaling the fresh scent of him until I was drowning in it. He shivered as I kissed back down to his mouth, exploring every inch of his face until finally my lips slid over his, and I sank into their pillowy softness, marveling at the brush of his moustache, the small whimper of pleasure that made its way up his throat, and the way my dick ached for more, ached for everything with this man, for things I'd never done, never imagined wanting, never dared hope for. Liam's lips parted immediately, our tongues colliding in a fierce battle to taste and explore. And before I knew it, he was flush against me, his leg hooked high around the back of mine, our bodies locked, my hard cock pressed against his stomach. No hiding how much I wanted him, even through the thick waders, and he rode my thigh with equal urgency. He let loose a filthy groan, and determined hands gripped my ass and yanked me even harder against him. "Fucking hell." He breathed the words into my open mouth, then nipped my lower lip. "You're killing me here. Tell me about it." My dick was burning up, frantic for connection. And while Liam slammed his mouth back into mine and his tongue aggressively mined somewhere south of my tonsils, I mounted a desperate search for friction, frustrated by the thick waders. Liam was having problems of his own, the rubbery material not giving his dick the smooth ride he needed as he rutted against my leg. "God damn it! Have I mentioned how much I hate these fucking things?" he grumbled, then shoved his tongue back down my throat. He tasted of need and want and everything wicked and forbidden that had haunted my fantasies right back to my teenage years. From the moment I told myself to go with the sensible option, the easier option, the option that didn't see my future evaporate in front of my eyes. And it hadn't been hard, not until Liam Skelton walked onto Lane Station with his unaffected charm and refreshing candour and turned everything on its fucking head. The bad boy looks and superior ass hadn't hurt either. Liam's breaths came in pants matching my own, and he groaned loudly into my open mouth. But for all that I wanted this, wanted him. All of those very sensible reasons for staying under the radar were still front and centre in my life. Zach had never seen his future working on the station, and I'd never seen my future without it. The reminder snapped me back to reality, and I broke the kiss and stepped out of Liam's hold. He blinked, swaying slightly on his feet, confused, face flushed, eyes black as night, hair tousled, looking thoroughly debauched. I did that. I quashed the thought and sucked in a deep breath. "Jules?" Liam studied me warily, like he knew, like he was already kicking himself. I took another step back and swallowed hard. "I shouldn't have done that. It was stupid of me and unfair to you. I'm sorry." I watched the sting of my words hit home. Watched as Liam's expression immediately blanked and he started brushing the dust off his jeans. My jeans. Jeans that I might never wash again. "Yeah, of course." He didn't or wouldn't meet my eyes, and I wanted nothing more than to eat my words. It was just a kiss, yeah? Already forgotten. Not by me. Maybe never by me. God, I'm sorry. He raised both palms. Hey, no explanations needed. Your dad, the station, you're not as into...
Take this time for yourself. The story will return soon, but this moment is just for you and the music. We're grateful for your presence.
Guys as you are women. He cocked a disbelieving eyebrow, and I'm pretty sure I blushed. I totally get it, but he didn't get it. He especially didn't get the part where all my rules were hanging by a thread because of just how much I was into him. Liam, my phone rang, and I retrieved it from the waterproof pocket tucked inside the bib of my waders. Sorry, I need to check it's not 10. It wasn't. It was Laura. Talk about the universe fucking with me. I looked up in time to catch Liam's gaze fixed on the screen of my phone. Shit. I sent the call to voicemail and decided Liam deserved the truth about what I was feeling. But I didn't get the chance. His expression shuttered, locking me out, and he looked away. It never happened, okay? You're my client's son. A fling between us was never going to be a good idea. My phone sounded again, and I almost growled. Liam glanced down where Laura's name flashed on my screen once again, and his expression cooled. You should get that. I'll check if rent is done, and we can start packing up. The conversation was clearly over, even if I didn't want it to be. But Liam was right. I'd made a stupid mistake, and even though it clearly pissed him off, he was offering a chance for us to both make a dignified retreat. It was way more than I deserved. But as I watched him head up the bank, something deep inside railed against my stupidity, folded in on itself and crawled back into its hole, leaving an aching, empty pit in my chest. I almost ran after him, desperate to get his lips back on mine, his arms around my waist, his clever tongue down my throat. He was walking away because I was an idiot and a total fucking coward. I'd no one to blame but myself. Jules, thy name be arsehole. I stared at my phone, which had once again fallen silent, and noted the 2 voicemails waiting. I considered not responding until I got home, but it wasn't as if anything was going to change in a few hours. I walked to the top of the flood embankment and looked out across the glistening river. Liam's easy stride caught my attention as he made his way to where Brent was packing up his tackle box. My stomach swooped at the sight of him, remembering how he tasted, how his body fit so tightly against mine, the strange, wondrous feeling of his hard cock against my leg. It made no sense. Why him? Why now? What was it about Liam bloody Skelton that had me twisted in knots, craving something I'd never given too much consideration before? Had I wondered what sex with another man would be like? Of course I had. I ogled a hot guy as much as the next red-blooded bi-man. But interest and curiosity had never been enough to risk the consequences of following through. I knew there was no right way to be bi. I could have an equal attraction to more than one gender, or I could have a preference. And even if I had a preference, that preference could change over time. I knew all of that. But my preferences for women had always seemed like a lucky gift, considering my father's homophobia. At least it had, until Liam had blown that preference to smithereens. And I had no idea what to do about it. As I continued to watch, Brent said something that made Liam laugh, and when Liam clapped Brent on the back, a ridiculous niggle of jealousy tugged at my chest. I shook my head in self-disgust. You can't have it both ways, asshole. I lifted my phone and blew out a sigh. After all, I liked Laura, and if I gave things a chance, maybe we could rekindle those stronger feelings we'd once shared. Maybe she was exactly the distraction I needed. I pulled up her number and pressed call. Chapter 10. Jules. Laura and I agreed to meet Saturday evening at Oakwood's newest restaurant, the barbecue pit. Her verdict by the end of our main courses was a big thumbs up. She really was a beautiful woman. Dressed in light blue jeans, a billowy lemon floral top, and black pumps, she was just the right mix of country cute and city slick, with the bonus of a clever mind and a quick, dry sense of humour. We'd always gotten on well, and the time spent over dinner proved no different. The evening had been the best, not-quite date I'd had in years, ever since Laura had left, if I was being honest. The conversation was easy, the laughter genuine, the company excellent. And that was saying something, considering I'd been up since 3 a.m, checking on a small mob of our top-performing ewes as they started to lamb. With the potential for a dusting of snow in the forecast, we were taking no chances. That barbecue was as good as I've had anywhere, including Texas. Laura ran a napkin over her lips and dropped it to her plate with a small burp and a contented sigh. Say no more. I couldn't help but laugh, and she eyed me quizzically. What? I'd forgotten how much I missed your ladylike manners, I teased. Some things never change. I should hope not. She patted her belly. Fuck being polite. A burp from a satisfied stomach is the best compliment you can give a chef. Roz, the owner, paused on his way past our table. She's right, and mopping up the sauce with your bread comes a close second. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Laura says it's as good as anything she ate in Texas. I passed the compliment on. Maybe better, Laura qualified, and Roz beamed. Why, thank you, ma'am. He affected a passable Texan drawl. That earns you a free dessert. Merch! He waved one of his staff over. Give these two any dessert off the menu, although I personally recommend the caramel soufflé. Murchison has a particularly soft touch when it comes to delicate creations. Murchison's cheeks pinked. Only if you don't mind a bit of a wait. I'll make them to order. Laura clapped her hands. Yes, please. How about you? The question was directed at me. I'll just steal a taste from yours. We'll see about that. She grinned and turned back to Murch. Let's see what you can do. No pressure. Murch laughed and headed back into the kitchen. Thanks, Roz. I smiled at the slim, blonde man with model-sharp cheekbones and oft-times equally sharp tongue. No problem, he grinned back. And I've been talking the place up, and I'm grateful. We've been full Friday through Sunday for months now, but this is the busiest Saturday so far. 2 full sittings. He looked between us. Is this a special occasion? I glanced at Laura, who left me to answer. Just catching up. Laura and I used to date back in the day before she left Oakwood in her rearview mirror and headed north. She's moved home to start her own business. Another glance between us, followed by a wink, meant for me. Well, you sure make a lovely couple. Now, I must keep moving. Enjoy your dessert. The minute he left, Laura's hand slid across the table to cover mine. Delicate. Just like she was. Used to date, huh? Her eyes twinkled with mischief. It was a bit more than that, don't you think? I didn't answer. Didn't want to for some reason. Still stuck on the feel of her hand over mine. It was nothing like Liam's, whose hands, like the rest of him, were solid and strong, and blistering hot when they rode my bare skin. Jules! Woohoo! My gaze jerked up to find Laura's eyebrows raised in question. Sorry, I was miles away. I flipped my hand and threaded our fingers together. I noticed. Her brow creased. Anything I can help with? No. I squeezed her hand and she squeezed back. Just work stuff, I lied. She regarded me oddly for a moment, then smiled. Okay, keep your secrets. You were always very good at playing hard to get. I was? News to me. She sat back, nodding. Yes, you were. You gave all the signs of being really interested in me before I left. The perfect boyfriend, attentive, encouraging, caring, great in bed. She waggled her eyebrows and I chuckled. But there was always this piece of you I never felt I got to know. It was one of the reasons I left when I did. But you're really not as mysterious as you like to think you are. I sat back in my chair. I'm not sure I ever saw myself as mysterious. Do tell. Laura's grin widened. For whatever reason, You weren't ready for me back then, and I decided I wasn't prepared to hang around indefinitely just to see if you ever would be. What? I blinked. But you left for that job you wanted. I did, but only because the timing was right. I was in love with you, Jules. You were? Jesus, had I been that oblivious? She chuckled. No, I didn't think you'd realized, which only tells me I made the right choice. Oh, you said all the right things, but it always felt like there was something missing, on your side at least. You were so busy with the station and living up to your dad's expectations and watching out for Zach, it was hard to see a place for me in all of that. I was still struggling to catch up. But you never said anything. No, I had a decent sense of self-preservation, and I've moved on since then, fallen in love a couple more times, had my heart broken, and broken a couple in return. But I never stopped thinking about you. So, now that I'm back, the question is... She lifted our hands and pressed a kiss to my knuckles. Are you interested in seeing if there's anything still there? Am I... What? Something tightened in my chest. But I was too busy trying to digest the fact that she'd been in love with me all those years ago. I'd cared for her, for sure. I wondered if maybe I was falling in love, but then she'd left before I ever found out. Well, she nudged me back on course. Jesus, I couldn't think. She squeezed my hand and laughed. Holy shit! You should see your face. Relax, Jules. I haven't come back here to put a ring on your finger, so don't look so damn panicked. You're just a loose thread I feel like giving a tug to see where it leads. To bed at the very least, I hope. She shot me a wicked grin that went straight to my balls. Laura always had been a spitfire between the sheets. How about tonight, if you're interested? No strings, no expectations, just some fun. We were always great in bed, right? I stared, speechless, pretty sure my jaw was dragging on the ground. It must have been close because she reached out a hand and tipped my mouth shut. You're drooling. It wasn't quite what I was doing, but I let her think it, because although I should have been jumping at her invitation, I wasn't. I was hesitating, and I didn't know why. Scratch that, I knew exactly why, and that was the problem. I was holding back because of a smart mouth that came with a goatee, a truckload of trouble, and the sexiest tats I'd wanted to map with my tongue from the first time I'd seen them. Laura gave a smug little smile and circled her fork at me. The offer stands. Think about it over dessert. We shared spoon for spoon of the airy caramel souffle until the ramekin was licked clean, and when we finally pushed the empty plate aside, I took both Laura's hands in mine. Are you back in the cottage on your parents' place? She ran the pink tip of her tongue over her bottom lip and nodded. Same cottage, same bed, same bedside. Toys. Oh boy. I stood and swept my hand toward the door. Lead the way. When we arrived at Laura's cottage, she shoved me through the back door and into the kitchen like the previous 8 years had never happened. She smelled and tasted like she had back then. The same light floral perfume. The same lush tang of her favourite lemon-strawberry lip gloss. And as I lifted her onto the breakfast bar, she wriggled against me, her nimble fingers delving down the back of my jeans and into my crease. She was a pint-sized Energizer bunny with few inhibitions, loads of imagination, and she tasted great. And yet, citrus and pine, the mineral tang of glacial melt, earthy back notes of trout and smoke, and something uniquely... Her nails scratched down my unshaved cheeks, and I desperately buried the thought. This is a new look? She kissed me long and slow, and then licked a path along my jaw. Keep it. It's sexy. It was. The rough scrape of stubble on my palm, the soft brush of a beard on my lips, the desperate clash of lips, tongues dueling for control. Jesus, stop! I cupped her face in both hands and ran my nose up into her hair. Longer than his, thicker, a different shampoo. Heat simmered in my balls, but without the crack of fire. Let's get these off. Laura worked the buttons on my jeans. His leg wrapped around mine. Our bodies locked. My hard cock pressed against his stomach. No hiding how much I wanted him. while he rode my thigh with equal urgency. I want to suck you off. Laura began to push my jeans down my hips. I want to kiss you. Then kiss me. The sound of a river. The bluest sky. A cock riding my thigh. You're killing me here. Fuck! Stop! I grabbed Laura gently by the wrist and took a step back. She stared at me, confused, panting, blouse askew, wild arousal in her eyes. What's the matter? Shit! I can't do this. I released her hand and began buttoning my jeans as she watched. I'm sorry. I sank onto a bar stool and dragged a hand over my mouth. Jesus, I'm so sorry. It's nothing to do with you. Laura slid off the counter and put a gentle hand on my shoulder. Hey. She began rubbing small circles on my back. It's okay. You want to tell me what just happened? My thumb tracing slow circles on the back of his hand. Is there someone else? You should have just said. I jerked around to face her. You know I would never cheat on anyone. Her eyes grew soft. I know that, but I'm not about to have a fit of the vapours because your heart's taken. My heart. You can be straight with me. I almost laughed. A lot of water's passed under the bridge since last time we fucked. So, not a girlfriend then, but maybe someone you're interested in? I screwed my eyes shut. No. Yes, no. Oh, God, it's such a mess. Her hand slid around my shoulders and she pulled me into a sideways hug. Relationships generally are. There is no relationship, I explained, turning to face her. There isn't anything. Not really. She pulled the other bar stool closer and took a seat. That sounds complicated. My laugh had a distinctly mocking tone. Oh, yeah? She studied me for a moment. Do I know her? And there it was. The question hung between us like a guillotine. I knew I could trust Laura, but still... Jesus, am I really going to do this? I stared down at the granite countertop and quietly answered. Him. It's a him, not a her. I'm bi, Laura. And yes, you met him briefly. A moment's quiet, then... Oh. My heart roared in my ears. Oh covered a lot of things, and the soft sound of her breathing didn't give away anything more. Then after what seemed far too long to mean anything good, Laura's hand finally found mine and gave it a squeeze. Then why are you here with me, and not with him? My shoulders slumped and my head fell back, leaving me staring at the ceiling. I don't know. I turned to meet her sympathetic gaze. Well, I do, obviously. Your dad, she offered quietly. I nodded. Yeah, I can see why that would be tricky, especially after what happened with Zach. I snorted. Christ, can you imagine? She sat back and considered me for a moment. Why didn't you tell me back then? I shrugged. Until recently, Zach's been the only one who knew. I guess it felt safer that way. Besides, I've never actually been out with a guy as such. I've always been more drawn to women. But you want to date this guy? She didn't sound as surprised as I expected. Date? I used the word mockingly. Yeah, right. Like that's ever going to happen. He just... intrigues me, I suppose. Laura gave a less than impressed shake of her head. I don't believe you. You like this guy enough that you won't hook up with me, even though you have nothing official going with him. That says a lot right there. She was right. But he's only here a short time. I'm not turning my life upside down simply to satisfy my curiosity. Her eyes popped wide. Oh my God, it's that guy from the Fleece, isn't it? The one staying on the station? The, physio, was it? Occupational therapist, I corrected glumly. Although he's working on his doctorate. A smile crossed her lips. Sounds like an interesting guy. I smiled without thinking. He is. She studied me for a moment. And you two have done nothing? Another smile. We kissed. You kissed? She rolled her eyes. He's managed to tie you in knots with just a kiss. Damn, he's good. I shot her a look. To be completely honest, he had me in knots long before we ever kissed. That silenced her for a good few seconds before... Holy crap, Jules! It sounds serious, and oh my God, you're blushing! She circled her hand in front of my face. Shut up! I slapped her hand away and she laughed. So he's only here for a short time, she pressed. So what? You don't have to marry the guy to get your end off and maybe learn some stuff about yourself and about being with a guy at the same time. And he's staying on the station, for fuck's sake. It could hardly be any easier so long as you keep things on the down low. You were always pretty good at sneaking around when it came to us. But in the meantime, I need you to get out of my cottage. This isn't exactly how I envisioned my evening ending, and I have an ego to repair. I reached for her hand. I know. I'm sorry. Don't be. She bundled me off the bar stool and across to the back door. Just go and do something about it, will you? And I'd like to stay friends if that still works for you. I turned at the door. Me too. Good. She tapped her cheek for a chaste kiss, and I obliged. Then she took both of my hands in hers. You know you can trust me, right? I drew her into a hug. I never doubted it for a second. 45 minutes later, I sat in my ute in the dark in the machinery shed, while checking the time on my phone 1,000,000 times over. Just before 11. 3 minutes since the last time I looked. Through the shed's open back door, I had a clear line of sight to Liam's kitchen porch. It sat off the rear of the cottage, its window lit by a soft glow. He was clearly still up, which eliminated that excuse. Behind me, in the rear vision mirror, the big house remained dark except for the ever-present nightlight shining in the hallway. But even if someone was rattling around in the kitchen in the middle of the night, the machinery shed and large shelter trees either side effectively blocked any view of the cottage. I turned back to Liam's cottage in time to catch a shadow pass across the kitchen window. Definitely still awake. My stomach clenched as I remembered how I couldn't touch Laura or kiss her or feel her hands on me without thinking of him. Of Liam. Without wanting him and not her. God, what a mess. I got out of the ute and walked toward the back door of the shed, breathing through the nerves that fluttered like 1,000,000 moths in my belly while my heart beat a tattoo against my ribs. I paused, dragged a hand down my face and stared again at Liam's cottage. I didn't have a fucking clue what to do with the guy, what to say, how to act. It would likely be a complete disaster. Not to mention, I'd pretty much avoided Liam since the infamous fishing debacle, finding every reason possible not to make it to lunch. I'd made that many fuck-ups on the job, Tennyson thought I was losing my marbles, and Brent couldn't seem to look at me without cracking a smile. The whole thing was doing my head in. As I stood there, seemingly paralysed, Liam's kitchen light switched off and panic gripped my chest. Shit. It was now or never. My brain spun in a loop at the risk I was about to take. Just how stupid was I? Apparently, really, really stupid. Because I stepped through the door and started picking my way through the cloudy, starless gloom toward the dark outline of Liam's cottage. The only thing I really knew to be true was that I wanted Liam more than I'd wanted anything or anyone in a long, long time. Just the thought of kissing him again set my nerves jangling. Knots coiling and uncoiling in my stomach, but with excitement, not fear. This wasn't just random curiosity. And the fact I knew that should have been a lot scarier than it was. But before I could contemplate that too closely or second-guess my decision, I found myself standing on Liam's back porch, staring at his door. Chapter 11. Liam. I was sitting cross-legged in the dark on my yoga mat, trying to clear my mind. Of him. Jules. Mr. I fancy women more than men, which is why I have an erection the size of the Eiffel Tower pressed against your stomach, Lane. It shouldn't be as hard as it was. Meditation 101. I had the shit down pat. Or I used to. Past tense. BJ, Before Jules. Ironic, I know. The mindfuck to end all mindfucks. I shook my head and gave it another shot. And... nope. No matter what I did, every time I closed my damn eyes, Jules's face popped into my brain. Meditation wasn't going to do it. A sledgehammer to my cerebral cortex rated a much better chance. Jules, bloody Lane. I was trying really, really hard not to dwell on where the man was or what he was doing right at that moment, but it was super fucking hard, because I knew damn well he had a date with Laura. That much I'd gleaned from Tennyson, who'd proceeded to explain that the whole station was agog because Jules didn't date much, something that still surprised me, although I wasn't sure why. Maybe because he was one of those rare, really nice guys you could spend years waiting to walk into your life. Or maybe because he was hot as a habanero, and you'd think women would be lining up to jump in his bed. Likely both. But he was also confused as hell, deep in the bisexual closet, and had left me feeling like a fool after I'd gone against my better judgment and reciprocated, getting all hot and heavy only to have him shut me down. He also came with a homophobic dad, who happened to be my client. Cue the alarm bells ringing loud enough to bring Jericho's walls tumbling. I needed a sexy, closeted, complicated man in my life, like I needed a hole in the head. But was I running? Hell no. That would be way too easy. Nope. I was sitting in the dark, swallowing my acid reflux while trying not to imagine Jules's hands all over Laura, whoever the fuck she was, instead of me. I wanted it to be my lips he was kissing, my bed he was warming, my body he was tangled alongside, my dick he was sucking. Not that Laura had one of the latter, but whatever. Was I fixated? Damn right I was. It was driving me crazy. That kiss at the river had been sizzling. Who'd have guessed the quiet shepherd could kiss like that? And I wanted more. A lot more. We had chemistry to burn even if Jules refused to see it. Preferred women my ass. I'd hooked up with a lot of guys in my time, and few of those encounters had gone from zero to incendiary quite so fast. Hell, if Jules had wanted to fuck me in the bed of his ute next to a dozen smelly trout, I'd have been down with that idea in a heartbeat. And that was a huge warning flag. I didn't jump to anyone's snapped fingers. If there was any finger snapping to be done, it was going to be mine. It wasn't that I was a bossy, domineering top. It was just that I was generally a bossy, domineering top. And on the rare occasions when I bottomed, good Lord, it had been so long I could hardly remember. I'm pretty sure it involved being bossy. But I was upfront about it. I just liked what I liked. And then along comes Jules, who hasn't kissed a guy since his teenage acne years, and who is prepared to die on the hill of preferring women to men. He shoves me against the car door, asks if he can kiss me, and all I want to do is spread my arms and let him have his wicked way with me, however that pans out. Worse yet, the man dumps my ass like a hot potato mid-grope, avoids me all week, and I was still obsessing over him. Holy tamale. Tops our ass, we're going to revoke my membership for sure. What a mess. I ditched the meditation attempt, scrambled to my feet, and headed to fix myself a drink, and maybe watch a movie after. I got as far as my hand on the kitchen light switch when I heard it. The unmistakable creak of my top step. Someone was at the back door. I froze and listened again as a shadow passed over the gap at the bottom of the door. I remembered car lights passing by the cottage almost an hour before and pursed my lips. Surely not. I tiptoed across the kitchen and pried the wooden shutters open just enough to take a look. Crap! I jumped back, my heart racing because holy shit, someone was standing right there, and I knew that face. Knew it, cursed it, obsessed over it. All of the above. I took another peek, and there he was, standing with his fist hovering in front of the old door like he was debating whether or not to knock. Well, fuck that. I snapped on the light and yanked the door open, gasping as a blast of frigid air hit my warm skin. I wasn't exactly dressed for the conditions. Jules, startled, and almost fell off the porch. Good job. I took a second to register how breathtakingly delicious he looked in his tight black jeans and chunky rust-coloured sweater, his dark hair gelled stylishly off his face, before I glared at him. What the hell are you doing here? You scared the life out of me. He squinted into the light, his nervous gaze darting on and off my face. "I'm sorry," he muttered, clearly flustered. I'll go." He spun to leave, but I grabbed his arm. "Not so fast. My cottage, my rules." He arched a brow at the "my cottage" bit, but I carried on regardless. "2 things. 1, you're an asshole for ghosting me the last week. You kissed me first, remember? I did nothing wrong, and I don't deserve to be treated like a pariah." He blanched. "I'm sorry. It wasn't about you. And 2, I spoke over him, you aren't going anywhere until you tell me exactly why you are standing on the back porch of my cottage at midnight when you're supposed to be on a date with your very lovely and apparently not so ex-girlfriend. I had a pretty good idea about the answer to that, but I wanted to hear him say the words. He frowned into the dark that lay between my cottage and the machinery shed, and he said nervously, "Can I at least come inside?" "Nope." I folded my arms and leaned against the doorframe, waiting. He sighed and stared at his feet. "You're right." He finally looked up. "I'm an asshole for ghosting you. But it wasn't about you so much as the fact I was so fucking embarrassed I couldn't face you." I blinked. "You were embarrassed. You were the one who walked away, remember? I was the one left feeling like an idiot, and that I didn't match up to a woman." His cheeks brightened in the harsh light as he shifted his weight from foot to foot. "That's not how I feel at all. And I shouldn't have left things like that. I was going to explain, but then she called, right?" I batted away an overly large moth that descended into the pool of light between us. "All right. Tell me now." Jules scanned the dark garden once again and blew out a long sigh. "I didn't stop kissing you because I thought it was a mistake, or because you didn't match up to a woman or any bullshit like that." He took a slow breath like he was steeling himself. "I stopped because kissing you felt too fucking right. Pretty damn perfect, if I'm honest, and it scared the living shit out of me. Oh. I also knew that if I kept going, one kiss would never be enough. And I didn't know what the hell I would do about that." I squeezed my eyes shut because, damn it, that was almost a perfect fucking answer. Not that I was going to let him know that. Instead, I left him standing in silence for far too long, just because I could. Then I slowly opened my eyes, took in his worried expression, and the high colour in his cheeks, and gave a resigned sigh. "Okay. So maybe I believe you, but you still haven't answered what you're doing here now. I'm not playing second fiddle to a woman, so if you think you've come here for dessert, Jesus, do you really think I'd do something like that?" "No, I didn't. Nothing happened with Laura tonight," he blurted, his face on fire. "I couldn't. We didn't. Damn it. I realized I didn't want her. Yes, we went back to her place, but when we kissed, all I could think about was you. Nobody else, just you. I wanted you, not her. And so I made a complete fool of myself and told her, well, everything. Holy shit." He slumped against the porch rail. "I never told her I was bi, so that came as somewhat of a surprise. But other than that, she was pretty amazing. And when I was done, she asked me why I was with her and not you." I struggled to keep my expression neutral. "And your answer?" He searched my face and said simply, "I'm here, aren't I?" He absolutely was, and I figured I had about 2 seconds to decide what to do about that, before one of us opted for the more sensible solution and hightailed it out of there. I grabbed his hand and yanked him through the open door before locking it for the first time since I'd arrived. I did the same with the front door and closed all the shutters and blinds. When we were safe from curious eyes, I returned to where he was waiting nervously by the breakfast bar. He eyed my cropped t-shirt and favourite meditation leggings that had about as much substance as a spider web and about as many holes, and he drew a noticeably shaky breath. "Did I, interrupt something?" His attention lingered south of my belly, where my thickening cock was no doubt making an inconvenient debut, and if he stared at it much longer, he was going to get a front row seat to a whole lot more. I ran my thumb under his lower lip and his gaze jerked up. "You're drooling." He flushed bright red. I nodded to the yoga mat still on the floor in the lounge. You interrupted my fruitless attempt to clear my brain of a certain irritating but eminently sexy shepherd who's been screwing with my zen. A small smile tugged at his lips. And how's that working out for you? Cheeky fucker. I stepped forward and crowded him against the breakfast bar. Then I straddled one of his legs so he could feel exactly how the meditation wasn't working out for me in the slightest. You tell me. Oh. He sucked in a breath and swallowed hard. Not too good, then. All that bravado gone in a single, slightly panicked glance. I was reminded that this was all new for him. Brand fucking new. The fact he'd shown up at all was pretty damn brave, considering what had happened to his brother. And yet here he was. I retreated a small step back, putting some space between my dick and his leg, and pressed a soft kiss to the corner of his mouth. Tell me what you want. I ran my nose up the side of his face as far as I could reach, and he shivered. Is it okay if I touch you like this? Oh, God, yes. Fuck, yes, he rasped, giving the tiniest of whimpers, like he was starving for anything I had to offer. The sound was like catnip to my cock, which promptly leaped a dozen chapters to the ripping our clothes off part of the story, when I knew we'd be damn lucky to get out of the prologue that night. And why that slow approach was so damn exciting, I had no idea. Then again, this was Jules, and somehow that said it all. I kissed back up his throat to his ear, drawing the soft lobe into my mouth to suck on it gently. Oh, fuck, he whisper-groaned, and I smiled to myself. He was a talker. Another tick on that list I was pretending I didn't have. This was going to be fun. I nuzzled his neck and asked again, You need to tell me what you want, baby. Baby? He whispered the word. I paused mid-nuzzle, cursing my stupidity. Sorry, no. I like it. His hands found the back of my head, his fingers threading through my hair. It's just strange, I guess. I glanced up at him. Hearing it from a guy? He chuckled. Yeah. Not in a bad way, just different. Well, there are going to be a lot of firsts. I kissed down the front of his throat and worried the small dip between his clavicle bones. Are you ready for them? He groaned and pulled me closer until my dick reconnected with his thigh and whispered, I can't wait. I chuckled against his lips. Just remember you said that, and you haven't answered my question yet. He huffed amusedly and cradled my face, forcing me to look him in the eye. About what I want? Jesus, Liam, I don't even know what the options are. I have zero idea what I'm doing. Zero confidence I can do anything without looking like a total idiot. Oh, and have I mentioned how fucking terrifying this all is? We can stop right now. I kissed the end of his nose. No harm, no foul. Hell no, he blurted, then gave a soft chuckle. That's about the only thing I am sure of. I don't want to stop. Jesus, Liam, you crank my shit like nothing I've ever felt before, and it's messing with my head. I mean, why you? I don't understand that switch suddenly flipping after all these years. But I don't want it to stop either. I just want more. Jesus. I kissed him long and slow, my tongue sliding into his mouth, tangling with his, relishing the sweet, rich taste, the hint of alcohol, a lick of smoky caramel, and the easy way he invited me in. So trusting, so fucking hot. And why you? I returned, nipping at his lips. We don't get to choose who we're attracted to, baby. I kissed down his throat. Why one person and not another? I kissed along his jaw and up the side of his face, all that dopamine and norepinephrine flooding your hungry reward centers. I kissed each of his closed eyelids, making you giddy and high, making you feel like anything is possible, like this is possible. I waited until he opened his eyes and then smiled, like we are possible. His smile widened and he drew me close, kissing me gently. You have an unusual line in dirty talk. I snorted and kissed him back. What can I say? Science is hot. Those same chemicals and rewards play into rehab as well. although I have to admit, they're a whole lot more fun this way. I stepped away and gently took his hand. Can I suggest we take this to the bedroom? His eyes widened. Oh, right. He blushed adorably. I mean, yes, of course. It's just, I'm not sure I'm ready for, penetration. Shit, I'm such an idiot. His gaze skittered sideways. I bit back a smile. Well, I hadn't actually intended on any, His eyes found mine again. No. I was thinking we could start slow. Really slow. There's a lot we can do without diving in at the deep end, so to speak. And just so we're clear, is always your choice. Not everyone likes or wants it. Never feel pressured. Plenty of guys don't partake. Surprise lit his face. Really? This time I did smile. Really. I gave his hand a tug and he followed me across the living area to the bedroom door. But when I flicked on the light, he hesitated once again, his gaze sweeping the room like there might be monsters lurking under the bed. You should know I was tested 6 months ago and I haven't been with anyone since. Another flush of red. My dick very much liked the sound of that, but I schooled my expression. Okay, then you should know I'm on prep. His eyes widened once again. I continued. I get tested regularly, the last time just before I came here, and there's been no one since, to answer that question in your head. He groaned. Am I that obvious? I slipped an arm around his waist and drew him close. No. I just know what I'd be thinking. But negative tests aside, we're taking this slow and safe, okay? Yeah, that's good. He ducked his head. Slow and safe is good. Really good. I tipped his chin up so I could see those beautiful grey eyes. I haven't even thought of being with someone, because I haven't been able to get you out of my head, remember? Oh, right. A tiny, pleased smile crossed his lips. But can I just say that I usually have more game than this? Well, some game, or at least I thought I did. I laughed. You're doing fine. It's the same song, just a different instrument. I was 15 the first time I got off with a guy. He was a 17-year-old son of my dad's best friend. Bit of a dick, to be honest, but he was there and interested. And I was horny as hell. But he was so far in the closet, I had to dust his dick off first. And let's just say the experience wasn't memorable. Except for the part where I was never doing that again with him. I'm thinking I can do a little better than that. He grinned and kissed me softly. Then I'm already winning. I kissed him back, sliding my tongue into his mouth for another quick taste. When I pulled away, we faced each other in silence. Gone was the clever, capable station boss version of Jules, barking out orders, wrangling his shepherds, and managing tens of thousands of merinos in a multi-million-dollar business. This Jules, who was side-eyeing my bed like it might swallow him whole and spit out his bones, was nothing like the other. This Jules was nervous and unsure, and so fucking courageous that I wanted to do nothing more than lift all that worry and responsibility from his shoulders and just take care of him. This Jules was the man behind the mask. He took my breath away, and I was finally about to have him in my bed. Chapter 12. Liam. Come on. I led Jules toward the bed. He looked about as skittish as those newborn lambs appearing around the station, and I reached for the bedside lamp, thinking it might be easier for him in the dark. No. He grabbed my wrist. I want to see you, if that's okay. I couldn't keep the smile from my face. Wanting to see me, knowing it was a man making him feel good, said a lot about how ready Jules was. Absolutely. I shucked off my t-shirt and draped it over the lamp to soften the glare. When I turned around, Jules was staring at me open-mouthed. Damn. His fingers traced the intricate tribal tattoos that covered my arms before moving to the swooping hawk that took up most of my chest. He caught my eye. and a wave of goosebumps prickled over my skin. Just... wow. I've been dying to see what you had under those clothes. He stepped closer, the heat of his body, the scent of his cologne, the rasp of his voice, all fucking with my senses. So goddamn beautiful. He turned me around, drawing a sharp breath at the sight of the huge humpback whale breaching the length of my spine between my neck and waist. His fingertips skimmed the design, my skin pebbling under his electric touch, pulse thrumming in my ears, like every cell in my body was realigning to his touch, like notes to a tuning fork. Then his lips pressed against my shoulder blade, and I gasped. "You like that?" he whispered, his hot breath floating over my skin. I turned my head for the briefest of kisses and rasped, "You fucking know I do. And you have plenty of game, just so you know." He chuckled and kissed me again, his hand sliding around my waist. Then he went still, like he'd run out of instructions and wasn't quite sure what to do next. My turn. I spun and grabbed the hem of his jumper, quickly lifting it over his head. He kicked off his shoes and I added his white t-shirt to the growing pile on the floor. You've been keeping secrets from me." I ran my fingers through the soft tangle of dark curls that covered his pale chest. When he gasped and closed his eyes, I leaned forward and rubbed my cheek over the same spot. "Delicious," he murmured. "I thought you gay guys liked everything waxed and shit." I ran my cheek back the other way. "Not this gay guy." I turned and kissed his nipple and he jumped, eyes flying open, but he didn't pull away. I noted the hot spot for another occasion and pressed on, running my fingers down to the waistband of his jeans as my kisses dropped lower. I glanced up and our gazes locked. "Is this okay, baby?" He nodded, pupils beginning to blow. I took my time, kissing his stomach with every button worked free. Then I pushed his jeans down to his ankles, and he stepped free, wearing nothing but a pair of black briefs. I stood and drank my fill. He was, quite simply, gorgeous. Hard sinew and lean muscle covered by acres of delicious creamy skin. My mouth watered at the sight. As I stood gawping, his hand traced the curve of my ass, drawing a needy groan from my lips. He chuckled and squeezed the cheek playfully, then hooked a finger in the waistband of my leggings and tugged me closer, his gaze dropping to my solid erection, pointing his way. I ran a hand down my stomach and gave myself a squeeze. He drew a sharp breath. "Fucking hell," and his gaze shot up to mine. "Makes it real, doesn't it?" I went up on my toes and kissed him. "You want to slow things down?" He shook his head and pulled me close. "Nope. And these should be illegal, by the way." He shoved my leggings and briefs down over my hips, carefully avoiding my cock bobbing freely in the cool air. "It's like putting candy by the checkout." He paused, staring at my cock. I stepped free and tipped his chin up. "Is there a problem?" No." He swallowed hard. "You just, well, uncut." I took my cock in hand and studied it. "Well, looky there. What do you know? I'm so glad you pointed that out." He poked me in the ribs. "Shut up. It's just that, well, I don't have much, make that any experience, remember? And certainly not with an original." He chewed on his lower lip like he was contemplating a complicated puzzle. I laughed. "An original, huh? It's just a cock, Jules. You have one too. And you'll be relieved to know they work the same way." "But—" He reached out and gently ran a finger over the hood of skin around to the top, and I hissed with pleasure. His gaze jerked back up. "Oh, an on-off switch." I laughed, but as he went to do it again, I grabbed his hand and warned, "Unless you want this first time to come to a premature conclusion, I suggest you leave the nice new toy alone for a minute and focus on other things." His mouth turned up in the slyest, sexiest fucking smile I'd ever seen. I couldn't help but laugh. "Fuck me. You're going to be trouble, aren't you?" He surprised me by stepping in and kissing me long and slow, until my toes curled. I'm going to do my very best to be as much trouble as I can possibly be. I smirked and kissed him back. Now there's a challenge I can get on board with. Come on. I tried to pull him down onto the bed, but he resisted. Not yet. I haven't finished looking at you. He took my hand and lifted it in the air. Come on, give me a spin. And fuck me if I didn't do just that. Twirled like a schoolgirl going to prom, nodding cock be damned. It was a first for me. Kill me now. How exactly he'd done it, I didn't know, but somehow the tables had been turned, and it was me feeling like the first-timer, blushing furiously and wanting nothing more than to be safely hidden under a sheet and away from those hot, hot eyes that were eating up my skin. I'd always been proud of my body and mostly didn't give a fuck what people thought of some of my softer lines. I kept healthy and fit, but I didn't do six-packs or wasted hours in the gym. But right then, as Jules's gaze travelled my body, that confidence inexplicably faltered, and I realised with a jolt that I desperately wanted this man to like what he saw, to really like it. It was a red flag, the reddest, and I ran past it like I wasn't even there. His gaze met mine once again. I can't stop saying it. You're so beautiful. He hesitated. And then there's me. Pale Irish skin, thin, and with not a lot of spare time to work out. I fought back a smile. So it wasn't just me. That had to mean something, right? I stepped in and ran my tongue up his sternum to the dip in his neck. Feel that? I pressed my hard dick against his thigh and he groaned. You are absolutely fucking gorgeous. Every centimetre of this luscious white skin and hard muscle does it for me. You're lean-muscled, not thin, and all of it turns me the fuck on. So how about we get on that bed, and you can have your wicked way with me? I waggled my brows as saucily as I could manage. Touch, explore, lick. Anything you want, anyhow, anyway. I'm all yours. You're in charge for as long as you want. This time. He snorted. Why do I get the feeling that's less of an assurance and more of a warning? I ran my hands over the hard planes of his quivering stomach, my teeth finding a patch of skin to worry just above his left nipple. His head dropped back and he arched into me. Ow! Fuck, Jesus! Why does it feel so good? I let him go, soothing the angry mark with a swipe of my tongue. You like that? His eyes danced over my face. Apparently yes. You're a bossy fucker, aren't you? I grinned and pushed him gently down onto the bed. Guilty as charged. I'm up for most things in the bedroom, but being in control is my sweet spot. And that's probably something you should know about me. Not too late to back out. He grinned. I'm not going anywhere. And I didn't miss the flash of something that looked an awful lot like relief. I wanted to tell him that I could do that for him. For a short time, I could lift all that responsibility. He could lose himself in his feelings, in his heart. He could let his body fly. He wouldn't have to think or plan or wonder. When he walked into this space, into my arms, I would take care of him. I wanted to. But he wasn't ready. Not yet. He studied me from the bed, pupils blown to hell, a tiny vertical crease of concentration notched between his brows. Watching, learning, gloriously spread out across my sheets, light and shadow playing over the tempting lines of his torso, sliding around the curves of his slim hips, dancing over the soft curls of hair on his chest to highlight the ragged in and out of his breathing. I kissed my way up his body while carefully avoiding his briefs, and when I reached his mouth, I sank my cock lightly on top of his and slipped my tongue inside his mouth. He groaned in pleasure, his hand sliding around my waist to pull me flush, my dick grinding on his as we took the kiss deeper. No rush, just a leisurely slip and slide of tongues and lips, delving and tasting and getting to know one another. Hot hands wandered my body, clasped my ass, slid up my back. I rolled us onto our sides and relaxed, letting him take charge to run this show however he wanted. Play with me. I breathed the words into his open mouth, and he pulled back just enough to warm me with the biggest smile. He hitched a leg over my hip to hold me in place, and then he was there, all of him, hot and needy, his hard cock stabbing into my stomach, leaving no question that he was as into this as I was. And with that, the seed of doubt I hadn't realized I was still harboring finally evaporated, and I gave in to the pleasure brewing in my body. I can't believe I finally get to touch you, to have you. Jules ran a slow hand down my throat and along the slope of my shoulder, before sliding it over my ribs. I fantasized about this moment for weeks. His fingers feathered across my quaking belly and down my thighs, arousal sparking like fireworks over my skin. God almighty, when he finally got to my cock, I was going to be in big trouble, which reminded me. I snapped the elastic on his briefs and arched a questioning brow. You're a little overdressed. He hesitated just long enough for me to know he was still pretty nervous, before taking a deep breath and kicking his briefs aside. The sight was worth all the waiting as his thick cock bobbed free, a wide vein tracking its length to a ruddy head, a single pearl of pre-cum forming on the slit. Saliva pooled in my mouth, and it was all I could do not to dip down for a taste. As if he could read my mind, Jules gave one of those shy smiles that always did my head in, swiped the glistening thread onto his finger, and then locked eyes and lifted it to my lips. I sucked it clean, then swirled my tongue around and around to catch anything it missed. The second I popped off, he crushed his mouth to mine, his tongue delving hot and hard, his dick rutting against my own. And okay, that felt really fucking good. But before I could start humping him like a rampant teenager, he abruptly pushed away. Not yet. Jesus, he gasped, grabbing his dick around the base and looking like the words cost him his soul and then some. I'm not done with you yet. I groaned and fell onto my back, arms and legs starfishing, my frustration leaking all over the sheets. Go on then, I grudgingly surrendered. But fair warning, my body is now a multiple hazard area and may explode at any moment. He flashed me a cheeky smile. Noted. Then he tucked my arms and legs close to my sides and rolled me onto my stomach so the whole investigation process could begin again, which, to be fair, wasn't terrible. In fact, it was pretty fucking awesome. Light touches, lighter kisses, gentle strokes, firm and kneading, a hand on my lower back, fingers trailing over my ass, in my crease, ghosting my balls, and with every caress I flew higher, until I was squirming and cursing into the pillow, fucking the mattress while trying not to look like I was fucking the mattress. That worked like not at all, which I figured out when he chuckled, kissed my butt and told me to cut it out. Next thing on the torture list, he straddled my hips, his hard cock slapping on my spine as he leaned down and pressed kisses to my hair, my neck, humming his appreciation as he worked his way south, his fingers painting circles on my skin behind his clever mouth. He kissed the small of my back, dipped just the tip of his tongue into my crease, nibbled my butt, and licked down to the crease of my knees as I groaned and swore and arched up into his touch, fists clenched at my sides, my cock on a hair trigger. How are you so good at this? I grumbled, spreading my legs, hoping to redirect his attention to where I really needed it. His rhythm faltered, and in my mind I saw him staring at my ass and considering his options, that tiny frown forming between his eyes, debating what, if anything, to do about my wanton display of need. I didn't have to wait long for the answer, because next thing I knew his hand was sliding between my thighs and under my balls to where my cock lay squashed into the mattress. I lifted my hips to give him room, and he gave it a test squeeze, which almost sent me over on its own. Lights out, done and dusted. I held on by the slimmest of margins, hoping he'd try again. He did. But this time I was ready, and I fucked hard into his hand, groaning my relief. He jerked back in surprise, then refastened his hand and did it again, with the same result. I was desperate. Damn, that foreskin feels amazing. He slid it up and over the head of my cock and back down several times. Okay, that's it. I flipped onto my back and tugged him down for a hard kiss. It has to be my turn. Too bad if it's not. Can I touch you? Tell me I can fucking touch you, or I swear I'm gonna combust all over your sorry dick and then go to sleep and leave you hanging. He blinked. Okay? Thank Christ. I scrambled to my knees and pushed him flat, my flushed, eager dick bobbing somewhere around her shoulder. The image was kind of electrifying. Jules obviously thought the same, staring at it, almost surprised, like he'd forgotten I had a cock at all. And for a second I wondered if this was where it all went pear-shaped, where the reality of what we were doing finally sank home and became too much, where he ran. But it didn't, and he didn't, and before I could offer him an easy retreat, he levered himself up on one elbow and ran a finger up my solid length to snag the drops of moisture at the top. Then he locked eyes and brought his finger to his mouth, sucking it clean. Just like that. Holy Mother of God. But when he winced and pulled a face, I laughed out loud. A welcome distraction from the problem I was having trying not to lose my shit and blow all over his chest. You get used to it, I assured him, sounding a lot more together than I felt. And then bingo. One day, you fucking love it. I was waiting for him to sink back down on the pillow, but instead, he shocked the hell out of me by leaning forward and running his tongue really fucking slowly over my slit. Christ on a bicycle! All I could do was stare as he licked his lips and shot me the smuggest of smug smiles ever to have smugged. And then, in case I missed it the first time, he did it again, running his tongue in a circle around the head just as he'd done with his finger, his eyes dancing merrily, the little trollop. He leaned back, grinning shamelessly. It's growing on me, but I'll definitely need more practice. I wiped my thumb along his slick lips and brought it to mine. I'm sure that can be arranged. He smiled, but there remained a shyness to it that he couldn't hide. Jules might be talking a big game, but he was still nervous as hell. I stretched out beside him and took his hard cock in hand. He rolled to face me, anticipation in his eyes. I want to watch you lose it. He gasped and thrust into my stroke. Just like that. I firmed my hold and added a small twist at the top. Tell me how you like it. That's good. Faster. His lips found mine, his kiss demanding. I upped the speed, his cock shuttling through my fist, his breath coming in short, sharp gasps. Oh, fuck. Yep, right there. He buried his face in my neck, hips rocketing back and forth. Then his hand wrapped around my lonely dick, and both our rhythms faltered. Yeah, let me. I took both our cocks in my fist. He gave a surprised grunt and leaned back a little to watch. Sweet Jesus. He stared as our dicks slid against each other in a tightly bound dance. That's so hot. He wrapped his hand over mine, improving the grip, and I raced both of us to the edge. It didn't take long. Just a few more strokes, and then fire kindled at the base of my spine. I groaned with pleasure, my eyes flicking open to find Jules staring back at me, just centimetres away, neck corded, those flint-grey eyes burning like white-hot coals. So close, just... He sucked in a breath, bucked into my grip, and threw his head back with a loud shout, his cock pulsing, spurting ribbons of cum over my fist and belly. Fuck! I watched him go over, transfixed by the spectacle. And then my own orgasm erupted and my forehead fell against his chest as I pumped into my hand, unloading on both our bellies, my hand eventually juddering to a slow stop as the pleasure crested and bled away. We lay still in the wake of it, the only sound in the room the gasping search for air. Lips pressed against my temple, my cheek. And when my eyes finally fluttered open again, Jules was smiling at me, his expression blissful and serene. I let go of our cocks and cradled his face in my sticky hands, kissing him softly as he hummed against my lips. When I pulled away, I tapped a finger to his temple and asked, "So, how you doing in there?" He nuzzled his nose against mine and blew a contented sigh. "Pretty damn good, if I'm honest." He pushed me onto my back and ran a finger through my wet belly. "God, look at that. Both of us in one puddle," I snorted. "Why doesn't this feel a lot weirder than it does?" I shrugged. "Maybe because you're ready. Who knows? There's no rules about first times." He looked up at me. "True. And it doesn't feel weird at all, just different. And pretty fucking exciting. I mean, damn, Liam, that was..." He huffed and shook his head. "I don't even know what that was. Amazing for a start. And also... right, if you get what I mean. Like it was natural. Humbling, too, since I haven't felt like a clumsy newbie in quite a while." He ran a finger down my nose. But also a little bit terrifying. I took his hand and kissed the palm. "How so? I hope you're not worrying about anal, 'cause I told you..." "No, it's not that." He booped my nose, and who the fuck did that? "It's terrifying because it wasn't enough, Liam. I didn't want it to end. I feel like I've opened a door to half of the house I've always lived in but never seen before. And now I want more. A lot more. And I'm lying here wondering if maybe you'd be interested in something like that while you're here." "Interested in sex?" I teased. "With you?" I donned a thoughtful frown, then smiled. "After tonight, I'd say that's kind of a no-brainer." But Jules didn't laugh. Instead, he said, "I'm sorry. I'm not being very clear. And I'm also being ridiculous, which is nothing new. Maybe we should forget it." "No, wait." I kissed his knuckles. "Tell me what you mean." He studied me for a moment, then said, "It's just that I'm not really a hookup kind of guy. The Mackenzie is a small place, if you catch my drift. So I suppose what I'm saying is that if we agree to get together while you're here, then as far as I'm concerned, there won't be anyone else. Just you." He waited for me to respond, his cheeks flaming. "Oh." I swallowed a slightly hysterical laugh. One hand job and we were discussing being exclusive? I reached for a handhold on that rabbit hole I was rollicking down, but my answer was out before I knew it. "Just you and me until I leave?" "Yeah, I think I can handle that." I eyed him up and down and licked my lips. "Sure. I'm in." He let out a shaky breath. "Okay then, that's settled. I'll maybe see you tomorrow then?" He threw the covers back, but I reached for his hand. "Why tomorrow? You got somewhere more important to be tonight?" Because I was obviously losing the plot. Jules frowned but said nothing. I lifted his hand to my lips. "Will anyone miss you?" He stared at our hands, and when those frown lines grew deeper, I was pretty sure I'd lost him. Then he surprised me again by saying, "I'll need to be gone by 5. Mum's taken to joining me in the kitchen while I make breakfast. It gives her a chance to offload a little about Dad before she takes him a tray." I nodded. "I can do 5. I never do 5. Mornings for me don't start until I can, at the very minimum, locate my hand in front of my face." "Does that mean you'll stay?" A longer pause that time, then, "Yeah, I'll stay." Lucky me. I reached for my phone and set the alarm. Then I cleaned us up with the top sheet, threw it on the floor and pulled the warm covers back over his goosebumps. I smoothed the lines on his brow and asked, "So, Mr. Lane, do you snore?" That earned me a shining smile. "Like a trooper. It's not too late to change your mind." "Not a chance." I rolled him onto his side, facing away. "We'll see who brings the roof down first." I spooned him from behind, locking him in place with a leg over his hips and an arm around his waist. He immediately tensed. "Not a hugger?" I inquired. "'Cause the snoring may not be a deal-breaker, but if you sleep in my bed, you get hugged. It's a rule." He looked back over his shoulder with merry eyes. "You appear to have a lot of rules." I reached up and kissed him. Like I said, being in charge is my sweet spot. Now turn off the light and get back down here. He eyed me for a second, then did as I said, and snuggled back against me, chuckling. I've never been the little spoon. This continues to be a night of firsts. I pressed my lips to her shoulder and pulled him close. Buckle up, cowboy. We've barely even begun to scratch the surface. He plumped his pillow and settled down to sleep, but it took him a while. I wondered what was going through his head. I didn't need to see his face to know that big brain of his was spinning on steroids. I didn't press for him to share, and he didn't offer. He'd had a huge night, and I figured it would take some time to process. It was maybe a half-hour later when he finally grew heavy in my arms, and his breathing settled into a rhythmic, rumbling snore. I ran my lips over his back and wondered what the fuck I thought I was doing asking him to stay. It had been a long time since I'd shared my bed with anyone who actually mattered to my heart. Years. And regardless of how I tried to spin it in my head, or the fact it made no sense, and that I didn't understand the why of it, nothing changed the deep knowing in my heart that Jules Lane did matter. He mattered way too fast and far too much. I could get hurt. We both could. I should be running from him like my ass was on fire. I should at the very least not have him sleeping in my damn bed. I considered both those options for about a millisecond, then pulled him closer and let the reassuring heat of his solid body next to mine send me off to sleep. One night couldn't hurt. Chapter 13. Jules. It was 4:40 a.m., dark and chilly, and way too fucking early. The light from my phone played over Liam's sharp cheekbones and slack-lidded eyes as he slept in my arms. I slid the phone back onto the bedside table so as not to wake him, then brushed a lock of that silky blonde hair off his closed lashes. His nose twitched, but he didn't wake. His breathing was steady and calm. Sometime in the night we'd switched positions, and I remembered being startled by the feel of his hot back against my chest. The strangeness of it, the excitement, my cock thickening against his crease, the rhythm of his heart thrumming under my palm, real and reassuring as it slowly rocked me back to sleep. And when I finally woke and stretched to grab my phone, Liam was facing me, his arm around my waist, his head nestled on my chest, and he'd been there ever since. I wasn't complaining. I pressed my lips to his hair and breathed him in. I had a man in my arms, and I liked it. Go fucking figure. I'd considered not telling Zach. The bastard would be impossibly smug, but he would also read straight through me like a cheap novel if I didn't own up to it first. He knew I liked Liam, and he'd be watching me like a hawk. He'd also known about my date with Laura. I'd be lucky to make it to morning tea before he called for a debrief. I sighed and traced a fingertip along the inked line that circled Liam's bicep. His skin twitched. "Don't tell me it's morning already," he grumbled without moving. "'Cause I need at least a little daylight to charge my power cells before I can manage a kiss. Some toothpaste so I didn't taste like a graveyard would be handy as well." "How do you live like this?" I chuckled and pressed another kiss to his forehead. "On some days, this qualifies as a sleep-in." Liam levered himself onto his elbow and stared down at me with sleep-addled eyes. "There's only one thing I wake up this early for." His hand found my cock and gave it a firm tug. And oh, God. He lowered his mouth to mine, slipped his tongue inside, and just like that I was hard. I grabbed his ass with both hands and pulled him on top. He wiggled his hips, putting delicious pressure on both our dicks, and I groaned as best I could with a tongue shoved deep into my throat. "Now, that has to be the very best way to wake up," he muttered, beginning to grind against me. "Oh, Jesus, quit that." I rolled him back onto his side before I lost all common sense and scandalized the wool shed by being late for the first time in my life. "You've no idea how much I want to stay. But I can't." I drew him close for another kiss. "Are you sure about that?" He hooked his leg over my thigh. "Because I think somebody wants to play." He gave my dick a tug and licked back into my mouth. I groaned and thrust into his hand before quickly disentangling myself. "You're a fucking tease." He snorted and kissed the corner of my mouth. "Oh, is that your boss voice? 'Cause I have to tell you, it could do with some work." I could squeeze you into my calendar for a lesson this evening, if you're interested. The clothes-optional version, of course. I huffed out a laugh. As intriguing as that sounds. I'll have to see how the day pans out. I'll text. But in the meantime, I unwrapped his sneaky hand from where it had found its way back to my cock. I have to go. If there was another heavy frost last night, we'll need to check on the new lambs first thing. Liam's eyes widened. Shit, will they be okay? I swallowed a smile and kissed him softly. That's why we check. He stabbed a finger at my chest. Call me if you need someone to, I don't know, feed them or something. I've never held a new lamb. I studied him. Seriously? He nodded. I can't spend 7 weeks on a sheep station during lambing and not get up close and personal with its cutest residents. Present company excluded, of course. Of course. I ran a thumb over his cheek. Okay, then I'll see what I can do this week. And I'm not the cutest resident by a long shot. That spot's already taken. I pinched his chin between my finger and thumb and kissed him very slowly, very purposefully, and very thoroughly. When I was done, Liam pulled back and batted his lashes at me. Why, Mr. Lane, I do believe I'm blushing. But under the light, teasing tone, he sounded almost shy. And it occurred to me that some of that bossy attitude might be nothing more than a bit of armor for his heart. And so I kissed him again, and this time he just smiled and cupped my cheek. I thought you had to go. I do. I flipped on the light, threw the sheets back, and Christ, it's cold! I sat on the edge of the mattress, grabbed my jeans and briefs from the floor, and started pulling them on. Liam leaned over and ran a hot tongue up my spine. See? I told you to stay in bed. His hand found its way to my cock. Teeth nibbled my ear, and stubble grazed my neck. Stubble? I almost laughed. How is this my life? Before you go. Liam idly stroked my cock while I sat distracted, my jeans caught around my knees. I know it's my day off, but I thought I could drive your dad down to the south pasture to take a closer look at the mob. What do you think? I think you need to let me go before I head into breakfast with a raging boner. I loosened his grip 1 finger at a time, and then stood and tried to stuff my tent pole of a dick into my way too small briefs and strangle-worthy black jeans. Liam watched my contortions for a second, then fell back on the bed, laughing. You know, I could solve that for you. It's not funny, I grumbled. If Mum catches me like this, shit, I'm going to have to change out of my good clothes and shower before I risk the kitchen. I have to go, Liam. Now. He raised both his hands. It's not my fault your dick won't behave. I did offer a solution, which was rudely ignored. Besides, if you walk in like that, won't your mum just think you stayed at Laura's? I raised an eyebrow. She could have got up in the night and seen my ute parked in the machinery shed opposite the kitchen. Oh. He smothered another laugh. I finally got my buttons done up and the rest of my clothes back on. Okay, I think that'll do. I whipped into the bathroom to check and... Fucking hell! I turned to find Liam leaning on the door jamb wearing nothing but an innocent smile. A zipped jacket or scarf should do the trick. He waved a hand to the angry bruise on the base of my neck. And everyone will definitely assume that one came from Laura. I narrowed my eyes. That's hardly fair to her. He walked over and fingered the mark smugly. You're not lying, just don't confirm or deny. He petted it lightly. But I'll know. I grabbed his hand and lifted his fingers to my lips. I had a good time last night. His cheeks brightened. Me too. Text if you can make it tonight. Let me get through today. With this, I indicated the bruise, and I'll let you know. Bring your morning clothes this time. You want me to stay again? He shrugged and said, Sure. I mean, last night wasn't terrible, was it? No. I pulled him up onto his toes and kissed him. Not terrible at all. We held each other's gaze until the moment grew a little awkward, and he shoved me toward the kitchen. Go on, before you land yourself in trouble. I stepped through the back door into the frozen darkness, remembered and turned. By the way, I think Dad would love your idea. It might be tough as old boots, But there isn't a sheep farmer alive who doesn't go sappy at the sight of a few spring lambs. And don't forget there are some in the shed paddock as well. Dad will love it, even if he doesn't say so. And you might get a few stories out of him along the way. I cupped his cheek and kissed him, my free hand finding his soft dick for a little icy payback. Jesus! He leaped back into the kitchen, his hands cradling his junk. And here I was going to offer to suck your dick tonight. Fat chance now. Be gone with you. He kicked the door shut in my face, and I headed toward the big house with a huge grin and an image of Liam sucking my dick that was going to slow my day down to a crawl. My usual 5-minute shower took twice as long, dealing with the semi Liam had given me, and I went through 5 shirts before I found an old flannel one that just about covered the mark on my neck. A swandery overtop sealed the deal. And if it got too hot, I simply have to risk exposure and hope they thought it was Laura. I couldn't hide it for a week. All of which meant my mother was already in the kitchen by the time I finally made it for breakfast. She lifted her gaze from her porridge when I walked through the door and made a beeline for the coffee maker. "You're late." I shrugged. It was a late night. Damn, it's cold. She eyed me skeptically. "I thought I heard you come in well before midnight. Hardly late." Shit. I popped some bread in the toaster, keeping my back to her. I took a while to get to sleep. It wasn't a lie. She pushed a mug of coffee into my hands and leaned back against the countertop. "So, how did the date go?" "It wasn't a date," I said pointedly. "We were just catching up, and it was fine." I busied myself grabbing the peanut butter from the pantry and attending to my toast before finally taking a seat at the table opposite her. "You two always got on so well." She tucked an errant lock of silvery hair into her bun. "I admit I had my hopes up before she decided to leave." I eyeballed my mother. Laura is lovely, and yes, I do really like her, but not in that way. I took a bite of my toast and leaned back in my chair. "We're friends, nothing more." She considered me for a moment, her pretty green eyes mapping my expression. Then she scooped the last of her porridge into her mouth and pushed her plate aside. "I just want you to be happy. Between you and Zach, I always thought you'd be the one to settle down first. Zach was always a distracted kid. He only ever had that one girlfriend." She flushed and turned her coffee cup in her hands, her twisted finger joints shiny and red. "It never once occurred to me that he was gay." Her expression grew bereft. "How does a mother miss that?" I covered her hand with mine. "He was really careful, Mum. He knew Dad wasn't going to like it." She swallowed hard. "Another thing I messed up. I should have stood up for him against Paddy that day. I should have said something. If he never forgives me, I won't blame him." I squeezed her hand. "Have you talked to him?" She nodded. "He was good about it, understanding more than I deserved. But I hurt him. And there's this distance between us now. I hate it." Her eyes flooded with tears, and I wanted to reassure her everything would be fine. But I couldn't. It was up to Zach and my mother to walk this path, and who knew where it was going to lead. And so I settled on, "You need to let him come to things in his own time, Mum. He loves you, you know that. And you two have come a long way since Dad had a stroke. Zach's comfortable enough to come and go from here now, and Dad seems to be happy enough letting that happen, not to mention he's keeping his opinions to himself, which we can all be thankful for. It's a start, right?" "I know." She sat back in a chair and studied me. "But I don't want to make the same mistake with you." I blinked, my heart skipping in my chest. Did she know? That wasn't possible. "I'm not sure I understand." I took a mouthful of toast and chewed it slowly, hiding my dismay. But all she did was sigh, adding, "I want you to know you can talk to me. Your father hasn't always been kind about some of the women you've dated, and I hope it's not that holding you back from settling down." She stared at her coffee cup. "I won't have this family torn apart again, Jules. You have my word." Jesus Christ. This was cutting way too close to the bone. I withdrew my hand and finished my coffee, putting the empty cup aside. Don't worry. I'm 35, Mum. I'm not going to let Dad dictate my life. Which was rich considering I pretty much fucking was. I lifted a hand to inspect her inflamed joints. Are the meds still working? She slid her hand free and shrugged. Most days, but you know it's always worse in winter. I did. Zach and I had watched our mother struggle with rheumatoid arthritis for most of our lives. It was the one thing we couldn't fault our father on, and one of the reasons he was such a confusing man. Whenever Mum went through one of her bad patches, Dad doted on her. There was no other word for it. He might not be any good in the kitchen, but he did his best, waiting on her hand and foot. For a man who barely knew how to butter his toast on his own, go figure. You need anything from town? She shook her head. Zach's already picked up my new script. Said he'll drop it off on his way back from Wild Run. There are no tourist trips today, so Luke's planned a secret picnic somewhere. Zach? Coming to the station? Damn. I tugged the collar of my swandery tighter around my neck and sighed. My eagle-eyed brother was a wrinkle in my day I could do without. Chapter 14. Jules. We're here. I read Liam's text and looked behind to find him waving from the driver's window of the Mercedes, parked in front of the south pasture gate. I waved back and called out to Stuart, who was crouched close to a ewe in the throes of a difficult lambing. You stay with her, I instructed. I won't be long. Stuart glanced toward the gate and gave me a thumbs up. I scooped up the lamb I'd been checking, wrapped it in a towel, and jumped on my quad. Hopper landed on the tray and leaned his head over my shoulder, but I shrugged him off. Not this time, mate. You'll scare her. He gave me the hunt-away equivalent of a pout, all wrinkled brows and doe eyes, and stuck his head through my other elbow where at least the lamb couldn't see him. That's not what I meant, and you know it. I patted his furrowed brow and eased the quad forward over the uneven ground, slow enough for the lamb's mother to follow, which she did. By the time I got to the gate, Liam had my father out of the car and seated in a collapsible chair, and Chip was running free. Hopper leaped off the quad and the two dogs ran circles around each other before Chip settled at my father's feet, and Hopper moved on to Liam. From his position squatting next to Hopper, Liam caught my eye. It's been a slow morning. His gaze flicked sideways to my father and back. But we got here. I recognized his careful wording as code for Dad having suffered another episode of confusion, which meant they'd all had a tough morning. Just the day before, he'd asked me why the shearing gang was late this year. It had taken me 20 minutes to convince him they'd already been and gone, and only after I took him out to see the shorn ewes in the paddock closest to the house. I held the lamb out for my father to inspect, and while he checked out his confirmation with a deft hand and shrewd eyes, I checked out Liam, who was standing behind him. He looked gorgeous as usual, those bright hazel eyes sending my pulse racing with memories of the night before. And like he could read my mind, Liam smirked and licked his lips. And then the fucker blew me a kiss. I nearly fell over, my cheeks blowing hot. Damn Irish genes. Looks good. My father's tired gaze lifted to mine. It wasn't much as far as praise went, but he was obviously pleased, and my heart stupidly swelled at the approval. Yeah, I thought so too. I avoided looking at Liam so I didn't inadvertently show my feelings. We lost a couple 2 nights ago when the temperature dropped way past what was forecast. But other than that, we're on track for a record year. This lamb is from one of those ewes that you put with Jacob's ram. She feels heavy for her size. It's going to be interesting tracking their growth over the next year. I'll bring you all the stats this afternoon and you can take a look. My father nodded, took another look at the lamb, patted it almost tenderly, and waved it away. Can I have a hold before you let it go? Liam looked about as excited as a kid in a donut shop. Sure. I grinned and placed the wrapped bundle ever so gently into his arms. He held it to his chest and made soft cooing noises while my father regarded him with a strange, amused smile. Oh my God, she's so precious, he marveled. All her fur is still damp. And what's... He looked up, horrified. Is that her cord? Wool, not fur, I corrected gently, and his cheeks flushed pink. And yes, she was born about an hour before you got here. Perfect timing. His clear delight and unaffected wonder slammed into my chest like a rush of hope. And just like that I was 5 again, begging my father to take me with him on the lambing rounds. Zack had never been as interested in lambing season, preferring mustering with the dogs. But lambing had always been my favourite time of year, watching the ewes labour and holding as many newborns as I could. I was always first in line to feed the ones rejected by their mothers, sleeping in a hay bale hut my father would make for me in the shed, not caring I'd be exhausted the next day at school. For 3 weeks every year I barely slept, and at some point my father would select a lamb for me to rear for the annual school pet lamb competition. I'd put in hours of work, grooming and lead training to get him or her ready. Even at only 5, I was competitive as hell, and I had a box full of ribbons stashed somewhere in the house to prove it. Those new fragile beings were almost magical to me. My dad proud of the fact their wool would be worn by people all over the world, the success of the station resting on thousands and thousands of tiny woolly shoulders. I couldn't have put words to it at the time, but looking back it was clear I'd fallen in love with the high country and the merinos who walked its hills from a very tender age. And I'd never wanted to do anything else except take over the station from my father when it was my turn. I caught Liam's worried frown and realised with a start that my eyes were brimming. Damn it! I blinked back the tears, thankful my father's attention had shifted from me to the mob in the paddock. "You okay?" he mouthed. I nodded. "Yeah, just brought back memories, that's all." My father turned a surprisingly soft gaze on me and said in a tone I hadn't heard in a long, long time, "You always loved lambs. Such a soft boyo." I was startled at the term. I hadn't been called that in decades. "You had the—" He frowned and screwed his eyes shut, took a deep breath and tried again. "Touch. You have the touch." Instead of sarcasm, the quiet, lopsided smile and swell of pride in his voice almost took my legs from under me, and I had to swallow those tears again. "Thank you." He held my gaze and then grunted dismissively and turned his attention back to the ewes. I held my arms out to Liam for the lamb. "I'd better get it back to her mother." He pouted. "I'll make sure you get another chance. I'm holding you to that." He reluctantly placed the lamb back in my arms, and I carried her to a spot some distance from the gate. The mum was there in an instant, and I left them to it. Back at the gate, my father waved his good hand toward the southern hills. "Don't forget Bell's Falls." He was referring to a small waterfall hidden in a ravine at the base of the foothills. For some reason, a few ewes chose to lamb there, even though it didn't take much rain for the falls to become a raging torrent. I hesitated before answering, not wanting to ruin the moment we'd had. "I didn't forget, Dad. I had Stuart fence it off a couple of weeks ago." My father shot me a look as if I'd just said we were switching from merino to longhorn cattle. The falls had been a bone of contention between us for years. He'd consistently refused to let me do anything about it, citing unnecessary costs and all, but accusing me of only wanting to save myself a bit of legwork. In other words, being lazy. "No one has the time for daily sweeps this year," I argued against his forbidding silence. "So like it or lump it. I'm not apologizing. It was the right thing to do." "You're a man down, Paddy, remember?" Liam offered. My gaze shot up. I was unused to someone having my back. I was the only family member working the station with my father. The others did as Paddy said. They had to. And I'd been treated no differently than them. Paddy didn't play well in the sandpit, and he wasn't one for rewarding initiative. Tennyson had my father's respect, but no one made any important decisions except for Paddy. Not even me. This new world order was uncharted territory for my father and me. "They love working for you." Tennyson's words came back to me, and I straightened my spine. I wouldn't back down. Not this time, not anymore. My father's stare hardened and his jaw worked, but I held his gaze. Eventually he nodded. "Suppose it was time." He grunted and looked to where Stuart was on his hands and knees alongside one of the ewes. In my father's world, that amounted to a ringing endorsement, and I suppressed a fist pump in favour of a self-satisfied smile. A throat cleared, and I looked sideways to find Liam, urgently tapping the base of his neck. Shit! I put my back to my father and zipped my swandery as high as it would go. When I turned around, Liam was wearing a sexy-as-fuck grin. He waggled his brows, and I discreetly flipped him off. My attention was then caught by Hopper, sniffing around the Mercedes like he was about to cock his leg. I called him back, and he'd taken a couple of steps when the familiar roar of a Kawasaki Ninja rumbled through the valley. The huntaway came to an abrupt halt, stood stock still in the middle of the road, and bayed. Zack was here. Fuck me. It was all I could do not to groan. Zack's bike slowed to a crawl to avoid startling the ewes and quietly pulled in alongside Liam's old Mercedes. The second Zack climbed off, he was tackled by the resident canine welcome committee. My brother had trained both Hopper and Chip, and they were madly besotted with him. After loving on both dogs for a suitable period of time, Zack stood and gave our father a critical once-over. "You're looking good. Nice to see you out and about." "Okay," Paddy grunted before running a sour look over the Kawasaki. "Damn thing." Zack snorted. "I rode her over just for you. How you doing, Liam?" "Good." Liam ran an appreciative hand over the Kawasaki's gleaming fuel tank, and I was reminded of that same hand around my cock just hours ago. "Nice bike," he practically purred. Zack grinned like a proud dad. "You right?" Liam nodded. "I had an old Honda while I was in university, but let's just say I work with the result of too many road accidents to take the plunge again." Zack nodded. "I totally get it. Luke worries like a mother hen every time I get on the beast, which is pretty rich considering the man flies a chopper and lands on glaciers for a living. Riding a bike is nothing compared to that shit. You're welcome to take her out for a run while you're here. The station rides are perfect for a blat." Liam's eyes sparkled. "I might just take you up on that." Zack ran a shrewd eye over Liam and grinned. "First close encounter with a lamb? You have that look." Liam laughed. "That obvious, huh?" He glanced over at the ewe and her offspring. "They're cute as hell." Zack followed his gaze. "You wait until Jules gets his guitar out for them. Putty in his hands." "Shut up, Z." I glared at my brother. Liam did a slow turn to face me. "You play the guitar?" I waggled my hand. "A little." Zack snorted. "A little my ass. He's really good." My father grunted. "Not bad." High praise from him. Liam's smile grew sly. "I'm going to need a demonstration now." I groaned and elbowed Zack in the ribs. "Thanks for nothing." He threw me a shit-eating grin. "You're welcome. But seriously, Liam, don't let him brush you off. He even writes his own stuff." "I'm not about to let him brush me off." Liam shot me a mischievous look that almost had me blushing again. "A songwriter as well, huh? Well, well, well. You've been hiding your light under a bushel, Mr. Lane. Shame on you." His tone was the exact same one he'd used to boss me around in bed the night before, and my cock danced to a tension in my jeans like the cheap hussy it was. "Shut up, Z." I gave my brother a shove, but all he did was laugh and shove me back, hard enough to lose my balance and stumble into the gate. When I found my feet again and turned back to give him a piece of my mind, I was stopped by the wide-eyed look on his face as he stared at my throat. Shit. I pulled my swandery back into place and levelled him with a warning glare. He shot me the slyest of smiles before mouthing the word, "Later." Then he turned back to Liam, who was watching the two of us with an uneasy expression. Zack's gaze flicked between us and his brow creased in a frown, but my brother was nothing if not well versed in the art of subterfuge when it came to our father, and Paddy seemed completely unaware of the exchange that had just occurred right next to him. "So, Dad," Zack wandered closer to our father, "what do you think of lambing season so far?" Paddy's discerning gaze rolled over the mob for a long second before he answered, "Too early." I counted to 5 so I didn't lose my shit and then reminded him, "It's only a week earlier than last year." "We've started early as well." Zack had my back. "Hopefully the weather's kind to us." Our father doubled down. 2? Early. We ignored him, the very best way to piss him off, and I changed the subject. Thanks for picking up Mum's script. No problem. Zach reached into his carry and slapped the packet in my hand. The pharmacist said she might feel a bit nauseated for a week or so, but then it should improve. I'll tell her. My father scowled at the bag. What? Pills. A new analgesic a doctor wants to try. I pocketed the bag. Zach saved me a trip into town. My father licked his lips. She never... She... He paused, struggling for the right words before giving up. I should... No. It was hard not to feel sorry for him. Yeah, maybe you should have, I agreed. The way she's been holding her cup lately was pretty obvious. I raised a brow and his lips formed a thin line, but he didn't argue my point. He'd been lost in his own problems for months. A little wake-up call that there were other people dealing with serious shit in his world couldn't hurt. I took a look this morning and gave her some new exercises to try, Liam said, and my father looked up at him, surprised. I'll also make some inquiries about a better wrist support. I have a few contacts in orthotics. I might be able to get her a custom fitting. My father's eyes softened. Thank you. Liam shrugged. You're welcome. They exchanged a look that was hard to fathom. Zach leaned on the gate, one foot resting on the bottom rail, and surveyed the mob. Any losses so far? I shifted to stand next to him. A few, not too bad. You guys? He nodded. The same. But there's a chance of snow for the weekend, and Holden is anticipating a couple of all-nighters. I might not be available if you call, just so you know. We turned at the sound of our father's unimpressed grunt. Told you. Too early. I looked to Zach, who was already rolling his eyes, and we both snorted. Yeah, well, I'm sure you'll find a reason to tell me I told you so somewhere along the way. Paddy huffed and grumbled something about respect, and I think that's our cue to leave. Liam handed our father his quad cane. Say goodbye to the nice man, Paddy. My father looked startled for a moment. Then a hint of a smile appeared on his lips, and he poked Liam in the ribs. Fuck you. Liam poked him back. You're not my type. My father gave a lopsided grin and my mouth fell open. What the actual fuck? I shot Zach a look to find him equally gobsmacked. But Liam didn't even break stride. He took my father's elbow and steered him away. I was thinking, since it's a nice day and all, that maybe we could take a detour or two on our return. You can show me around and tell me some stories of your youth. Struggling not to laugh, I was doing way better than Zach, who'd had to turn away so he didn't lose his shit completely. By the time he got a grip, Liam had my father safely in the car and was calling for Chip. Zach gripped my arm, a stunned expression, a study in disbelief as he whispered, Did Liam just drop a gay joke on our father? I huffed, nodding as I answered. That's exactly what he did. Liam closed the back on Chip and returned for the chair, frowning at whatever he saw on our faces. What? Zach shook his head. He lets you say stuff like that. Liam glanced over his shoulder to where Paddy was watching from the passenger seat. He lowered his voice. I've been working on him. I don't think your dad's ever spent much time with a gay man before. He sent Zach a look of apology, at least not with someone who wasn't his son, or a neighbour he was feuding with. I figured it's like exposure therapy, so I dropped the odd joke here and there. Maybe mention an old boyfriend in casual conversation, or describe a date I had, just to watch his mind fizz. Zach laughed. Holy crap! I want to be like you when I grow up. And he's okay with it. I kept my voice low, but couldn't mask my shock. Liam chuckled. And to be fair, he wasn't exactly receptive at the start. Stony silence pretty much sums it up. But over the last week or so, I think he's realized that I'm taking the piss, and he's loosened up a bit. Not that I'd read too much into that. It's not like he's openly talking about it or asking questions. But you get close to people doing this kind of work. There's a lot of emotion involved. And I count it as a win that he's at least stopped looking like he wants to have a shower after every session with me. I winced and squeezed his shoulder. I'm sorry you had to put up with any of it. But what you're doing for us means a lot. Liam's hazel eyes softened on mine. You're welcome. It's all for the cause, right? Next step, world domination. Zack cleared his throat and regarded the two of us with a cagey smile. What exactly is going on between— A horn blasted and everyone jumped. "I'm cold!" Paddy grumbled through the open window. Liam snorted. "It appears I've been summoned." He collapsed the chair and slung it over his shoulder before lowering his voice. "Your mum wanted you to know that he wasn't sure what day it was, or even who I was, for most of the first hour this morning. Nothing different from the other times, but it's thrown him. I think he still hopes that he'll eventually take up where he left off before the stroke. But the more episodes he has, the more obvious it becomes that it likely won't happen that way. Norma's talking with the doctor this afternoon." Zack's expression grew serious. "What do you think about how much functionality he's going to get back?" Liam sighed. "If I'm honest, I think he'll see more improvement in walking and grip strength and speech, for sure. But as for working around the station again, he'll likely always need aids, and he'll struggle with balance and strength. Just getting through the basics of everyday living will be exhausting for a long time to come. He'll need to aim for manageable tasks rather than anything too physical. And as for managing the running of the station, the stress alone would be an issue, especially if he continues to have episodes like he did this morning." He glanced to the car, then turned back and caught my eye. "I should go. Catch up with you later." It was more of a summons than a question, and was it really too much to hope that Zack might have missed it? I caught his shit-eating grin and gave a soft groan. Yes, it was. The minute the Mercedes pulled away from the gate, Zack poked a sharp finger into my chest and demanded, "Spill, mister? I've no idea what you mean." I climbed onto the quad and whistled Hopper onto the tray behind. But Zack grabbed my wrist before I could leave. "Are you two fucking?" I said nothing, which of course said everything, and in case Zack missed that part, the crimson painting my face was a decent giveaway on its own. He blinked and stood there, staring at me. "Jesus Christ, you really are fucking him." I rolled my eyes and tried to play it down. "We're just fooling around, and don't sound so surprised. You were the one who encouraged me to expand my dating pool, remember?" Zack raised both palms. "Yeah, but never in a million years did I expect you to actually do anything about it. So, I guess I don't need to ask how the date with Laura went." I swore and dragged both hands through my hair. It wasn't a date. Besides, she knows. About me. And also that I'm interested in Liam. The last sentence fell out in a rush of words. Zack almost choked. "You told her? Are you kidding me? You've been the epitome of a secret squirrel your entire life." He put a hand on my forehead. "Are you dying? And if so, can I have your guitar? I've imagined Luke playing it for me and it's kind of hard." "You're hopeless." I shoved him away. Besides, it wasn't like I had a choice. I had to explain why I couldn't get it up for her when she took me home. I eyeballed him. "Just figuratively speaking, of course." Zack sniggered. "Oh, of course. But damn, Jules, holy smokes." He laughed and shook his head. "That's some icy shit right there." And then the pieces fell together. "Wait, so you and Liam only got together last night?" I groaned. "Yes. I left Laura and ended up in his cottage. Laura insisted." Another snort from Zack. "I always liked that woman, even if she was too much of a safe bet for you. But holy shit, Jules. You need to be careful. If Dad finds it, I know. I blew out a sigh. But Liam is just so... Well, he's... I don't know, hot?" Zack offered with a wry grin. "Irresistible, smart, charming. Oh, and did I mention hot?" I huffed out a laugh. "Sure, he's hot. But he's a lot more than that. Hot is nice, but I've seen a lot of hot guys in the last 35 years, and none were ever tempting enough to make me want to risk... well, you know." Zack considered me for a moment. "Jesus, you really do like this guy." I stared at the tussock flattened under the wheel of the quad and nodded. "Yeah, I do." Zack said nothing for a minute. Then his arms were around me and I was enveloped in a tight hug. "Welcome to the dark side, bro." I laughed and pinched his waist. "Fuck off." He let me go but kept a hand on my shoulder. So, how's the sex? Is it everything you imagine? Do you need any pointers? I have some skills in that area in case you need some brotherly advice. Get out of here, will you? I'm doing just fine, thank you very much. He considered me for a moment, then squeezed my shoulder. I want you to know that I'm super proud of you. I couldn't stop the smile. No, I mean it, he insisted. This is big, Jules, and I'm really happy for you. But be careful, yeah? I don't want you hurt. I imagine the first relationship with a guy, when you've only ever dated women, might be a little intense. I huffed. Tell me something I don't know. But also the first time I actually like a guy enough to try something, and he's not planning to hang around. Zach read between the lines. You always did have crap timing. But maybe that's a good thing for a first time. On the down low and no strings, right? I arched a brow his way. Just like you, then. He flushed a deep red. Fair point. I sighed. Neither of us seems to do casual very well. He stabbed me with his finger. And that's exactly why you need to be really fucking careful. Liam's leaving and you're staying, so you have to play it cool. It was good advice. Which is why I carefully filed it away in the trash bin of my mind, never to be seen again. Chapter 15. Jules. Liam's fingertip trailed down my nose to my throat and my chest, all the way to my belly, my skin erupting in goosebumps in its wake. Stay right where you are. He leaned across me to the bedside table, and I managed a quick swipe of his nipple with my tongue as he passed. He stilled, hovering in place, staring down at me. I took the hint and drew the erect nub into my mouth, suckling on it as he watched, his pupils glowing black. He hissed and cradled the back of my neck, keeping me in place while grinding against my hip. Almost a week since Liam had first taken me to his bed, and I'd learned a lot about his hot buttons, nipples featuring close to the top of the list. A week of sneaking into his cottage when the station was settled for the night, talking into the small hours about families and work and friendships, and generally getting to know each other. On 2 nights I'd been called away for lambing issues, but I'd been back in Liam's arms the minute I was done. I couldn't get enough of being with him. More than happy to peel my tired eyes open at the arse crack of dawn so I'd be back in time to have breakfast with my mother. But this time was different. It was Friday, and I had the next day off. I could stay. I could wake up with Liam. No one would dare come knocking at my door for anything other than an emergency, and Tennyson always phoned first. We could be together until Liam had to meet with my father around 8:30. And I was stupidly happy about the idea, because for all of those nights we'd been together, Liam had continued to keep things light between us. A little frotting, a ton of exploring, a few hand jobs. My first start-to-finish blowjob from him, which had been pretty mind-blowing, and a lot of kissing and making out. A lot. But I hadn't been allowed to return the blowjob yet. I'd been allowed to play with Liam's dick in my mouth, but he always pulled back before I got too far. Like he didn't want to scare me off. The slow pace both surprised and frustrated me. I'd expected Liam to want more. But it had been me doing the pushing and him insisting we take things slow. But I was done with all that. This was our 7th night together. I was way past ready to have Liam's cock in my mouth for the full ride, and nothing was going to stop me. Liam just didn't know it yet. Use your teeth, baby, he directed, because of course he did, the bossy fucker. I grinned around his nipple. There was a lot to love about putting myself in Liam's hands. No second-guessing what I was doing. No need to come up with my next move. No worrying if I might get it wrong. Liam was crystal clear about what he liked and when he liked it, and that made everything easy. He was also a generous lover in return, constantly checking that I was on board with whatever he was doing, which I was because, hey, I'm not crazy. The guy had some serious skills between the sheets. I nibbled and licked and grazed his nub with my teeth until he was gasping in pleasure. Fucking hell. He pulled back and smashed his mouth over mine, until I thought my lips might be bruised for days. Also, not about to argue. Then he pulled off and flicked on the light, Damn, you're good at that. He fisted my hair and tugged my head back, exposing my neck. Too good. He bit down my throat to my belly, and Jesus, it felt good. I didn't know I could even make those sounds, needy whimpers and deep, rumbling growls. You like that? He sat back, considering me, a hand firmly on my chest to keep me in place, like I was going anywhere. Apparently, was all I could manage, and he laughed. This time, no sneak attacks. He raised a brow, but I remained silent, so he gave my cock another tug. Such a bad boy. He reached again for the lube, successfully this time, and then slid back beside me. I turned on my side to face him, and our noses touched. He grinned and stared at me. I'm about to suck your balls through your dick and shove my fingers in your hole. Do you have an issue with that? I snorted. Is that a trick question? He gave a lewd grin and then rolled on top of me, shuffling down between my legs and elbowing my knees wide. He slicked up his fingers in super slow motion, waggled them in the air and started ordering me around. So fucking hot. Get those legs of yours up on my shoulders. I had them there in a flash, my speedy response earning me another of those filthy smiles that always got my cock twitching. No matter what we did, I couldn't get enough of him. The week with Liam had been the best sex of my life, and it wasn't like I hadn't had some good shit before. Any last words? He eyed me sideways, and I had to laugh, because, seriously? Words? Was he kidding me? His eyebrows arched as he stared down at me, licking his lips, his fingers covered in lube, his cock hard and dripping. He was the sexiest fucking thing I'd ever seen, and I wasn't sure I could breathe, let alone come up with anything as ridiculous as words, but I finally managed. Just fucking do it. He grinned. 4 of my personal favorites. And I have 2 for you, baby. Hold on. And with that, he wrapped one hand low around my dick, cradled my balls in the other, and set about blowing my fucking mind. I tried to focus on one thing at a time. I really did. I wanted to remember every second of it in living colour, so I could play it over and over in my head after he left. But it was too overwhelming. He came at me from all angles, and the sensation overload fried my brain until I was drowning in a churning sea of everything Liam. His hands, his mouth, the way he hummed, sending those little tremors through my cock. And how the fuck did he do that anyway? He was everywhere at once, working my dick, stroking and pulling at my balls, fingers sliding back to graze my hole, sending a million nerve endings screaming for more. And just when I thought I couldn't stand it any longer, the tip of one slipped inside and lit me up like gas to a flame. I groaned and pushed my ass back to grab as much of him as I could. Greedy boy. He stretched up to press a hard kiss to my lips while his finger fucked in and out of my ass. Oh, shit, I groaned far too loudly, and he wiggled back down to take up where he'd left off. God, fuck! Oh, shit, oh, shit. My head slammed into the pillow as he found my prostate and tapped the fleshy nub on and off like a light switch. Then he licked up my shaft and heat engulfed my cock as he swallowed me down, his tongue firm, dragging on the sensitive skin, his hand pumping below his lips while that wicked finger sat lazily in my ass like a bookmark, moving every now and then just to remind me it was there as the action played elsewhere, keeping me teetering on the edge. In an embarrassingly short amount of time, I was writhing on the mattress, cursing Liam to let me tip over. Please. And okay, it might have been more of a whine than a request, but I was past giving a fuck. When I walked into that cottage, I parked my decision-making at the door and Liam took over. Nothing in the world felt better than that. I wriggled onto my elbows to watch just as Liam looked up, and fuck me. I wasn't prepared for the glorious sight of him with my cock filling his mouth, his lips fat and sleek, chin dripping with saliva. He somehow managed a clownish smile, clearly pleased with himself, and to my obvious frustration, the bastard. Then he shot me a saucy wink, shoved that clever finger high in my ass, while swallowing me down the back of his throat at the same time. Lights out. Game over. My body arched up, pleasure rocketing up my spine, and I came with a groaning shout of relief, spilling into his mouth as my hips bucked wildly. Liam settled my hips with a firm hand, swallowing until I was done, his fingers slowly fucking in and out of my hole as his tongue licked every scrap of cum from my cock, until my body shuddered and I had to push him away. Damn, Jules. He wiped his mouth on the sheet. How long since someone milked you? I could have bottled and sold that shit and made good money. You, most nights this week, I reminded him. I guess I'm making up for lost time. It's been a while between drinks. I'm not complaining. He kissed his way up my stomach and chest to my lips, then settled in for a long, slow mauling before finally pulling off. I like that no one has had you in a while. He kissed my cheeks and my nose. I like even better that I'm the first guy to have the privilege. I cradled his face. I like that too. More than I probably should, considering your time on the station is limited. He frowned, then kissed me again. Can't say I'm thrilled about that idea either. He kissed each eyelid, then pressed his face into my neck, sighing contentedly. Oh, no, you don't. I shoved him unceremoniously to the side and took the measure of his cock. It's my turn. I'm done waiting, and that beauty is all mine tonight. He snorted. Is that right? Shut up. I tapped his dick back and forth like a metronome. You don't get to have all the fun, although fuck knows there are a million ways I can screw this up, so I apologize in advance. I took his cock in hand, and as always, I was struck by the solid weight of it. But before I could do anything more than look, Liam's hand cupped my cheek. No smile now, but in its place was something far too tender and unexpected to dwell on. There is no way in hell you can screw this up, he said in the softest voice. I almost creamed myself just watching you come. I know it's going to be perfect before you even start. He drew me close and kissed me gently, his thumb grazing back and forth along my cheek. But don't be gentle. He pulled back and shot me a wink. I like it on the rough side. I snorted. Surprise, surprise. Any other instructions? He huffed out a laugh, plumped the pillow under his head so he could watch, and then circled his hand in the air. Have at it, gorgeous. Don't be gentle. Well, okay then. I knew how Liam tasted, and I wanted more, beginning to end. How hard could it be? With one hand wrapped around the base of his cock to steady it, I played with his foreskin a little, fascinated as always by the silky feel as it slid up and down over the head of his cock. It had become one of my favourite things to do. Liam's too, judging by the way he twitched and moaned as I worked the delicate tissue. When he was purring nicely, I lowered my mouth over his length until I could barely breathe around the fullness, spurred ever deeper by the soft groans falling from his lips. It was too much, and not enough, all at the same time. Sensory overload and a desperate craving for more. I had the sense of watching myself from afar, but with none of the self-conscious anxiety I'd expected. None of the questions, none of the awkward concern that I might be making a mistake. Nothing but need and want and desire and the worry that I was going to somehow fuck this amazing moment up. I tried to take him deeper, gagging as the head of his cock hit the back of my throat. I choked and jerked away, spluttering. Sorry, Hey, none of that. Liam stroked my hair. Baby steps, remember? Your mouth feels so good, so hot. You can't get this wrong. You've got nothing to prove. Not with me. His words calmed me. You've got nothing to prove. And I realized he was right. I took a big breath and went down on him again, not quite so deep, but strengthening the suction on the way back up. He groaned, his hands tightening around my head, and fuck, that felt good. The slide of his cock through my mouth, the salty tang on my tongue, and knowing I was responsible for all those filthy sounds he was making above me. I was in charge of his pleasure now, and it didn't get any better than that. Watching Liam fall apart in my hands, I was pretty sure I'd never get enough. I was going to make it good for him if it fucking killed me. I could see the headlines. Man found with cock stuck in his throat and a smile on his face. I could think of worse ways to go. I doubled down on my effort, and after a few more slides, I again tried taking him deeper. Sometimes I managed, sometimes I gagged, but fuck if I was giving up. And he guided me all the way. His fingers fisting my hair sometimes with a groan, sometimes just this cute little grunt when I got things just right. When I was missing the mark, he fell quiet, his hands soft around my head. Don't be gentle. My teeth lightly grazed his length and his breathing stuttered. Fuck. Yes, that. His fingers knotted around a loop of my hair, and so I did it again, scraping my nails along his sack as well, just for good measure. His hips bucked off the bed, which slammed his cock down my throat, and I choked and pulled off. He dropped down, full of apology. Shit, I'm so sorry. He tried to pull me up, but I pushed him away. I'm fine. And I chased his dick back into my mouth. Well, okay then. He chuckled and got up on his elbows to watch. I met his gaze with a determined one of my own, taking him as deep as I could, running my tongue over his slit while fisting him at his base, watching those beautiful eyes darken to black. Fuck, Jules, you look amazing. When my wet finger slid behind his balls and dipped into his hole, his head fell back with a guttural groan. God, yes, he hissed, squirming to get me deeper, the hot grip around my finger raising images of me fucking him for real, or him fucking me. And when the hell did that become a thing? Do I really want that? The answer ripped out of my brain. Hell yes, I want that. Or at least I wanted to try. I wanted to try everything while I had Liam here to walk me through it. I trusted him. And the realization of that shocked me, along with the fact that it wasn't just because he was convenient that I wanted to try it all. I wanted it because it was Liam. He stroked my cheek, bringing me back, his thumb tracing the line of my lips around his cock. So beautiful. Then he pushed me off and painted my lips with slick threads of pre-cum. It was filthy and sexy, and all I wanted was more. Damn, you look good like that. He pulled me up for a kiss and licked my face clean. Now finish me off, baby. He pushed me back down and I did as I was told, licking and nipping and sucking and grazing him with my teeth. But it was when I nibbled on his foreskin that he finally gripped my head between his hands and roared, his spill pouring into my mouth until it ran down my chin. I gagged and swallowed and sucked the best I could, determined to see him through. And I did, slowing my efforts to an almost stop until he gently pulled me up. Come here. He drew me up into his arms and I buried my face in his neck. Did I do okay? I mumbled without lifting my head. Okay. He laughed and turned us onto our sides so we were facing each other. Then he peppered my face with kisses. It was amazing. You were amazing. I've got nothing left. I'm jelly. I looked for the lie, any sign he was just saying the right thing, but there was nothing to find except honesty. My heart swelled with pride and I grinned and nestled against the beautiful inked hawk on his chest. Like there was ever any doubt. He laughed and wrapped me in his arms. As if. Liam. I shifted the pan of scrambled eggs off the heat and kept stirring. I was so deep in Trouble Town I couldn't even read the sign at the top of the hole. For 7 nights, Jules Lane had slept in my bed, and now I was cooking the man breakfast. Breakfast, for fuck's sake. And it was me who had to go to work, not him. At a pinch, I usually made an effort to make coffee on the rare occasions I had an overnight guest, but that was about as far as it went. I glanced out the window to catch sight of those airborne porcine that should be blacking out the morning sun, but they were nowhere to be seen. Typical. You could never find a decent pig when you needed one. Shit! I shoved the pan of burning bacon to the side as smoke filled the tiny kitchen. Damn it! I switched the extractor fan to high, opened the window, and dumped the blackened rashers into the bin before wiping the pan and grabbing some more from the fridge. This was exactly why I avoided getting involved with the men I fucked. They screwed with your perfectly sensible brain and got you thinking ridiculous things when you barely even knew them. Case in point, I'd been on the station barely a month, hardly enough time to get to know my way around a kitchen, let alone fall for someone. Because I was falling for him. Falling for Jules. And it was the stupidest, most reckless thing I could possibly let myself do under the circumstances. I didn't have enough fingers to count the oh-so-very many reasons why it was a mistake, a huge fucking big one. I added fresh bacon to the clean pan and slid it back onto the heat, before frowning at the now dry and unappetizing scrambled eggs. Fuck. I added them to the bacon in the dog bin and cracked another 6 into a bowl before adding more butter to the pan. It wasn't like I had my head in the sand about what was happening with Jules. I knew I was getting feelings for the guy. But knowing it wasn't stopping me from wanting to be around him, wanting to have him in my arms, in my bed, and a few other places I wasn't quite ready to admit to. Because I liked the guy. Really liked him, and in a way I hadn't liked anyone before. Jules was an intoxicating mix of sexy, capable, bossy farmer and incredibly vulnerable, sensitive and uncertain man. He was one of those rare unicorns I'd never really believed existed, a genuinely good guy who just happened to be sexy as hell at the same time. He pushed all my protective buttons and a few more I wasn't even aware I had. And on top of all of that, the sex was great, and getting better every time we hit the sheets, and Jules relaxed more and found his feet. I shivered at the memory of him sucking me dry the night before because, fuck me, I couldn't remember anyone doing it better. Of course, I was pretty sure that was less to do with his novice technique, and more to do with the fact it was Jules doing it to me. Christ! I dropped the spatula I was stirring the eggs with and raced to turn the bacon before it caught again. Can I help with that? Warm hands slid around the bare skin of my waist, and a hot mouth found the side of my neck. A shiver ran through me. Yes, you can. I wriggled free and slapped the spatula in his hand. You take egg duty. If I burn another load of bacon, I'll have Greenpeace after me for contributing to ozone depletion. He chuckled and took the eggs from the heat while they finished cooking. I could certainly get used to a gorgeous half-naked man cooking me breakfast in just his yoga leggings. His gaze ran hot over my body, and he palmed his dick. I waved my tongs at him. That's a flagrant flouting of kitchen rule number 1. No semis while working around a hot stove. His gaze dipped to where my own cock was making an inconvenient appearance. If we get caught, you can always be my prison boy. I snorted. As if. I believe you got that round the wrong way. Refer to kitchen rule number 2. In the kitchen, Liam is always in charge. And in addition, Rule 2b determines that Rule 2 is to apply to all contexts outside of the kitchen as well, prisons included. Jules snorted and leaned across to kiss me. You're cute when you try to paint outside the lines. Shut up. I elbowed him in the ribs and indicated his unruly cock. Some of us have to work this morning, and that's not helping my concentration. But it's helping mine. He leaned over to nibble on my earlobe while his free hand groped my ass. You could call in sick. I shot him a sideways glance. I'll let you handle that call with your father, shall I? Not to mention your mother will be over here in 2 seconds, flat, trying to feed me chicken soup. Jules's hand slid down over the curve of my ass until his fingers sat just behind my balls. Details, details. I was 2 seconds away from binning my common sense and taking him over the dining room table. Quit that. I snapped my tongs in the direction of his crotch, and he leaped back. Stay there. I threatened the implement again, and he raised his hands. Okay. He pouted adorably. A smile tugged at my lips. All right. Eat first, fuck later, I relented. We've just enough time for you to blow me again if you're quick. His face lit up. Really? I couldn't help but grin. Really? And if you're super fast and put that wicked tongue of yours to good use, I might just have enough time to return the favour. I fed 4 slices of bread into the toaster. Of course, the sooner we eat, the better your chances of making the deadline. Just saying. Jules all but ran for the cutlery drawer. 40 minutes later, I was making my way up the drive to the big house when my sister called. I answered as I walked. "Hey, Bron."
"Hi, I'm sorry to bug you so early."
She sounded worried and I slowed my pace. "No problem. I've got a few minutes to spare." "What's up? Is it Connor?"
Kind of."
I stopped at the veranda and dropped down into the middle stair. "What happened?"
"Nothing bad. Don't panic."
"Too late. My sister didn't ring that early for no reason. Is it school? Have they changed their mind about letting him finish his exam study at home?" A sigh drifted down the line.
"No, that's all good. He'll still have to write the actual exams there, but after that, he's done for the year. Although, who knows what he's doing next year. He still insists he doesn't want to go back, even if he changes schools."
"We can talk about that when I get home." I glanced back down the road to where I'd left Jules fast asleep, sprawled across the bed in my cottage. The idea of leaving didn't sit quite as easily anymore. And also, my cottage? When had the cute little place suddenly become mine? So, what's the problem?
"We got into a huge fight about it all last night."
"Shit."
"And I might have said some things I didn't mean."
Her voice rang quiet. My heart sank. "Like what?" The window behind me rattled and I turned to find Paddy beckoning me inside. "Hang on a sec, Bron." I signalled to Paddy that I was on the phone and her scowl deepened. I checked my watch to find I still had 3 minutes before my day started, and tapped it so he could see. The man could wait, damn it. "Okay, I'm all ears." She hesitated.
"Well, I might have implied that he was just being lazy. God help me. And something about, did he realize how hard he was making my life? And that he was throwing away all the advantages I never had, and... well, you get the picture."
I did. I also knew, as did my sister, that none of that was true. Connor was hard-working and honest. What was true was that Bron was scared for her son. She wanted an easier path for Connor than she'd had, but if she wasn't careful, she was going to push him away. "I take it he's pissed?" Her voice broke.
"You might say that. You might say he's also refused to talk to me since, even though I've apologized."
She paused, and I sensed somehow there was more. "Come on, spit it out." I caught a broken sob. Then,
"Jesus, Liam, I all but screamed at him that I was beginning to wonder if he was using the bullying thing as an excuse to not go back next year."
I dropped my chin to my chest. Fuck me.
I know,
She wept.
"It was the crappiest thing I could have said. And I didn't mean it. I've apologized 12 times already. I'm fucking everything up. And I don't know what to do. I'm the worst mother."
Hey. I tried to calm her down, ignoring the insistent rapping on the glass behind me. "You're a great mum, Bron. But you need to take a breath and rethink the whole school thing. Connor did mention an apprenticeship at one point. That's a great option. Maybe raise it again and see."
"But university
isn't for everyone," I pointed out. "And what you're doing right now isn't working. It's probably making him more determined not to listen. You remember what that's like, right?" She gave a wet, teary snort.
"Yeah, touche.
Maybe it's time to sit him down and own up to exactly why you're so worried. Tell him more about his asshole dad. He's old enough, Bron. He deserves to know. Connor's a good kid. He's never going to end up like his father, and in your heart you know that." My sister fell silent for a long minute. She blew her nose and sighed.
"Yeah, maybe you're right.
Do you want me to talk to him?" It was a reluctant offer. Bron and Connor really needed to start working things out together without using me as a buffer. Another long pause, then...
"No, but thanks. I'm his mum after all. I'll go eat a fridge load of humble pie and let you know how it goes."
I smiled. "That's my girl. I'm here if you need me."
"Thanks, Liam. How's it going up there in the back of beyond?"
I glanced again in the direction of my cottage and to the accompaniment of more rapping on the window. I answered. "It has its ups and downs, that's for sure." Chapter 16. Jules. 20 minutes after Liam left, and while I was still feeling freshly fucked and more than just a little jelly-legged, I picked my way back through Mum's newly tilled vegetable garden toward the flat at the rear of the big house. Although a crisp blue sky lay over the valley, heavy grey clouds gathered to the south, promising light rain in the afternoon. As long as it remained rain and didn't develop into sleet or snow, that was fine with me. I could do without hearing my father's "I told you so" ringing in my ears. I opted for a quick shower before I left Liam's cottage, finding the idea of wearing his body wash through the day ridiculously enticing. I also didn't want to risk running into anyone while I smelled of sex and looked like I'd been dragged through a hedge backwards, although the memory of exactly why I looked and smelled like that brought a smile to my face. It always felt strange to have a day off, like I was playing hooky in my own life. I couldn't remember the last time I'd taken more than just an afternoon to go fishing. But between lambing, running the station, doing the accounts, and dealing with my father's constant niggling, I needed to grab a little perspective before I said something that got me in deep shit with either my team or my parents. My parents, or more specifically, my father, I could handle. But my team was the only reason I was keeping my head above water, and they didn't deserve to cop the raw end of my frustration. My team and Liam. There, I'd said it. Because I couldn't pretend anymore that spending time with Liam wasn't an injection of sheer happiness in my life. I liked everything about him. His sexy swagger, his bad boy looks, his competence, his bossy demeanour, maybe especially his bossy demeanour, mixed with his readiness to hand the lead over to me when I didn't even know I needed it. But there was also his sweet side. He was a born caregiver, albeit with a bit of an edge, which only made him all the more interesting. 35 years old and feeling cared for and safe and protected, and like I was someone's priority, was a brand new head-fucking experience. Walking into Liam's cottage at the end of the day felt like coming home in a way I'd never experienced before. I was good at managing the station. I believed that, even if my father and Marty refused to acknowledge it. Tennyson would have had a thing or two to say if I was fucking shit up, but he had my back 100%. But it was also taking a toll. It was no easy gig. A lot harder than when I'd been playing second fiddle to my dad, and for the first time, I kind of got the whole control freak thing he had going on. It would be easier if I kept all the decision-making in my own tight fist. Easier to just do it all myself and not risk delegating or trusting the experience of my team. But it was also exhausting and stressful and overwhelming, and no fucking wonder my father had suffered a stroke. Hell, I was surprised he'd lasted as long as he had. And he'd never been one to share his burdens with my mother, although I had a feeling that had changed. I hoped so. But delegating and trusting my team to do a good job, to have faith in their initiative, had been an even harder road in some respects, at least until we all got used to a new way of doing things. I'd been sinking before Liam arrived, and I hadn't recognized it. An admission that startled me. Not with regard to the station, so much as to myself. I delegated to Tennyson and the team a lot more than my father, but there was no one to talk to. No one to offload any of my frustrations to, especially not having Zach there. I certainly couldn't share them with my father. He'd have been too quick to point out my faults and a better way of doing things, according to him. But I wasn't my father, and I didn't want to be. And the week with Liam had shown a harsh spotlight on that difference in a way that I couldn't ignore. For 7 days I'd turned up at his cottage and he'd lifted all of that burden from my shoulders in about a minute flat. He'd undress me and put me in the shower, make me a cup of tea and then ask about my day, somehow ferreting all those concerns and worries out of me. We'd laugh about all the inappropriate things my father had said or done that day, and talk about the progress he was making. Then Liam would take me to bed, and I'd lose myself in his body and wake up to a world that felt like a much better place than the one I'd left the night before. How Liam and my father managed to have what seemed like a pretty good working relationship, I had no idea. They should have been butting heads, but somehow they weren't. The fact my father tolerated a gay man around him at all was a miracle equivalent to the parting of the Red Sea. It gave me hope for Zach's situation. And maybe even for my future. Something I've been spending a lot of time thinking about. Because of Liam, a man I'd known for less than a month. It was ridiculous. It was crazy thinking. But crazy or not, I couldn't seem to shake the idea free from my head. I wanted more time with Liam than the few weeks we had left. I wanted to get to know him. I wanted more of what we'd been doing. More of what we were building, because we were sure as hell building something. This thing between us wasn't just casual sex. I didn't know exactly what that meant, but I sure as hell wanted to find out. And as for my father, I wasn't an idiot. Liam and I were playing with fire in a box full of kindling with not an extinguisher in sight. But for some reason, I couldn't find it in myself to care. And I certainly wasn't about to stop. I'd just reached the machinery shed when my phone buzzed with a text, and Laura's name flashed on my screen. "Have you done the nasty yet with you-know-who?" I snorted and shook my head. That was Laura all over. "None of your business, but yes, we're spending time together. And a whole lot more." "Good. I just wanted to check in. I've been thinking about you." "Thanks." I waited as the dots came and went. "I'm here if you want to talk any time. I meant it about staying friends." "I know. And that means a lot." There was a pause followed by, "Is it serious with you two?" I didn't hesitate. "Yes. But you know that it's complicated." "I know. Hang in there. You deserve to be happy. Maybe I can meet him properly before he leaves?" "Oh boy. I wasn't sure I was ready for that." "Maybe." Laughing emoji. Okay. Message received. I can wait. Have fun, and don't forget I'm here if you need." I was still typing my reply when I crossed the driveway into the backyard. "There you are!" My head snapped up, my heart thumping against my ribs. "Jesus, Ten! You scared me half to death. I thought you guys were up in the north pasture today. What are you doing here?" "Waiting for you." Ten was leaning against my back porch, looking me up and down. "You're up early for a man with a day off?" I shrugged. "You know how it is. Can't turn off that damned internal alarm clock." He studied me with an odd half smile. "I have to say, you're looking refreshed. Must have been a good night." Something in his tone had my blood running cold. Avoiding his gaze, I sat in the old armchair by the door to take my boots off. "Not really." He snorted. "Yeah, somehow I doubt that." His gaze drilled hot into the top of my head. I delayed looking up, focusing instead on aligning my boots ever so nicely by the back door. When I finally did, that half-smile had morphed into a full-on grin. I narrowed my gaze. "Don't you have work to do?" He smirked. "It can wait. When I saw Liam heading for the house as I walked down from the wool shed, I knew you wouldn't be too far away." My heart jolted in my chest. What did that mean? I searched his face. "I mean, you two are sleeping together, right?" He raised both brows, as if daring me to deny it. I froze, trying to get said denial from my brain to my lips, but I had nothing. And there was that smile again. "Yeah, I thought so." "Jesus, Ten, keep your voice down." My gaze darted around the backyard, expecting my father to appear at any moment. "Don't worry. Liam and your father are in the front room and your mother is up at the shed." His reassurance didn't make me feel any less exposed. "Just get inside, will you?" I opened the door and ushered him in. He made straight for the coffee maker. "Want one?" "What do you think?" I put milk and sugar on the table and watched as he set about putting pods into the machine. "How the hell did you know?" He snorted and shot me a disbelieving look. "Really? Hell, the electricity between the two of you could light a small city after that afternoon of fishing." I blinked. "Really? But we weren't even... I wasn't... He didn't..." I snapped my mouth closed. Jeez, was it that obvious? And then it occurred to me. Did Brent say something? Ten laughed and placed a full coffee mug on the table in front of me. I added sugar and milk and began stirring and stirring. If you consider glancing at the two of you and then rolling his eyes when I asked how the afternoon had gone, then maybe. But it wasn't like I needed confirmation. You've been salivating after the poor boy ever since he got here. I bridled. I have not. Ten arched those bushy brows and I sighed. Okay, maybe there was a little salivating, I admitted. Like a teaspoon or two. He laughed. Stuart has zero idea, you'll be pleased to hear. He sat in the seat opposite and took a sip from his steaming mug. He's far too busy mooning after this new girl he's fallen madly in love with to pay any attention to you. And I doubt it would even occur to Marty that there could be two in the family. Plus, the two of you are pretty careful around your folks. I doubt they've noticed a thing. I blew a long sigh of relief and then downed half my coffee while Ten studied me quietly. So, is it serious between you then? Question of the fucking century. I ran a hand over the back of my neck. I don't really know. I lifted my eyes to his. I think I want it to be. It feels like we're doing more than just fucking, if you get what I mean. He smiled and sat back in his chair. I was married, remember? Of course I get it. I frowned and considered him for a moment. Can I ask how you knew I was bi? And there I was, coming out again. Go me. Ten shrugged and said simply, I didn't. Never even occurred to me. But the way you both behaved in each other's vicinity after that day in the river, it hit me clear as a bell. I'd always felt Zach's heart didn't lie with girls, but you've always liked women. That's been pretty obvious watching you. The fact you like men too was just a surprising development, to put it that way. I chuckled. Yeah, for me too. Not the bi part, I quickly explained. I've always known I liked guys as well, but I've had a preference for women. Liam was the surprise. He's the first guy... He'd raced into my cheeks. Well, you know. Ten's boot nudged my shin. That's pretty damn cute. Fuck off. He laughed. So, what are you going to do about him? I groaned and gave my cooling coffee an absent stir. No idea. We barely know each other, for fuck's sake. It's probably just a stupid crush. It's ridiculous to think it could go anywhere. Why not? My gaze jerked up to his. You do remember my father, right? And the fact Liam only has a few weeks left? Ten's eyes remained steady on mine. You can't live your life in the narrow lane that your father wants for you, Jules. At some point, you're going to have to make a decision. Maybe you and Liam have something, maybe you don't. But if not him, it could be another guy down the track. Are you going to walk away from all of them because your father doesn't like the idea? Are you going to settle with a woman just because it's safer, but who you might not feel as strongly about? That's a fucking lonely life to lead, not to mention brutally unfair. Don't you think? I thought of Laura and winced. But the station, your father's running out of options, Tim pointed out. Zach was never going to run the station, that's always been yours. What's your dad going to do if he rejects both of you? Sell the lease? Get himself a manager until he dies and it all gets disposed of to some distant relative? Watch all his work go down the toilet for nothing? I doubt your mother would let that happen without a fight. And Liam is having a mellowing effect on Paddy. Everyone can see it. You might have more power than you think you do. His words percolated through my brain. It wasn't like I hadn't been thinking the same thing myself over the week. Mostly when I was lying in Liam's arms watching him sleep. Everything Ten said was true. But there was no guarantee. Anyway, I should go do some work. Tennyson's chair scraped back across the Rimu floor, and he got to his feet. I frowned up at him. Was that all you came for? He nodded. Yep. Figured you'd be stewing and thought I'd offer you a chance to talk. I assume Zach knows. I huffed at a laugh. What do you think? A grin split his face. That boy doesn't miss a trick. Fucking nosy bugger. Just because he's all loved up, he wants the same for everyone else. Speaking of which, since you're all up in my business, what's going on with you and Charlie? I thought she was dating some guy from Christchurch. Oh. Ten blinked and turned a deep shade of scarlet. I'm not sure what you mean. Like hell he wasn't. I caught you giving each other the eye at the Fleece that night. Ten blinked again and took his seat back at the table. Oh, you did you? Yep. You're not the only one with a good nose for how people are around each other. How long have you two been a thing? He groaned and rolled his eyes. I shot him a smirk. Sucks being on the other end, right? He sighed and shook his head. Just a couple of months. But I don't want your father catching wind of anything. He paused at the sight of my raised brows and winced. Yeah, okay, I suppose I deserved that. But you're his son. I just work here. A click of his fingers and I'm gone. I could say the same, I pointed out. But it's not happening. He's not running things at the moment. I am. And if he tries to get rid of you because you're dating, we're not dating. I continued as if he hadn't spoken. Dating a Miller Shepherd, he'll have me to answer to. He can lose me easier than he can afford to lose you. Besides, I reckon Holden would snap you up in an instant. Zach's hours are dwindling now that he's starting assistant's dog training on top of the sheepdog work. But I wouldn't be managing at Miller Station, would I? He pointed out. Tom's already got that role sewn up. And I love it here. That made two of us. Well, it's not going to come to that. I shot him a sly grin. Charlie, huh? I chuckled. Man, I bet she's a handful. Ten's smile shone with a depth of affection that surprised me. You got that right. I keep saying that I'm way too old for her, but she doesn't seem to care. We're not in any rush to shout it to the world, but Gil's already cottoned on because, well, he's Gil, and nothing gets past that man. And now you and Liam, if you want. I'm okay with you telling him. I blew out a troubled sigh. Does it suddenly feel that between your secrets and mine we're sitting on a powder keg? Ted winced. Don't even go there. I know, right? But I'm happy for you, man. It sucked when your marriage fell apart, but Robin was never happy with living all the way up here. But Charlie and you? I grinned. Yeah, I can see that working. Ten gave an almost shy smile. Thanks. I'm happy for you two. The team will be fine with the two of you, of course. Your mother too, I think, but Tweedledee and Tweedledum might be a problem. I nodded slowly. Which is why we need to take time to make sure things between us are really serious before we say anything. Liam has a business to run, study to finish, family in Dunedin. And how we'd manage the whole distance thing when I can't even take a day off most weeks, I've no idea. I threw up my hands. I don't even know for sure if he's interested in pursuing anything. Ten's lips quirked up. Oh, I bet good money that he's interested, all right. Whenever the two of you are in the same room, his eyes follow you constantly. The thought did squirmy things to my belly. I felt myself smiling. Again. Ugh, God, I can't stand all this sappiness. Be gone with you. I need to think. Tennyson stood and put a hand on my shoulder. It's been tough without Zach. I know. But you can always talk to me. I nodded, swallowing around the lump in my throat, then looked up. Thanks. Same. Are you sure you don't need another pair of hands today? We'll be fine. He squeezed my shoulder. You can't work yourself into the ground. Besides, it gives us a chance to bitch about you while you're not there. I laughed and got to my feet, pulling him into a hug. Thanks for everything. He hugged me back. You're welcome. But before I leave, a word to the wise? I'm listening. He looked around the flat. You need to mess this place up a bit more like you're actually living in it. Your mother is planning a big spring clean and your flat is bound to be top of the list. Hell. I cast an eye around the pristine room. I'll get right on that. Excellent. Ten slapped me on the back. And if you want to come for a ride this afternoon, I'm taking the Cessna up to scout the valleys for those ewes we're missing. Your man has the afternoon off, right? He's not my man, I grumbled, unable to keep the smile off my face. But is that an invitation? Ten gave a Cheshire cat grin. Absolutely. Just keep the PDA down for us straight guys, huh? Of course. My cheeks blew hot. He laughed. Just kidding. Now enjoy your morning off and don't do anything I wouldn't. The minute he was gone, I texted Liam. You want to go flying this afternoon? He replied with a string of excited emojis that made my heart smile and something warm bubble in my chest. Chapter 17. Jules. The warm bubble didn't last long. 4 hours later, a load of washing on the line and a suitably messy flat attained, I was kicking myself for caving to my hunger and joining everyone in the kitchen for lunch. It started off well, with a slightly nervous Liam interrogating an amused Ten about his relative experience as a pilot. He was clearly trying to ascertain the safety of our upcoming flight, and my mother listened, bemused, while my father indulged him with an occasional begrudging smile. Ten's been the station's pilot for years, I tried to reassure Liam, who'd been careful not to catch my eye too often during the conversation. But as he sat opposite me, his foot had found mine on more than one occasion, forcing me to hide a smile. I'm sorry, I'm excited, I really am. His cheeks pinked. I'm just not a fan of tiny planes. I'm going to shut up now. He reached for the last slice of brownie and filled his mouth with that. We finished the meal and began to clear the table when Dad decided to raise the topic of the new stock management plan. You could have heard my groan in Oakwood. Before I'd sneaked across to Liam's cottage the previous evening, I'd spent an hour going through the accounts with my father. Never a fun time. Figuring I'd nothing to lose since he was already in a bad mood, I'd made the mistake of broaching an idea Ten and I had been working on. That of reducing the station's stock numbers for a few years, maybe even permanently, to encourage better pasture recovery and future management. To say Dad had been horrified was the understatement of the year. He'd vetoed the idea without even hearing me out. Then he'd obviously stewed on the notion overnight and decided to corner Ten at lunch for his opinion. To my surprise, Ten never hesitated, answering, "I'm sorry, Paddy, but I agree with everything Jules said. We actually worked on the idea together." Dad's eyes narrowed, his lips pressing into a thin, disapproving line. "Then you've wasted time." He turned his glare on me, then grabbed his pen and paper and scribbled something before firing it across the table. "Lose profit. Station can't afford it." I shook my head at the exclamation marks, bemoaning the fact that my father had always been somewhat ambidextrous and able to switch his writing hand without too much bother. We'd been arguing a lot in this odd fashion, with him using a pen and paper to make his numerous points with adamant punctuation. I looked up and shook my head. I was so damn tired of it all. The station can afford it, I countered calmly. Ten and I have done the numbers. My father grunted angrily, while Marty looked positively scandalized. My father shot a sharp look Ten's way. "Not your job." "Oh, hell no. I asked him." My voice rose. "And as long as I'm managing the place, it is very definitely his job and mine. We have to talk about this, Dad. The land is slipping in places and it's not bouncing back like it used to. The problem isn't going to just magically disappear." Stuart and Brent were busy cleaning up and keeping their mouths shut, their rosy cheeks pointing to a desperate desire to be anywhere else. My mother, on the other hand, looked 2 seconds away from losing her shit completely at Dad, and I didn't envy him one bit when she finally got him alone. I personally loved this new side of her, whereas my father seemed completely flummoxed, unable to navigate the new dynamic between them without royally putting his foot in it. Ten's fingers drummed frustratedly on the table beside me, and there was a glint of anger in his eyes that I rarely saw. We'd talked the idea into the ground for weeks before I finally brought it to my father. There was no way around the only solution. I doubled down. If we want to fight the erosion happening on the southern hills, we have to give the land more grazing relief. It's the only solution to improve the vegetation coverage. You can say what you like, but it won't change the reality, especially taking into account climate change. My father's harumph summed up everything he thought about climate change. I ignored him, knowing in his heart he accepted the reality of it, even if he didn't want to make the hard choices needed to adjust to the impact. Those decisions, like reducing stock numbers, went against everything he'd spent his entire life doing, angling how to get the station to support more stock, not less. More was always better in Dad's world, but not this time. And it doesn't have to hit us in the pocket, I pressed on. In for a penny and all that. Better grazing will eventually mean better quality wool and a reduction in bought-in feed costs. It will save money and keep the station profitable. We can't keep doing what we've been doing and just hoping for the best. And we wouldn't be the first. Other stations are doing it. Holden's found it a positive... No! My father's eyes flared at the mention of our neighbours like it was the last straw. His cheeks raged and he banged on the table. Them... not... us! The words were almost spat in fury. Liam's foot nudged mine under the table and he tapped my father's trembling hand. Hey, come on, Paddy. How about we take a break? You can talk again once everyone's cooled down a little. This isn't good for your... Shut up! My father turned on him. Don't belong here. Like fuck. I was halfway out of my chair and ready to launch myself across the table when a hand grabbed my wrist and Ten yanked me back into the seat. I struggled to pull free, but when his grip bordered on painful, I glanced up and realized Liam didn't need my help. His gaze sat cool on my father's, almost icy, his eyes glittering with anger, something I'd never seen with him before. In response, my father fell strangely quiet, his jaw working. He undoubtedly realized he'd overstepped, and I was once again struck by the respect he carried for Liam, queerness aside.
"I'm sorry," he muttered.
You could have heard a pin drop in the kitchen, closely followed by the sound of Marty's jaw hitting the floor. My father rarely apologized. Read, never.
"And so you jolly well should be,"
my mother barked, causing my father's head to snap right in disbelief. She looked ready to let fly at him with a whole lot more when Liam's hand landed on her arm. "It's okay, Norma," he soothed. "I've got this." My mother stared at him for a moment like she didn't agree, but then snapped her mouth shut and settled for glaring at her husband. Liam looked around the table, then back to my mother. "I'm not sure this is the right time. 10, Stuart, Brent, I think this is a conversation better had in private." My mother barely turned her head, but the kitchen cleared in seconds, all except for Marty, who hadn't been named. After briefly wondering why, I recognized the cunning in her plan. Mum wanted Marty to hear what was going to be said. She wanted him to know that things had changed. Holy smokes, who was this woman? Right. She patted Liam's hand as my father watched on, seemingly incredulous of what had just happened. "Now go ahead and say what you need to, son." My heart squeezed at the sound of the word son on her lips, and Liam's expression instantly softened. "Thank you, Norma." He offered her a quick smile, then turned slowly back around until he faced my father again. Silence fell, and the world inside those four walls came to a stop.
"Go on," my father grunted. "Get it out."
But his tone was less aggressive, less certain than earlier, and his gaze wouldn't settle on Liam's. Liam took a long breath and let it out slowly. "You know, Paddy, I've ignored a lot of your bullshit these last weeks. Mostly because I understand the frustration you feel, and how hard you've fought to recover what you have. But I'm not to blame for what happened to you. Nobody is, not even you. And I will not be spoken to like that for simply doing my job, for doing what you pay me to do, for reminding you about dealing with stress and why it's not a good idea to get your blood pressure up." My father stared at the table, not saying a word. "I'm not only here to get your body moving better," Liam continued calmly, while Marty's gaze ping-ponged between them. "I'm here to help you avoid another stroke. Because if you think your current situation is the worst that can happen to you, believe me, it's not. I've worked with people who would give anything to be able to just do half of what you can." Paddy blanched and looked up. "You know I don't lie to you," Liam said more softly. "But if you continue to refuse to listen to the medical advice and refuse to change the way you live your life, then another stroke or worse isn't inconceivable. I know you've been told all this. I have your permission to talk with your doctor, remember? But it's up to you, Paddy. You need to decide what you want and who you want to be in this new world you find yourself in. Because you can't have it all. You can't be the old Paddy and not expect some consequences." My father's gaze slid sideways to my mother, who sat with tears brimming in her eyes. She shook her head and reached for his hand.
"I love you, and I'm not ready to lose you, you stubborn old goat. Although some days you make it really, really hard to like you."
She took a breath like she was weighing her next words.
"You know, I'd hoped that one day when you handed the place over to Julian, then maybe, just maybe I'd get to have you back again. Like you were when you were young and your father was still running the station. Before he hardened you up, always criticizing you, always on your back, and everything got so busy and so damn serious. Before you got so angry." She sighed and squeezed his hand. "We had fun back then, didn't we?" My father sat frozen in his seat, but his answer, when it finally came, was barely a whisper in the silent room. "Yes, we did." Tears filled my eyes. I'd never seen that look on my father before. Respect, regret, need, hope, and a million other things I couldn't name and wouldn't have believed, except they all spelled love, a word I rarely thought about when it came to my parents. The realization felt both humbling and earth-shattering. I swallowed around the thickness, filling my throat, and from across the table Liam's gaze found mine. I couldn't look away, feeling ridiculously proud of him, but also so fucking thankful. I tried to tell him with my eyes. Who knows if he got the message? But his smile was soft, his eyes full of an emotion I didn't dare trust. My mother cradled my father's face. "I can't give you what you want, Paddy," she said so quietly I had to lean in to catch the words. "I can't turn the clock back 6 months. But I'll tell you something for free." Her eyes glittered with tears. "Even if I could, I wouldn't. I don't want that man back again." Marty drew a sharp breath but said nothing as she continued. "I'm beginning to catch glimpses of the Paddy I used to know. The husband I remember. The way you were when we first met. The man I fell in love with. Good God, I was about 2 seconds away from losing my shit completely, and Liam looked like he was right there with me." But my mother stopped there. "I'm going to spend the afternoon in the vegetable garden. We can talk more when I'm done if you want." She turned to Liam. "Once he's resting, I'll take it from there, and you can go enjoy your Saturday afternoon. We appreciate everything you're doing for us. Don't we, Paddy?" She shot her husband a direct look that needed no interpretation. Paddy wasn't a fool. He nodded. "Yes. Thank you. And I'm sorry." It wasn't a gushing apology, but it was a whole lot more than I expected. Liam gave Paddy a curt nod. Apology accepted. My father looked like he'd swallowed a cup of bile at the words, but he kept his mouth shut. Marty, however, looked ropeable, but he also said nothing. My mother glanced over my shoulder and a smile lit up her face. I spun in my seat to find Zach, leaning on the veranda door jamb, quietly watching. Mum shot to her feet and rushed around the table with her arms open. "Zach, it's so lovely to see you." Z moved into my mother's embrace and they hugged for a long minute. "I was in town, so I picked up your mail." He handed Mum a pile of letters. "There's one for you too, bro." He arched a brow and threw me a small package. I took one look at the label and my cheeks blew hot. "Oh, thanks." I forced myself not to look at Liam, but I felt his curious gaze. I put the parcel aside and got to my feet. It felt strange seeing Zach back in the kitchen after everything that had happened in that same room almost 18 months before. But it also gave me hope. Dad's stroke had broken a few of the barriers between them, but Zach still rarely came into the big house, and I didn't blame him. And from the wary expression on his face, I figured he'd heard most of the argument. "Oh, and look," my mother stepped around Zach. "Luke's here as well." She pulled Zach's boyfriend into the kitchen from where he'd been safely out of sight on the veranda and embraced him warmly. "Welcome to our home." "Nice to see you, Norma," Luke greeted my mother. Then he looked over her shoulder to where my father sat watching, an unreadable expression on his face. "Paddy?" My father's frown deepened. "Luke?" His gaze bounced between Zach and his boyfriend, his expression still carefully masked. Luke looked almost amused at Paddy's obvious discomfort, but when he turned to Liam, his smile was genuine and they shook hands. "Nice to see you again, Liam." "Bring it in, bro." Zach approached me with open arms and pulled me into a hug. And it felt good. Damn good. I'd missed him in this kitchen and as an everyday part of life on this station. I just fucking missed him. When he pulled away, Zach nodded somberly to our father. "Hey, Dad?" "Zach," Paddy grunted, seemingly unable to move past single noun responses. But Zach took it with grace and then stunned me by offering his hand. I stared, not daring to believe what I was seeing, and simultaneously understanding the huge implication of whatever my father would choose to do next. But he accepted it with a wary look and an acceptable shake of his good hand. I almost fucking cried. But when Zach moved on to Marty, the old shepherd turned away like he hadn't seen the offered hand. "Oh, come on, Marty."
Zack teased with a decided edge to his tone. "It's not catching." Holy shit. I had to admire my brother. He'd come a long way. Marty's gaze narrowed and I sucked in a breath, ready to jump to Zack's defense. My mother beat me to it. "Marty?" A single word spoken in a tone that raised the old man's eyebrows. His gaze shot to Paddy, whose focus remained on his wife. "No help there, sunshine." Left hanging, Marty's face lit up red and he reluctantly extended his hand. "Zack?" Zack stared at Marty for a moment like he was reconsidering the offer, then clasped Marty's hand. He held on a little longer, then was strictly polite and eyeballed Marty. "You were one of my heroes when I was growing up. Not sure how I got it so wrong." There was another sharp look to my father, and although he grimaced, Paddy said nothing, which seemed to surprise Marty. "Times change," was all he said, his gaze sliding from Zack to Luke, and immediately souring. "They sure do," Zack agreed, stepping away. It was all I could do not to laugh. "Hey, Luke!" I tried to diffuse the growing tension by shaking Luke's hand before he attempted to offer it to Marty, and we risked losing the ground we'd made. By the time I turned back, Marty had scarpered through the mudroom door before he was forced to shake yet another gay man's hand. "Em asked me to bring you some of those tomato seeds she harvested last year. Said you wanted to try them." My mother clapped her hands. "I sure do. Thank you." Zack handed her an envelope and turned to me. "And I've got the deets on a possible new pup for you." "What? Pup?" Paddy's gaze shifted between us. "I'm looking at getting a heading dog to partner with Hopper. Same line as Chip, as it happens." Paddy's good hand unconsciously fell to his side where Chip waited, as always. "Good dogs." "They are," Zack agreed, his expression softening. "Chip was one of the best I've trained." A smile tugged at our father's lips. "Good quality." Zack nodded and turned back to me with a wicked gleam in his eye that set my belly rolling. "And I have an invite for you. Well, for you and Liam, if he's interested." His gaze flicked to Liam and my eyebrows ratcheted up. What the hell was he up to? Me? Liam obviously thought the same. "Sure," Zack insisted. "Luke and I are throwing a bit of a dinner party at the cottage with Holden and Gil next Friday. I already checked with Tannen. He's happy to hold the fort." I blinked. "You asked Ten?" He shrugged. "Of course. I wasn't about to give you any reason to squirm out of it." He patted my chest. "And then Gil had the idea of asking Liam as well, since our intrepid occupational therapist hasn't seen Miller's Station yet. And he has to be sick of you lot by now." Holy shit. The interfering fucker. Liam's gaze shot to mine, clearly unsure about how to respond. But since my father was watching with an eagle eye, all I did was shrug. "It's up to you." Liam thought about it for a few seconds, his gaze tracking uncertainly between Zack and Luke and me, before he eventually replied, "Sure, sounds good." "Perfect." Zack rubbed his hands together. "That's settled then. We also figured you both may as well bunk down for the night with us so you can have a few beers. Liam can take the guest room and you, my bro, can sleep on the couch." With his back to the others, he waggled his eyebrows at me like I should be impressed with his subterfuge. I wanted to slap him and kiss him at the same time. Standing behind my brother, Luke eyed me with such abject apology for his boyfriend, I almost laughed. I responded to Zack's eyebrow dance with a narrowing of my gaze and a "What the hell do you think you're doing?" look. He ignored me and turned to Liam. "Come early and Holden will give you a tour of the place." Liam glanced to Paddy. "I don't finish on Friday until around 4, and I work Saturday morning, so take Friday afternoon off," Norma piped up. "You do more than the agreed-upon hours most weeks as it is. Paddy will be perfectly okay with me. If you're back by around 9:30 on Saturday, that'll do just fine. It's been a while since we had a sleep-in, right, Paddy?" My father initially bristled, then he apparently saw an opportunity to make up some ground with my mother, and quickly nodded. "Fine." "Great." Zack clapped me on the back. "Now you can walk us out and we'll talk about this pup." And with that, he and Luke said their goodbyes and headed out. I tried to convey some kind of apology to Liam via my parting look, but all he did was smile and say he'd see me at the airstrip at 2. I hoofed it out the door and across the lawn to where my smirking little brother stood leaning against his ute, waiting. Luke spoke before I even got there. Just so you know, I tried to put him off the idea, but you know what he's like. I did. Zach folded his arms and grinned. A thank you will suffice. My brows popped. A thank you? You're lucky Mum and Dad have no clue, or you could have landed us both in a shitload of trouble. Come on. It's a brilliant plan, he countered smugly, and it sounds perfectly legitimate. Now you get to spend a whole afternoon and night with your boyfriend in queer-friendly country. You can do anything you like with and to each other and not worry about being caught. The idea certainly had its appeal, except... But we're in your cottage. The two of you will be sleeping just across the lounge. A little off-putting, wouldn't you say? Zach shrugged. Hey, I never said it was a perfect plan. Just a damn good one. But you'll be pleased to know Holden suggested we sleep at Tussock Cottage, so we'll be leaving you lovebirds alone. Oh, and bring your guitar. A dozen very sensible arguments still teetered on the tip of my tongue, but it actually sounded super fucking nice. In that case, thank you. So I'm guessing that means Holden and Gil know about us. Zach winced. Yeah, about that. You know what Gil's like. Guantanamo has nothing on him. The other day, he sidled up and asked about the two of you way too casually, and I might have hesitated long enough for him to pounce. I didn't tell him, I swear. But you know I can't lie for shit. He worked it out for himself. Sorry. I sighed. Fuck me. Between you guys and Ten and Brent, half the damn Mackenzie knows. Zach's eyes widened. Ten and Brent know. I rolled my eyes. Don't ask. Then I grabbed him for a hug. Thanks. I mean it. You're welcome. He eyed me warily. So, how's it going with you two? I pulled a face. I don't know. You don't know? He stabbed a finger to my chest. Tell me you're not being an arsehole and running scared. Of course not, I protested, stabbing him back. What the hell kind of question is that? Luke rolled his eyes and said something about idiot brothers and the pot calling the kettle black. Zach blushed and stomped on his boyfriend's foot. Hey, I saw the error of my ways. Eventually. Luke snorted, noogied his boyfriend on the head, and made his way to the passenger seat, leaving Zach and I alone. I like him, Z, I admitted. And he likes me. But it's so fucking complicated. My brother sighed. I know. And I'm sorry for pushing. Anyway, at least now you can come visit, relax, and just be two men who have the hots for each other rather than all this other shit. Eat, laugh, fuck, just like the movie. Luke leaned over the console and said, Pretty sure that's not how it went, baby. Well, it should have, Zach shot back. Anyway, consider it my gift to you for all the times you had my back. I want you to be happy, Jules, and I'll take a night for a start. I couldn't hide my sappy grin. Yeah, okay. Now get going before I feel the urge to tell you I love you. His eyes glistened. I love you too. He turned to get into the car, but I grabbed his arm. Hang on, what about the puppy? Zach snorted. That was more of an excuse to visit than anything else. The litter is still a month away. I'll let you know when I get a look. In the meantime, he grinned mischievously. We'll see you next Friday. Both of you. Chapter 18. Liam. Considering Luke and Zach hadn't lived in their cottage long, the place was warm and welcoming, and it fit the two men down to a T. A fire raged in the hearth, along with another in the fire pit outside, and I hadn't been in the place half a minute when a beer was shoved into my hand. 6 queer men, all in the same space. It was a lot, especially after my time at Lane Station, and I relaxed in a way I hadn't felt I could for the previous month. The 4 men's warm inclusion of me into their ranks and their obvious curiosity about Jules and my relationship was nice and normal and nice. When Jules had told me that Holden and Gil knew about us, along with Ten and Brent, I'd been surprised at how okay he seemed with the whole idea. He'd mentioned it during our flight over Lane Station, and his calmness only added to my confusion, along with the fact he didn't let go of my hand the entire time. That last bit clearly amused Ten, who wore a grin from ear to ear every time he caught us. Jules's calm acceptance also raised the eternal question of what exactly he and I thought we were doing, because we sure as hell weren't just fucking. While dinner was prepped, Holden and Gil whisked me away for a tour of the station, instructing Jules to stay and catch up with Zack and Luke. Code for Gil and Holden getting me alone so they could interrogate me, which they did, in the nicest possible way, while still leaving me under no illusion about what they would do to me if I hurt their precious friend. It was pretty cute. And kind of terrifying. I'd barely got my head around the fact Jules and I were doing anything at all together, let alone that I warranted the official talk from the friends. Jules had warned me to expect a ton of ribbing, and the guys didn't disappoint. But it was all good-natured, and it wasn't hard to see the close bond they shared. I was even a little jealous. I had friends back in Dunedin, sure, but my closest mate had moved to Perth a few years back, and with my job frequently taking me out of the city for lengthy periods, it was hard to keep those bonds fresh. Gil had shared with me his plans to dedicate a couple of guest cottages to a kind of wellness retreat, whose costs would be subsidised by the luxury tourism side of the station, making them more affordable. And people needing Zach's assistance with dog training could also be catered for, along with others who needed Gil's skills as a psychologist. He was also in discussion with a local massage therapist and a hiking guide. The concept was exciting, but I was also impressed with both of their business acumen. They were taking their time to get it right, with Holden working on ways to involve Gil's clients in basic station life as part of their therapy. The whole conversation reinforced the notion growing in my head that in some strange way, I fitted in here. When we arrived back at the cottage, Jules looked pretty much like I figured I did, grilled to within an inch of his life. I'd barely stepped in the door when he grabbed my hand and pulled me back out onto the veranda and proceeded to kiss me like he hadn't seen me for months. I loved it, along with far too much of the man actually doing it, considering I'd only known him a month. "I'm so sorry," he apologized, brushing my hair out of my eyes. "How bad were they?" "It was fine," I reassured him. "I just have to be nice to you if I don't want my balls fed to Holden's stud Angus bull while they're still attached. A terrifying thought if I let myself dwell on it too much." "Oh, God," he moaned. "I'm going to kill him." I laughed and grabbed his arm before he could follow through. "Forget it. Besides," I lifted up on my toes and pressed our lips together. "I have zero intention of being anything other than very, very nice to you." I palmed his dick through his jeans and squeezed, so I figure I'm safe. His eyes rolled back in his head, and he thrust into my hand, adding in a strangled voice, "The kennel shed out back should be friend-free if we hurry." "No time for that." Zack waggled his brows at us through the window. "Fuck me," Jules groaned under his breath. "I heard that," Zack smirked. "But Gil needs a hand on the barbecue, and your name was volunteered." "Gone." I gave Jules a shove toward the front door, and then slapped his butt on the way. "We have all night." He grumbled over his shoulder. "If there's anything left of my nerves after the Gordon Ramsay of the Mackenzie is done using me as his bitch." I laughed and gave him another shove. I headed inside to join the others and took a seat at the table with Holden. We chatted with Luke and Zack as they danced around each other in the well-stocked kitchen like they'd been doing it all their lives, making dinner and barely able to keep their hands off each other. Gil and Jules popped in and out as they barbecued, and I'd caught Gil grinning at his ex-husband's antics on more than one occasion. Holden, too, clearly happy to see Zack, his best friend and ex-friend with benefits, settled and in love. The weirdness factor was certainly right up there. Two couples, each the exes of the other, with checkered and interlaced histories, but somehow they made it work. It was certainly refreshing, and more power to them. When dinner finally hit the table, we had a few beers under our belts, and we ate until we were stuffed. Local venison grilled to perfection under Gil's eagle eye, jacket potatoes, an amazing salad also from Gil, and sticky toffee pudding for dessert, care of Luke using his ex-husband's recipe. All afternoon, Jules and I had been treated as if we were boyfriends, and damn if it didn't feel nice. But the two of us had yet to really talk seriously about what was happening between us. And we needed to. Time was running out. Almost 2 weeks into whatever this was, and Jules was in my bed every night. Worse still, I wanted him there for reasons that had nothing to do with sex. Well, not exclusively to do with sex, at least. I plain and simple liked the man. an adjective that felt worryingly insufficient. Boundaries were being crossed, and that rabbit hole just kept getting deeper. We left the dishes on the table and carried our food combers outside to the fire pit to kick back in comfort under a starlit sky. Never mind that the temperature had dropped into blue ball territory. Zack loaded more wood onto the fire and threw everyone a blanket. We wrapped them tightly around our bodies until we looked like 6 woolen condoms and talked and laughed in the fashion you did when you had too much to drink. And even the silliest comment seemed uproariously hilarious while the craggy faces of the Southern Alps watched down with almost tangible disapproval. At one point, Zack left to go inside only to reappear seconds later with Jules's guitar in hand. I expected Jules to try and squirm his way out of playing, but he'd had just enough to drink to give in graciously and throw his blanket aside. And I'd been listening to him ever since, charmed by the time-worn image of an almost cowboy playing his guitar by an open fire under a velvet sky. But cliched or not, chord by chord, crooning lyric by crooning lyric, soft look by soft look, Jules Lane was burrowing deeper and deeper under my skin, and it was too late to do anything except stand aside and watch him turn my world upside down, along with my heart. He glanced my way, his frown smoothing at my reassuring smile. But the devastating tenderness in his eyes broke me open. I tried not to care. I tried to fight it. I tried to remind myself that the only guarantee on offer was that anything between us beyond my stay on Lane Station was going to be hard. Maybe even too hard to survive. But none of that mattered. Because when I looked at Jules, all I felt was a deep and burgeoning sense of coming home. Jules caught my eye, blew me a kiss, and the last of my walls crumbled. Slick city boy meets quiet shepherd, and the rest is history. Straight out of a romance novel. I took a long swallow of beer, stretched my legs and crossed my ankles, and let the fire work its magic. Regardless of what the future held, that night Jules belonged to me. Tomorrow would come soon enough. Zack's face appeared at my shoulder, his voice low. "Didn't I tell you? He's good, right?" I considered Jules for a second and realized I had no words for exactly how good he was. And not just his music. With the guitar in his lap, the words to Georgia on my mind on his lips, Ray Charles, eat your heart out. This was a Jules I'd caught glimpses of during the last month. A Jules set free of the demands on his time and the pressure of the station and his father. It was the same Jules who slid between my sheets and offered me his body. And it was a Jules I wanted to see a whole lot more of. Maybe even grow old with. Yes, he's really good. The rasp in my voice had Zack watching me for a long minute before he finally squeezed my shoulder and let himself be pulled back into Luke's arms. Beside them sat Holden and Gil, their eyes closed. Holden's arm hung around his boyfriend's shoulders, holding him against his chest, his lips in Gil's hair, as Gil hummed along with the song. I liked these men. They were good people. I liked one of them a whole lot more than was good for me. And I truly, truly loved this country. The mountains and the rivers, and even the bitter cold of those mornings when the frost hung heavy in the trees, and the whole valley was filled with a white, whispering ice. I'd seen my first hoarfrost just 3 days before, late in the season, but no less spectacular. I'd opened the front door, the beauty of it stealing the air from my lungs, my heart pattering in my chest like a schoolboy with a crush. I was in my running gear in record time, loping down the road with the freezing air cracking in my lungs, taking a million mental snapshots so I wouldn't forget. Ahead in the south pasture, I'd caught the shouts of Jules and the others working, the drone of their quads humming over the crystalline landscape. I'd come to a stop, leaning on the fence to watch them check the new lambs, their bodies lost to coats and scarves and woolly hats and gloves, their breaths steaming in the glittering air, the dogs running excitedly over the crunchy tussock. Jules, fresh from my bed just an hour before, waving madly at me waving back like the idiot I was, like we did it every day, like I belonged there. wishing it was my cottage he'd be returning to, walking in the front door, not the back, trying for a quick make-out session before we both went on with our days. Stupid fantasy bullshit that wasn't worthy of my time, but it didn't stop me wanting it all the same. There was a sudden change in Jules's tone, as Georgia on my mind gave way to a pointedly piss-taking version of all my exes live in Texas. Zack threw his empty beer can at Jules, who ducked in time for it to go sailing over his head. Everyone laughed, and when Jules looked my way, his smile lit up my ridiculous heart. I returned the kiss he'd blown me earlier, pulled the blanket up under my chin, and lifted my face to the night sky, my mind drifting with the rich-bodied sound of his voice. I imagined it in my ear, as he lay draped over my shoulder with his dick up my arse, and hoped he'd be on board with the plans I had for tonight. Until then, the Mackenzie was the best show in town, a canopy of stars with a full moon lighting up the hummocky tussock as far as the eye could see, and all around the valley a breathless still sitting softly upon the landscape, broken only by the chuckle of the river and Jules's lyrical voice. About as romantic and magical as you could want. When the song came to an end, Zack pushed to his feet. "Right, come on you lot, it's already 11 and 6 is a crowd. Let's leave these two to enjoy the rest of their night. That's the best idea you've had all evening." Jules stood his guitar beside his chair and got to his feet. After a round of hugs and more ribbing, along with instructions for the coffee maker and a drunken warning from Luke to leave their sex toys alone, Jules slid an arm around my waist and we walked the 4 men to Holden's ute. "We'll be back for breakfast around 7, so be ready. If I see any naked bodies, there'll be trouble," Zack warned, giving a wave out the open window as the ute pulled onto the station drive. "And don't do anything we wouldn't," he shouted as the ute kicked up dust and headed for the homestead, leaving a trail of laughter in its wake. "Come on." Jules pulled me back toward the fire, where he spread a blanket on the ground, threw a couple of cushions on top and kicked off his boots. I watched him make himself comfortable and rubbed my arms. "You do realize there's a perfectly good warm house about 10 meters away? But inside doesn't have all this." He waved an arm over the sky and then patted the blanket. "So get your ass down here." I cocked a brow. "You're mistaking me for someone who does what he's told." Jules said nothing, just returned to the raised brow and waited. I snorted and began unlacing my boots. "I'm only agreeing to this so that your ego doesn't get bruised from me ignoring that bossy tone that apparently works with the rest of your team. There's only one boss in this relationship, and he doesn't smell like a lanolin slip and slide." Jules snorted, and I threw a couple more blankets over the top of his rangy body. He held them up for me to join him, and we got ourselves comfortable. An arm slipped under my shoulder, another snaked around my waist, and he rolled me to face him. I threw my leg over top of his and sighed contentedly. "It was nice of them to give us this time," I whispered, like someone might hear us. Jules whispered back, "It was. I hate not being open about us." He pressed his soft lips to mine. "I didn't realize just how amazing it would feel to be able to hold your hand or kiss you, or do other things to you, without constantly looking over my shoulder or worrying someone might catch us." I played with the buttons of his shirt, searching for the hot skin hidden beneath. "Makes it feel more real somehow, right? Just figured I'd throw it out there." Jules's expression grew serious. Those intriguing flint-grey eyes lit orange in the glow of the fire. He cupped my cheek. "It is real." He drew me close and kissed me again, his tongue sliding between my lips in a leisurely exploration. A soft moan escaped my lips as I went to deepen the kiss, but he pulled away. "Can we talk? I think maybe it's time." I smiled, regretfully gave up on his buttons and bunched the cushion under my head so I could see him better. I was thinking the same thing earlier. Something like relief crossed his face, and his fingertip traced the line of my cheekbone, and down the side of my face to my jaw, and across to my lips, his eyes carefully avoiding mine. "I like you, Liam. A lot." I grabbed hold of his hand, kissing the back of it. "I like you too, as it happens. A lot." "You do?" His gaze settled on mine, and my breath caught at the depth of emotion residing there.
That's good, because
He hesitated.
Well, I'm not ready to say goodbye in just a couple of weeks, and I was wondering if you might feel the same.
And there it was. His question lit up my heart, and I pressed my lips to his. I'm not ready to say goodbye either. He blew out a long, shuddering sigh and clasped me to him.
Thank Christ for that!
I chuckled and slipped my arm around his waist, seeking and finding the hot skin I'd been craving under all those layers of clothing. But it's not as simple as just what we want, is it? He pressed kisses into my hair and whispered,
I'm going to talk to my father. I'm going to come out.
I jerked back, and he must have seen the shock on my face, because he quickly added,
Not until after you're gone.
I wouldn't do that to you, Liam. He doesn't need to know that we were, this, while you were here. Only that I'm bisexual and that I'm interested in pursuing something with you. I bit my lip. You want to pursue me? Why, Mr. Lane, my heart's all aflutter. Unfortunately, completely true. Jules nudged our noses together.
You know what I mean. I want to see you again, Liam. I want us to have a plan. I want to get to know you, your sister, your nephew, the whole lot. I probably sound like a crazy person, and I get that you might not want all that, so now's the time to say, I'll take anything you're prepared to give. I really think we might have something special going on here. What do you think?
I blinked and drew breath, waiting for the other shoe to drop, but Jules's expression said he was deadly serious.
Jesus, baby. Give me a minute.
He fell quiet while I searched his face, not certain what I was looking for, but it wasn't the calm, steady surety I found there. He'd really thought about what he was asking, and the shock of that sent goosebumps quivering over my skin.
We've barely known each other a month, I rushed. What about your father? What about the station? What if we don't? I know all the risks, Liam.
He freed his hand and cupped my cheek.
I've done nothing but think about all of that since we started this. And I keep coming back to the same questions over and over. What if I don't say anything? What if I don't ask you? What if I never come out? What if I just let you go? What does it mean for me? What if I ignore all these feelings I have growing for you?
Feelings for me?
My pulse kicked up. But what if we don't work? You could lose everything. He shrugged. That doesn't alter the question for me. If you and I don't work out, it could be another guy next year, or the year I've stopped.
I slapped my hand over his mouth, not liking the idea of those options. He grinned against my palm and I huffed.
Yeah, don't get too full of yourself. In case you hadn't already guessed, I'm not a natural sharer. And right now you're mine.
Make of that what you will. He peeled my hand away and kissed me.
I don't share either. And right now I don't want to belong to anyone except you.
I sighed and ran my fingertip over his lips. And me you.
Before we turn the next page of this journey, take a few moments to unwind with this gentle piece of music. We appreciate your time and trust.
A whisper in the dark, a voice that calls me near, leading me to you, leading me to you. You're my sweet escape, my heart's desire, fall into you. I feel the fire, we're a chemical explosion in the night. We're a beautiful sight, we're a beautiful sight, a beautiful sight, we're a beautiful sight.
But you do get how crazy this is? He nodded. I know. But there's something you should know about me.
I arched a brow and he looked suddenly uncertain.
I don't fall in love easily. In fact, other than a couple of teenage crushes, I don't think I've ever been in love. No, I know I haven't. But what I feel for you is unlike anything I've felt before, and I'm not about to walk away without at least exploring it. Because I'm very definitely falling for you, Liam.
Falling for me? My mouth dried to dust, my heart thundering up into my throat. He smiled softly and smoothed my brow. You look kind of terrified.
No.
I hastily shook my head. Not terrified, just shocked, I suppose. He winced. I'm sorry to just kind of blurt it out, but I keep thinking we only have a couple of weeks left and... He sighed and looked miserable. Are my feelings a deal-breaker for you? Are they? I thought about that. Thought about all those feelings churning in my gut that I didn't want to admit to. Thought about the risks we'd both be taking. Thought about my safe, successful, lonely little world that I'd spent a lifetime building. Thought about the impossibility of walking away from Jules, now that I knew what he felt about me. Thought about the impossibility of not walking away, and having to cope with the fallout of his coming out to his father, and whether our fledgling relationship could even survive that. And I thought about the fact there were no answers to any of it. I looked up to find him watching me with soft eyes, and all those same questions stared back at me. He'd thought about all of it. I wasn't the only one who'd built a safe, lonely life. And I realized this was never about the what-ifs that might trip us up along the way. The only question that really mattered was whether we had enough courage to try. That decided, I did what so many had done before me in this land. I threw my doubts up to the southern stars. Let the heart of the Mackenzie do what it would with them. I had borne witness to thousands of stories spun in these valleys through the millennia. I had seen love, struggle, pain, loss, and hope, all playing out in the shadows of these towering mountains. Jules and my story would simply be another, and we had about as much control over it as we did the storms and droughts that fed these rich hills. I leaned in and whispered against his lips, "How can you falling for me ever be a deal-breaker when I feel exactly the same way?" I pulled back and watched his eyes widen and a huge smile break over his face. "Really?" he beamed. I didn't get to answer before his mouth crushed against mine, and he kissed me until my toes curled, and I had to push him away, gasping for breath. "Nope." I evaded another bear-like advance and drew the blanket over both our shoulders. "First, I want to hear this plan you've been thinking about all week." "Oh." He fell back onto the blanket. "Yeah, right. Well, he flustered. "So I didn't really get much past the coming out bit?" I snorted. "I see. Just as well your boyfriend eats spreadsheets for breakfast then, isn't it?" "Boyfriend?" He rolled the word over in his mouth, and a sly smile lit up his face. "So it's official? At least between us?" I kissed him right on that smile. "Yes, it's official. Now back to this plan. What happens if your father does to you what he did to Zach? What if he gives you an ultimatum?" Jules blew out a sigh. "Then I find myself a manager's job or as a shepherd on another station." I stared at him. "You'd walk away just like that? And you'd be okay with it?" "Fuck no," he answered, horrified. "I'd be furious and I'd hate it. But it's not like I'd have a choice. I'm not going to pretend I'm something I'm not even to keep the station. If I give in to my father on that, my life is fucking over." He leaned in and pressed the tenderest of kisses to my lips. "Ten thinks it won't come to that, and I'm hoping he's right. Dad has boxed himself into a corner, and I'm not the only one with a choice to make about the future of the station." I gaped. "You talked with 10 about this?" "To be fair, he raised it," Jules quickly explained. "It's a long story." "So you have thought about it?" I studied him for a moment. "All right. Tell me how you see this playing out. You and me. Long distance? Because I have to tell you, between your job and mine, I don't see us getting a whole heap of time together." It was the truth, and simply wishing it wasn't would be setting ourselves up for disaster. Jules sighed and rolled onto his back, his socked feet poking out from the bottom of the blanket. "I know. And to be honest, although I could do that to start with, I hate the idea of only being able to snatch the odd night or weekend together. I'm not sure we can build something on that." He turned his head to face me. "I love sleeping with you. I love waking up with you. I love sharing breakfast and seeing you out running in the morning and doing yoga on the veranda, all of it." He hesitated and nervously licked his lips. I waited, my heart beating loudly in my ears. "So, He took a deep breath like he was steeling himself. I guess I'm hoping that after a couple of months of back and forth that maybe, if we both still feel the same, you might consider coming back to stay for a while, to really test things, that we could maybe... He trailed off, his face glowing deep red in the firelight. Good what? I frowned as the hopeful uncertainty in his expression deepened, and then I finally got it. My mouth dropped open. Oh, my God. I scrambled to sit and stared down at him. You want me to come back and move in with you? My heart lurched wildly. He winced, looking slightly panicked, and then he started to ramble. Well, yes. Is that a bad idea? I mean, if I'm kicked out or leave, it's likely I'll have accommodation wherever I go. We'd want to be sure we were solid and had a real chance, of course, and you'd have lots to think about with your business and stuff, and I'd have to make it a non-negotiable with my father if I was still at home, and I don't think... He came to an abrupt stop. What? I gaped at him, speechless, and when I didn't answer, he tentatively added, If it didn't work, then, of course you could just leave. We'd probably never run into each other again. It would be nice and clean. Nice and clean. I shook my head in disbelief. I already had far too many feelings for this complex man. If I took the ridiculous leap of faith he was suggesting in a few months' time, I could be seriously hurt. You know what I mean? He sat up and took both my hands, holding them to his chest. The blanket fell from my shoulders, sending a shiver scuttling over my skin. I know it's crazy, and it's a hell of a lot to ask. I snorted. You think? And that's without the added bonus of your father's unpredictability. I know, he flustered. And of course we'll have to test the waters first, at a distance. But I don't want to keep dating you while you're hundreds of miles away at the end of a phone or talking into a computer screen. I don't want to learn about you through some agonizing drip-feed, brick-by-brick relationship. I want time with you. Maybe it won't get that far, but I want to put it out there as a possibility. I think I need to know if it's even an option before we start something serious. And I'm so fucking sorry if it's the wrong thing to say, or too much or too soon, or if it scares you, and maybe it's all of those things. Hell, it scares the shit out of me too. Was he serious? One look in his eyes and I found my answer. A resounding yes. Jesus Christ. I collapsed back onto the blanket with my hand over my face, bewildered at why I wasn't already running for the hills, or at least debating how fucking ridiculous the whole idea was. How completely batshit. And it was. But none of those entirely sensible arguments swirling in my brain was doing a damn thing to suppress the elation surging past all that fear in my heart. Because Jules was right. Everything he felt, I felt too. Okay, I finally managed, although it came out as more of a squeak than an actual word. Okay? He landed beside me, pulling my hand away from my face so I could see his stupid, wonderful smile. Okay, what? Are you saying it's a good idea? Are you fucking kidding me? I rolled onto his arms. No, it's an absolutely outrageous idea for a new relationship. It has no sound basis, and it will likely end in nothing but heartache for both of us. His smile faltered. Oh. Right, sorry. But it's maybe the very best idea for you and me. I cradled his face and stared deep into his eyes. We're not just any relationship, Jules. We're us. Unique. With a unique set of circumstances. So it's maybe not as crazy as it sounds. And yes, it's on the table. But there's a ton of stuff to consider outside of your father. My business, for one. I'm a long way from a decent airport out here. I know, he frowned. I don't want whatever we do to have an impact on your work. I shook my head and kissed him soundly. Of course it will have an impact. The same as your whole future on the station and with your father is going to be impacted as well. But if we're going to try this, then we plan it together and we do it together. All in, no martyrs. All right? He studied me for a moment, then nodded. Agreed. No martyrs. I leaned in and kissed him, drawing it out, wanting him to feel how very on board I was with this idea. And yes, it scares the shit out of me. Moving here to see if we work? Damn, that's big, Jules. And then there's my sister and nephew to consider as well. When the time comes, we'll need to be sure. I know. He ran a thumb over my lower lip. But if Dad boots me off the station, there is a second option I want to put out there. I could come down your way for a while, grab a flat, get a job, maybe go back to uni, I don't know. All I know is I want to try this with you, however it works best. We locked eyes and a shiver ran through me. Yeah, I want that too. I pulled him on top and we made out lazily until a thin veil of cloud moved across the stars and the embers began to cool in the fire pit. Starting to shiver, I wriggled free from Jules's arms and brushed the hair from his face. How about we take this to the bedroom? I happen to know your brother has left condoms, lube, and energy bars on our pillows. Jules snorted. They're such a bunch of muppets. He helped me to my feet and then doused the embers in the fire pit, while I folded the chairs and took the blankets and rubbish inside. And when he brought his guitar in and laid it on the couch, I sidled up behind and slid my arms around his waist, my head still reeling from our conversation. I had to be crazy to seriously consider moving in with this man, and yet somehow it felt right. It felt inevitable. All except the part where there was a million moving pieces outside of our control, and every single one had the potential to fuck the whole thing up. Chapter 19. Liam. We stood rocking together in the quiet silence of the cottage for what seemed like hours. The heat from the dwindling fire was enough to warm our cooling bodies, its glow painting a burnt umber edge to Jules's dark hair. As we stood there swaying, I wondered if Jules was pondering the same question as me. Did we have what it took to make it against the odds? Maybe, with it all now out on the table between us, he was reconsidering that rash invitation. I wouldn't have blamed him. But like he heard my thoughts, he suddenly turned in my arms and kissed me, and the certitude in his eyes pushed all those doubts aside. I slid my lips alongside his ear and whispered, I want you to fuck me tonight. Is that okay? He jolted back. You want... Is that a trick question? I mean, I've never done it before, but I've been thinking a lot about it. Heat bloomed in his cheeks. Well, in fairness, I've been thinking about you fucking me, not the other way. Shit, I'm screwing this up, aren't I? A surge of lust almost undid me at the idea of Jules fantasizing about me fucking him, but I swallowed it down and managed to rasp. Now there's a delightful thought. I slid a hand over his ass and gave it a firm squeeze. But as much as I like the idea of being all up in your business, if and when you ever want me to, tonight, I'm supremely committed to the idea of you fucking me. I palmed his dick and he groaned, with this beauty. I went up on my toes and pulled his lower lip between my teeth before letting it go. Then I kissed the end of his nose. How about it? His mouth curved up in a slow, sexy smile. Hell yeah. I grinned and petted his cheek. I do believe that's the correct answer. Come with me. I led Jules across the polished wooden floor and into the guest bedroom, where I started to strip. But he pushed my hands aside and began undressing me himself, slowly, one button at a time, random kisses pressed to my skin as my clothes fell away. He paid special attention to my ink, his fingers brushing the bands of colour and swirling lines, his touch hungry, his pupils blown to hell, until he finally had me standing naked on the woven rug. I stepped into his arms, and his mouth crushed over mine, desperate and wanting. His erection hard against my belly, and fuck, I thought I could have come from that feeling alone. Then the idea that I could have this forever wound its magic in my brain, and my heart fell open. Falling in love? Yeah, good luck with that. That was about as fallen as it was possible to be. I wriggled from Jules's arms, pushed the duvet aside, and crawled onto the bed. My ass beckoned wantonly, and his breath hitched. I smiled, shoved the condoms and energy bars off the pillow, and held aloft the cherry-flavoured lube for Jules to see. Zach's idea of a joke, no doubt. Jules rolled his eyes. I'm gonna kill that brother of mine. I chuckled, and once again wriggled my butt in invitation. Not that I don't love all our usual delicious foreplay. I eyed him hungrily over my shoulder. But we need to be done before your brother returns in the morning, and I have a lot of plans for you. A lot. Never mention my brother while we're fucking. Jules crawled up the bed and sank his teeth into my ass. I groaned and bucked up into him. Do that again, and I'll consider it. He bit down and then licked the sting, and I groaned and buried my face in the pillow because, damn, that felt good. Then he spread my cheeks and his tongue found my hole, and I almost launched myself through the headboard. Fuck! I slapped my hand on the mattress as he went to work, laving and probing at the tight muscle until the tip of his tongue slipped through, and my body shuddered with pleasure. Jules was a master at rimming, something I had zero complaints about, and I was beginning to rethink my minimal foreplay imperative. Too late. He pulled off, and I'm pretty sure I keened in protest. Then the snick of the lube top had my dick jerking in anticipation, and I managed, "That's been a while, so a bit of prep is good, but not too much. I like it on the edge, yeah?" He snorted, and ran a slick finger down my crease. "A while, huh? You sure you're okay with this?" "Absolutely." I nodded into the pillow. "It's no big deal. I just always top with hookups I don't know. And since I mostly only do hookups, well, you get the picture." "Right." Jules' slick finger circled my hole with just the faintest pressure. "Did you miss the part where I said I have no idea what I'm doing?" He slid his fingertip in and out, and I gasped. "Jesus Christ, I'm not complaining yet." I sucked in a breath as he did it again. "So, you haven't ever fucked a woman in the ass?" He slapped my butt cheek, and I yelped indignantly. That would be a no. He soothed the handprint he'd no doubt left on my skin, and then kissed it. "I've played around, but never fucked." I grinned into the pillow, ridiculously happy at the idea I was his first. "Then you're in for a treat, sweetheart. Asses are tight as hell and just as hot. You better know how to count to 100. His fingers slid all the way inside, and a surge of heat engulfed my belly. "Oh, yeah, just like that." I thrust back, taking him deeper. He draped himself over my back and kissed my shoulders and neck as his finger continued to slide in and out of my hole. "Settle down. You're not the one in control this time, honey." I snorted into the pillow. "Honey?" He shoved his finger hard inside and I gasped. "You got a problem with that?" "Nope," I squeaked. "Good. You know, I think I'm going to like this." His tone was slick and sultry and so fucking sexy. Being in control is what topping is all about, right? Oh, you poor boy. You just keep telling yourself that. Fuck. His fingers slid over my sweet spot, capturing all my attention. "Oh, shit." I thumped my forehead onto the pillow as he repeated the movement and sent electricity shooting up my spine. He chuckled. "God, this is so much more fun with a prostate. I'm so happy for you." I groaned and arched my back as he did it again. "Jesus Christ. Just remember this when it's my turn." Jules kissed my shoulder and whispered, "With you? I can't wait. With you." My heart wrapped around those two words and nestled them close. Hey, my ass is getting cobwebs here. All right. Jules withdrew his fingers and reached for the supplies. "Do we really need to use this?" He dangled the condom in front of me, and I froze. The shock of his question was quickly overwhelmed by a surge of lust at the idea of his unsheathed cock hard inside me. But we'd promised to go slow and safe. I'd promised. I calmed the fuck down and grabbed his hand, pulling him down beside me. As much as I really want that baby, and I mean really, really want it, let's take a rain check, just for a little while. I want us to talk about it. I want you to be sure. He studied me for a few seconds, a flash of disappointment fading into a beautiful smile. Okay, I'll hold you to that. I slapped down the urge to change my mind and curled his fingers around the condom. I'm counting on it. He got back onto his knees, and the snap of the condom was followed by a generous application of lube to my hole. Jules was clearly taking no chances. When he was finally done, I drew breath and waited for the arrival of his cock, counting every second, desperate for the aching stretch my body craved. But Jules had other plans. He flipped me onto my back, took one look at my face and laughed. Oh my God! He straddled my hips. I wish I had a camera for that scowl. But you're not in charge tonight, sweetheart. And I want to see you. He took my mouth in a leisurely kiss. I want to remember every single moment. You wouldn't deny me that on my first top, would you? I narrowed my eyes. Sneaky little fucker. He kissed me again. I've got an excellent teacher. I huffed out a laugh. And you'd do well to remember that. He repositioned himself between my knees, lifted up my legs for me to hold, and rested the head of his cock against my hole. Then he looked up, caught my eye, smiled and popped through the ring of muscle. Jeez! My head slammed back into the pillow as I bore down to let him in. I reached for his hips just to still him for a moment and give me time to adjust while I breathed through the stretch. Okay, I panted, releasing my grip. It's all yours. Oh, God. Oh, God. He gasped as he slowly slid home. You're this. So tight. Shit. He bottomed out, and a tremor ran through him. I can't. I'm not going to last. Yes, you are. I ground out, panting as my body shifted from hell no to yes, please, and more. Start counting all those fucking merinos you're on. Think of a snowstorm at Lambing. Yeah, I'll get right on that, came a strangled reply. I wriggled to shift my position, but Jules grabbed my shoulder and hissed, Don't! He stared down at me. I'm 2 seconds away from liftoff here. I cupped his face and drew him down for a smacking kiss. God, you're cute. Okay. You're in charge. Quick as you need. Believe me, I won't be far behind. He stared at me for a second, then repositioned his knees and slowly slid his cock almost free of my ass. Don't say I didn't warn you. I grinned and fisted the sheets, concentrating on Jules' face. I didn't give a fuck if I got off or not. This was all about him, and his first time. The fact I had a front row seat was all I needed. All in all, a fucking miracle. I rarely bottomed. It just wasn't something I enjoyed as much as topping. Not until the idea of having this particular man's cock in my ass had become a craving, until having Jules fuck me into the mattress began to feel like the most exciting show on the planet. Fuck, Liam. Jules's hard thrusts shuttled my body up the bed, until the top of my head grazed the wall. I had noticed. He snorted and buried his face in my neck, his hips pumping, owning my body while I was just along for the ride. A rumbling groan vibrated against my neck, and then he sank his teeth into the sensitive flesh, not biting, just holding me in place, his cock brushing my prostate with every stroke. It was so fucking hot. I dug my heels into his ass to encourage him. Go harder, baby. He groaned and upped the intensity a notch, cursing wildly as his hips drove harder. I held on for all I was worth, wrapping my arms around his body when the sheet was pulled from my grip. Seconds later, he tensed and threw his head back with a shout, his dick pulsing deep in my ass for 2 final shuddering thrusts, before he collapsed on my chest, a sweaty, panting mess. Holy motherfucking Christ! I chuckled and kissed his hair. Have fun? He fought to catch his breath, his face still buried against the side of my neck. Jesus, that was intense. He lifted his head, a huge grin on his face. You look pretty damn pleased with yourself. I observed dryly.
I am. And just so you know, I'm going to need a season ticket for that ride.
I laughed and went to kiss him, but he wriggled sideways.
Nope, we're not done yet.
He slid free of my arse, frowning when I tried and failed to hide my wince.
I hate that part,
I explained, feeling my cheeks heat. He bent low to kiss me.
Good to know. I'll be more careful next time.
He kissed me again, then disposed of the condom on the floor and wrapped a hand around my still hard dick. I tried to brush him away.
I don't need...
His grip tightened, but I do. He slid off the bed and onto his knees.
I want you to paint my face.
I blinked.
Yeah?
He cocked his head.
Well, I'm not down here for the fun of it. Come on.
He took my hand and tugged me to my feet.
This is on my list.
He gave an almost shy smile. I grinned.
You have a list? You better believe it.
I smirked and ran my fingers through his hair while I worked my cock with my other hand, right in front of his face.
Fuck, that's hot.
He stared, licking his lips. A warm buzz bubbled at the base of my spine, and I tilted his chin to run the head of my cock around his lips, leaving a trail of slick pre-cum in its wake. He immediately licked it clean, with such obvious pleasure it almost sent me over. I was seconds away when our eyes met, and he opened his mouth, waiting. It was the sexiest fucking sight, and my dick instantly swelled, the release sending pleasure rocketing up my spine as I spilled everything I had onto his face. Some made it into his mouth, but most landed on his chin and lips and cheeks, running down his face until he looked thoroughly and epically debauched.
Damn, Jules.
I shoved him backward onto the floor before joining him, crawling up his body to hold him in place while I licked his face clean.
Fucking hell.
He laughed as I licked a stripe up the side of his face.
That was the hottest fucking sex I've had in my entire life. Fucking you and then having you come all over my face?
He grabbed my head in his hands.
Jesus, Liam. It doesn't get any better.
He pulled me down and plunged his tongue into my mouth for a thorough mauling before he popped off again.
You taste so good. You're crazy.
I collapsed onto his chest. But it is definitely shower time. I'm not sleeping in Zach and Luke's bed looking like this. I tested my legs, but they were still jelly.
Maybe in a minute or two.
Jules laughed and rolled me onto my back, then straddled my hips.
They have a big shower.
His dark eyebrows popped up and down. I poked him in the chest.
I'm going to need a hell of a lot more time than that, you little trollop.
Almost 40, remember? Get off me. He was still chuckling as I spun the mixer to brain-blistering hot, and vainly tried to grab my heart down from the ceiling before it floated off into that fantasy world where all impossible relationships went to die.
Except no. I wasn't going to do that. We had a chance at making this work.
I shot him a sideways look.
Didn't we?
Jules's arms snaked around my waist, his lips finding the slope of my shoulder.
I can hear you thinking a mile away. All those worries circling that big brain of yours. But we are not making a mistake. This is a good thing, Liam. You and I are a good thing. Let's just take it step by step, baby. We'll work it out. No one can stop us, except us.
I turned and pulled him in with me under the hot spray of water. I kissed him, desperate to believe his words while knowing that the world didn't always work that way. But Jules knew that too, maybe more than most, which made us both idiots. There were a lot of unanswered questions, and when push came to shove, would Jules really walk away from the one thing he was born to do? Would he leave his land, his future, his passion, the life that made his heart sing? And for what? For me? Who the fuck would do something like that? And who the fuck would let them? It could taint our future. We could be doomed before we even started. I wasn't about to walk away, but I didn't see any miracles in our future either. Still, for the next couple of weeks, as the clock ticked down, and for as long as we could manage after, I'd believe in the impossible right along with him. Chapter 20. Liam. We were showered and dressed by the skin of our teeth when Holden's ute pulled in beside the cottage bang on 7. There was a lot of clearing of throats and loud talking, and even some hammering on the front door before it slowly eased open, and Zack stuck his head inside with his hand over his eyes. "Is it safe?" He peered between his fingers, clocked the two of us making breakfast in the kitchen, and flung the door wide. "The coast is clear," he called to the others, and the 4 men bundled inside, grinning from ear to ear. "Do we need to repile or get any furniture professionally cleaned?" Zack wandered into the kitchen and stole a piece of toast Jules was buttering. "Hey!" Jules slapped the back of his brother's hand with the flat of his knife and made a grab to retrieve the toast, but Zack was too fast and scooted into the lounge with his ill-gotten gains. "Have a seat." I waved everyone to the table. "We raided your fridge and cooked bacon and eggs for 6. Holden's eyes popped. "Really? Cool." He grabbed a chair and made himself comfortable, while Gil looked at his boyfriend in disbelief. "You've had breakfast." Holden pulled his boyfriend down for a kiss. "Your homemade fruit and muesli and whole-grain cheese muffins were delicious and healthy, as always. But this is bacon and eggs, baby. The power breakfast of the Mackenzie Basin, a meal steeped in history and tradition. It would be rude not to." Gil slapped Holden up the back of the head and turned to me. 2 slices of bacon and 2 eggs. That's it." Unseen by Gil, Holden held up 4 fingers and I had to laugh. Gil turned and grabbed Holden's hand, only to find himself pulled into Holden's knee. "I love it when you get all bossy on me." I flicked a glance to Jules, who mouthed the words, "Me too." And my cheeks blew hot. Zack snorted. "Oh, look at you two. It's so cute." He eyed Jules and shook his head. "But also really fucking weird seeing my big bro all gooey-eyed over a guy. Like I've walked into some parallel universe. Oh my god, sit before you get yourself in even more trouble." Luke manhandled Zack into a chair while sending me an apologetic look. "Just ignore him. It's fine." I reassured him before turning my attention to Zack. "But you might want to give that nice mat of yours in front of the fire a really good clean. Just saying." Zack's eyes bugged. "Why? What did you do?" He spun to check the gorgeous cream wool rug that looked damn spanking new. "Did you? No, you wouldn't dare. I left blankets on the footstool, for Pete's sake, and you had a perfectly good bed." Jules barked at a laugh and Zack's gaze narrowed. He made a slow turn to face his brother. "You better not be fucking with me. That thing cost a fortune, and it's the only design Luke and I could agree on." Jules waggled his brows and slid a platter laden with bacon and eggs and toast onto the table. And very comfortable it was, too. Zack scowled, his gaze flicking between Jules and me. "What does that mean?" Luke's hand clamped over Zack's mouth. "They're just messing with you." Jules's eyes danced. "I have 2 words for you, brother. Cherry lube." "Really?" Holden and Gil groaned, but Zack's face lit up. "Yes! I hoped you'd read the label. Was it everything you imagined?" Luke slapped his hand over Zack's mouth again. "Time to eat, Buttercup. I've got a full-day ferrying tourists all over the Mackenzie, and you've got a meeting with those people from the Assistants Dog Trust." Zack grumbled something about boyfriends who think they're so damn funny, but he did as he was told. I loaded a plate, settled at the table, and let the conversation buzz around me. I thought again about our plans, about how much I liked these men, and about how the chance to get to know them better would be something special. "What would you say about doing a consult for me before you leave the district?" Gil asked, when I pushed my empty plate aside. "It's for a retreat client coming in a couple of months." "Sure." I wiped the grease from my lips with a napkin. "As long as they sign a consent, their doctor agrees, and both the doctor and the client will talk with me. I can't do much without the last 2. What's the issue?" "It's for a 30-something ex-rugby player who's had a spinal fusion. It finished his career and he's still struggling a bit. It would be great to get your opinion on the rehab side, maybe even draft something I could work with while he's here." "Sure, I could do that." I stood and began gathering plates. "Get the permission side sorted and then give me a call." Gil and Luke rallied to help clean up, while Holden, Zack, and Jules discussed all things lambing. It was strangely nice. We were just about done when my phone rang, and Jules passed it to me over the breakfast bar. I stilled at the sight of Connor's name flashing on the screen. It was way too early for my nephew to be up and about on a Saturday morning. My thoughts instantly went to my sister, and Jules must have seen something on my face because he immediately stood and came to my side, watching me intently. "Hey, Connor." I tried to sound calm, but my heart was thumping. "Bit early for you, isn't it?"
"Oh, yeah, I guess."
Connor's usually cheeky attitude was missing, and my nerves cranked up another notch.
"So, I might have done something."
I made my way across to the window and breathed through a lengthy pause. "Okay, I'm listening." More silence.
"Maybe I should tell you in person."
"You want to switch to video?" Feeling everyone's eyes on me, I started toward the bedroom for some privacy.
No. But if you could come pick me up, that'd be great."
I paused with my hand on the door. "Pick you up?" My gaze shot to Jules, whose eyebrows were on the rise.
Yeah. So as it turns out, I might actually be in Tekapo."
I pictured the wince on his face as I barked into the phone.
"Tekapo? What the hell are you doing in Tekapo?"
Calm down. Don't tell me to calm down. Just start explaining." I slumped into the nearest armchair and put my head in my hand.
"Okay, well, I ran into those same guys yesterday afternoon, and they laid into me again."
"Shit." I groaned and fell back against the cushion. Jules appeared and sat on the footstool beside me.
"I'm so over it."
Connor's voice broke and my heart squeezed.
"I just had to get away for a bit, so I caught the late bus. The one that goes via Cromwell. Can I stay with you for a couple of days? Please, just a few days. I'm at the cafe by the bridge."
"Connor, I'm working."
"You can't just arrive and expect—"
I snapped my mouth shut, since it wasn't like I could do anything about it now. "Does your mother know?" I was guessing no, since there were no missed calls on my phone. More silence.
"No, I didn't go home last night. I told her I was staying at Damien's and he dropped me at the bus. I know it was stupid, but—"
He trailed off and silence flooded the line. Fuck! Jules's arm slid around my waist, and I turned to find his worried grey eyes fixed on mine. Jesus, Connor. Still staring at Jules, I took a deep breath and counted to 5. Going off my tree at my nephew could wait, at least until I got him in the car. The car. Shit. We'd driven over in Jules's ute.
"You're still there, Uncle Liam?"
Connor rarely called me uncle, which told me a lot about how worried he actually was. "I'm here. Wait inside the cafe so you don't bloody freeze to death, and we'll be there in 30 minutes or so." I raised my eyebrows at Jules and he nodded. "Have you had breakfast?"
"Yes. And who's we?"
Connor asked. "We as in me and Jules. He's my client's son. I don't have my own car available at the moment. And while you're waiting, you're going to ring your mother and tell her everything. I'll give you 15 minutes to get yelled at, and then I'll call her as well. So don't even think about fudging things, understand?"
"Okay, I'll call her. And, Liam?"
"What?" It came out harsher than I intended, and I pictured Connor's surprise. I didn't often lose my temper.
"I'm sorry if I fucked up, but I didn't think you'd let me come if I asked. And I'm just done with it, you know?"
Oh, God. I softened my tone. "Yeah, I know. We'll talk later." His breath hitched, and I could almost see the tears in his eyes.
"Sure. And thanks, Liam. It means a lot that you didn't just yell at me."
I wanted to say don't count your chickens, but I figured it wasn't going to improve things. The minute I hung up, Jules took my hands in his. "What's up with your nephew?" Jules knew something about the situation already since I'd talked about Bron and Connor, so I relayed the little I knew about this latest event while adding enough background that it would make sense to the others. When I was done, Jules kissed me, taking his time and bleeding the tension just enough to put the tiniest of smiles on my face. Fucking teenagers. I sighed and rested my forehead against his. "I'm sure I was never this dramatic." He laughed and kissed my nose. "I'll bet you were the definition of dramatic." He wasn't wrong, which put another smile on my face. "How about you stay right there, and I'll put the rest of our stuff together?" He left me in the chair and headed for the bedroom while instructing Zach to call their mother because I don't want Liam to have to explain to Dad over the phone. I could have kissed him for that alone. Then he added, "And Warner will have another guest in the cottage for a few days." I groaned at the realization that Jules and I were about to lose our private time and nights together, and I could have throttled my nephew for that inconvenience alone. Zack grabbed his phone and disappeared into the kitchen while Gil approached and pulled me into a hug. I'm here if you need me, or if he needs me, okay? Can't have a great ally of the community left hanging. What he said. Holden stood alongside his boyfriend and Luke nodded in agreement. Jules was back with our overnight bags at the same time Zack ended his call with Norma. She says to take your time, he relayed. And she understands you'll need time with Connor before you start, so she'll take Dad his breakfast and set another place at the table for lunch. So go. Do what you need to do, and let us know if we can help. I was more grateful than I could say as we hugged and said our goodbyes, and headed out the door. My ears were still ringing from Bron's tirade of incredulity, peppered with a lot of crying when Jules pulled in outside the Tekapo Cafe and pumped the horn. Someone waved from a table by the window, and a few seconds later the door opened, and Connor appeared. Even knowing that he'd been in a fight, I was ill-prepared for the sight of my tall, lanky nephew sporting a fat black eye, bruising around his jawline, and what appeared to be a chunk of hair missing from the side of his head. The rest of his thick brown waves were pulled back into their usual short ponytail. Connor winced as he heaved his knapsack onto his shoulder, and I made a mental note to check the state of his ribs. And everything else for that matter. I exited the ute and went to meet him, ignoring his resistance as I pulled him into a tight hug. We might have been the same height, but I had a good few kilos on my side, and knowing Connor had been cornered and beaten in the car park of the local swimming pool the day before, there was no way he was escaping my need to hold him. He gave in and relaxed, and when I finally let him go, it was hard to miss the way his brown eyes glistened. Come on. I eased the knapsack from Connor's shoulder and threw it in the back seat before waving him inside. Connor, this is Jules. He's running the station while his father recovers. Jules, this is my pain-in-the-neck nephew, Connor. Hey! Connor shoved me fondly. I'm actually the light of his life and personal style guru nephew, he corrected. You wish. I slammed the back door on Jules's laughter and took my seat in the front. Connor and Jules shook hands, but when Jules turned back around, he flicked me a look full of concern that matched my own. Connor had survived a few scuffles, but this was by far the worst I'd seen. We'd passed the point of trying to let the school handle it. I glanced at Connor's haunted face in the back seat as he stared out the window, and my blood boiled. I was done. We all were. It was time to get the police involved, and Bron reluctantly agreed. And after talking with Jules on the drive to Tekapo, the decision was made that Connor would stay with me for a few days while he got his head straight. Then I'd arrange for him to catch a bus back home. What the hell Paddy was going to think about it all was anyone's guess. We'd find out soon enough. Connor remained quiet on the drive back to Land Station, and I mostly left him to his thoughts. The ute travelled the noisy gravel road under a cloudy sky, the thickening clouds to the west heavy with spring rain. We were about halfway there when I saw Jules' hand reach for mine before quickly pulling back, his gaze flicking up to check the rearview mirror. Well, fuck that. I needed that comfort he so clearly wanted to give. The amazing night we'd spent together already a distant memory. We were almost out of time together, and I wasn't about to waste a second of it. Hiding from Paddy was one thing, but from Connor? With my nephew staying in the cottage for the next few days, that would leave Jules and me with almost no safe space together. I reached across the console, flipped my hand palm up, and snapped my fingers. Jules's gaze again shot to Connor, then back to me. I smiled and tipped my head. He sighed and threaded our fingers together. The lines around his eyes softened, and he lifted my knuckles to his lips. A groan emanated from the back seat. Oh my God, really? Connor's put-upon tone said it all. I leave you alone for a few weeks and you go and get yourself a boyfriend? I cast an amused glance at Jules, who chuckled, then spoke over his shoulder to Connor. I'd appreciate you keeping this to yourself, Connor. I'm not out, and my dad's not the most enlightened of men, which is something you should know, considering what's happened to you. Jesus H. Christ, Connor muttered to himself. Jules continued. I doubt he'll say anything, and I'll certainly have your back if he does, but you should be aware just the same. Great. Just what I need. Connor grumbled from the back seat. Out of the frying pan and all that. You should have had to pick 'em, Liam. My lips twitched. Hey, it wasn't like we invited you, remember? Just stay out of his way and you'll be fine. He's good with me. Mostly. Connor was quiet for a long moment before he finally stated, I'm not lying about what happened. Or why. I sighed, studying my nephew in the side mirror. We're not asking you to. We're just giving you a heads up and asking you not to out us. Connor shook his head like he couldn't believe what he was hearing. I'm not an idiot. Have you forgotten why I'm in this mess to start with? Then he leaned over and poked Jules in the bicep. But you better not hurt him, or me and my mum will come looking for you. It was said so seriously that I dared not look at Jules for fear of bursting into laughter. Jules answered, I'll bear that in mind. Connor narrowed his eyes at the slightly hysterical tone of Jules' voice and poked him again. You do that. Jules pulled alongside my cottage and sat staring through the front windscreen. What the hell is he doing? We studied the strange tableau playing out in the vegetable garden, and it was all I could do not to laugh. Norma was down on her knees, planting a row of something, while Paddy was sitting in a deck chair, his quad cane at his side, painstakingly filling seedling pots one-handed from an open bag of potting mix. He then shoved a seed into each one while Chip watched on, looking about as confused as we were. Norma gave us a wave while Paddy's expression was completely unreadable. Not a scowl exactly, and certainly not a smile. There was an element of mortification, for sure, but I was pretty positive I spotted the beginning of a self-deprecating smile, like he'd been caught out being nice. Well, damn, will you look at that? I had to admire Norma. I'd no idea how she'd done it, but if I could bottle whatever wiles she'd used to get Paddy out of his comfort zone, I'd be a rich man. I'd say your father has been expertly manipulated into racking up some brownie points after your mother said she didn't want the old version of him back again. Jules's jaw dropped. You think? But that implies he has a conscience or something under all that mulish ignorance. I snorted. Shocker, right? So that's your dad, huh? Connor peered between us. Yeah, he looks like a smile might cost him eternal damnation. Why do bigots always look and act like they've been constipated for 1,000,000 years? Jules laughed. You're not wrong. And I guess we can't avoid introductions. Come on. We picked our way through the vegetable garden to where Norma and Paddy were working, and I left Jules to do the honours. Mum and Dad, this is Liam's nephew Connor. Connor, my parents, Norma and Paddy Lane. Norma wiped her hands down her jeans and shook Connor's hand. Nice to meet you, son. Just call me Norma. We're both very sorry about what happened, and you're welcome to stay as long as you like. She looked to Liam. Take the rest of the day if you need. Paddy's doing a fine job helping me here. Paddy rolled his eyes and grunted something I couldn't quite make out. But he didn't argue with his wife. Instead, he offered his good hand to Connor and they shook. Thanks for letting me stay, Mr. Lane. Paddy grunted and studied Connor's black eye with obvious curiosity. What happened? Paddy! Norma chastised, but Connor answered without hesitation. Got beaten by a pack of wankers? Shit. Hey, language. I squeezed his shoulder in warning. But Paddy was almost smiling. That's so. How do they look? Connor smirked. A lot better than me, but I got a solid kick to the ringleader's nuts, so it's not all bad. Dear God. I shot Norma an apologetic look, but she waved it away and Paddy simply snorted in amusement. I had to give it to my nephew. He was playing the older man just right. I'd seriously underestimated his people skills. What did you do? Paddy pressed, indicating his eye and then pointing at Connor's. Jules' concerned gaze shot to mine, and I was right there with him. I won't lie about what happened or why. Connor squared onto Paddy and answered evenly, I stood up for a kid being bullied, and they didn't like it. Paddy considered that for a moment, then asked, Why being bullied? I almost smiled because, although slow and still halting at times, Paddy's speech was definitely improving. Because he's gay, Connor said simply.
and with a somewhat defiant look in his eyes. "Because those idiots are assholes." God damn it. And here we go. I held my breath, my eyes locked on Paddy's face, ready to stand up for my nephew as the entire valley seemed to fall silent at his words. All but the rushing of the river and the high-pitched kick, kick, kick of a falcon circling somewhere overhead. Norma sat back on her heels, her gaze steady on her husband, but it was difficult to tell what was going through Paddy's head. His eyes flicked to me, then back to Connor, and then he very carefully asked, "You gay too?" I could see Jules readying himself to step in, but Connor had this. "Nope," Connor replied, straightening his shoulders. "Just being a decent human being." I saw Norma smother a smile, and I figured we'd pushed our luck as far as we could go. "I think that's our cue to leave." I clapped my nephew on the shoulder. "We have a lot to talk about." I caught Jules's eye and added, "I'll call you when we're done." Then I steered Connor toward my cottage, feeling the heat of Paddy's gaze on our backs the whole way. Connor's story was short and painful, and while my heart squeezed for him, I was also damn proud to call him my nephew. The cowardly group of 4 bullies had cornered him in the car park and taunted him, at the same time offering him a chance to escape the beating if he joined their campaign against James instead. That told me the fuckers knew damn well Connor wasn't gay, which only further pissed me off. Connor refused, of course, countering with an offer for them to suck his dick, and then he might think about not reporting them. It was all I could do not to high-five my nephew, until I remembered his black eye and bruising and almost cried instead. His inflammatory offer sparked a much more intense beating, and he was left bloodied and bruised on the pavement. I was so incensed I could barely speak. But I eventually summoned enough self-control to ask about his schoolwork, and how he was finding the change to studying from home. That at least seemed to be working. But as for the bullying, intimidation had moved into unequivocal assault, which only reinforced that it was time for the police. The idea naturally horrified Connor, but when we videoed Bron into the discussion, he surprisingly didn't fight us too hard. He even gave the names of a couple of guys he'd seen leaving the car park who might have witnessed what happened. He held it together pretty well as we talked, but toward the end, and in spite of all his bravado, Connor was shaking like a leaf. I pulled him into another hug, and he melted against me, with Bron looking on as if she wanted to crawl through the screen. We ended the call with my sister heading off to phone the Dunedin police, while I checked Connor over and catalogued his injuries. They included grazed hands, torn nails, a black eye, and a wealth of bruises. His ribs also appeared bruised rather than broken, which was a relief. I took a ton of photos and sent them through to Bron to forward to the police. She called back not long after. The police officer wanted to set up a video call with Connor that afternoon in order to get his statement, although he warned Bron that Connor might also need to visit the Oakwood police station and possibly their medical centre as well. He'd let us know once he'd talked with Connor. It was almost lunch by the time I was able to bring Jules up to speed. He said he'd meet us in the kitchen at lunch, and after reminding Connor once again to keep quiet about our relationship, I took a deep breath and herded my nephew out of the cottage and up the drive toward the big house. Chapter 21. Jules. Connor was a great deal like his uncle, in attitude if not looks, and he managed to hold his own at the lunch table with a bunch of adult men who were all curious about the state of his face. Being the nosy, straight-talking buggers they were, there was no pussyfooting around. "Man, that's an impressive shiner," were the first words out of Stuart's mouth the minute they'd been introduced. Tennyson took one look, bit back a smile, grabbed an ice pack from the freezer in the mudroom and handed it to Connor. "Slap that on it." Connor did as he was told, while Ten, Stuart and Brent peppered him with questions as they piled fixings on their sandwiches and made one for Connor as well. In under 10 minutes they'd managed to get the whole story out of him, while Liam watched on with a decidedly mother-hen manner that I kind of loved. Halfway through the meal, Ten asked Connor to lift the ice pack so he could take another look. He probed gently at the impressive swelling and muttered, "Reminds me of the belter you got going toe-to-toe with that shearer, Jules. Remember? You wore the bruises for a week. Zach was still a teenager. Not that any of us knew he was gay back then." It was like a hand grenade being dropped in the middle of the room, and I stared at Ten, wondering what the hell he thought he was doing. "Ten," I warned, but he merely raised a brow and reached for another sandwich. You told us you got that from one of the steers.
My mother looked between us, and I saw the fear in her eyes. 10 left it for me to answer.
What shearer?
My father's gaze sharpened. I shrugged, staring him down. It was one of Harold's gang. He didn't stay long after that. 10 huffed.
Yeah, you made sure of that.
My father slammed his fist on the table, making everyone jump.
What happened?
I could have lied like I'd always done, but one glance at Liam and I knew I was done with all that. I sighed, put my sandwich back on my plate, and slowly met my father's gaze. Zack wasn't out back then, obviously. Maybe it would have helped if he was. I left the accusation unsaid. Anyway, this pervert banked on Zack keeping his mouth shut for reasons we all understand, and tried to corner him in the kennel room. I caught him before anything happened, and I made my feelings known. That's all.
Jules thumped him,
10 offered casually. I snorted and shook my head. The guy was a scrawny piece of shit. 10 looked me in the eye.
You weren't much bigger.
He wasn't wrong. My father turned to Marty.
Did you know?
Marty shook his head and muttered,
Dirty bugger.
But when my mother shot him a blistering look, he quickly added,
The shearer.
A toe nudged my foot, and I looked up to find Liam's eyes soft on mine. You're a good brother. The kitchen fell quiet, and I looked around at the small group of shepherds all nodding in agreement.
Thank you for protecting him when we couldn't.
My mother's eyes shone with tears.
I wish I'd known about him earlier.
I swallowed around the lump in my throat and nodded. It's okay. Although I wasn't sure it was. All eyes flicked to my father, who'd yet to say anything, but he remained quiet, a deep frown cutting across his brow. The idea that someone might have threatened one of his boys in that way had clearly never entered his brain. I wasn't sure if he was more upset about what had almost happened to Zack, or the fact that someone had gone against him on his own land. The concept must have been about as foreign to him as what was happening around the lunch table. I picked up my sandwich, stared at it, then put it back down, my appetite gone.
Did anyone... I mean, was he ever hurt?
I looked up to find my father's eyes locked on mine, and I sighed. Not in the way you mean, but I think that's something you should talk to him about, Dad.
And we will,
my mother answered for him.
Amongst other things.
My father did a slow blink and seemed to shrink a little at the thought. I glanced at Connor, whose wide-eyed gaze was sweeping the table with undisguised curiosity.
So, Connor!
10 broke the silence with a welcome change of topic.
You know anything about farming?
Connor grinned.
Does playing Farm City count?
Stuart barked out a laugh.
Man, I love that game. You want to play sometime?
Connor perked right up.
Sure, there's an online version.
10 looked between them.
What the hell is Farm City?
Then he held up his hands.
Nope, don't answer that. I don't think I want to know. You're an old man, 10.
Stuart teased, and Connor laughed. 10 ignored Stuart.
How long are you staying, Connor?
Connor shrugged and looked to Liam, who studied his nephew before answering. Classes are pretty much done, and Connor has permission to finish his exam study at home, so we thought maybe a few days. If that's okay with Paddy and Norma.
Of course, make it longer if you need to.
My mother elbowed my father.
Right, Paddy?
My father grunted his assent, earning a nod from my mother. 10 clapped Connor on the shoulder.
Right then. Do you have your license?
Connor blinked and looked to Liam.
Yes, but I'm still on my restricted.
10 grinned.
Don't worry, you won't be leaving the station, but I was thinking you might like to join me on a lambing run this afternoon. I'll teach you how to ride a quad.
Connor's face erupted into a huge grin, but Liam shook his head. They're calling for your statement, remember? And we might have to go into Oakwood. Connor's smile dissolved.
Oh, right.
Tennyson nudged his elbow.
Then we'll make it tomorrow afternoon, if it's okay with your uncle.
Connor flashed a pleading look to Liam, who nodded. It's fine with me as long as you get some study done before you go. Exams coming up, remember? Connor groaned, adding an eye roll for good measure. 10 chuckled.
Do your study, and I'll pick you up after lunch. Deal?
He put out his hand, and Connor nodded and clasped it. Behind Connor's back, Liam mouthed a thank you to 10, who simply nodded and began cleaning up. The rest of the shepherds and Liam and Connor all began to help, and I drank in the chaos of a busy kitchen, loud with the sound of teasing and laughter, a collection of dogs waiting eagerly on the veranda, and a room crowded with people that meant the world to me, including a man I was pretty sure I was in love with, and in that moment, I knew without a doubt that this was the life I wanted. This was what I'd been searching for. Farming the Mackenzie might be my passion, but it was suddenly very clear that on its own, it would never be enough. Without someone to share it with, without love, without family. I glanced at Connor talking video games with Stuart, and without friends and people I could be myself with, none of it would ever be enough. I cast a sideways glance at my father, who wore an unreadable expression as he observed the goings-on. All of it undoubtedly foreign to the autocratic approach he'd always taken in dealing with the station's employees and life in general. And watching him, I realized something else. There had never been a choice. There had never been a way to avoid what was inevitable. If it wasn't my sexuality my father found issue with, it would be something else. The two of us had been heading for this conversation my entire life. The only question left was, when would it happen? I caught Liam's eye and he raised a brow, sensitive to my emotional state as always. Are you okay? Was I? I flashed him a big smile because the truth was, I hadn't been this okay in a long, long time. Chapter 22. Jules. Get in here. I hauled Liam unceremoniously through the back door of his cottage, kicked it shut, and shoved him up against the refrigerator. It had been 4 long days and nights since Connor had taken up residence in Liam's spare bedroom, and there were more to come since everyone had agreed to him staying until the weekend. In the meantime, Liam and I were sorely lacking in alone time, and I was done being patient. He chuckled. No, that's what I call a welcome. He scanned the inside of the cottage and frowned. Where's Hopper? Fair question, since the hunt away was rarely more than a few meters away from me during the day. In his kennel, so he can't give away my whereabouts. I clammed a hand over his mouth. Now be quiet. I need to kiss you before I lose my fucking mind. Liam's eyes danced with amusement as I slowly peeled my fingers away. I have to say, it's very dark in here with the curtains closed. I slid my hand back over his mouth and narrowed my eyes. What did I just say about talking? He gave me a salute, which I didn't believe for a second, but I uncovered his mouth anyway. That's better. His lips curved up in a slow, sexy smile, and he slipped his fingers into the belt loops of my jeans, tugging me flush against him. If you'd told me I was going to be accosted by a handsome shepherd in a dark room in the middle of the day, after a less than subtle booty call, I'd have come a lot sooner. I don't want you to come sooner. I covered his mouth with mine and drank in the sweet taste. I want you to come very, very slowly, and only when I say you're ready. He snorted and flipped our positions, whipping my t-shirt over my head before going to work on the buttons of my jeans. So much for me being in control of anything. And I'll have you know, my message was all kinds of subtle, I protested. Liam laughed and made air quotes. Your bed in 10 minutes, we have an hour, bring your cock. He raised a brow. When your message came through, I was halfway through your father's speech lesson, working on tongue movements and vowel and consonant pairings. I almost popped a semi right in front of him. Then I had to find some excuse about needing to make a call instead of joining them for lunch. I chuckled. I'll give you tongue movements. I captured his mouth and swept my tongue deep before pulling off to leave him swaying just a little. And what have I said about mentioning my father while I'm trying to get into your pants? He laughed and leaned in to nibble my neck while he got the final button undone and shoved my jeans down my legs along with my briefs. Then he paused. Do you hear that? I froze, my heart skipping in my throat. What? I don't hear anything. My point exactly. He kissed me soundly. We're all alone, and I'm figuring I have you to thank for that. Precisely what did you do with Connor? I couldn't hide my smile. I sent him up Harrison Ridge to help Brent with some fencing. They took lunch. When you mentioned he felt a little nervous after learning the police had spoken to the school and the boy's parents, I figured keeping him busy would be a good thing. Liam threaded his fingers through my hair and then kissed me, softer this time. Thank you. I waggled my eyebrows. It wasn't an entirely selfless move. The fact it also meant the cottage was kid-free was definitely a mitigating factor in my decision. Liam grinned. Have I told you how much I like you? Not nearly enough. I kicked my jeans to the side, which left me totally naked with my cock swinging. He stood back and eyed my dick hungrily. Fucking hell. Get in that bed before I have you right here on the kitchen floor. I bit my lip. I'm not opposed to that. He rolled his eyes and slapped my ass. Maybe next time. Now move. I didn't need to be told twice, and Liam was right behind, shedding his clothes in a trail that led from the back door to the bed. I threw the covers back and scooted across the mattress seconds before he launched himself onto the bed beside me. Eager much? You have no idea. He pushed me flat, straddling my hips and then pinned my wrists above my head. I've been going crazy without you in my bed these last... I want you to fuck me, I blurted, feeling my cheeks heat at the blunt, slightly desperate-sounding plea. Liam froze, eyes wide. You heard right, answered the unspoken question in his eyes. I want this, Liam, and yes, I'm sure, so don't ask. I've been... well, practicing? And dear God, if I wasn't scarlet, it would be a fucking miracle. Liam's lips twitched, nostrils flaring, as he said hoarsely, Practicing? I rolled my eyes. Yes, practicing. Do you remember that package Zach gave me in the kitchen that day? Liam's mouth curved up in a sly smile. You bought a fucking dildo. Quite literally, I groaned. God, this is embarrassing. He snorted. Are you kidding me? He took my mouth in a hard kiss. It's bloody hot, that's what it is. Did you bring it? Please tell me you brought it. I shot him a look. Maybe. Where? He went up on one elbow and scanned the room. In the drawer. Liam dived for it, returning with a neon-green dildo in his hand and a tube of lube. Nice color, he teased. Does it glow in the dark? My cheeks burst into flame. Yes. I whacked him on the bicep. I forgot to use the drop-down menu and change the color. He laughed and opened the lube, smearing some along the length of the hideous green shaft as I watched in mortification, remembering where it had been just the night before. I got a smaller size than I know you are, although it looks way bigger in your hand, I observed wryly. He looked intrigued. Why? I couldn't meet his eyes. I didn't want to spoil the surprise of being with you for the first time. He cupped my face and waited until I looked up. Jesus, baby. The things you say. His expression softened into a sweet smile, and he kissed me. I love that you did that. He held my gaze for a long moment, then a green appendage slowly appeared between us, and his expression turned wicked. So tell me. He waved the dildo in front of my face. How far did you get? I grinned. All the way. He drew breath. Is that right? I shrugged. I used the suction thingy on the shower wall and took my time. A lot of time. Lots and lots and lots of time and about half a tube of lube. Liam cracked up. Damn. You can't just say shit like that. How am I supposed to work this afternoon picturing you fucking yourself in the shower while you're thinking of me? He grabbed his thick cock in one hand, eyeballed me, and licked a stripe up the length of the slick dildo. My dick jolted to attention because, holy shit. I reached for the lube and batted his hand away so I could take over. He threaded his fingers through my hair as I stroked him slow and hard, just as he liked. Then I ran my thumb over his slit and he groaned. Don't make me beg. I caught his eye and he smiled. Not today. I'll save that for another time. The promise and the filthy look that accompanied it set my balls on fire. But for today, you're in charge. But I want you to ride me, okay? That way you can take me as deep and as slow as you like. Okay. The surprising confidence in my voice belied the trillion butterflies flapping their wings excitedly in my belly. I was terrified. because as much as I'd enjoyed the dildo once I got the mechanics right, having Liam's cock in my arse, and his eyes on mine as I was fucked by a man, by him, for the first time in my life, yeah, that was a whole different ballgame. Like he saw past all the bravado, Liam ever so gently pressed me back down on the mattress. Let me make you feel good. Like I was going to argue with that. I pulled him down for a kiss and then gave myself over to his hypnotic touch as he used his mouth and those wicked fingers to set every nerve in my body dancing, licking and nipping and probing, until I was spewing obscenities and desperate for more. And just when I thought I couldn't stand another second, Liam flipped me onto my stomach and rimmed me with long, delicious slides of his tongue, interspersed with circling and sucking and probing, until I had my hole shoved back in his face, demanding he hurry things up, or I'd do it myself. In answer, he slid one of those long fingers deep inside me, in and out, and then curling onto my prostate to shoot stars behind my eyes. Then he added a second, fucking me until I could barely breathe, my face smashed into the pillow. Finally, Liam pulled me up onto my knees, added more lube to the dildo, and rested it against my hole. Ready, baby? I nodded. Fuck knew if I was ready for what all this was leading to with him. But I was doing it anyway. Okay. Seatbelts on. Tray tables up. I snorted and he kissed my shoulder. Then he ran a gentle hand down my back and popped that green sucker right through the softened muscle of my hole without any further ado. I gasped and tried to breathe through the ridiculous stretch, reminding myself that I'd taken it the night before, even though I felt like I was surely going to split down the middle. And just as I thought my body was going to shut up shop and refuse to let the beast in, Liam's face appeared at my shoulder, his lips on my neck and hair, soothing me with his soft words of encouragement. And slowly, the dildo made its way inside. That's it. Another centimetre travelled as I groaned and bore down, trying to relax. You're doing brilliant. Another centimetre. So hot, baby. I can't wait to feel you wrapped around my cock. Almost there. Gonna blow the stars away, baby. Just a little more. And kisses. So many kisses. And then it was done. And Liam peppered the side of my face with more kisses. You're amazing. God, you look so hot like this. He slid the dildo out just a little, and then back inside, and I let out a lewd groan that made him chuckle. Feel good? He nuzzled into my neck as he slid the dildo gently in and out. I groaned again, wanting more, but not like this. Take it out. I want you. Absolutely. He smacked a kiss on my shoulder. And when the dildo slid free, I had a sudden appreciation for why Liam hated that part. Seconds later, he was rolling on a condom. Then he spread a continent's worth of lube on his very real, very hard, very large dick. And I eyed it, somewhat dismayed. Have you been fertilizing that thing? I swear it wasn't that big last time we fucked. He laughed and pulled me on top to straddle his hips, the shaft of his monster cock slapping between my thighs. Maybe not exactly a monster, not even close, but I'd have sworn it was growing by the second. He must have seen something on my face, because he paused and stroked my thigh. Hey, it's not too late to change your mind. I don't need this, Jules. I love everything we do. His words were gentle, serious, lacking even a whisper of judgment, and I knew he meant every word. It was all I needed. And let you have all the fun? I added another layer of lube to both of us, for good measure, and then a bit more just because I could. Then I held Liam's cock steady in one hand, wriggled around until I had it positioned against my hole, took a huge gulp of air, and then blew it out slowly as I began to sink down. And sweet Jesus, Mary and Joseph! The groan that came out of my mouth was almost a living thing as it filled the room, the burning sting making my eyes leak and my muscles clench. I paused for another breath and blew it out slowly, forcing my body to relax. You okay? Liam ran his hands up my thighs. Fine, I squeaked and he bit back a smile. Kind of, I qualified as he kept rubbing my legs. Just give me a sec. You're doing so good, he crooned, still stroking my thigh. Just take your time. I almost laughed because, hell fucking yeah, I was going to take my time. Lifting up a little and then sinking down, each time lower until I bottomed out, painfully, blissfully, impossibly full, and yet not full enough. The head of Liam's cock surely nestled somewhere in the vicinity of my armpit, or at least that's how it felt, the soft hair of his pubes brushing my balls. And then slowly, the white-hot burn began to ease. Ready when you are. Liam's groan bordered on painful, and I knew he was struggling not to thrust. You feel too good. He squirmed again, and I wrapped a hand around his throat, warning, not yet. He stilled, laughter in his eyes. Got it. You're in charge. I bemoaned the sight of my flagging dick and gave it a sad flick. None of my Google searches mentioned the birthing the Titanic in your ass part. Liam snorted, causing his cock to jerk, and it was all I needed. A sudden hunger for more, along with a desperate urge to move, exploded inside me. Okay. I pulled slowly up his shaft, and he groaned, gripping the sheets. Jesus Christ, you're killing me. Not interested in your problems, I muttered, stopping the slide before I popped off and then sinking back down again. Oh, shit, damn. That feels better. I reached the bottom and started again. You think? Liam swore, and his cock shifted just enough to brush my prostate on the slide back down and, do that again. I held my position with him halfway inside me, and he gave another gentle thrust upward. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. My dick rallied in appreciation, a fact not missed by Liam, who took it as approval to continue. Yes. I held my position and let Liam do all the work. Every pass was easier. Every contact lit up my nerves, the intense feelings and pleasure so different from topping, deeper, a wide, pooling heat that consumed my belly and rippled down my thighs. It felt more, just more, totally consuming. I lowered myself over Liam's chest and began parrying to his thrusts. He continued to keep his movements small, letting me control the depth by my response, but I could tell it was killing him. Switch positions, I instructed, sliding off and flipping onto my back. Liam shot me a questioning look. I challenged him with an arched brow in response, and he was on his knees between my legs in a second, pressing his cock back inside. No burn. Just an easy, perfect slide that had me humming with pleasure. I wrapped my legs around his waist and nervously whispered, As good as this is, I'm not sure I can come this way. He pulled back and grinned. Excellent news. I get to have you again. Start jerking yourself. This won't take long, and I'll finish you after. And so I did, stroking myself back into the game, while Liam thrust hard for what barely felt like seconds before he buried his face in my neck and came with a grunt, and a couple of long strokes as his cock swelled and heat erupted inside me. The sensation blew my fucking mind, and almost sent me flying. But not quite. Then Liam's hand found my cock, and while he was still camped out of my ass, he pumped me over the edge, my cum spilling between us in a kind of weird baptism of grace. Welcome to a new world, Jules Lane. Blissfully fucked and pretty much catatonic, we lay in silence for what felt like hours, our breathing ticking down, the frantic heat of sex softening to this warm cocoon of emotion I couldn't name. Outside the four walls of the cottage, the sound of the station cranked back to life. A quad spitting gravel up the drive, a falcon calling from somewhere above, an anxious ewe bleating for her lamb. Liam lay on his side, his fingers trailing over my chest in ever-decreasing circles, his voice uncertain. Are you okay? I rolled to face him, kissing him soundly. More than okay. I'm quiet because I have no words. Jesus, Liam, that was the most intense experience of my life, and I'm so grateful I got to share it with you. The tension left his shoulders, and he smiled. And me with you. That was amazing, and such a fucking privilege. He kissed me long and slow, like he was savouring the moment. I've missed you these past few days. I kissed the wingtip of the hawk on his right shoulder. I've missed you too. But in some ways I think it's been good. I smoothed my fingers over his answering frown. It's only highlighted how much you mean to me. He smiled a little shyly. Yeah? Yeah. I kissed the tip of his nose, then frowned at the uncertainty on his face. Did you think I changed my mind about our plan or something? He shrugged. I wouldn't blame you if you did. What you're about to do, coming out to your dad, that's a huge thing. You could lose everything you love. I got up on one elbow and stared down at him. Not everything. His eyes widened, but I left the comment vague. If you're asking me whether you're worth that risk, you absolutely are. But I'm not doing this just for you, Liam. This is for me. If you decide tomorrow that you didn't want to follow through with our plan, I would still come out to my father. It's my only real chance to live a free life, to be me. And if my father won't let me do that, then I'll live that life somewhere else. Liam said nothing for a moment. Then he shook his head slowly, those beautiful hazel eyes glistening in the low light. I don't know what I ever did to deserve you, Jules Lane. He pulled me back into his arms and pressed kisses to my hair. But I'm so fucking thankful, and I'm going to do everything I can to make sure you don't regret it. I lifted my head to capture his lips. I'm sure we'll both fuck up at some point. Let's just agree to keep talking and not keep score. That's the best we can do, right? He gave me the softest of smiles and nodded. Agreed. No keeping scores. Chapter 23. Liam. Oh my God! A balled-up piece of paper landed on the desk, making me jump. You were so sappy at screwing with my zen. I lobbed the ball back over my shoulder without looking. You're not supposed to be zenning, I reminded Connor. You're supposed to be studying. Your first exam is in 2 weeks, right? And I'm not being sappy. You are too. He appeared at my shoulder, rolling his eyes at the reams of doodling scrawled over my research notes. What a mess! And I can't study because of all the gooey feelings leaking into my brain. I huffed out a laugh. You can't study because you haven't opened your book. Well, there is that, he admitted, pulling a chair over from the dining table to sit beside me. The mottled blue and green palette surrounding his eye was on the wane, the swelling down to minimal. But the sight still made my heart squeeze. Come on, Liam, I've been at it all week. My brain has a repetitive strain injury. I snorted and dropped the pencil I was holding onto the pile of useless notes. I'm falling for you, Liam. Okay, so I might have been a little bit sappy. Your brain is the least of your worries. How many long showers a day does a boy need? He flushed. What can I say? Hormones rule my life, along with your Google searches on my laptop. His flush deepened. Mum doesn't check your search history. I snorted. I should hope not. But I'm betting she doesn't check yours either. What are you doing spying on me anyway? My eyebrows popped. See aforementioned argument. It's my laptop, and I didn't have to spy. Exactly how much straight porn do you think I watch, that Google would suddenly start predictive texting my search for hot packs and offer me hot babes on spring vacation instead? He bit back a smile. Oops. I laughed and ruffled his hair. Oops, indeed. Now quit it, and will you please get out of my hair and do some study? Fine. Connor toed my shin. If I promise to open my books, will you at least tell me what's up? How am I supposed to learn about love and shit if no one actually talks to me? It's not like Mum has a love life worthy of consideration. Because she's too busy keeping you in line, I pointed out. Besides, you're straight. What exactly are you going to learn from my gay love life? Connor sat back and folded his arms. I refuse to engage with such a heteronormative declaration. Isn't it you who's always telling me not to confuse sex with love? I stared at him. How convenient of you to remember that one thing, as opposed to all my other brilliant advice, which is regularly ignored. He waggled his brows. I'm a teenager. I'm supposed to be an unsolvable mystery. I barked out a laugh. All right, then. I give up. What do you want to know? I expected him to jump in with some inane comment or question, but instead my nephew afforded me a serious look, and I felt something shift between us. like he'd suddenly sprouted some adult feathers while I hadn't been paying attention. "You like him a lot, yeah?" He watched me closely. My smile was out before I could stop it. "Yeah, I suppose I do." He considered that. "I like him too." I huffed in amusement. "Good to know. I'll send out the wedding invitations." He didn't laugh. "Does that mean you're going to move up here?" I blinked, wondering what he'd seen or heard to put that idea in his head. "What makes you ask?" "I'm not a kid, Uncle Liam." His tone verged on scolding. "I've seen you with guys before, and you're different with them. More you, I guess. Do you think Mum and I don't notice the way you push men away? That too cool, never pin me down attitude that reels them in? They all think they can change you, but you never let them get close, even the ones we've really liked. You're not like that with Jules. When you're with him, you're the same guy you are with us. It's nice." Holy moly. I wiped the faltering smile from my face and took his hand. "When did you become so wise?" He shook his head. "You can't spin me. Just answer the question." I sighed and sat back. We don't really know what we're doing yet. Yes, we like each other a lot, and yes, he's different from the others. But you've met his dad. You must have figured out things aren't going to be easy. And then there's my business, and you, and your mum. Don't you dare let us stop you. Or me, I guess." His gaze flickered over my face. "Because that's what you really mean, isn't it? It's me you're worried about, not Mum. Well, you can stop worrying. I'm going to be fine." I rested a hand on his shoulder. "Those concerns won't stop me, no," I reassured him. "But I can't pretend I'm not worried about next year." He sighed. "Why does everyone want me to go to university? There are other things in life, you know. Other ways to make a living. I'm good with my hands. I could get an apprenticeship." "You could. You're right," I quickly agreed. "And there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Have you looked into it?" "Not yet. But I will when I get home," he insisted, with a flicker of excitement in his beautiful dark brown eyes. "Brent says I'm a good worker, and his brother is a builder somewhere around Nelson. He said he put in a good word for me if I wanted." "Did he now?" It was the first time I'd seen Connor show interest in his future in a long time. Well, Brent would know what he was talking about. He doesn't give praise lightly. "Do you want to be a builder?" Connor shrugged. "Probably not. But yesterday I watched Spencer and Jules working some merinos through the yards, and Spencer let me enter the weight and things into his laptop as he called them out. He said there were training programs for veterinary assistants, and I really like animals, you know that. There's a 1-year program, or you can do a diploma if you really want, but I could start with a 1 year and see how it went." I studied my nephew. He did love animals. He'd needed zero encouragement to tag along with the shepherds, and he relished being around the dogs and the other animals. For whatever reason, 10 seemed to have taken him under his wing. In the short time Connor had been on the station, changes were already apparent. He was blossoming. The country life seemed to suit him. "All right, then," I began. "If you're genuinely serious about doing something like an apprenticeship or veterinary nursing, then I'll help you talk with your mother about not going back for your final year. But there are 2 conditions." Connor grumbled. "Always with the conditions." I punched him lightly on the arm. "First, you pass these exams. Your marks are good. There's no reason you can't. So no slacking off. And second, you do some legwork on your own. Investigate your options. Decide what it is you want to do, and what you need to have in order to apply. I'm telling you right now, your mother will never agree to you finishing school with nowhere to go. Understood?" "I know. But it's so stupid. The last year is mostly for those going to uni anyway." He was right, but that wasn't going to cut it. Maybe so. But this is an important decision that affects your immediate future, and you need to take it seriously. Plus, you're going to have to sell it to your mum, convince her how badly you want it, and that you've done your due diligence. He frowned. "Do what?" "Done your research." "Oh, right. But then you'll help me talk to Mum, right?" "If you can show me that you're serious, then yes, I'll help." "Deal." He offered his hand and we shook on it. Then he leaned forward with a cunning smile and said, "So, getting back to your love life." I groaned. "Do we have to?" "Yes. I get that Jules' dad is a piece of work sometimes, but I reckon you've thrown a spanner in his nice little redneck life." "And why would you think that?" "Because he was asking about you when we were playing drafts, and about what happened with James." "Hang on a minute." I shook my head in confusion.
Exactly when were you two playing drafts? Yesterday? While you were setting up the chairs along his circuit to the woolshed and back. He sometimes forgot whose turn it was, but it was mostly okay. Now I was curious. And what did he ask? Just stuff. About how close your family was, about why I stood up for James, and what I was doing at school. Sometimes he had to write that question down, but it was cool. He didn't say anything crappy about the gay stuff, and I obviously didn't tell him you were banging his son. Jesus! I rolled my eyes. He just seemed confused about it all, I guess. Like, why wouldn't you want a woman instead? I snorted. And how did you answer that? I just said it was probably for the same reason he didn't want a man. You want what you want. I was pretty sure my mouth was hanging open since I had no idea what to say to that. But here's some free advice. Connor shot me a sly look. If you two really want to keep your nookie time secret, then you should probably do a better job cleaning up after yourselves. When I came back today, your bedroom was a disaster, and there was a pair of briefs that don't belong to you sticking out from under the fridge. Shit. My face blew hot. I was first to leave while Jules was still dressing, and he must have forgotten to close the bedroom door. Then a thought occurred to me. How do you know the briefs don't belong to me? Connor laughed. I didn't, but I do now. Score one for me. I gave him a shove. Get back to your study before I pull my offer to play wingman for you with your mother. Nope, you promised. Connor landed an impressive dive onto the couch while I shot off a text to Jules. You left your briefs here? Dots came and went. Oh, great, you found them. I've been going commando. Eggplant and poking our tongue emoji. I snorted. You're an idiot. And no, Connor found them. There was a pause before his response, then, oops, wide-eyed emoji. Oops. I laughed at the screen and returned, head explosion emoji. You're being sappy again! Connor's voice sailed over from the couch. I lifted my hand above my head and flipped him off. I'm not! I so fucking was. In the wee hours of the following Tuesday, I was woken by a text from Jules around 1 a.m. I'm on duty in the woolshed for the rest of the night. Might be a little late for our breakfast appointment. I snorted. aka an attempt to break the land speed record for a mutual mauling in my cottage once Connor had been picked up at 7, and before I was due in the big house at 8 to prep Paddy for his big reveal, the first full circuit to the woolshed and back all on his own. I pouted at the text because I was mature like that. But damn, with only a few days left to my contract, I begrudged every missed opportunity to be with him. Connor's 1 week stay had somehow morphed into 2, and I wasn't even sure how it had happened. His endless whining pleas to Bron and me likely had something to do with it, along with the fact that he was following through on his promise to study and pull his weight around the station in his free time. 10 was all for the extension. The two had bonded in some strange fashion, with 10 calling Connor Grasshopper. Connor wore the nickname like a badge of honour. Little did he realise it would follow him for decades. According to Jules, nicknames never got old in the Mackenzie. But there would be no further extensions to either of our stays once this week was done. My contract finished on the Saturday, and Connor's first exam was the following week. I would be driving us both back to Dunedin on the Sunday, something I was trying very hard not to think about. It gave Jules and me very little time before the bubble we'd built on Lane Station popped like a balloon, and things got real. I slid my phone back on the bedside table and stared at the moonlight and shadows playing peekaboo on the ceilings above the bed. Recently I'd taken to sleeping with the curtains open, something I previously hated. The darker the better had always been my motto. But you never knew when the Mackenzie would shove another gorgeous starlit night in your face. And I'd frozen my ass off more than once in the last week, while parked on the deck trying to catch another glimpse of the southern lights dancing in an endless sky. With the countdown on, I didn't want to miss a thing. Lambing was almost done, and the station was heaving with newborns on both sides of the station road, right up to the woolshed. I'd no clue how they decided which animals merited which locality, but I spent most of my daily run or yoga grinning at their antics. Connor, snoring, somehow managed to cross the lounge and pierce 2 solid oak doors, making me smile. The boy had a problem, or rather his partner down the track was definitely going to have one. I tugged the blanket under my chin and stared out at the night, willing sleep to return. 15 minutes later I was still staring,
staring and thinking about Jules all alone in the woolshed. A shepherd watching his flock. Good God. The cliché alone should have made me cringe, but for some reason, I found the whole notion soothing. It made the world turn a little safer. The same as when he wrapped me in his arms at night. The same as when he kissed me. I rolled my eyes at my own ridiculousness. Connor would laugh his damn head off, but there was no lying to myself. Not anymore. Almost 2 weeks since our talk by the fire. A month together. And I was in love with Jules Lane. None of that fallen in love bullshit. I was there. Signed, sealed, stamped me, delivered, and leave me at his door. Love. So much for dipping my toes in the water of a relationship to see how it went. I'd skipped straight to the drowning part. But I had been doing some thinking about how Jules and I might float together for a while, and I'd come up with a plan of my own. I'd been waiting on the right time to share my ideas, but the damn lambs kept getting in the way. And just like that, a thought occurred to me. The lambs. The woolshed. Jules on duty. Alone, or hopefully alone. To hell with it. I threw the covers aside and shivered my way into some warm clothes, finishing with my thickest socks, a heavy jacket I'd borrowed from Jules, a merino scarf, and a knotted beanie I'd been given from Norma. Then I crept around the kitchen, making a thermos of hot chocolate, and rustling up some leftover sponge, courtesy of Gil. I packed everything into my backpack and slid out the back door, easing the latch closed as silently as I could. For a few seconds I just stood on the porch, the icy breeze licking at my face as I stared in wonder at the moonlit scene. Massive conifers with their tips frosted in silver moon dust towered next to the machinery shed. They cast looming shadows over the vegetable garden, and saw-toothed ridges circled the valley like an honor guard of dragons. Soft bleats broke the quiet. Mothers searching for their babies, babies checking in. The mournful call of a steer in the distance, and the moorpork hooting from its nest in the machinery shed. I clutched my knapsack to my chest, picked my way around the garden to the machinery shed, and then through it to the driveway. The big house lay in darkness, as did the shepherd's cottages beyond. The only light spilled from the woolshed, a pale glow barely brightening its interior. I headed up the drive toward that siren call, the snuffling and soft shuffle of hooves from the stock gathered in the yards growing louder with every step. I scaled the new ramp and paused at the woolshed door, listening. Nothing but the sleepy sounds of resting sheep. I eased the door open and slipped inside, cringing at the scrape of wood on the floor and the snick of the latch as it closed behind me. In the quiet darkness, it sounded like a gunshot. Jules? In the dim light, I made my way toward the small room designated as the office, thinking Jules would be inside, only to catch sight of a large shape sprawled across a mound of hay alongside one of the far pens. But it was the guitar lying on the floor at his side that gave Jules away. He never even opened his eyes as I approached, giving me time to drink him in. Sleep-mussed hair, hay sticking out of his woolen jersey, a blanket falling off his shoulders, and his mouth hanging open. I wasn't sure I'd seen anything more beautiful. I crouched beside him and gently shook his shoulder. Hey there, Sleeping Beauty. He startled awake, hitting his head in the corner post. Ow! Oh, shit! What the... He blinked to clear his eyes. Liam? What are you doing here? He pushed himself up with his back against the railing. Move over. I shooed him over so I could grab the warm spot he vacated, then pulled the blanket over us both. I got your text. He stared at me like I'd lost my mind. And you thought you'd come freeze your ass off with dozens of smelly sheep. Dozens of smelly sheep? And you? I kissed him soundly. Besides, I thought you might be lonely. And... I held up the knapsack. I brought rations. A grin split his face. Does that include you? It could. I picked some hay from his jersey and ran my fingers through his knotty hair. Depends on how safe you think we are. He grimaced. Not safe enough. I kissed his cheek. Kind of what I thought. So how about we stick with hot chocolate and sponge cake? If anyone comes, I'll tell them I wanted the full lambing experience. The full lambing experience, huh? He reached for the thermos while I delved into the knapsack to find the mugs. Well, that explanation is likely to go down a lot better with your father than telling him I was just after the full shepherd experience, don't you think? I held the mugs while Jules filled them with steaming chocolate, and then we both took a sip. God, that's good. Thank you. He threw an arm around my shoulders and pulled me close. Here's to the full shepherd experience. We clinked mugs and continued sipping on our hot chocolates. So, which ones are we watching out for? I asked, scouting the pens. He pointed to a couple of cattle in the furthest one. One of those steers went down with bloat last evening. We caught him just in time, but the other one looks a bit dodgy, so we're watching him too. Plus, there's this girl here. Jules pointed his mug in the direction of a ewe on the other side of the railing we had our backs against. She's one of the best, and she's late. Ten didn't like the look of her today, and brought her inside along with a few others. Normally I'd leave the three of them to take turns keeping watch, but they're all walking around with their eyes dropping out of their sockets about now, so I figured the least I could do was give them the night off. I nodded approvingly. Something I bet your dad didn't do in his day. Jules huffed. Hell no. Although I did my fair share of it as a kid. Then again, I loved it. Still do. Being alone in the shed with no one needing my attention and no father breathing down my neck, it's a special time. Shit. And then I arrive and fuck it all up. I'm sorry. I should have asked first. I can go after we finish the drink. It's not a problem. He tightened his grip. Don't you dare. I love that you're here. Look, I must have known you were coming. He stood and walked behind the hay bales at our back, returning with a small bundle wrapped in a shirt, which he placed gently in my arms. Oh my God. I stared down at the wriggling lamb still half asleep and blinking up into the light. It's beautiful. She? I wrapped the shirt firmly around its body and tucked the tiny creature under my arm, shielding it from the light. She. Jules handed me a half-full bottle of milk from the floor beside him. You can try it with some more. I offered the bottle and the lamb almost leaped out of my arms to get to the teat. Then she started chugging the contents back like there was no tomorrow. Whoa there, sweetheart. Slow down. I adjusted my hold on the bottle, but it made zero difference. The lamb was on a mission. Jules chuckled. She'll be fine. She's from one of our best ewes, but for some reason the old girl didn't accept her. We'll bottle feed until we can wean her onto the multi-feeder with the others. She looks small. Or is that just my ignorance showing? Jules frowned. Good eyes. She is, and we're not sure why. But she seems healthy enough. Very hungry. I leaned back against the rail and smiled at the little creature who was still gulping madly from the bottle with milk dripping from both corners of her mouth and onto my jeans. Like I gave a shit. When she'd polished the bottle off, Jules had me return her to the hay pen with another couple of orphans and a bundle of old fleeces for company. The lamb snuggled down with the rest, and I couldn't stop smiling. We settled back on the hay bed, and Jules's arm slid around my waist from behind, his legs on either side, and his chin propped on my shoulder. I rested back into his warmth and marveled at how my life had taken such a dramatic turn in a very short time. You'd make a great little mother, he whispered into my ear, and I immediately elbowed him in the ribs. Ow! He jerked back. That was a compliment. He pulled me around and I straddled him, pushing him back onto the hay until I was looming over his body. I ran a finger down his forehead and nose, snagging that full lower lip. I want to kiss you. He smiled against my finger. Then kiss me. I lowered my lips to that beautiful mouth, stretched my body on top of his, and lost myself in everything Jules. The taste of him, the feel of him beneath me, the way his hungry hands travelled my body, the soft sounds of his pleasure at simply having me in his arms. You brought your guitar, I said breathlessly when we finally pulled apart. I find a quiet woolshed at night pretty inspiring. I rolled off him to the side, and he followed until we were facing each other. And the sheep agree? He huffed. They haven't complained yet. Come on, then. I reached behind and handed him his guitar. Play something for me. He groaned, and I was having such a nice time. I simply waited. All right, then, he grumbled. wriggling to a sit and shuffling back against the railing. I scooted alongside and leaned my head on her shoulder. He turned and kissed the side of my head, and then began to play. In just a few seconds I was adrift in the rich timbre of his voice as it rose and fell, turning my heart in slow spinning circles. The rest of the world lost to this single moment, this one place. One song bled into two, then three. If you'd told me back in August that by the end of October I'd be snuggled up to a hot, closeted guitar-playing shepherd in a woolshed in the Mackenzie at 2 a.m, freezing my balls off after feeding an orphan lamb while worrying we were going to be caught by his homophobic father, I'd be booking you into the nearest treatment centre and throwing away the key. And yet there I was. There we were. Around the 5th song, Jules put down the guitar and pulled me to my feet. Then he took me in his arms. Dance with me. Here? I glanced around the woolshed, the large space ripe with a cloying scent of animals, manure and hay. Yes. Jules pulled me tight against his body. Here. I want to dance with you. And the stupidest grin in the history of the world stole over my face. Well, if you insist. I kissed him softly, rested my head on his shoulder, and felt the thud of his heart beating against my own. No band, no candles, no fancy dinner or promises. Just the two of us swaying in a dark woolshed to an audience of sheep, Jules humming unchained melody in my ear, and our bodies moving in tandem across the boards. It was the most romantic damn thing I'd ever done in my life. And as we danced, Jules' lips found my throat, his hot hands snaking under my shirt, to lie firm against my back, keeping me close. My arms circled his neck, my legs straddling his, the slow rocking of our bodies sliding into a delicious to and fro grind that had no destination, just this low-grade arousal and the pleasure of being in each other's arms, the pleasure of being us. Sometime around 3, Jules led me back to our makeshift bed and drew me down beside him, spooning me from behind and pulling a blanket over our tangled bodies. He planted a kiss to the back of my neck and told me to sleep, that he'd wake me before dawn. I wrapped my arms over his and relaxed, soothed by the heat of his body against mine. But it was Jules who fell asleep first, his breathing slowing to a rhythmic in and out slide, while I contemplated a future very different from the one I'd planned for most of my life. He hadn't been asleep long when it occurred to me that I hadn't told him about my idea for the two of us moving forward. Jules had that effect on me, the ability to make everything else in my life fall away. But there was always tomorrow. I rolled and wrapped my arms around the warm belly of the man who'd stolen my stubborn heart, and refused to think about how I was going to hold on to him. No answers came, and weariness eventually took hold. The rustle and scuffle of the lambs and ewes was lost to the darkness, and the rough scrape of the woolshed door and the jangling rattle of its latch as it closed quickly faded into a dream. Chapter 24. Jules. Jules, baby, wake up. A pair of warm lips pressed against my shoulder. I need to head back to the cottage. I blinked slowly awake, stretching, then rolling over to face Liam, who'd somehow traded places with me as we slept. What's the time? 4:45. He kissed me on the lips that time, and I slipped a hand around the back of his neck to hold him there. To hell with the sour note of shared morning breath. He pulled away, grinning. Come on, lazy bones. The others will be up soon. He got to his feet and offered me his hand. I took it, feeling my bones creak as I straightened my back. Damn, that floor never gets any softer no matter how much hay you spread. He chuckled. Yeah, I've had better mattresses, but a hot bed mate certainly made up for it. Is that right? I yanked him close, grabbing his ass in both hands and trying to kiss him, but he wriggled free. Behave, he admonished with a smile on his face. There'll be time for that later. Spoil sport. I brushed the hay from his hair and clothes, then tipped his chin up and pressed a series of tiny kisses over his cheeks. You look beautiful this morning. He rolled his eyes. You clearly need glasses. but there was a hint of a smile tugging at his mouth. We gathered the remainder of our midnight picnic into his knapsack, and then he spun on his toes and headed off, calling over his shoulder, "See you at lunch." "Hey, what happened to our pre-breakfast date? I think we've pushed our luck enough for one night, don't you?" He wasn't wrong, but that didn't mean I had to like it. Fine. This is me not pouting. He laughed and then came to an abrupt stop with his hand on the woolshed door, staring at it like it might bite him. "What's up?" When he didn't answer, I jogged over to see what was wrong. "Liam?" He turned slowly to face me. "I'm probably being paranoid, but last night, just as I was falling asleep, I could have sworn I heard this door close. I'd forgotten all about it until just now. Shit." My heart bounced into my throat. "Are you sure?" He shook his head. "No, I'm not. But it's weird that something like that should suddenly pop into my head, right?" I sucked in a deep breath and blew it out slowly, a sick feeling growing in my belly. It was probably just 10 checking up on me. For the first time ever. "Yeah." Liam nodded slowly like he believed that about as much as I did. "You're probably right." He went up on his toes and kissed me. "See you for the big event. Your dad's nervous as hell, by the way." Once Liam left, I continued to stare at the door like it might offer up its secrets if only I stood there long enough. It didn't, and eventually I gave up and took a peek outside. The grey light of dawn was breaking over the valley, the station yard still sleepy, quiet, a stiff breeze licking at the remains of the autumn leaves composting under the rows of shelter. Picking up my scent, Hopper's throaty bay sailed over the tractor shed, demanding breakfast. But when the rest of his kennel mates added their voice to the doggy chorus, Tan slammed open his cottage window and yelled for everyone to shut the fuck up. I smiled, found my boots and coat, and set off up the grey drive to feed the hungry hordes. By the time I'd fed the dogs, checked on the rest of the animals, and been sidetracked talking to Tan, who, as it turned out, had been nowhere near the wool shed all night, I'd missed breakfast, finally rolling into the kitchen around 10:30. Liam and my parents were sitting around the table finishing their morning tea. I did my best to avoid Liam's eyes, not sure I could hide my feelings for him nearly as well as I used to. My mother waved me to the chair next to Liam and then set about making me a coffee, putting bread in the toaster. I could have kissed her. "You look like shit," my father observed, but when I glanced up, he was wearing that crooked smile I'd grown used to since the stroke. His speech, although still hesitant and slow, had developed more of a cadence over the last couple of weeks, and he was becoming more confident talking in front of the others. "Bloat?" I waggled my hand. "Just a couple of steers. Spencer said he'd seen a bit of it lately. We got through the night okay, but he's coming back again this morning to check, and to vaccinate and do the annual physical on the dogs while he's at it. As for the merinos, there's just a few stragglers left to lamb. We've got fewer on the multi-feeder than last year, which is good news, but I'll check the numbers and let you know for sure a bit later." Dad nodded. "And 10? I read between the lines and swallowed a smile. "I sent them all to work on the pump station this morning. The feeder pipe needs replacing. I figured you might not appreciate too much of an audience." My father's cheeks turned rosy and he grunted his thanks. Even after Liam's warning, his obvious anxiety still surprised me. "Are you ready for your big moment?" He grimaced and glanced to my mother. "You'll do just fine." She handed me my coffee and then kissed my father on the cheek, something that also threw me for a loop. My parents didn't do PDA. I glanced at Liam, who seemed just as bemused as I was. "You've completed all the sections individually and in groups," he reminded Paddy. "Today we're just going to try and put it all together. If you don't make it in one go, you don't. No pressure. This isn't a competition. The chairs and straw bales are in place if you need to rest. You can do this, Paddy, and you will. If not today, then we try again tomorrow." Paddy's gaze never moved from Liam, like he was drawing on Liam's strength. And not for the first time I sensed a change in my father, a kind of reluctant acceptance of the new circumstances he found himself in. It felt like he wasn't fighting a stroke anymore. He was trying to work with it. And I admired him for that. "Okay," he nodded. But you'll stay close?" It was an order more than a request, but Liam didn't seem to mind. "Of course." "Knock, knock. Morning all." Zack strode into the kitchen and took a seat at the table without waiting to be invited, as he usually did. I smiled to myself. We were making progress. He looked to me. I had Spencer following me all the way up the drive. You guys got a problem? I shook my head. Just a couple of bloaters and the annual dog vet check. Zack turned to Paddy. Big day today. Paddy threw Mum a belligerent look. You told him? She regarded him squarely. I might have mentioned you were going to try the full circuit this morning, but so what? Since Zack agreed to help Jules build some waterproof shelters for you at intervals along the drive in both directions for when you can manage further distances, I figured it might be nice if he was here for today. A brow arched in a less than subtle challenge. My father looked between Zack and me and sighed. Thank you. You're welcome, Zack answered way too brightly, clearly struggling not to lose her shit in the face of our mother's authoritative manner. Oh, I didn't realize you had company. Marty stood in the mudroom doorway, his roomy gaze slowly circling the table until it landed on me. His lips thinned and his eyes narrowed. It can wait. Don't be silly. Norma waved the old shepherd into the kitchen. I'll pour you a coffee. Marty hesitated, then realizing he wasn't going to be let off the hook, he made his way to the nearest chair and took a seat. Norma placed a steaming mug in front of him and patted his arm. Was there something you needed from us, Marty? He thanked her, then looked to Paddy. Well, I was, hoping to have a word with you, Paddy. He glanced to where Liam and I sat beside each other and quickly looked away. Alone might be better. Alone? If it's anything to do with the station, it's not. His gaze flicked to me again and then back to Paddy. My father frowned. Can it wait? Yes. My mother took her seat. This is an exciting morning for everyone. Of course. Marty shuffled in his chair, his cheeks pink. His gaze slid sideways over Liam with obvious distaste, and something close to fury? The penny dropped. Oh, hell. Oh, fucking hell. The woolshed door. My gaze shot sideways to find Liam staring at me with wild eyes. My mother prattled on, unaware of the growing tension in the room. Paddy's worked so hard to get to this point. I'm so proud of him. And Liam's been a godsend, hasn't he, Paddy? I don't know if we'd have made it this far so quickly without his help. Paddy regarded a pale Liam with a rare look of gratitude and murmured, Yes. Marty grunted, his hands busy, that loose Parkinson's tremble becoming more pronounced with the growing tension in the room. Maybe he'd let it go. Maybe he'd choose to protect my father. Maybe I'd have time to talk to him first. But when his gaze narrowed on Liam, it was clear to see Marty's mind was made up. It was too late. He licked his lips and almost snarled, If only that was all your little godsend has been up to. Fuck. The room fell silent, and from the wide-eyed look Zack shot my way, I could see he'd guessed what was coming. Liam nudged my foot, his face ashen, and I reached for his hand under the table. I was going to kill Marty. My mother looked between Marty and Liam, clearly confused. What do you mean, Marty? Zack's expression hardened, his tone icy as he warned, Be very careful, Marty. Marty barely even looked Zack's way like he didn't exist. He spun back to face my parents and said, Liam's been playing you both for fools. Julian as well. Marty rarely called me by my full name, and my father's gaze flicked suspiciously between us. What does he mean? What's going on? My mother's gaze jerked to mine, and I gave her an apologetic shake of my head. I wasn't sure she understood, but she immediately got to her feet, saying, I believe Marty was right in that we should discuss whatever this is in private. No! There was an edge to my father's tone I hadn't heard in a long while, and he glared at Marty. Tell me. Now. My mother sank back in her chair, her expression pained. She shot a compassionate look, and I knew that she'd guessed. Maybe she'd even known for a while. I want you to know that you can talk to me. Marty kept his eyes on Paddy, ignoring all the hard stares, and calmly stated, Liam and Jules have been fucking behind your back. Marty! My mother lanced a fulminating glare at the old shepherd. Marty swallowed hard and rephrased. They've been sleeping together all this time. I caught them in the shed this morning. Shameless. He stabbed a finger at Liam. He took advantage of you, Paddy. He corrupted Julian. I shot to my feet. You watch your mouth, old man. Nobody corrupted me. And the only person who should feel any shame around here is you for voicing your ignorant, hateful beliefs. Marty's eyes narrowed. I know what I saw. It doesn't matter what you saw. Zack glared at the man. You need to grow up, Marty. This isn't the 1950s. You can't spew homophobic bullshit around and expect everyone to just suck it up. Zack flashed an angry look our father's way. Either of you. Yeah, well, it's not your land, is it? Marty muttered spitefully. Never was. Zack stared him down. And it's not yours either. Marty raised a brow at Paddy. Both your sons. I know you'd want to know. Enough! My father barked, sitting very, very still, his good fist clenched, the knuckles white as he turned slowly in his chair until he faced Liam and me directly. His lips set in a thin, hard line that I didn't like the look of one little bit. Oh, Jesus, Zack muttered, clearly picking up the same vibes and eyeing our father with disbelief. Have you really learned nothing in the last 18 months? Paddy ignored him. Is it true? Is what true? I shot back, done with this bullshit. The part about me sleeping with Liam? Yes, it's true. My father sucked in a shocked breath. But not because he corrupted me. I sighed and glanced at my mother, who steadfastly returned my gaze with not a trace of anger to be seen. And in that moment, her calm, supportive look meant every fucking thing. I'm bisexual, Dad. And in case you missed that the first time, I'm bisexual. Would you like me to spell it for you? I waited, but his face was stone. I guess not. It means that I've liked women and men my whole damn life, just the same as Zack's been gay his whole life. There's nothing new about this, Dad. No revelation, and certainly no ridiculous corruption, whatever the hell Marty thinks that means. The only new thing is that you now know the truth, since it wasn't like either of us could ever tell you when we were growing up, was it? I let that sink in for a second before continuing. You were really clear about what you and your sidekick over there thought about queer people? Really clear. So much for being the supportive father. Then again, it was never your strong point, was it? And when you turned your back on Zack last year, I knew my time was coming. It's just taken the right person to get me there a little sooner than I expected. My words bounced around the room like shotgun pellets, and my father visibly paled. His lips trembled with an emotion I couldn't be sure of, but it looked an awful lot like incandescent rage. And in that moment, all my hope faded. My father hadn't mellowed at all. Paddy Lane was the same ignorant, bigoted arsehole he'd always been. I lifted Liam's and my joined hands onto the table and watched my father flinch. I'm not just sleeping with Liam, Dad. I'm in love with him. Liam sucked in a breath and I turned to face him, desperate for him to know this shit show wasn't changing anything. I'm in love with you, baby. His cheeks pinked and a tiny smile tugged at his lips before my father's disbelieving grunt shut it down. Love! My father almost spat the word. What would you know? Furious, I stared him down, buoyed by Liam's tight squeeze of my hand. Enough to know what I'm feeling. I fell in love with Liam, and you better get used to it, because nothing you say or think or do is going to change that or turn me back into something I never was to start with. Straight couples don't hold a monopoly on being in love. Of course they don't. My gaze jerked sideways to my mother, noting the high colour in her cheeks and the resolute expression she wore. I'm quite sure your father didn't mean that as it came out. She glared at her husband. He returned the glare, spittle running from the slack corner of his mouth, but he said nothing. Instead, he turned to Liam. I trusted you. Should have known. Nothing but a Dan Patrick Sean Lane. My mother rounded on my father.
You be very careful what you say, or I will walk away. Do you understand?
Paddy glowered at the threat, but he snapped his mouth shut. I caught my mother's eye and gave a grateful nod. She returned it, then reached across the table and squeezed Zach's hand. He was staring at our mother, his eyes glistening with tears. I couldn't imagine what he was feeling, remembering her resounding silence during his own coming out. Paddy dismissed them and turned back to Liam.
Leave now. Not wanted here.
I was on my feet in an instant. He's not going anywhere. Jules. Liam put a restraining hand on my arm, but I shook it off.
No, Liam. I am so over his bullshit. First with Zach, and now me and you.
My father's fist pounded on the table.
My house. Go!
At the other end of the table, Marty grunted approvingly, and I shot him a killer look. He glared somewhat smugly in reply, but kept his mouth shut. Zach got to his feet to stand beside me.
Come on, Dad, he pleaded. Don't do this again. I thought we were trying to find a way to move on.
Paddy glanced sideways to his wife, and for a second her stubborn expression wavered.
They're your sons, Paddy,
my mother spoke softly.
Our sons, gay, bi, whatever.
He stared at her, then shook his head like he couldn't understand what he'd done to deserve such a burden to bear. I wanted to slap him. Liam is the same guy who's been giving you your life back, piece by piece, over the last weeks. You'd still be using that walker if it wasn't for him. For a while there you had me fooled. I stupidly believed you might actually be trying to be more accepting, but I was wrong, wasn't I? We all were. Liam was only tolerated because you needed him. He was your ticket to getting some independence back. He was your best shot, and he wasn't your son, so what the hell, right? Nothing to lose. You could simply use him and then forget about him. Pretend it never happened. Paddy shifted uncomfortably in his chair and Liam got to his feet. Maybe I should go.
No,
wait. I reached for Liam's hand and eyeballed my father.
Dad, please, look around you. This is what you do, what bigotry does. You broke up our family once already. Do you really want to do it again? Because I have to tell you, you're running out of sons.
Norma grabbed her husband's hand.
Paddy, just think about this for a minute.
My father frowned.
He lied. Liam deceived me. They both did. Need him to go.
Liam stepped forward, regarding Paddy with a cool look. I didn't lie or deceive you, and I never pretended to be anything I wasn't. I simply fell in love with your son. He stopped abruptly and squeezed his eyes shut like he hadn't realized what he was saying until the words were out. I was there in an instant, my hands reaching for his. He opened his eyes and his face lit up with the sweetest smile. I'm in love with you too, Jules, with everything I have. He spun back to Paddy, anger glittering in his eyes. And I hate the fact that those precious words have been said in this room before we could say them to each other in private. Zach groaned and reached for us both.
Oh, dear boy,
Mum said bleakly.
I'm so sorry. You leave my uncle alone.
Connor burst from the veranda into the kitchen, his face stained with tears.
Liam isn't a liar.
Connor, it's okay. Liam crossed the room to gather his nephew close.
No, it's not.
Connor shook him off.
He can't just say stuff like that.
He rounded on Paddy.
Liam's the best man I know. He's honest and smart, and he's always been there for us. He helps anyone he can, even you. Even a dry old bigot who doesn't think people like him deserve to exist or be happy.
Paddy's eyes sprang wide.
I never said he didn't deserve... Yes, you did,
Connor insisted, tears streaming down his cheeks.
You're doing it right now. If Liam was a nice country girl, you'd be all over the idea of them being together. But because he's a guy, you can't stand the thought, even though they love each other, even though Liam makes Jules happy. That's what being a bigot is, right next to being an asshole.
Connor, that's enough. Liam tried a second time.
But it's true.
Connor once again wriggled free of Liam's grasp. I can't believe I was actually starting to like you. But you're just like all the other bullies. Maybe you don't use your fists, but what you think and do is no better than the guys who beat me up. Zach clapped Connor on the shoulder, saying, I think I like this kid. My father shot him a suitably dark look that Zach ignored, adding, Oh, no, you don't get to have an opinion on what I do or say anymore, old man. Enough, our mother growled. Paddy, I won't stand idly by and let you screw up. Not this time. My father blanched. I can't just let... He hesitated, his chin dropping to his chest like he was summoning his strength. Then he turned and looked straight at Liam. Go! My mother's disappointed sigh carried the weight of the universe, and she shook her head in utter frustration. Liam took his nephew by the shoulders. Come on, Connor. It's time we left. I reached for them both. No, Liam, please, wait. But he shook his head. I need to get Connor out of here, and you need to talk with your family. Find me when you're done. Zach clasped Liam's shoulder. If you're too uncomfortable, you can take Connor to the cottage on Miller Station, and we'll meet you there. Liam looked to me and I nodded. Whatever works best for you. I'll join you as soon as I can. I pulled him close and kissed him. To hell with all the eyes watching. And when I let him go, Liam wore a soft, grateful smile. He cupped my face and mouthed the words, I love you, baby. Nothing that happens today is going to change that. Relief coursed through me. I love you too. I promise I won't be long. Take as much time as you need. I'll be waiting. Chapter 25. Jules. When Liam and Connor were gone, I sucked in a deep breath and swung around to face my father. This had been coming a long, long time. How fucking dare you! He visibly reeled. No one spoke to my father like that. Ever. I rested my knuckles on the table and stared him down. I am 35 years old and I have given everything to this station. Everything! And I will not be treated like a child who doesn't know their own mind and who can't choose to love whomever I want. I've spent my entire life living by your rules. We both have. I glanced at Zach, who nodded vigorously, pride in his eyes. We did what you wanted, when you wanted, and how you wanted it done, down to the smallest fucking thing. And we did it because you're right. This is your land and this is your station. And you knew what you were doing. You're one of the best landowners in the Mackenzie, and one day I thought this station would be mine. My father grumbled something that sounded like, over my dead body. And I was so fucking angry I slammed my fist on the table, making him jump. Well, you almost got your wish, didn't you? I barked. If it weren't for Zach and Luke, you might have died on that mountain, and we wouldn't be having this god-awful conversation. But you survived because we made sure you did. Zach, Luke, and me. We put our lives on the line to get you down. I stabbed a finger at him, because you were too pig-headed to listen to sense. You put this station at risk, not me. Don't you talk to your father. Shut up, Marty. I didn't even look, my gaze locked on my father. I think it's time you left us, my mother instructed the old shepherd. And after a quick look between us, Marty left the kitchen without another word. I'd never seen my father so furious. I did not, but stop, Dad. You've had your turn. In fact, you've had decades of it being your turn. Now it's mine, and you're going to listen. My father sat slack-jawed, blinking angrily up at me like I was some stranger he'd never met. But I was done feeling sorry for him. I glanced at my mother, half expecting to see disappointment in her eyes. But all she did was nod. All right, then. I shook my head at my father's obvious incredulity. You think having a bisexual or gay son is embarrassing? At least Zach and I treat people right. Because let me tell you, after your behaviour this last couple of years, some days I'm ashamed to be your son. Ashamed. My father visibly jolted in his seat. I pressed on, pretty sure I wouldn't be given the chance to say any of this again. I know you don't want to admit it, but you owe Miller Station, Holden and Gil and Zach and Luke and Em. The whole Mackenzie knows it. And yet you can't find it in you to thank any of them properly, or me or Mum for that matter. But you can find plenty to criticise, can't you? My father's narrowed gaze flicked to my mother, but her face was a mask as she watched on calmly, offering no clues to what she was thinking. He licked his lips and turned back around, looking more uncertain than ever, his sluggish hand trembling on the table. Zack elbowed me gently, his voice surprisingly gentle as he addressed our father. "The stroke wasn't your fault, Dad. No one is saying that. But Jules is right. By going up the hill on your own that day, you put the running of the station at risk and the lives of both your sons and Luke. But when Jules needed help, it only took a phone call and someone from Miller Station always came." My father squirmed. "Didn't need their help." "Oh, hell no. We did need their help," I snapped. "And we needed Zack's. I needed him. You needed him. The team needed him. And we needed every one of the Miller shepherds who randomly turned up to offer their time, sometimes on their days off." My father's gaze slid sideways. "So you say?" "Damn right I say. I was running this place. I am running this place." Dad glared back at me, but I still wasn't done. "I bet Mum never told you she helped out in the wool shed running errands and clearing the fleeces while you were in the hospital." Paddy's gaze jerked to his wife's arthritic and misshapen knuckles. "But," she huffed, "it's my station too, Paddy. Or have you forgotten we're supposed to be a team? I sank my time and money into this land as well. Besides, it was only light work. I wanted to help." Paddy gnawed on his lip but said nothing. Zack smiled at our mother. "The gang said she'd make a good classer. She has the eye. I worked alongside her myself." Mum beamed. "Thank you, Zack. But it wasn't just the station people helped with. Em came a couple of times a week to help in the house, and Zack and Luke made sure Mum made it to Christchurch to visit you when I couldn't get away. Zack went to doctor appointments, and Luke even flew us over for that speech therapy appointment you didn't want Mum to miss." My father seemed to grow smaller in his seat. I shook my head. "Jesus Christ, Dad. What did you think was happening while you were in hospital? That I was somehow magically doing my job and yours? That I was running contractors, doing the accounts, dealing with muster and shearing, and organising all the house alterations needed to make life easier for you?" That made him look up. "And that I was somehow managing all that while driving back and forth to Christchurch every week? Did you think Mum was just sitting around twiddling her fingers, idly passing time as she waited for you to come home? All hands were on deck, Dad, all of them." My father flushed a colour I hadn't seen on him very often, and stared at his hands. Zack stepped in. "Luke even helped with your bathroom alterations." Paddy blinked hard but didn't look up. "That's right," Zack pressed. "The people who owed you nothing were the ones who stepped up. Because that's what we do in the Mackenzie, right? That's what good neighbours do. And being gay has fuck all to do with it. You don't have to like my or Jules' sexuality, but you could at least show a bit of gratitude and respect to the people who saved this station's ass when it needed it." My father continued to stare at his hands. I sighed and knelt beside him, softening my tone. "Come on, Dad. I grew up knowing you were a difficult bastard but a fair one, and I loved you. But when you pushed Zack away just because he was gay, leaving him no option but to move out if he was ever going to be true to himself, I realized then that I have no idea who you are at all, and neither do the people who work for you. Some of them thought about leaving as well that day." Paddy's startled gaze found his wife's. She nodded. "It's true. Everyone loves Zack, and the team love working for Jules. He knows what he's doing, and a lot of that is down to you. He's an excellent manager, Paddy. Trust him. Trust what you taught him. He's the station's future if you let him be." I sent her a grateful smile, then looked back to my father, who seemed to have aged a decade in the last minute alone. "And I'll tell you something for free right now. If you can't accept who I am, who Zack is, and whoever we choose to love, then the person running the station after today won't be me. You won't have to give me an ultimatum like you did, Zack, because I'm giving you one instead. And don't think for a minute I won't follow through. That's how much my future and Liam mean to me. Now I'm done talking. I'm going to go and find Liam and tell him exactly what I've told you. The ball is in your court, Dad. Let me know when you decide." I held his gaze and tried to ignore the sympathy welling in my chest at the startled confusion written all over his ashen face. Finally, I broke away and circled the table to kiss my mother's cheek. "Thanks, Mum. I'll keep my phone close if you need me." She nodded and offered me a tiny smile, mouthing the words, "Well done," which meant everything in the whole fucking world. Zach took my place, embracing Mum while I went to stand beside my father. I waited for him to look up. He didn't. I sighed and squeezed his shoulder. "You know, you might not have been the easiest father in the world, but I always loved you and looked up to you. I grew up wanting to make you proud. I wanted to run this station exactly like you taught me, maybe even better. I think I'm doing that. I know I'm doing that. But just because I love this place, don't make the mistake of thinking I won't walk away, because I will. I love him, Dad. Don't make me choose because you won't like the answer." Zach followed me out the door, but I didn't stop until I reached his ute, where my knees finally gave way. He caught me before I hit the gravel and hugged me fiercely to his chest. Hopper appeared from nowhere and ran circles around the two of us, whining and uncertain, feeding off the strong emotions. "I'm so fucking proud of you." Zach kept a firm grip on me. "You said everything I wished I could have said last year when I came out, and then some. And Mum? Holy shit! What a fucking legend!" I finally found my feet, and Zach let me step away. I wiped at my eyes and then crouched to reassure Hopper I was okay. His tan brows wrinkled as he looked at my face, but he did settle. "I learned from watching you, Z." I looked up. "You've been so fucking brave, and you had to do it all on your own." "No, I had you," he said softly. "And then I had Luke." "Maybe," I acknowledged. "But I'm not so sure I could have done this without knowing Liam was there. You didn't have that. If Dad used to be my hero, you're my hero now." His eyes filled and he yanked me back into his arms, just as raised voices drifted from the kitchen to the driveway. We both groaned. Jesus Christ, this family's a fucking mess. Zach banged the side of his fist on my back and we swayed together, tight in each other's arms. Then he pushed me away, keeping his hands on my shoulders. "Now listen up. Regardless of what comes next, I want you all to come stay with us tonight. Connor can have the couch. Man, that kid's got some balls. Anyway, we'll have a council of war and a beer at 10, okay? As long as Liam agrees, then yeah, I'd like that." I opened the door of the ute for him to get in and then shut it. But he didn't move, staring up at me through the open window, a deep crease between his brows. "Just to be clear, you are going to choose Liam, right?" I snorted. "What do you think?" He grinned. "I think that man has you wrapped around his little finger, and it's an excellent look on you both." "I think you're right." His face grew serious. "So, you really love him?" I couldn't stop the smile. "Yeah. Shocker, I know." But he didn't laugh. "No, it's not. Liam's a good man, and I think he's bloody perfect for you. Anyone who can rattle my unflappable brother has my vote. I'm happy for you both." "Oh, he rattles me all right," I admitted with a smirk, thinking of the man's bossy streak in bed, which wasn't something I was ever going to let my nosy brother know about. "I'll text you." I stood back to let him go, but a sudden movement on the drive caught my eye, and I turned to see Marty making his way toward the wool shed. The old man hesitated and looked our way, but then kept going. Every hair on my body bristled with anger, for both my sake and Zach's. "Let him go," Zach warned softly. "He's not worth it." I wanted to. I really did. But Marty had been family to both of us from the day I was born. "I can't," I answered just as softly. Zach shook his head. "You won't get any answers that make you feel better." He was right, and I knew it. Doesn't matter. Who knows if I'll ever set foot back on this station after today. Zach's gaze followed Marty up the drive. "Fair enough, but I've made my peace with what he did a while back. This fight is yours, brother." He stuck his hand through the open window and we bumped fists. "I'll call and give Luke a heads up, and then I'm heading home. Want me to check on Liam before I do? Let him know you'll be there soon?" I nodded. "Thanks." Zack grabbed me in a hug and kissed my cheek. "Don't let him get to you, brother." "I won't. He's not worth it." Zack studied me, his eyes narrowing. "Make sure you remember that." Then he pulled out his phone and I left him to his call. I made my way to the wool shed with Hopper at my heels, the clear heat of the sun warming my back, the crunch of gravel under my boots, suddenly nostalgic. The thought hit me like a sucker punch. Could this be my last day on the station? My last time walking up this drive? I swallowed back the tears and reached for righteous anger instead. In the distance, a quad droned on the track to the pump house and a small dust cloud rose in its wake, along with Chip's familiar bark. 10 must have taken him along for the day. The murmuring of a small mob of ewes and lambs grew in volume to fill the air as I approached the yards, dozens of eyes watching me warily. "What are you going to do to us this time?" "Marty, wait up," I called to his retreating back. But although he turned and saw me coming, he didn't stop. The only answer I got was the bang of the wool shed door closing after he slipped inside. Stubborn old man. I slipped into a jog and quickly followed, making it up the ramp and into the wool shed, before pausing for a second as my eyes adjusted to the gloom. "Marty!" Silence. "Marty, you can't hide from me." A snort of disgust was followed by, "Not scared of you? What do you want?" I spun to find him standing about 10 meters away in the office, the door to the gun cabinet above the desk standing open before him. Damn it. I just want to talk. "I don't. Go away." He finished loading the hunting rifle he had in his hands, and began packing ammo into his knapsack. "I'm going to sort out that wild pig by the Two-River switch. You lot of fucking useless shots." I tried to keep my voice calm. "It's on the plan for next week. You shouldn't be hunting, Marty, you know that. It's not safe." He spun around and glared at me. "You can't tell me what to do. It's not your station, and likely not going to be, is it? So go away." "Not until I say what I came to." I started toward the small room. "You just had to tell him, didn't you?" "You've got nothing to say I'm interested in." Marty turned his back and zipped the knapsack. "I did what had to be done. Your father had a right to know. What you two were doing behind his back was disgraceful." He shouldered his knapsack, then closed and locked the cabinet with trembling hands. "You were raised better than that. Bisexual? Pfft." With his back to me, he spat on the wooden floor. "Just another name for perverted." I blinked at the venom in his words, tears stinging at my eyes. Zack had been right. I wasn't going to get anything except hurt trying to understand this man. There's only one perverse person in this shed, and it's not me. Marty locked the gun cabinet and slid the key back into the lockbox. "Think what you like. You're no better than your brother." Something in me snapped. "Don't you dare say his name. Zack's a better man than you any day." Marty shouldered his knapsack, reached for his hunting rifle and turned to face me. But his sluggish feet didn't move in time with his body, and he tripped, arms flailing. The gun jumped from his hands and he reached to grab it as he toppled. White fire lanced through my chest. An explosion of pain. The impact threw me sideways into the wall. Marty's horrified cry sounding somewhere in my head. Words crumbling in my mouth. Shouts. Running feet. Jagging pain in my shoulder. Sliding down. Down. The world. Slowing to a syrupy crawl. Thoughts drifting. A hard surface. White noise. A soft cry. Mine. Thunder in my ears. "Jules! Help!" A shout in my head, but silence on my tongue. A tearing snap. Pain detonating in my head. Damp wood. Lanolin. Panicked bleating. A scattering of hooves. A guitar. A warm body curled around me. "I love you." Something trickling down my chest. Hands pulling. Voices angry, soothing, worried. Buttons ripping. "Get the first aid box!" Pain. So much pain. "Oh God, Jules. Baby, hold on." Liam. Warm hands. "I love you." Shivering.
Dark. So dark. And so cold. I love you.
Chapter 26. Liam. When Zack stopped by to see if we needed a hand and to let me know Jules wouldn't be long, he let it slip that my idiot boyfriend was on his way to try to talk to Marty. Good God. What the hell did Jules think was going to come of that conversation? He'd been hurt enough. No more. Not on my watch. I'd promised to have his back, and I was damn well going to make good on that, even if it was to protect him from himself. I grabbed my coat, intending to run after him, but Zack had offered to drive me instead. We parked alongside the ramp, and I'd no sooner jumped out when a loud crack split the air. Jesus Christ! My gaze shot to a wide-eyed Zack, who'd frozen half in, half out of his ute.
Tell me that wasn't a gunshot.
That's exactly what it was. He leaped free of the ute and sprinted up the ramp.
Holy shit!
My heart barreled up my throat as I ran after him, catching the door before it swung closed and bursting into the cavernous space. It took a second for my eyes to adjust to the gloom and the noise of the panicked sheep still scattering in the pens before I registered Zack on his knees, tugging at a mound of clothes lying on the floor.
No, not a mound of clothes. A body. My heart lurched. Jules! Jesus Christ, it was Jules!
Ignoring Marty staggering toward me from the office, I ran to Jules's side and fell on my knees. His grey pallor and rolling eyes struck cold fear into my heart, and for a long moment I couldn't breathe, not helped by the growing pool of dark red blood seeping from a wound in his left shoulder. A bullet wound.
Oh my God, Zack! What the hell happened?
Time for that later. Zack shot me a worried look. Right now I need you to help me get these clothes off and roll him over so I can take a look at his back.
Okay.
I sucked in a shaky breath and did as he said. Jules didn't fight our clumsy undressing. He didn't do anything at all. He just lay like a sack of potatoes as we manoeuvred him this way and that to free him from his clothes. By the time we were done, I was covered in his blood. Jules's blood.
Jesus Christ!
Bile rolled up the back of my throat, but I swallowed it down.
Keep a grip, idiot!
I watched as Zack gently poked at the unsightly, ragged wound in Jules's shoulder, muttering something I couldn't quite catch. But when he finally looked up, I saw my own horror reflected back at me.
I hardly dared ask. How bad is it?
He gave me a half shrug as we laid Jules flat again. Hard to say. It went right through, which in some ways is good, but we need to stop this bleeding. We're a long way for help. Give me his jersey. I did as he said, and he shoved it hard against the wound to stem the flow. Now go grab the first aid box from the office, and then use my phone to call Luke and see if he's free to send a chopper. It'll be a damn sight quicker than an ambulance. After that, you need to ring Oakwood Medical and let them know what's happened. Both numbers are in my phone. He handed me his phone. If Luke can't come, tell Oakwood that we'll meet their ambulance somewhere along the way. Got it?
Got it.
I hesitated.
Oakwood's only a small clinic, though, right?
Zack lifted the jersey, and blood immediately oozed out. He winced.
Maybe.
But it's only a 10-minute flight. Plus they have a great trauma doctor in charge of the place, and they're used to handling more than their fair share of hunting accidents. Now, hurry. I retrieved the first aid box and stepped away, my hands shaking like a leaf as I watched Zack working on Jules while I talked on the phone, too terrified to look away. Thankfully, Luke answered on the second ring.
Hey, baby.
It's Liam, I interrupted, putting the phone on speaker as tears brimmed in my eyes.
Jules has been shot. We're in the wool shed at Lane Station. He's bleeding badly. Can you chopper him to Oakwood?
Holy shit. Yes, of course. Luke was all business. I'll be there in 20.
Land as close as you can by the yards,
Zack called out before Luke hung up. I hung up and made the second call to Oakwood Medical, who said they'd be waiting in the car park when we arrived. When I kneeled again at Jules's side, he looked even paler, if that were possible, his skin pinched and grey. Death-like.
How's he doing?
My voice shook. Give me some more dressings, will you? Zack didn't look up.
I can't get this damn bleeding to stop.
Not what I wanted to hear. And my heart tripped. I ripped open a few more dressing packets and Zack switched out the soaked ones for fresh.
He's gonna be okay, all right?
Marty stood just behind Zack, swaying on his feet, his expression one of abject fear. I'd almost forgotten he was there. Zack took one look and swore. "Jesus Christ, Marty!" He reached up and removed the rifle, which was still in Marty's hands, and unloaded it onto the floor. "Go and sit somewhere, will you?" Marty backed away, his mouth working slowly, his face almost as pale as Jules's. "I didn't mean to hurt him. I wouldn't. It wasn't—" The woolshed door slammed open and Spencer burst inside, breathless. "I heard a gunshot!" He stopped as his gaze clocked Jules on the floor. "Jesus Christ! What happened?" He raced over and I slid sideways to give him room. Zack flicked his head toward Marty, who'd backed himself against the classing table. "Marty shot him. An accident, apparently. It went through, but I can't stop the bleeding." Spencer reached for more dressing packets and the mound of bloody gauze swabs grew. "Jesus Christ, what a mess! You have to make it stop." I grabbed Jules's hand and squeezed tight. "He's not going to make it if you don't. We're trying." Zack's voice broke and he shot me a look of utter desolation. "Oh, Jesus. I'm sorry." I cursed my stupidity. "I know you are. I just... shit." Spencer lifted the dressing and took a quick look. "He's nicked something. Not arterial by the look of it, thank God, but still." He threw another blood-soaked dressing to the side. "Keep applying pressure while I bring my truck around. I need my medical kit. Is there a defibrillator in the shed?" Zack nodded. "In the office." "Good. Liam, get it and slap some electrodes on him." "A defibrillator?" My brain started to spin. Jesus, this was really happening. I could lose Jules. I could really fucking lose him. I stared at Spencer's back as he ran out of the woolshed, my body frozen. "Liam, move!" Zack barked. I blinked. "Shit, sorry." I ran for the office, then followed Zack's guidance to put the electrodes in place, my fingers brushing the cold skin of Jules's body. Too cold, too pale. And then it occurred to me. Why isn't he awake? Zack indicated the gash on Jules's head. He must have hit something when he fell. Oh, shit. I gently touched the wound and then leaned down and pressed a kiss to Jules's lips, whispering against them. "Hang on, baby, please. Please, hang on." Tears fell from my face to his. "I love you, Jules. Keep fighting. Zack?" Zack cursed softly at the sound of Norma's panicked voice. She was standing just inside the doorway with Paddy leaning heavily on his quad cane alongside. "We drove up as soon as we heard the shot." Norma's gaze dropped to Jules, and her eyes sprang wide at the pool of blood lying under her son. "Oh, dear God!" Her hand flew to her mouth and she raced over. Paddy stayed in place, staring at Jules as his face drained of all colour, his legs trembling. He stumbled to the wall and collapsed onto a nearby bench. "He's going to be okay," Zack insisted. And I tried to cling to his confidence and ignore the bleak look on his face, but it wasn't easy. "He's going to be just fine." Was he? I stared down at the man who'd come to mean everything, and something inside me steeled at the thought of losing him. No. Just fucking no. The word rumbled like thunder through my brain. Losing Jules wasn't an option. I wouldn't let it happen. Not on my watch. Not when I'd only just fucking found him. I gathered my resolve and put my lips next to his ear. "Now you listen to me, sweetheart. I never got a chance to tell you that I came up with a plan for us last night, and it's a really good one. Because this is me, right? Mr. Control Freak? But if you want to know what the plan is, you're going to have to get through this. I'm not giving it up for free. You are not going to up and die on me when I've only just found you, or I will break your damn legs. Do you understand me?" Zack snorted. "You guys have the sweetest pillow talk." I ignored him. "I love you, Jules Lane. And miraculously you seem to love me back. So don't you dare give up." My voice cracked open in a sob and I paused to take a breath. "You're the best thing that's ever happened to me. I want you, and I want to try us. However we can do it. I don't care if that's here in your precious mountains, or in Dunedin, or on fucking Mars. I want to take that next step and see if we have what it takes. Spoiler alert, I have zero doubts about that." "You'll be okay, son." Norma's hand landed on my shoulder, and I looked up into her tear-filled eyes. "It was an accident, Paddy. I swear." Marty's plea came from behind. "I never meant to hurt him." You
Shot my son? Paddy stared at him, incredulous. No, I tripped. There was my stupid legs. Honest to God, shut up, Marty. I fired him a blistering glare. Just shut the fuck up. Paddy shot me an uncertain look, but I turned away. I could barely look at either of them. I didn't give a fuck about Marty's excuses, or reminding Paddy how he'd given permission for Marty to hunt in the first place. Jules had told me everything. I wanted to point fingers and shout at them to look what they'd done. And if Jules didn't come through, I was going to do a lot more than just shout. But right then, nothing mattered except Jules. So I turned away and left them to their guilt. Spencer reappeared with a large red medical bag and nudged me sideways. How is he? Hanging in there, Zack answered as I kneeled above Jules's head and began stroking his face. I imagine he's too fucking scared not to after Liam read him the riot act. Spencer looked up from pulling equipment out of his bag. His brows bunched. Are you two... He glanced Paddy's way and snapped his mouth shut. Together? I finished the question for him and then answered loudly and somewhat defiantly. Yes, we are. Spencer simply nodded. Good to know. Then he asked Zack to remove the pressure pad and began pouring some kind of powder into the wound. I frowned. What's that? It helps create a seal and stop the bleeding, Norma answered. I've seen Spencer use it on animals, but never. It's also fine for people. Spencer and Zack turned to Jules to treat the exit wound as well. Now let's get a line in him before his veins collapse. Keep an eye on his rhythm, Zack. 150, Zack answered. Not too bad, considering. He's going to be okay, right? Paddy's voice shook, raw misery filling his eyes, his expression as helpless as I'd ever seen it. Oh, it's working. Spencer breathed out a long sigh of relief, and I spun back to find the steady flow of blood had slowed to a sluggish trickle. Oh, thank Christ. I took the first decent lungful of air since I'd walked into the woolshed and pressed my lips to Jules's forehead. You're doing so good, baby. Hang in there. The sound of pounding feet on the ramp was quickly followed by Connor bursting into the woolshed. What the hell's going on? There's a chopper screaming up the valley. He caught sight of Jules on the floor and came to a screaming halt. Holy shit. What happened? The quickly closing thump of the helicopter left no time for explanations, the iron roof clattering and vibrating with the downdraft as it passed overhead. Spencer immediately sent Connor to get the tarp from his truck to use as a carry sling, and he and Zack began packing up supplies. I cradled Jules's face and pressed my lips to his ear, my wet cheek sliding against his cool, clammy skin. Here's your ride, baby. We've got this. We carried Jules out of the barn on the tarp and got him loaded into the back of the chopper. Once he was safely inside, Luke pulled Zack into a fierce hug. You doing okay? Zack nodded, his face deathly pale. Just get him there safely. Luke frowned. You're not coming? No. Zack looked at me. Liam needs to go. Luke glanced my way. Of course, get in. I could have kissed them both. Thank you. Thank you. I jumped into the passenger seat, and as Luke lifted the helicopter clear of the yard, I caught sight of 3 quads hurtling toward the shed from the pump house, and leaning on his cane, staring up at us from the ramp outside the woolshed, stood Paddy, looking about as lost and confused as it was possible to be. I tried to find it in my heart to feel sorry for him, but right then, all I could think was he could go to hell, and I'd happily pay for his ticket. Chapter 27. Liam. The second we were clear of the yards, Spencer put a call through to the medical centre to relay Jules's condition. The remainder of the flight was made in an eerie quiet, bar the rotor and engine noise. Luke sat grim-faced at the helicopter controls, while Spencer kept a close watch over Jules. I spent the entire time half-turned in my seat, and staring at Jules lying white-faced in the back, while quietly losing my fucking mind. What was it they said? You don't know how much someone means to you until you almost lose them? Welcome to the wake-up call to end all fucking wake-up calls. I love you, Liam. I stared at his pale face, whiter than white against the dark leather seats. I love you too, baby. Hang on.
The 10-minute flight felt like an hour before we were finally sitting down at the back of the medical centre. A nurse and doctor pushed a gurney out to meet us, and I listened intently as Spencer gave a handover during the short trip back inside. The nurse was a bright-eyed woman in her late 30s, with a quick, reassuring smile, but the young doctor sported spiky, bleached hair, ear gauges, and looked all of about 25. Fuck me. They pushed Jules into the small emergency room and parked the gurney in one of the treatment bays. I didn't bother asking permission, just followed. The doctor shot me a querying look but said nothing, and I found a place against the nearest wall as they transferred Jules to a treatment bed and began to work. But when the doctor rolled Jules to take a look at her shoulder, and Jules gave a pained groan, I was at his side in an instant. "Be careful with him!" I glared at the doctor, whose eyebrows immediately rose into his hairline. Spencer's hand wrapped around my bicep. "Liam, this is Bradley, the physician in charge." "Hi, Liam." Bradley's deliberately calm voice only served to irritate me further. "How about you leave us to work on your friend? There's a ton of stuff we need to do right now. We'll call you when we're done." "I'm not leaving," I insisted. "I'm not letting him out of my sight. You don't understand, I focused on Jules' slack face, and for a second I couldn't breathe. We just... I gulped air, doing my best not to cry. "Hey," Spencer squeezed my arm. "Bradley's one of the best, I swear. He had his pick of big city ERs to run, but he wanted to be close to the mountains. First tracks up a Southern Alps glacier in the morning, followed by a clinic in the afternoon. We're lucky to have him. Jules is in good hands." I cast the young doctor a disbelieving look. "Shocker, I know," he replied kindly. "But Spencer is right. I am good. Damn good. I'll look after him for you, I promise. But you need to go and let me do my job." The curtain broke apart and another white-coated figure rushed in. An older, balding man with piercing green eyes and a homely face. "Okay, so what have we got?" Bradley's attention shifted to the newcomer. "Gunshot wound to the left shoulder. He's already got an IV line, so how about you start some fluids and organize blood?" "Bradley," the nurse waved the doctor over. "You should take a look at this." My heart leaped into my throat, and I pushed forward. "What's wrong?" Spencer grabbed my arm and redirected me toward the door. "Let's go wait for the others. Shona will keep us informed, right, Shona?" The nurse looked over and nodded. "I promise. He's safe with us." But I wasn't taking any chances. I pulled free and fronted Bradley, whoever the hell he was, backing him against the wall. "You better be as good as you say you are. Take really good care of him, understand?" Bradley nodded and squeezed my shoulder kindly. "I understand." I eyeballed him a moment longer just to make sure we had an understanding, and then before anyone could stop me, I quickly crossed to Jules and kissed him on the lips. "I'll be waiting outside, baby. You're mine now, understand? So don't you think about going anywhere except right back to me." Spencer dragged me out of the cubicle and down to a surprisingly spacious waiting room, where he slapped me on a chair and pushed a cup of tasteless coffee and a chocolate muffin into my hands, neither of which I could look at without wanting to throw up. What followed was the longest couple of hours of my life, and if it hadn't been for Shona popping ahead into the waiting room with updates on a regular basis as promised, I'm not sure I could have stopped myself from barging back into Jules's room to check on him myself. The Mackenzie grapevine worked lightning fast, and it wasn't long before the waiting room filled like an incoming tide. Zach, his parents, and Connor were the first to arrive. Connor wrapped me in a much-needed hug before putting me on the phone with Bron for a delayed update on my love life and current crisis. There was a lot of cursing and bodily threats made before my sister finally burst into tears and told me she'd be arriving the next day and would take Connor back with her on the weekend so I could stay. I didn't know if I was happy or horrified at the idea, but figured I could live with it. I sure didn't have the energy to fight. "She can stay on the station, of course," Norma offered as soon as it hung up, having clearly overheard the ear-splitting rant. It was thoughtful of her, and I was more grateful than I could say, although I wasn't sure how the reality would pan out. But when she stood and pulled me into her arms, her kindness and clear love for Jules and her support for us finally undid me. All the fear and worry I'd been desperately keeping at bay suddenly erupted in a gush of fierce tears. "He'll be okay." She gripped me tight. "Jules is a strong man, and he's lucky to have you." I could only hope she was right as we clung to each other, rocking in place until she finally let me go. As I slumped back down into the hard seat, I noticed Paddy watching me with a strange, guarded expression. I held his gaze for just a second,
then looked away, staring through the window at another perfect spring day in the Mackenzie. Ten and Brent followed quickly on the heels of Zack. They'd left Stuart back at the station, along with Marty, who'd been told it would be best to keep his distance for a bit. Luke appeared next with his business partner, Gary someone, and then almost the whole crew from Miller Station rocked in, including Holden's mother Em and her new husband Harry. Em took one look at the crowd gathered, threw open the windows, and set about organising some of the townsfolk to rustle up food and a ton of coffee. "The good stuff," she added pointedly. I could have kissed her. Because even though my stomach soured at the thought, my adrenaline was crashing and I needed something to keep my mind sharp, for Jules' sake, if nothing else. As time passed, more and more people arrived until it felt like half the town had gathered in support. Some I knew, some I didn't. And even though the reception staff encouraged anyone without a close family connection to go home, nobody moved. An hour in, a hand landed softly on my shoulder, and I looked up to find Laura studying me with red-rimmed eyes. "I heard and I wanted to be here, if that's okay with you. If not, I'll go." I took a hand from my shoulder and squeezed it between both of mine. "You're welcome to stay. He's your friend." She gave me a gentle smile. "Thanks. Maybe we can get to know each other better when all this is over. He's going to be fine, you know that, right? We grow them tough in the Mackenzie." "I hope so." I managed a weak smile and watched as she took a seat alongside Ten. Charlie was the last of the Miller crew to make it into the waiting room. She made a beeline for Ten, and I thought about what Jules told me. Their desperate embrace raised more than a few eyebrows. When they finally peeled apart, Ten ignored the stunned silence and simply pulled Charlie down next to him. He tucked her into his side and cast an "I dare you" look around the room while offering zero explanation. Good for him. And also, secret blown. I stole a sideways glance at Norma to gauge her reaction, relieved to find her watching the couple with a tiny smile on her face, while next to her, Paddy gave little away beyond a thoughtful frown. I was about to look away when he turned unexpectedly to face me, and for the first time since the station kitchen that morning, we locked eyes. It wasn't for long, but in that one fateful shared look, it suddenly occurred to me that it would only take one word from Paddy, Jules's father and likely next of kin, to stop me from going back into Jules's room. I readied myself for a fight. Chapter 28. Jules. "Hey!" But the shout was hijacked somewhere between my throat and lips, because all that came out was a feeble, guttural cry. "Easy there, sunshine. Give him a top-up, will you, Shona?" "Yeah, you do that, Shona." I sucked in a gulp of air, then huffed it back out, and fuck me. Something must have died in my mouth, because damn if my breath didn't smell like Zack's armpits at the end of a week-long muster. I knew that voice, and the name Shona, but as I fought to grab onto the memory, it slipped through my brain and disappeared into the ether. Then a hand clasped my wrist, and something sharp pricked into my shoulder, making my eyes twitch, and Jesus, even my corneas hurt. Where the hell am I? But even before the question fully formed in my head, the memories started flashing behind my eyes. The blow-up in the kitchen, Dad's face, the woolshed, Marty, the gun. My eyes ripped open. Holy fuck! I was shot. I almost started at the sound of my own voice. Yes, indeed you were. A smiling face crept into focus. And good afternoon to you too, Jules. Bradley Dalton. The name finally came to me. But I'd have known that bleached semi-mohawk anywhere, not to mention the snarky, dry-witted humour. I skied with the man more than a few times. Well, tried to keep up with him was more accurate. Bradley was a ninja on the snow, and it almost made the Winter Olympics, or so I'd heard. I was wondering when my scintillating conversation would finally lure you back. I was beginning to think I'd lost my mojo. Bradley's brows knitted in concentration. Now hold still while I finish sewing you up. You've got yourself a nasty little wound. Ouch! I yelped as something snagged in my shoulder. Sorry. Bradley smiled, looking a little less than contrite. I managed a growling, fuck you, which only widened his smile. How are you feeling? Like crap. To be expected. You're lucky your brother and boyfriend were just outside when it happened. They got to you in seconds. He made another pass with the needle. Subclavian veins don't take too kindly to bullets nicking their edges. They're fussy like that. Boyfriend, I murmured, happy that Liam had introduced himself that way. Bradley grinned. They still called him that, right? Although I have to admit, you with a boyfriend came as kind of a surprise. He waggled his sleek eyebrows at me. I suppose he's kind of cute. If you like your cute with a glare that could melt glass and Wolverine-level protective instincts. My balls are in danger if I mess this up, apparently. Still, it's past time I practice my vascular intervention skills, so thank you for the opportunity. Not funny, I grumbled. Now you're just lying. He tied off the suture and stepped aside for Shona to clean and dress the wound. I lifted my head to take a look and nearly blacked out. Holy fuck, that hurts. Yeah, Bradley patted my good arm. Did I forget to mention the broken collarbone? It was a 2-for-1 deal. Fucking comedian, I muttered, counting to 10 before I risked moving my ribcage to breathe again. Bradley said about washing his hands. And since we're doing the full disclosure bit, FYI, you have a second lot of sutures on your back with a nice bullet exited. It's a lot more impressive than this sign, so be careful. Just saying. I shifted my shoulder experimentally and yelped. Again. Jesus! Can I have something better for the pain than whatever it is you've been giving me? Because it's not working. Bradley grabbed a chart from the table. I'll up the dose. I couldn't give you too much until you came to properly. Hippocratic oath and all that. I somehow managed to roll my eyes, but even that hurt. And Bradley grinned, because of course he fucking did. But then his expression grew serious. All right, here's the deal. You've been snoozing on and off since you got here a couple of hours ago. We didn't know whether it was the blood loss or the whack to your head when you hit the woolshed floor, but I was pretty damn worried that first 30 minutes. We hit you with a load of fluids, some blood, and a truckload of antibiotics. The x-rays and scans are good, and you've bounced back nicely. Do you remember exactly what happened? I nodded, sending pain slicing through my shoulder. Ow! Just fucking ow! Shona, give him another plug, will you? Bradley perched on the edge of the bed. You know that I always report gunshot injuries to our boys in blue, even though I don't have to. Hunting accident or not. So expect a call. Is there anything I should know? Your brother said it was Marty. I went to nod again, thought better of it, and grunted instead. Yes, but it was an accident. He's got Parkinson's. The rifle was obviously loaded, and I think he stumbled and lost his footing. Bradley raised a brow. Parkinson's? But he shouldn't be— I know, I groaned. Believe me. I know. But try telling him or my father that. Bradley's jaws set. I will be. Don't you worry about that. In the meantime, you're our guest for the night, and we'll see how things look tomorrow. I'll go update your folks, and then you can have visitors, okay? Your hordes of well-wishers are cluttering up my waiting room. We were considering selling tickets. So, buckle up, sunshine, and polish that smile so you don't scare away all the nice people. You look like crap. Gee, thanks. You're welcome. Now let's get your family in here. But as the door swung shut and I thought about my father sitting in that waiting room, the very last person on earth that I wanted to see, my entire body recoiled. Chapter 29. Liam. Paddy's inscrutable gaze held steady on mine as the room shrank around us. The drawn-out moment gave me a chance to really study him. The difference in a few hours was shocking, to say the least. Gone was the belligerent, patriarchal autocrat. In his place was a decidedly nervous, uncertain, weary and much older-looking shadow of the same man. Deep lines cut into Paddy's pale face, her shrewd eyes dull and unsure as he used a balled-up handkerchief to dab at the saliva running from the corner of his mouth. It was hard not to feel sorry for him, and the question was out before I could stop it. You okay? Paddy blinked, clearly surprised, and he wasn't the only one. The room falling silent, as all eyes fixed on the two of us. Paddy began to nod, then stopped, giving the tiniest shake of his head. No, he whispered, so low I almost missed it. It was such a huge admission from the stubborn, stoic bastard that I swore I heard a collective gasp of disbelief from everyone listening. I thought about reassuring him, then discarded the idea, settling on a flat, good, accompanied by an apologetic glance toward Norma. She didn't seem perturbed,
the small quirk to her lips making me think she'd delivered a lot worse on their long drive in from the station. Surprisingly, Paddy didn't look away, his gaze drilling into mine, deeper, like he was wanting more from me, wanting to hear the words, maybe even asking for them. Well, alrighty then. I took a deep breath and turned in my seat, not bothering to lower my voice. Everyone in that room knew what was going on, and I was done with secrets. I'm going to be really clear, Paddy, I began, my voice sounding surprisingly calm. I haven't even begun to process what happened this morning, but I'll tell you something for free.
Hold that thought, Liam.
Em sprang to her feet.
Come on, everyone. Let's give this family some privacy.
She hustled all the non-laying crowd from the room, including Connor, while leaving Luke, Holden, and Gil exactly where they were. I smiled to myself. Em was nobody's fool. A little trick left Paddy the only straight man in a room of 5 others. The second the door closed, I continued where I left off. Nothing that's happened today is going to stop me loving your son. Got it? Nothing. We're going to be together no matter what you think or where we have to go to do it. And if Jules doesn't recover fully after today's fucked up events, I'm holding you and your good old boy mate personally responsible. Paddy answered in a low voice, his words hesitant. I didn't know Marty was so bad. I shook my head. Bullshit. Jules had already banned him once from using guns on the station. All you had to do was support that decision, but you deliberately overturned it. And to prove what? That you were still in charge? Jesus, Paddy. It could have been any one of us accidentally shot today. It could have been Norma, or Ten, or Connor, anyone. How much are you willing to lose just to hold on to your pride and ignorance? 1 son, 2, your wife? How about your whole fucking family? Paddy looked to his wife, but Norma's expression remained steely, so I pushed on. You almost lost Jules today. A wave of panic rolled through me. God, I almost lost him. I tried and failed to choke back the tears. But I'm telling you right now that I will not let you do that again. I won't let you hurt him like that again. I wiped at my eyes. I'll protect your son with everything I have, and if that means I have to protect him from you as well, then I am more than prepared to do that. Do you understand me? Paddy's gaze dropped to his hands, but he said nothing. Next thing, Zach was on his feet. I don't get it, Dad. You're so hell-bent on being right even if it breaks up this family, that you can't see you're the one who's missing out. I'm happier than I've ever been, in love with an amazing man and starting a business I've worked my whole life for. And Jules is one of the best damn shepherds in the Mackenzie. He's hands down the best person to guide Lane Station, your legacy, into the future and make it even better. If only you damn well let him be happy and love who he wants. As Zach paced, Paddy's eyes tracked his son's feet, back and forth across the room. And if you don't open your eyes, Jules will walk, Zach said bluntly. He'll be snapped up by some other station and lead them to success, not you. And what will you have to show for a lifetime of effort? Growing old on a station you can't work anymore, with no one to leave it to, no sons talking to you, and no grandchildren to enjoy in your retirement. Paddy's gaze jerked up. What? Zach opened his hands. Do you think just because we're gay, Luke and I won't have a family? Or Jules and Liam, if that's what they decide? Almost choked as he continued. Do you think there won't be a line of Lanes coming up behind us, none of whom you'll get a chance to know or see the station passed on to? Zach continued to talk as he paced, but I was still stuck on his earlier words. Children? With Jules? The longer I thought about it, the more I realized the idea wasn't exactly terrible. I glanced at Norma to find her positively beaming at her youngest son. Paddy, on the other hand, was less easy to read, his jaw working like a machine as he listened to Zach's words. He was cornered and he knew it, pretty much what he'd done to both his sons. But there was something different in his eyes, a change from the Paddy who'd asked me to leave that morning in the kitchen. If I had to name it, I'd say it was uncertainty, an emotion I knew Paddy was decidedly unfamiliar with. When Zach was done, Luke snagged his boyfriend's hand as he passed and pulled him down into his lap, pressing a kiss to the side of his head. So proud of you. Zack blushed but made no attempt to move. It was Norma who broke the quiet.
As you know, Paddy and I have already talked some, and I've been clear this can't continue.
She turned to her husband.
I want a home where our sons can bring their partners and families and feel welcome. I'd rather that home was with you, and I won't deny I've seen glimpses of it these last few weeks. But I want more than glimpses and wasted time, and I'm not prepared to wait and hope. I will build that home with or without you, Paddy. You almost lost me one son, and today you nearly cost me the other. There isn't a choice for me to make, Paddy. It's been made for a while now.
They exchanged a look I couldn't truly read, but the depth ignited a spark of hope in my chest. Paddy's eyes glistened on his wife's, his stoic expression crumbling. But just when he looked about to say something, the door to the waiting room cracked open, and Bradley stepped inside. My focus instantly changed, the conversation forgotten, as my heart leaped into my throat and I sprang to my feet.
How is he? Is he okay?
He's good. Bradley rested a hand on my shoulder and squeezed. He's resting comfortably.
Oh, thank God.
My knees buckled, and next thing I knew, Bradley was easing me down into a chair. You okay there? He checked on me with a smile.
I nodded, unable to speak, wiping at the tears that seemed to keep falling regardless.
Norma's hand slid into mine, and I gripped it tight. Bradley smiled in understanding and pulled up a chair. His summary didn't take long. The bleeding was under control. Jules's wounds were sutured and dressed. He'd likely suffered a small concussion and had a broken collarbone, which was now splintered. He'd been given pain relief, making him a bit groggy, and although he'd need to overnight in the centre, there was a good chance he could go home the next day. Home. The word fell like a grenade into the quiet room. Gazes met and cheeks flushed. Where the hell would home be, considering everything that had happened? I slid my hand free of Norma's, and without looking at Paddy, I said what needed to be said. Jules will decide where he wants to go, and where he goes, I go. Case closed. Bradley's eyebrows did a small dance upward, and he looked around the room. You're welcome to take our guest bedroom, Zack offered.
Just let us know what he decides,
Norma added in a quiet voice.
I'll come to you.
I shot them both a grateful look. Thank you. He's going to need looking after, at least to start with, Bradley added. His arm will be out of commission, and he'll have to avoid any heavy lifting until those blood vessels heal properly. I'll be staying with him, I stated emphatically. Just try to fucking stop me. Bradley smiled. That's a great idea. Spencer mentioned that you're a rehab specialist. Lucky for Jules. He's going to need one of those. I returned his smile. You might want to check back with him after I start cracking the whip. Bradley chuckled. Might just do that. In the meantime, he's ready for visitors, 2 at a time. Who's first? Norma turned to her husband. Paddy? Paddy considered his wife for a long moment. Then his gaze slowly turned to me. Liam will go first. He's my son's boyfriend. Chapter 30. Jules. Warm hands wrapped around my freezing cold fingers, and a hit of citrus filled my senses. My heart jumped in my chest. Hey, sweetheart. Liam's lips brushed my cheek. How you doing? It took me a minute, but my eyelids slowly peeled back, and, oh, God, tears flooded my eyes. He was so close I could reach up and kiss him if only I could move. And he looked good. So fucking good. So real. So amazing. I opened my mouth to tell him all of that, and also that I loved him, but all that came out was a soft cry and more tears. Oh, baby, don't cry. Liam cradled my face, kissing them away. Jules, honey, please, don't cry. It's okay. It's okay. He kissed my hair, my forehead, my face, and finally brushed my lips, gently, carefully, like I might break. But if you ever do this to me again, His voice cut up and he took a shuddering breath. Oh, God, Jules, I thought I'd lost you. He pulled back, eyes traveling my body. Are you okay? Are you in pain? Do you need anything? I'm fine, I finally rasped.
A bit groggy is all. But I can talk. I want to talk. I reached up with my good arm and cupped his damp cheek. Jesus, look at you. I brushed my thumb under his eye. I don't need anything except you. Maybe another of those kisses. He smiled and took my hand, kissing the open palm before bending forward to slide his lips over mine. I grabbed hold of his silky hair to keep him close, and ran my tongue along the seam of his lips. He groaned and opened for me, our tongues sliding lazily together, the taste of him a healing balm for my shattered body. Sorry, I muttered when we finally separated. I taste gross. You do. He grinned and kissed me again, but I don't give a shit about that. He went to pull the chair closer, but I tugged his sleeve. No, up here with me. I shuffled over as far as I could without revealing just how much every tiny movement cost me. Jules, stop. Liam eyed the narrow space dubiously. You're too sore. I can't, please. I wasn't above begging. I was desperate for the warmth of his body against mine. Needed it more than I needed anything else. He sighed, checked behind to make sure we were alone, and then squeezed awkwardly alongside. It was a tight, precarious fit, but the feel of him did more for me than any drug. So, how much does it hurt? He fingered the shoulder dressing gently. Like a bitch, I relented and told him the truth. But it's more the broken collarbone than the bullet wound, if I'm honest. Liam frowned. Can't they give you something more to get rid of it? Do you want me to ask? They've given me what they can, I assured him. But with the concussion, they're being cautious. Shit. Liam slumped. Of course. I changed tack. So, how's Marty? Liam looked surprised, then rolled his eyes. Well, I haven't killed him. Yet. Which is a fucking miracle after what he did. He breathed out a long sigh, and I knew there were stories to be told about what had gone down while I'd been out of it. He's okay. Shook up. They made him stay back on the station with Stuart. I nodded, not knowing how to feel about any of what had gone down. It was an accident, I said, the sound of the shot echoing in my brain. Liam gave me that exasperated look again, and I sighed. I know that doesn't excuse what happened, I added. But I shouldn't have gone after him like that. It was stupid. Liam snorted. Damn right it was. But it was also perfectly understandable. If I hadn't had Connor to watch, I'd have wanted a piece of him myself. I tipped his chin up and kissed him. He'll never change. I know that now. Liam slid an arm around my waist and cuddled close into my good side. No, I don't expect he will. Doesn't make it okay, though. We lay in silence for a moment, Liam's fingers finding the hem of my hospital gown, and sneaking under to play lightly over my skin. I nuzzled his hair and tried not to think about the 2 holes in my body where someone had fucking shot me. Shot me, for fuck's sake. Liam spoke without looking up. Bradley said that you can go home tomorrow if you continue to improve, but that you'll need help. I kissed his hair again. You know of anyone who might be interested? He poked me in the stomach and... Ow, ow, ow! Oh, fuck, sorry. Liam looked up with such a horrified look that I laughed, which again pulled on my stitches. Ow! Ow! Jesus! Damn it! I can't do anything without it hurting, I grumbled. Oh, poor baby. Liam kissed his way up the side of my face. But I'm sure given a day or two, we'll be able to find something to do that doesn't hurt. You might have to lie very, very still and let me do all the work, though. Think you can manage that? I'll give it my best shot. I grinned, then winced and breathed through another spasm. But where exactly is this going to happen? Do I even have a home anymore? Well... Liam slid back away so we could see each other better. It appears that you do, but there are options and many unanswered questions. Surprised, I raised a brow. Really? Do tell. His cheeks pinked a little, which was intriguing on such a bossy guy. Okay, so I did a thing. I bit back a smile.
Why doesn't this surprise me? His colour deepened. I might have given a bit of a come-to-Jesus speech in the waiting room before I came in, and now I'm hoping I didn't overstep the mark. He winced. I apologise in advance if I did. I waited. He swallowed hard. I made it very clear to everyone that it's your choice where you go, but that I'll be staying with you, wherever that is. No argument. And there might have been a few threats implied about what would happen if your father ever did anything like that to you again, maybe even some words about holding him responsible and others warning him that we were going to be together regardless of what he thought and, well, you get the picture. I stared at him. You said all that? He blinked hard. Yes. Shit, I'm sorry. I should have kept my mouth shut, but I was just so fucking angry. Jesus Christ. Come closer. No, you're to shut up. I fumbled for a grip on his sweatshirt with my good hand, failing dismally. I love you so fucking hard right now. His eyes widened for just a second at my words, and then he leaned in and crushed his mouth over mine, shoving his tongue as far down my throat as he could manage. I responded in kind, and for a few short, furious moments, nothing existed in the world except the two of us kissing. And a fuckload of pain. It wasn't long before the pain took over. Ow, ow, oh. I pulled away. Okay, I give in. I eased back onto the plastic-covered mattress, screwing my eyes tight against the roaring burn in my shoulder. I told you. Liam got up on one elbow and scowled down at me. That was entirely your own fault. Yep. I ground out through clenched teeth. Doesn't stop it hurting. Liam kissed my cheek gently. I love you so fucking hard as well. Just so you know. I opened one eye and considered the serious expression he wore. Then we're good, right? We've got this. Those plump lips curled up in a beautiful smile. We're better than good. And yes, we've got this. Something warm and reassuring wove a thread around my heart. So, what do we do next? Liam rested his head back on my pillow. Well, Zach has offered us their place to stay, and Gil also offered one of the cottages. I thought about that for a moment, and then asked the question we'd both been avoiding. My father? Does he have an opinion? Liam sighed. That's a very complicated question. Your father's still in shock over what happened. I've never seen him so pale and uncertain. I'd like to say he's had a wake-up call, especially since Zach and your mother have also made their feelings brutally clear today. I blinked. Really? Yes, really. Liam grinned. Your mother stated she wanted a home that would welcome both her sons and their families, and that she would create that, with or without him. She... My heart hammered in my chest. Was he serious? She did? And Zach too. Told your father he was running out of sons and headed for a lonely death. He even mentioned him missing out on his grandchildren. Grandchildren? I gaped and Liam flushed. Again. I know, he said quickly. Crazy, right? But there was something in his voice and... No. I reached for his hand. Not crazy at all. A shy smile crept over Liam's face. Something to talk about, right? I returned his smile. Yeah. Something to talk about. And there I was, leaking again. Big, fat, ugly tears that Liam wiped aside with his thumb. But his own wet eyes weren't fooling anyone. I grabbed his hand and threaded our fingers together. And what did my father say to all those home truths? Nothing directly. My heart sank. Nothing. But... Liam wagged a finger in front of my pouty face. When the doctor asked who was coming in here first to see you, it was your father who sent me in. Even said I was your boyfriend. He... What? My mouth dropped open. I couldn't believe it. He actually used the word boyfriend. He did. Liam smoothed the frown lines on my forehead. Shocker, right? And your mother practically beamed. All in all, a hopeful sign. I was still gaping, trying to make sense of what I was hearing when Liam tipped my chin up and pressed a kiss to my lips. It's something to consider when you're making your decision about where to go from here. Maybe we should strike while the iron's hot and call his bluff. Go back to our cottage, and see if he can walk the talk. I arched a brow. About the only thing that didn't fucking hurt, and considered the idea for a long moment. It was risky, but a quick follow-through while my father was still off balance might be our best chance. No opportunity for him to double down. I agree. Nothing to lose, right? Liam nodded, then winced. But there's something I should tell you. My sister is coming to check you out. He swallowed hard. Tomorrow. I blinked. Tomorrow? Yeah, I know, but I couldn't stop her. Your mother said she could stay in the station, but I can put her in a motel in town. It's fine. I want to meet her. Liam's hazel eyes grew soft. Yeah. I want to meet everyone who's important to you. Another blush. I was on a fucking roll. I drew him in for another kiss. This one long and slow, and hot enough to curl my toes. When we parted, Liam cleared his throat. Your doctor says you're going to need some work on that shoulder as it heals. I can give you the number of the best rehab specialist around if you want. I couldn't stop the huge smile that broke over my face. I doubt I could afford his fees. He shot me a sultry smirk. I'm sure you could work out a mutually beneficial payment plan. I huffed out a laugh. I'm sure we could. Then it occurred to me. But you can't stay here looking after me. What about your business, your contracts? Liam stroked my face. Well, as it happens, I've been doing some thinking about this, and while you were sleeping in the shed last night, a possible solution came to me, at least a temporary one. I groaned. God, was that only last night? He sighed. I know, right? I sighed and tried not to sound too petulant, but hey, bullet holes. Possible and temporary don't exactly sound definitive. He studied me with gentle eyes. I love you, Jules. That's definitive. I'm not walking away from us, not now, even if it takes a bit of to and fro to get things in place. I mean, you didn't have to go and get yourself fucking shot just to prove your point, but I'm willing to overlook that little wrinkle and put it down to a case of desperate attention-seeking. I laughed and then winced because, ow. Obviously. I don't know how I survived without you. His cheeks pinked. It might have been said before. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is that the possible and temporary part only refers to how we go about the next step. Together, as in we, plural, you and me. So you can reel in that lower lip before you trip over it and fall into a pool of your own self-pity. I snorted. You say the sweetest things. I know. They grinned up at me. I'm working on that. Come here. I tugged on his hand. I need you to kiss me again. I've been shot, for Christ's sakes. What's a boy have to do to get your attention? Indeed. Liam reached up and pressed his lips to mine, his tongue sweeping inside for a thoroughly non-PG mauling that I was totally on board with. And when he was done sucking on my tonsils, he rested his head carefully on the pillow next to mine and sighed happily. You do realize your parents are out there waiting to see you. I rested my head against his. I'm not ready to let you go yet. Maybe not ever. I felt his grin against my temple. Are you sure about that? I can be a demanding son of a bitch. I'm counting on it. I turned my head enough to bring us eye to eye. You do know how much I fucking love you, right? He drew a deep breath, his eyes glistening under the stark hospital lights. I'm hoping it's as much as I love you. He ran a fingertip over my lips, because I think we're going to need every scrap of it over the next few months. This isn't going to be a walk in the park, baby. Right now your father's had a shock and he's having to take stock of his life. But he isn't going to change overnight and start hanging pride flags by the front door. I almost choked on the idea. Liam was right. And then there was Marty, and what the hell was next for him and me. Not to mention my need to start running the station my way, if things were going to progress. That is, if I even had a station to run anymore. And on top of that, there was everything that had been said and done. But had almost come to pass. All those hurtful words and actions had ripped wounds that would need more than just time to heal. There were many more conversations to be had in my future. I sighed and lost myself in those beautiful hazel eyes. Do you think we have what it takes to get through this? Liam smiled and cupped my cheek in his warm hand.
If we keep each other front and center, if we protect what we have and keep an open mind about what our future might look like, then yeah, I think we can do it. How about you? A slow smile crept over my face. Protect what we have. Put ourselves first. Yeah. If we can do that, I think we have a fighting chance. I tucked a lock of hair behind his ear. You know, I heard you today. He frowned, confused. When you told me that I belonged to you, and that I better not think about dying, that was one of the first things I remembered when I woke up. Oh, a tide of red crept up Liam's face. But you belong to me too, right? I forced myself to focus as the drugs and the adrenaline crash started to catch up with me again. Liam watched me closely. I do. I nodded. Good. Then there's something you need to know about me. I always look after what belongs to me, baby. That's what I do. It's in my genes. I'm a shepherd. Nothing gets past me to harm you. Ever. No wolves, no homophobic asshole fathers, nothing. You might like to take charge and boss me around in bed, but I have your back everywhere else. You're always safe with me. Always. I need you to know that. Liam's smile was incandescent. I do. And you with me. He burrowed into my side and kissed my shoulder. Now let me tell you about this idea of mine. Epilogue. February. 3 months later. Jules. We're going to be late. Liam ferreted in his bag before pulling out his deodorant and reaching under his shirt. Did you remember the presents? Gil's going to kill us. Yes to the presents. I glanced into the back seat just to be sure. We were headed to Miller Station for a cookout to celebrate Zach's birthday, and Gil's instructions about when he expected people to arrive were never merely suggestions. And I'm going to blame you, just so you know. Of course you bloody will. Liam dropped the deodorant into his lap and reached back into the bag for his cologne, spritzing some on his neck and wrists before holding it out to me. You want some? I glanced at the label and screwed up my nose. You couldn't have grabbed mine as well? He gave me a pointed look. I could have if you'd stopped mauling me long enough for us to have a genuine chance of getting there on time. Why you couldn't have decided to fit in a quickie before we showered, I have no idea. I feel disgusting, and that's without factoring in 32 degrees of sweaty heat and enough fucking dust coming through these vents to turn my best white t-shirt into Sahara brown. He scowled at me from the passenger seat. You could have at least warned me to wear a dark one. He stretched his shirt to reveal a spiderweb of brown lines where the Mackenzie dust had settled along the damp crease lines. I winced. He had a point. But it was you who suggested taking the shortcut, I reminded him. That was before I realized it involved an episode of the most dangerous roads in the World Series. Watch out! He white-knuckled the grab handle as the ute hit a pothole, sending the deodorant flying into the back seat, and a small mob of merinos scattering to higher ground. You've been raving about it for months, so I thought, why not? After all, you said it was a good track. He eyed me accusingly. It is, I protested, smiling out the side window so he couldn't see me. And don't worry, you're in good hands. I could drive this with my eyes closed. Feels like you are, he muttered, and I had to laugh. The dirt road over the ranges between Lane and Miller Station was only open through the summer. And no, it wasn't for the faint-hearted. And he was right. I'd been wanting to take him on it ever since we'd moved into the cottage together. You have to admit, the views can't be beaten. The narrow, barely navigable track wound up and over one of the highest passes in the Sawtooth Ridge that formed the natural boundary between Lane and Miller stations. And because of the dizzying heights it scaled, it boasted the best views in the whole Mackenzie. At least I thought so. Liam scowled through the dusty windscreen. Yes, agreed, they're fucking amazing. I just hope I live long enough to appreciate them. I chuckled. You wait until I bring you back up here one night when the southern lights are dancing. We can sleep on the bed of the ute. You feel so close to the stars, it's fucking magical. Like they're stuck to your bedroom ceiling. Like you're part of the Milky Way itself. And if you spread your arms, you could simply float away and be lost in forever. He shot me a tender smile, then reached over and ran the back of his fingers down my face. Sometimes I forget what a romantic you are. It sounds beautiful.
But there better be a mattress involved. This body wasn't built for rough living. I laughed because it was true. Liam was many things, but an outdoorsman was not one of them. No. Your body was purpose-built for me, a fact for which I am eternally grateful, and— Hang on! I spun the wheel, narrowly avoiding a merino who'd decided to cross the track on a particularly hairy bend. And yes, my little city boy. I reached across to ruffle Liam's nicely waxed hair, earning myself a slap on the hand. I promise there will be a mattress involved. Of sorts. Of sorts. He arched a brow as he repeated my words. Well, just so we're clear, the hotness factor of any sexy times you imagine happening under that romantic canopy of stars will be in direct proportion to the quality of said mattress beneath. Just saying. I laughed. I said, Come on then, hit me with some of that cologne. I angled my head and Liam aimed a spritz at my neck at the exact same time as the ute bounced through another pothole and the spray enveloped my face instead. Shit! I spluttered, choking on the cloying mist of ombre leather. Liam snickered. Oops. I took another whiff and grimaced. You do realize everyone's going to guess what we're trying to hide? He snorted. Better than both of us smelling of sex and confirming it. I don't know. De BJ has a nice ring to it, don't you think? He snorted. If only that was all it was, and not just an appetizer for the main event. Ah. I sighed contentedly. But what a main event it was. He laughed and gave me a gentle shove. You're such an ass. But I'm your ass. He flashed me a hated look. That you are. And I'm figuring you're feeling the depth of that ownership right about now. I wriggled my bum on the seat, feeling the delicious ache from where his cock had reamed me against the vanity just 20 minutes before. You won't catch me complaining. His warm hand found my thigh and squeezed. I was kind of hoping you might return the favour when we get home tonight. And you're doing it again. What? That look you get on your face every time I say the word home. Do you blame me? No. Liam slid down in his seat and put his knee against the dash, a small smile playing on his lips. It's still pretty unbelievable, isn't it? And then some. When I'd left the medical centre the day after I'd been shot and returned to Lane Station, Liam had bypassed any discussion with my parents and simply put me in his bed. He'd spent the next 2 days moving all my stuff from the flat into the cottage, and we've been there together ever since. Just over 3 months, give or take. Liam's cottage, Ten's cottage, the guest cottage, had now become our cottage. A place we'd made into a home. A place where we laughed and cried and fought and made up and planned and plotted and complained and just lived. But above everything else, it was a place where we loved, fiercely and unequivocally. A place that had become our fortress against all the difficult times we'd known were coming our way. Liam's plan for us, which he'd shared with me in my hospital bed that day, had seemed simple in its conception, but the reality involved a hugely complex rearranging of his business. He waved my immediate protests aside, claiming that he would have needed to do something like this anyway, due to the demand on his services. It was just earlier than expected, but I wasn't fooled. His commitment to us blew away any lingering doubts I might have harboured about whether we'd both lost our fucking minds. Liam was proving he was all in, and that meant we both were. In Liam's plan, he had a couple of short-term contracts to complete during December, during which time he would come and go between the station and Dunedin. After Christmas, he had a break until February. By that time, he hoped to have a suitably qualified person employed to handle most of the contracts, while Liam finished his doctoral thesis. This would happen in between fucking me stupid and working out if we could actually live together. His words, not mine. I had zero problem with any of it. He already had a specific person in mind for the job, someone he'd trained with and whom he hoped might stay on, giving Liam the ability to focus on expanding Loose Goose and employing more staff. In addition to those lofty ambitions, he saw potential for Loose Goose to fit into the wellness retreat idea that Gil was working on. They were big plans. We never believed for a second that any of it would be easy, and it wasn't. The person Liam had initially wanted to employ was already committed. It had taken Liam until mid-January to find someone else he was even remotely happy with. The new guy showed promise, but it was still early days and Liam was nervous as hell. His plan had the capacity to go up in flames and take his business with it. and all we could do was try and have a little faith. As for my father, despite his protests, and once I was ensconced in the cottage, Liam had insisted on fulfilling the last few days of their contract, and Paddy had reluctantly agreed. I didn't fully understand Liam's resolve at the time, but I trusted his instincts, and it had absolutely been the right decision. The forced interaction compelled my father to face up to what had transpired, and ensured conversations happened that might otherwise have been avoided. I didn't know everything that had been said between them, but Liam had told me enough for me to realize the two men had built somewhat of a bridge. It might have been a bit of a rickety bridge to start with, but it improved enough that Liam continued to work with my father now and then while I recovered. And Liam had been Paddy's biggest cheerleader when my father finally made that all-important solo circuit to the woolshed and back a week after the incident. I'd watched from the veranda, and the look the two men had shared at the end of Dad's mammoth achievement had been one of grudging respect on both sides. It felt like a massive win. My own conversations with my father had been equally difficult. They initially centered around reaffirming my stance that I was fully prepared to walk away from the station if things didn't change. That and the fact that I wasn't looking for his approval to be with Liam, a fact which I think surprised him. I didn't give a fuck what he thought, because I was dating/living with Liam regardless. After lying in that hospital bed for 24 hours, I'd come to the realization that my father needed me a great deal more than I needed him. I would always have family, Zach, my mother, and Liam. My father had much more at stake, and I knew from my mother that when I'd left him in the kitchen with my ultimatum that day, he'd been rocked and as uncertain as she'd ever seen him. The shooting had forced his hand. But for all of those glimmers of hope for change, there had been times I wasn't sure he'd ever get there. The first thing he did after the shooting was try to pause the team's shared lunches, code for reducing his own awkward discomfort around them, but I wasn't having a bar of it. Every lunchtime, without fail, no matter how bad the pain, I made my way over to the kitchen in the big house and sat at the table with the others. When the infamous lunch coup failed, my father next attempted to take over managing the station accounts and daily work schedule. I'd initially handed them to 10 to sort out until my injuries improved, and it had been Liam who held me back from turning the whole thing into another blazing row. Just leave him, Liam had suggested. Give him some rope and see how it plays out. I took Liam's advice, and for 3 days it had been like watching a car crash in slow motion as my father came to slowly accept the inescapable truth. There was no going back. For 3 days he struggled to remember what everyone was doing, fucked up a couple of feed orders because his brain no longer processed numbers the same way, shouted too much, and generally pissed everyone off. I'd finally needed to step in and soothe the oh-so-many ruffled feathers. Then I'd ordered my father to back the fuck off before people started handing in their resignations. Liam had been right. My father grumbled and complained, but he backed off, able to save face and blame me for having to step aside. I was more than okay with shouldering the blame. Everyone knew the truth, and something important changed between us on that day. The mantle of responsibility for the station landed semi-officially on my shoulders. It settled there lightly, like it was coming home, and for the first time in a long while, I saw potential for a future that included both me and Liam living together on Lane Station. When Dad stepped away, Zach stepped in, moving into my flat on a temporary basis to help with the running of the station until I was physically capable. Watching him zoom past the cottage on his quad, hearing him work the dogs or joke with 10, was a special and unexpected gift. And while Zach remained in residence, my mother insisted Luke stay over as often as he liked. There was even the occasional family meal, a total mindfuck, to say the least. And although initially my father contributed little during those times, that slowly changed, and I was given a glimpse at a possible future for our family after all. Laughing and teasing, and passing the mashed potatoes like any other. It was baby steps and we knew it. But we also didn't make it easy for our father because, fuck that. Zach and I weren't about to cater to his bigotry for one more minute, and that included plenty of PDA with our respective boyfriends, with the full support of our mother. We weren't going to drip-feed our lives to Dad just so he wouldn't gag, not after what he'd put us through. If he didn't like it, he knew the score. And it seemed to work. Well, we were still living there, so I guess that said it all. As for Marty, we didn't see much of him that first week. He'd briefly apologized via a phone call the day I got home, but other than that, he kept to his cottage and spent a lot of time in Oakwood. I observed him walking into the kitchen of the big house a few times, and saw him talking with my father on the front desk. More than once, I thought about knocking on his cottage and forcing the inevitable conversation between us, but Liam always held me back. It's his responsibility to make the first move, not yours, he reminded me. And for the millionth time, I thanked God for his calm presence of mind when it came to knowing how people worked and curbing my impulsivity. We were yin and yang in the best possible way. 10 days after the shooting, 3 things happened that changed everything. First, Marty appeared at our cottage to formally apologise in person to both Liam and I for what had happened. Just the accidental shooting, of course, not the dobbing us in or homophobic arseholery part. Liam could barely stand to look at the man, and we said little in return. Just thanked him for the apology, which felt somewhat directed, like he'd been asked to. Still, for me it was enough, because what happened next was far more important. Second, Marty moved out of his cottage and into an Oakwood retirement villa under my father's instruction. Lane Station apparently underwrote the cost of the move, news to me at the time, but I couldn't even be mad about that. For once, Paddy Lane had chosen to back his family, more specifically, me and Zach, for maybe the first time in his life. The third thing was my father formally verbalizing his intent to hand the running of the station over to me. It was said in front of everyone over a beer on the front deck of the big house after a long day of tailing. The legal work would apparently follow at some point. I wasn't holding my breath, but I appreciated the intent, and I sat there gobsmacked. First from my father actually saying the words, and second by the loud cheers and round of applause that quickly followed. The icing on the cake was when Liam pulled me into his arms and kissed me in front of everyone to another round of cheers. Maybe not from my father, but who gave a fuck? The ute rattled and slogged its way up the final push to the top of the pass, dropping to a crawl as the wheels slid in and out of the deep ruts formed by snowmelt. When we finally made it to the top, I pulled over to let Liam take in the view and the downhill run to Miller Station. "Wow," Liam exclaimed, leaning forward in his seat, his hazel eyes bright with wonder. "It looks so tiny from here, especially against the backdrop of the lake. Damn, it's beautiful." And it was. The old Miller homestead sat cradled at the north end of a steep U-shaped valley carved from a glacier. Lines of shelter belts protected its back, breaking the worst of the winter gales, while out front, a gently sloping lawn gave way to the stony shoreline of a sparkling crystalline lake, cold enough to send your balls rocketing into your brain, lowering both their IQs. I reached for Liam's hand and kissed his palm. "I told you it was worth the trip." His eyes glistened as he looked out over the vista. "I'm not sure I'll ever get used to these views." I leaned across the console and tilted his face toward me for a kiss, his soft lips framed by that short goatee that had me enthralled from the first time I'd seen him. "I hope you don't. I'll always love seeing that wonder on your face. I love you." He smiled almost shyly. "I love you too." 10 minutes later, with both of us grinning from ear to ear after the speedy trip down, I parked my ute behind Zach's, and we unloaded the chili bin and a duffel carrying the birthday presents from the back seat. Em made her way from the kitchen to greet us, but her smile slipped when she saw we were alone. "So they didn't come?" I shrugged. "You know, Dad. He said he was tired, but I think he isn't quite ready for the full immersion experience yet." She nodded. "I guess he made a start when he invited us over for Christmas drinks and to thank us. We can be patient, right?" I agreed. That social gathering, awkward as it was, had been on Paddy's turf, whereas the invitation to Zach's birthday party was on Millerland, which involved some serious crow-eating on his part. It had always been a long shot. "What about Connor?" "He's still with Spencer at the Nolan place, checking one of their bulls that's gone down," Liam answered. "It'll be about an hour or so." Em nodded. "Good. I like that boy. How's he finding things in the big adult world?" Liam grinned. "So far, so good. I thought he'd miss his mates in Dunedin a lot more, but he seems to love being part of the team. And the mix of 5 days shepherding and 1 day working alongside Spencer gives Connor a chance to see which direction he prefers. It was a brilliant suggestion of Ten's." "And your sister?" Em smiled knowingly. The idea of Connor as a shepherd or working with animals in any way, shape or form had come as somewhat of a surprise to his city-loving mother. It had needed all Liam's wiles and support to get her to agree. "She's getting used to the idea," he answered. "I think at the start she didn't take him seriously, but now she can see how much he loves it. The fact I'm around to keep an eye on him was what sold it in the end. He's a smart kid, And he'll do well at whatever he chooses. Here, give me that. She took the chili bin from my hands and waved us toward the backyard. You boys head on around. I'll join you shortly. We did as she said, following the sounds of laughter and loud conversation along the veranda and down into the backyard where a couple dozen people gathered. I didn't immediately spot Zach, and so Liam grabbed a couple of beers and we found ourselves a seat in front of the fire pit. A blatantly unnecessary addition on a baking hot summer's evening. I grabbed Liam's hand and set it on my lap and we clinked bottles. Here's to you, baby. He leaned in and kissed me. Here's to us. We locked eyes for a moment and I returned his kiss. Oh my God, Zach groaned as he and Luke appeared from the mudroom, carrying a couple of dozen beers between them. It's my fucking birthday, and I hereby rule that the only kissy faces allowed tonight are mine and Luke's. Fuck off, said a chorus of about a half-dozen voices, including that of Charlie, who was curled up on Ten's lap. Zach laughed, disposed of his beer, and then hurried over to greet us. Happy birthday, little bro. I pulled him into a hug. I see Dad didn't come. There was no hiding the disappointment in his eyes, and Luke appeared at Zach's side to slide an arm around my brother's waist. I shrugged. Baby steps, remember? Zach forced a smile. Right. On a brighter note, Mum wants you to come for lunch tomorrow. I looked to Luke. Both of you, if you can make it. Zach sighed. For her, yes, we'll be there. Now I should keep moving. It's tough being the centre of attention. I snorted and gave him a shove. Not for you, it isn't. But before you go, they did give me something for your birthday. Zach's eyes narrowed. You mean Mum did? No. It was actually Dad who gave it to me. Dad? Zach looked intrigued. Don't get too excited, I qualified. I've no idea what it is. Liam handed me the duffel and retrieved 2 brightly wrapped cardboard tubes from inside. But first, this one is from Liam and me. Zach beamed and shook the tube close to his ear. It's a big dildo, he commented wryly, earning himself a good-natured shove from Luke. Of course it will never match up to the real thing, my little cupcake. He kissed his boyfriend and set about ripping the paper off the tube. And as the plans for a new set of dog kennels, including large weather-protected runs, were slowly revealed, his smile got broader and broader, and his eyes misted up. They can be disassembled and transported to wherever you need them, and oof! Liam grunted as Zach wrapped him in a bear hug. When he released Liam, it was my turn. You guys are the best! Thank you! It'll only take Luke 1,000,000 years to put it together. I laughed. We've covered all that. I wouldn't have survived the last year without your help. You're the best brother a guy could ever have. So this is our thank you. They'll arrive next week and will be fully constructed before the guy leaves. They have piped water and food dispensers and everything Luke could remember from your wish list. Is that right? He eyed Luke in a predatory fashion. I'll deal with you later. Luke waggled his brows. I can't wait. So, I held out the second wrapped tube, and Zach took it from my hands like it might explode in his face. At the same time, Liam's body pressed up against the length of my back, his arm slipping around my waist to provide the reassurance I so desperately needed. We'd fought so hard to get to this place. All of us. I just hoped my father hadn't done anything to fuck it up. Zach blew out a long breath, and I realized the entire backyard was watching us in absolute silence. He ripped off the wrapping, removed the lid, and tipped a sheaf of papers into his hand. I frowned. What the hell? With Luke watching over his shoulder, Zach slowly unrolled the papers and started to read. He couldn't have gotten more than a few lines when his knees buckled and his gaze jerked to mine. Holy shit, Jules. What? He handed me the papers and I read the first paragraph before it started to sink in. Jesus Christ. This is... I swallowed hard, my heart pounding in my throat. I turned to find Liam smiling as he continued to read over my shoulder. Oh, sweetheart. He squeezed me tight. My gaze swept the small crowd who were watching expectantly. He reversed it, I told them all, spinning back to Zach. Dad's put your name back as a trustee for Lane Station, along with a backdated share payment for the company side of things. Luke kissed his boyfriend's head. Damn, babe. That's a huge injection of cash for your business. Zach stared slack-jawed at his boyfriend. But... And he's named Jules as primary director of the company. Luke pointed to the papers in my hand, just as Zach snatched them back and started reading again.
Shit! He's right! Zack said in awe. He made it official! What? I took them back and reread the page, feeling my stomach drop away. Jesus, you're right. You still need to sign it. Liam pointed to the sticky notes attached to the documents. Best you both get that done before the man changes his mind, and I think this deserves a toast. He raised his beer. To birthdays and families. May we be given the grace and strength to survive them both. The sound of laughter and clinking bottles circled the group, and then everyone came up to share in the good news. Once people drifted back to their conversations, I caught Zack's eye. I guess we know now why he didn't want to come. Yeah, there's a lot to unpack in all that, Zack agreed, including a host of hurtful memories. And considering it's my birthday, it was a good decision to stay away. Still, I think I'll call him rather than wait until tomorrow. Luke slung an arm around Zack's shoulder and pulled him close. I'll go with you. They left to get some privacy, and I grabbed Liam's hand. Come with me. I led him around to the front of the house and down the dry, dusty lawn to the water's edge, where we found a seat on the old rowboat looking out across the shimmering lake. I didn't know what to say. So many confusing feelings churning in my heart. Fucking families. There were times I'd caught myself wondering if it wouldn't have been simpler to just walk away all those months ago. And then something happens like it had just done, and I'm thrown into the deep end of hope again. I tugged a swatch of merino free from where it had caught around the oarlocks and began spinning it between my fingers, twirling it into a single long thread. Liam studied me, tucking a lock of my hair behind my ears. You doing okay there? You're very quiet. I gave a nod and leaned my head on his shoulder. I swear that man is trying to kill me. It's like living a fucking ping-pong life, not knowing what he'll do next. I'm still in shock. I mean, we all knew the thing about handing me the station was coming, although I wouldn't have put it past the old coot to put it off for as long as possible. But to put Z back on the trust just like that came out of nowhere. Do you think Mum forced his hand? Liam shrugged and held me close. I'm not sure anyone could force your father to do anything he didn't already think was a good idea, but maybe she helped speed the process. I sighed. Yeah, I guess you're right. I looked across the lake toward the wispy clouds gathering along the southern ridgeline and rolled my aching shoulder. Liam noticed and began gently kneading the tight scar tissue. You know, a year ago I'd have laughed in your face if you'd told me that we'd be sitting here today, meaning what we do to each other, and watching my father walk back everything he's done to Z. I turned and cradled Liam's beautiful face. And if you hadn't walked into our lives, into my life, I'm not sure any of it would have happened. You gave me the courage to stand up for what I wanted. You're my fucking hero. Everything good that's happened to me is because of you. Hey. He crushed his mouth to mine in a fierce kiss. All I did was fall in love with you. You did the rest. All of it. I'm no hero. I'm just the lucky guy who gets to call you mine. I stroked his face. You say that like falling in love with me isn't the most miraculous fucking thing in the whole world. Like you weren't single-handedly responsible for waking me up, for making me want things I'd only dreamed about, and then making me believe I could actually have them. Hell, that I might even deserve them. You swept into the kitchen that day with your tats and your sexy bad boy looks and this crazy fucking goatee. I tugged on it, pulling him forward for a leisurely kiss. You blew my nice little world to pieces, and I will never be able to thank you enough. His cheeks flushed red and he leaned in, bringing our foreheads together. And you taught me that I could trust someone else to have my back, that I didn't have to always hold the reins. Although we both know I'm damn good at it. He winked. But I've also learned that I can trust you to watch over me, that I can sleep and know I'm safe in your arms, that you're not going anywhere. I ran my nose up the side of his face, pulling back just enough to see into those bright hazel eyes. I love you, Liam. He smiled and kissed me gently. I love you too. I kissed him again, then took his left hand and began winding the woolen thread loosely around his ring finger. His eyes widened. What are you doing? I don't know, I answered truthfully, adding a slightly hysterical chuckle. Then again, I never seem to know what I'm doing when it comes to you, only that whatever it is, it always seems to be exactly what I need. I secured the thread with a nod, and then lifted his hand to kiss his knuckles.
Jules? Liam whispered my name as soft as the clouds over the valley. I looked up, finding everything I needed to know in that one tender look. I want to marry you, Liam. He gave a gasp of shock and I had to kiss him again, smiling against his lips. One day, I qualified. Maybe even soon. But I don't even know what you think about the whole marriage deal, not really, or family or kids. We've never talked about all that, and if it isn't your cup of tea, that's okay. We can do something else, or nothing. I don't care. Whatever you're comfortable with. I just want to celebrate what I feel for you with our friends and family around us, not let the days simply run into weeks and months and years. Maybe it's stupid and old-fashioned, and maybe you hate the idea, and maybe you never want kids. But if I could shout how I feel to the whole damn world, I would. I just want yes. He crushed his mouth to mine, shutting me up and hauling me off my knees and into his arms. Yes, I want all that too. Not now, no, but yes, maybe soon. I blinked, shocked. You'd do that? He laughed. Well, we'll need to discuss exactly what that is, but yes, I want something. And I want to talk about what that something is. You know I love a good plan. Unable to stop smiling, I made the knot on his finger a double, and he held the woolen ring up admiringly. How fucking appropriate. A merino engagement ring. Not an engagement ring, I corrected. A kind of promise ring. A promise to talk. A promise to plan. A promise that we're moving somewhere, not standing still. A promise to keep loving you the best way I can. Liam's eyes shone with tears. He took my hand, lifted her shirt and placed my palm on the hawk inked over his heart. I promise you the same. And then he kissed me, long and slow, and the world beyond that one hot valley fell away. The Mackenzie always looked after its own, and maybe, just maybe, our story would be lucky enough to become part of that history. Liam pulled away, his lips sliding next to my ear. Now get those clothes off, Mr. Lane. I think we should seal things with a Mackenzie-style blue balling swim. I laughed and started stripping. Such a bossy bastard. He went quiet, tipped my chin up and kissed me again. I'll do anything for you, Jules. Just say the word. You mean the world to me. I love you so damn much. I stepped into his arms and met those bright hazel eyes with a certainty I felt to the core of my heart. I love you too. And I don't need anything except for you to be exactly who you are. That will always be enough. Always.
This has been The Science of Attraction, Mackenzie Country Book 3. Written by J. Hogan. Narrated by Gary Furlong. Copyright 2024 by J. Hogan. Production copyright by J. Hogan.